Greetings, friends. What a pleasure it is to have you all join me for another fine day here in the Southeast Asian DPC Spring Tour Division 1. My name is Tsunami, and you're all back here in my kopitiam for yet another day, although I feel like I'm questioning how often we replace the food here in the old kopitiam. I don't think bread is supposed to be that hard. It's show bread though. It's all prop stuff. Even my panels are props. They're not actually here. Winter's a hologram. Look, I can go right through him. He's not even here. He's busy eating, like his shirt is saying. Winter, welcome to the show.
I would strongly recommend you not to have a bite of lunch.
How about yours? You want to take take a look? Okay, not risky.
I don't want to be responsible for something bad that might happen to your
food
tummy.
Poisoning, of course. John, I'm assuming you're probably wiser than to take a bite of this.
No, even if you dared me, no. No, these are actually a bit safer. Some of this stuff is probably really dangerous because they have stuffing.
If they have coconut inside, then
Yeah, that's-
probably shouldn't eat it after 1 or 2 days.
Yeah,
Like
mine-
these plain buns are probably like, you could rehydrate them and do stuff with them, you know? Maybe.
Bring it back to life. Mine, I'm pretty sure this yellow is like some kind of egg thing, and so I do not want to.
It's a potato bun with butter.
Oh, with butter. Okay, yeah. I'm not fooling around with that. I need something a little fresher than from a week and a few days ago. How about Monday? We are back here on Wednesday, but what happened on a Monday here in the Southeast Asian DPC as we began week number 2? We had 3 series, as we always do. The first one, Geek, Slate versus Bleed. Bleed finally picked up their first victory. After importing DJ and Ice Ice Slice, you thought that this roster would be destined for success, but instead they had just been losing a lot. They lost to Army Geniuses, and they lost to Execration, but they finally picked up a win versus Geek Slate. But what does that mean for Geek Slate, Winter? They just got 2-0'd by Bleed. They went to a major and they got 2-0'd by Bleed.
That it's bad news. Yeah, very, very bad news. And the series today is going to be so crucial for them if they can bounce back. If they continue in this direction, they lose again. That's going to be really bad for their confidence moving forward.
Yeah, I am a little bit troubled after seeing this game, which, props to Bleed for getting their shit together, I suppose, John. But troubling times for Geek Slate.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Like they shift out for Zhao from Raji and they get a new coach. So maybe there's a little bit more adjustment coming in from them. Maybe adjustments in play styles, even though they've played together, like Skem and Zhao have been together before for a long time. It's just a readjustment period, which was also what we said about Bleed in the first week, right? Like, it looked rough for them. They got DJ and Ice and it did not look good at all for Bleed. But after that first week, things shake up. It's just for Geek Slate, because they played their first series last Friday, it does feel like they're going to have to work through these kinks in a much tighter time frame than Bleed. Like, Bleed had a weekend to kind of fix that through, and they had a week of games. Whereas Geek Slate, those were their first 2 series. That was their second series. They're up against Bleed. This is going to be their 3rd series. So this is the point where we should see those improvements, as Winter said. If not, I mean, your dreams of going into the major and perhaps to TI with points, it gets a little bit slimmer there.
I mean, dude, that might not even be their main concern, like dropping to Div 2 might be even an actual thing for them if they just continue in this trajectory.
Our second series of Monday was Talon versus Polaris, and in this one, Talon finally didn't have to pick Ioleshak. It got banned, but instead Polaris was up to no good. Game number 1, it was this Broodmother first phase pick. The Legion Commander first phase pick against the Broodmother first phase pick, which you were not too pleased with box itemization this entire series.
That was not the only thing that I was not pleased.
Yeah, it's a bit of a topsy-turvy series. I think most of us agree that this was a very bad game for Bach, a bad series for Bach. Like, he didn't shine. And I mean, we're looking at game 1 right now. Game 2 was where things got really funky, right? We had like a CML Terrorblade.
Yeah, please look at the top of your screen, dear viewers. You see Akashi on this anti-mage, and you're like, oh, okay, I could see the potential there. But hey, what's that hero next to anti-mage in the top bar? Terrorblade.
Oh, God.
I like to play games with my brother, says Terrorblade.
Right, exactly. I would probably like to win games with my brother, though. As CML, the support Terrorblade did not work. The idea was, I suppose, that Terrorblade was picked in the first phase along with the Coddle, which has been a very popular strategy here in Southeast Asia. And then Talon picked up a Zeus, and I guess Polaris just panicked and was like, we can no longer have this Terrorblade be a core.
If you're panicking, it means your opening draft there's something wrong.
But it's it's Coddle Terrorblade. How could that ever go wrong? Third series of the day was a Blacklist Rivalry versus Army Geniuses, and this one was also 2-0 in favor of Army Geniuses. Although the game 2 was pretty close. Game 1 was pretty dominant from Army Geniuses, but game 2 was it almost looked like AG, or it almost looked like Blacklist might have actually got the win there.
Yeah, it does look like Blacklist rallied a bit. I think in game 1 though, like one thing with Army Geniuses we always talk about is their distinct drafting style, right? They love like stuff like Varish, Gyrocopter and all. This time around we saw like the offlane Pugna come out for DB, and we saw the mid Ricky for Yoa, and they play around it really well. I really like that in the post-game interview as well, that we heard Yoa. The big difference for him in his time in C, especially from his last team of TNC, is that he's allowed to make some of these weirder calls. And you know what? The balancing act that Clairvoyance is bringing them, the insights he's bringing, and the freedom he's allowing this team, it's really allowing them to shine quite well.
Yeah, when the players trust the coach, it makes the job a lot easier. You know, like the players just have to focus on usually the laning phase, what you have to do, and in the game, how you're going to itemize your job, especially your job description in the game. Like every game, everyone has a somewhat similar thing to do, but if you're on a different hero, certain small little details might change, and when the coach is doing everything, you get to focus just solely on that.
Yeah, I love whenever I see like these true sights, and at the end of a draft, a coach is like, all right, guys, this is the overarching game plan, and sometimes there are tweaks. Sometimes players cannot play how they want to play every single time because not everyone can have a good game.
Yeah, I imagine like Sunbi is like yelling at Jabs, please remember, fucking buy your greaves, man.
And Jabs is like, sure, I'll remember, wink, wink, and then buys Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, after the game ends, he tells the coach, how do you want me to buy greaves on Hoodwink?
Standings currently for SCA, we have Army Geniuses at the top with 4 series played. They finally get a day off. They have played a game every single day of the DPC so far, but today is their first day off. And second place is Talon, no real surprise there, as having top 3 finished in the Lima Major. They are still looking quite strong. And Team SMG are currently third place with a 3-0 score, but one of these 3-0s will turn into a 3-1, and the other one's going to turn into a 4-0, because as we look to our schedule for today, Talon versus SMG is our second series of the day after our first series of Execration versus Geek Slate. Talon SMG, Winter, which way?
Spicy.
Yeah.
Very spicy.
I know.
I mean, Talons, obviously, they're going to be the favorite coming off their result from the major, but I feel like SMG has what it takes, to win the series even. They have very, very weird strategies. Some mech on the Storm Spirit, Meteor Hammer, Night Stalk. I mean, everybody's laughing, but they're winning,
They're winning.
And I always say that it doesn't matter what the players are doing as long as they're winning.
Yeah, and I think that surprise factor is something Talon has to prep for. I think Talon's much more readable as a team as well. So in that sense, SMG knows what Talon will want to do in comparison to Talon reading SMG before this game.
Yeah, I think mid one was just ahead of the curve, because Sir Action Slacks is running a competition on the weirdest Night Stalker build that can win. I think mid one.
Meteor Hammer can't be the weirdest, right?
Mid one's just looking for a ticket to Berlin just in case he can't get it. Although I'm pretty sure he's going to get it just by playing well, a good Dota in this DPC. And the final series of today is going to be Blacklist Rivalry versus Bleed. It's the other way around. It's spicy in its own way, but not in the high quality Dota way. Perhaps a different way, Winter. Which way are you going for Blacklist versus Bleed?
It's a tough one, It's the question that nobody wants to really answer, There can't be anything good out of it, But somebody has to win, and I feel like looking at what happened in the last couple of games, Bleed probably has much better momentum coming into this match after winning against Geek Slate. Mm-hmm. So I feel like, and they look like they might be already figuring out certain things, And Blacklist, they look like they're worse than last season.
Yeah.
So, which is not a very good sign.
I know. For the first 2 days, I was saying that Blacklists have kind of plateaued, but now it seems like they're regressing. Yeah. Clock's ticking because they are currently 0-3, or sorry, yeah, they're 0-3 right now. They lost to SMG on the first day of the DPC, they lost to Talon on the third day of the DPC, and they lost to Army Geniuses on the fourth day of the DPC, which those are all very difficult opponents. So Blacklist have been getting slapped around left and right by probably the people who are attending the major. So maybe we're judging them too harshly. And
Really, you're not. Really, you're not. Like, trust me, you're
but would
not.
you argue that they have played our three major invitees probably?
Sure, but
Okay.
still, you know, what you see from the games itself, you know, it's not much about the result, it's how they lost. You know?
Yeah.
Like, the way they lost is pretty disheartening.
Yeah, it still feels like those basic issues Winter's been pointing out for a long time now, still right there. Like even with Mike Ninjaboki in, no one's willing to make sacrifices. In the last game we saw from them, there were some sacrifices, but still not quite.
Kuku, was it Kuku?
Yeah, he was
the
a
last
little bit
game?
more sacrificial.
Yeah.
Like there's no balance, you know. You see the team, like you need somebody farming, somebody eating shit, somebody ganking. You know, you don't see that balance between this team. It's always everybody's here, you know, farming. You know, so that's pretty bad for a team that wants to qualify to a major. You can't farm your way into the major. You know, unfortunately, that just doesn't work.
Yeah, those days are long gone, unfortunately. But we can look to our first series of the day, which is going to be Execration versus Geek Slate. Also some question marks in this series, although Execration have fewer question marks. Execration is currently 2-1, and they beat Bleed 2-0 on their first series. They beat Polaris 2-0 in their first series, they beat Bleed 2-0 in their second series, and then they lost 2-0 to SMG, which the SMG loss was quite the shaking up. It looked like a much weaker Execration than we had seen in the first 2 days, John. I was kind of shocked how Execration, they changed so much. And this was the series that had the Greaves Storm Spirit and the Meteor Hammer Night Stalker, and they still lost.
Yeah, it's so weird with Execration because the first two series they played, it looked decent. They looked pretty good, pretty solid, you know, despite losing March. And then you reach that third series and you're like, this looks like a very different team. You know, it's like the way they lose, like Winter said. It looked like they weren't even playing like the old Execration would. So I'm wondering if that's a one-off, if SMG just outclassed them. It doesn't feel like that because they just didn't play back the way that we'd expect them to. And this series will be like the judge, whether or not they still have that shot to the major. I think if they can't beat a team like Geek Slate, who have been shaky, then we will probably have two fresh teams at the major.
I mean, you're probably right. If they can't beat Geek Slate, this is very, very bad news for them, you know. And on top of that, I wanted to add on, I feel like they have been kind of exposed, you know, Execration.
Okay.
I feel like the games where they kind of look decent or okay are the games where they get Visage. And if you look at SMG, they're banning out, like I think they ban out Marcy and Visage. So it tells me that they seem to be only comfortable with one strategy.
So in the Polaris series, they were able to first phase Marcy Visage both times, but then they got Tino Visage on game one against SMG, and it looked terrible. Tino looked like his lane was against a Terrorblade silencer, and he was just getting obliterated. So even if they get the Visage, sometimes it's a little question marks. And then in game two of that series against SMG, they had Skywrath Mage and Slark. And even then, like I was surprised that Palos was not carrying as hard as I remember him doing during Tour 1.
Yeah, it's just shaky. I'm not sure what to pin it down to. It's just
The coach, you know, like this is what I'm saying, you know, when you have somebody actually doing, because Dota is a six-person game right now. If you have that person outside doing a good job, or at least helping the team in one way or the other, the players can just focus on the game. You know, right now I see like the 5 of the players, they are not really playing well in their own independent roles. They are like distracted on other issues in the game. They have to help whoever's drafting. I guess Abing's drafting or whoever it is. You know, they have to help give some ideas. They have to think about certain things more, and it takes away from the concentration in the game. And that's why you're seeing, they are actually messing up a lot more in the laning phase in the early game, and then they're losing the game as a result.
So you would think that they have a whole tour of development with March, and it's great. They top Tour 1, and it's fantastic. They go to the Lima Major, they still have March, and they kind of bomb out. You're saying that it takes like daily practice. Even like a coach can set a foundation, but the foundation, the parts can go away as soon as they leave.
I mean, if you're making something of clay. It takes time, right? You have to mold everything. It takes time. I look at the two teams, Execration and Geek. They both changed their coach, and look at what they are going through right now.
Fair point.
The coach is a pretty pivotal role in the team at the moment. If you're someone influencing the team in a very positive way, and when you're gone, you really feel that you're gone.
Yeah. And I want to make a counterpoint. Like the opposite is for Army Geniuses, right? They've had Clairvoyance for at least 2-3 years almost, with different rosters, and they've just shined in this first 2 weeks here.
And that kind of proves that you need like some longevity to your coach. I don't think just 2 months here and there is enough to set a foundation that you're like, okay, the training wheels are off. Go, my boys! I have taught you all that I know, and you will find success against some of the best teams in the world. But one of these teams will find success against the other. Geek, Slate versus Execration. Draft number 1 is underway. And we got, it's not Coddle Terrorblade. I'm so sick. I'm so sick of this combo. It's because Geek Slate, they banned out the Batrider Marcy. Execration, they ban out the Broodmother Io. First pick, Nature's Prophet. And Execration, first phase, a Coddle Tiny.
I'm not too surprised by what Geek Slate's gunning for, right? Like they go Nature's Prophet. That's a very, very strong comfort pick for Schem if they want to just go NP pause 1 straight up. It's still flexible enough for their lineup to maybe toss it onto Force as well. I think that's something that they've done before. For Execration, the Coddle Tiny, it's safe. It doesn't reveal too much. I'm pretty sure that Bob's not going to play Coddle, and they might probably save us here till the second phase, I suppose. I'm trying to think if Tino would play it off lane though.
I mean, the Coddle seems to be a response to the MP, right? Like a lot of the teams have been, you first pick NP and then their second pick, they just go with the Coddle +1. Not a fan of the Coddle TB, but Coddle itself, I think there's some idea around the hero where you are very good against MP in the lane and in the game itself. Of course, you deal with the speed pushing very well. You have a pretty decent lane against him. That's why you see a lot of the teams when they see the Coddle is an off laner, they actually move the MP to the off lane instead of the carry. So you try to avoid that lane. And Clockwork here, a very good answer to keep off the light.
I'm surprised we haven't been seeing more Clockwork in our region. We've been going a lot of Tusk.
Clockwork is not that good of a hero,
Well, you're saying that. Let me check the numbers, Winter.
And
I've got some numbers here.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you're awfully confident.
Tell me the numbers.
43 picks globally, all Division 1s, 58% win rate.
Just for Tour 2?
Just for Tour 2 Division 1. But I can give you the SCA numbers because we have been watching a lot of SCA, and it's possible that SCA Clockwork is not as reliable. Our Clockwork, Winter, I have troubling news. 2 picks, 100% win rate.
Yeah, I'm sure the Clockwork won them the game with the Agadim Scepter.
Hey, it was your boy Variz. Variz picked one of them.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if he won them the game, That's why you have to filter the stats, you have to filter the numbers.
Hey, I give you a big the 43
That's
picks.
a big sample.
43 picks is a big sample size.
You have to still filter it down, remove the impurities.
Okay,
look
fine.
at the stats.
You know what? I will go down even more.
Go on.
I'll take North America out of the equation. How about that? Okay, let's see.
Damn it, Neil.
Actually, okay, then you may be kind of right, because North America has been running Clockwork. South America has also been running Clockwork kind of bit. So you may be onto something. Actually, I don't see a single Western European. Enigma Galaxy picked it twice, and they have a 50% win rate. But
Look at the teams that are picking the hero. Pay attention to the teams that are picking the hero.
You're kind of right. I don't see like any of the Western European teams. Tundra lost with it.
Think you're on the
Liquid
whole,
lost with
Neil.
it. Anyway, 58% win rate. Great hero.
Great hero. Big sample size.
Big sample size.
Very relevant
Yeah.
sample size. There's our combination for Execration now.
No. Actually, you guys, I want to add something.
Yeah.
From last season, right? That's what I actually felt for Geek State. They were drafting according to the numbers a lot, and they weren't really filtering and removing the impurities. Because when you are drafting and you're a stats person, right? Say you're an analyst or whatever, you're just looking at the numbers based on either high-level games or pubs or whatever, But at the end of the day, certain specifics cannot be told, just by the pure numbers, You have to be able to understand Dota at a very high level, and you get a feel of the draft and get a feel of your players to then have to make a decision between, okay, I'm picking a lower win rate hero, but I believe there's other merits to the team or whatever in the grand scheme of things, so the numbers alone is not enough.
Yeah, it's possible that they just got lucky with the compatibility between what their players are good at and what the numbers were showing were good.
Yeah, and also, like if you talk about the numbers in a broad spectrum, right, a lot of games, that might not be a good idea. You have to look at the games of the strongest teams. That's what I feel like. You have to filter down the stats to that point to know what is going to be the best hero for the meta. And there's also definitely a lot of mind games going on, before a series in a week. On Monday, I'm thinking, I'm going to destroy you with a Clockwork 58% win rate, But by Friday, you're like, Clockwork's not a thing.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And after a weekend, you play a whole bunch of pubs, new information comes out, metas change, and Geek Slate pick up a Death Prophet.
Meta didn't change for them. Double profit, usually a good recipe for success.
This looks just like the D patch as far as I'm concerned for Geek Slate.
I'm wondering how they run the lanes. Like, are we hammering down that Skem will just take NP and have to cop the Coddle lane, or is it going to be like force off lane NP, then you run something like a John UL DP support, which isn't that popular anymore?
I mean, they're very good heroes against MP, so I wouldn't be surprised they actually move the MP elsewhere, on the off lane.
So far, only Force has played Death Prophet this tour for Geek Slate, though.
Yeah.
So it may be locked in for offlane DP.
Shadow Demon, that's a pretty nice hero to dispel the Serene Chains, the Solar Bind and everything.
Yeah, after he gets like a ton of gold, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's a SD, you think he's not going to get the money?
Yeah, that's
okay,
true.
fine, maybe they are not going to give them the money, give him the money, But one way or the other, the hero usually has some form of net worth. And for Execration, they have a much more broader opening, the Tiny could be, okay, maybe not a flex anymore with the Ember, so they have Coddle, the Coddle is a flex, possibly. Tiny 4, you have Stun, you have Catch, you have Team Fight, you have Wave Clear, so you need like a Roshan hero, ideally.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit hard to maybe lock in your core if you're still unsure about the NP.
And you have to decide what you want to pick here. I feel like if you feel that the DP is only for offlane, you can consider picking. Okay, that is. So the Koto, I guess the Koto is offlane because they feel like the MP is locked in the carry role, so they are okay with putting the Koto and Tiny on the offlane.
Yeah, does look that way. You have a solid combination for rotations on mid, Chains plus Arrow. Again, Ember plus Coddle down the line as well. So you've got the Chakram spam on the Sleight of Fist. It feels pretty good. Like, I think Execration's draft, when it comes to skirmishes, feel a little bit better, but Geek Slate has a lot of ways of bailing out.
They have a new coach? What the hell? Kim was coaching.
Yeah, Kimo is back.
He's drafting. Okay, no wonder draft is different now. All right.
Bang has gotten the boot.
It looks like much more solid. Like Kimo, he always, like the way I remember, like his drafting, he's always very solid. Everything has a purpose. He doesn't try to do too risky things in the draft, doesn't take too many chances. Everything is just solid, stable. If we play well, we're going to have very good chance of winning the game. And even if we don't play well in the early phase, we are still going to have some chances in the game.
Although Geek Slate read what you were implying that Execration needs some Roche-taking capabilities, and despite their team seemingly to be pretty good against Ursa, they still ban out the Ursa.
Yeah, and SD is also pretty annoying for Ursa to deal with.
Yeah. They're still banning it out. I'm surprised.
They just feel like it's a hero that would, bind the whole draft together. I guess for Execration, they either need like a Roshan hero or they need like a super strong carry that can do everything for them, because they already have a Kotal off lane, which is gonna be like just buffing the other heroes. So you need heroes that are very greedy. I think the last pick for Execration can be very greedy, like some anti-mage hero, but they already ban it.
Yeah, Terrorblade gone as well, which is one of the other hyper carry options left for Exe. I don't know if you feel safe with like a glass cannon though. Like something like Drow doesn't feel amazing here just because threat of Clockwork plus
Sniper?
TPing on
You like
top.
Sniper?
Sniper is a little bit better just because you have a shard to save yourself. It's still...
Clockwork's annoying though.
Yeah, it's still annoying with the Clockwork and even the NP on hand once he has his Gleipnir.
How about our
axe.
good friend Alina?
That's just so dead. It's been dead as a pause one, I feel.
Okay, then how about
Morphling?
Abaddon, Morphling, the
Water
new
Boy.
ones. Yeah, Water Boy and Abaddon.
The Abaddon could be an interesting solution.
I'm not so good against SD.
All these melee carries that Palos plays are going to get destroyed by SD.
Slug is the other remaining one. but I'm not.
Even Slark has trouble also.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if it's that good of a slug game here for them. But they have one more pick to wait. You know, they have to see what Geek Slate is gonna finish their draft with. They are probably deciding whether to put the DP mid or the DP off lane. You know, go with their classic Cox Underlord against the Ember Spirit. You know.
Oh, classic.
Isn't that a classic?
He did it like once.
So more than I'm sure more
Really?
than more than once. I think
He did it
during Tour 1, you know.
He did it during Tour 1, and he did it once during the Lima Major also against Hellraisers.
I don't know, it feels like my brain just remembers, you know.
Yeah, that's a good pickup.
Centaur.
Like that. Centaur coming out.
Yeah, so Centaur Shadow Demon lane, pretty solid lane. Disruption into the Hoofstorm, pretty dangerous, you know, if you pick too weak of a carry. So Execration, what are they going to do? Are they going to prioritize picking a hero that can win the lane? Because if you want to win the lane, it's like some Monkey King hero.
Yeah, Monkey seems pretty good for that lane. I think another thing Palos likes to play, but I don't think he's played recently, is something like his Gyrocopter. That might be in contention. I don't know if that's enough of a hyper carry, but the lane presence can be nice. They go with the Naga instead. You've got the illusion spam. You don't have the best clear from Geek Slate, I suppose.
Man, I feel like your lane is gonna suck. You're gonna get disrupted, and then you're gonna get stomped, and then your own illusions are gonna riptide you.
It's not that bad though. She has Mirana in the lane. Mirana is pretty strong. If you understand how to land and abuse the double Starstorm, you can actually secure the lane pretty well for the Naga, and you can consider getting 1 point in and snare to set up for the arrow, you know, if you feel like you can kill in the lane. So I don't think that lane's that hard. I mean, I'm sure the Centaur's gonna free farm, you know.
Well, that's the question though. Who do you think is going to be more aggressive in this lane? This Centaur Shadow
Okay, fine.
Demon?
For sure, the
That's
Centaur
what
Shadow
I'm
Demon.
saying. So then, like, are you really going to be going for offensive arrows, or are you going to be like...
Yeah, but if he's farming, you know, and he can actually play the lane without dying, that's enough, right? You don't go into the game, okay, I'm the carry. I always need to kill the offlaner. And that's a pretty bad mindset to have, you know. You want to play the hero that just wins the game without considering like how strong you are in the lane, you know. You have to have a balance. You have to have a playable lane, you have to have a good mid game, you have to be a win condition, so you can't have everything, you know.
Okay. John, how about the mid lane? Bob, also in that SMG series, did not look that great.
Yeah.
And so he was on Batrider, now he's on Ember Spirit, a hero that may be a little bit more compatible with his playstyle, and he's against a mid Death Prophet.
I think that lane goes okay for Bob. It does still feel like the DP should be able to find more, just because you can stably clear out the creep wave. The one thing that you do have in Execration is a threat to rotate on mid. Say the 4-minute timing or 6-minute timing, you go in, you get a value point in the Searing Chains, you get the arrow out, you can clean up from there and just kind of snowball, which Bob does like to do. He loves snowballing. So
a lot is on
need to
Bob's
see
hands,
that.
you know. If they're going to be successful in the early mid game and survive till the late game, Bob is going to be crucial.
All right, well, let's see which of these two teams will come out on top for game number 1. It's time for our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Sanami. That's right. We are here in game 1, and it seems like our panel has put a lot of faith in the Bob Ember Spirit, or at least saying there's a lot of pressure on him to be able to do well. Avery, it is his most played hero. He has popped off before with it. Do you have faith in the Execration lineup here?
The lineup, yes. The mid lane, no. I don't think there's much outplay in
Bob that much. Damn.
It's not a personal grudge, you know. I just don't think there's much room for outplay when you're Ember versus Death Prophet. Yeah. It's like that matchup is just pretty one-sided. You can't really outskill Spirit Siphon. It's just one of those dumb spells. So, I mean, unless you're Rubik. I guess if you're Rubik, you can outskill it because you can siphon him back. But he doesn't have that. So he kind of just has to suck it up here. And I think that's the issue with the Execration lineup. Is if that Ember lane goes bad, he's their only playmaker, then who's it falling to here? Are you just playing around the Tino auras and hoping that's enough to just drag you through the fights until you hit Naga timings? It's possible. I mean, I can see an argument there. But I do think this Naga hero has felt worse for me than it has in some of the previous 1 or 2 patches. Like, I think it's getting slightly weaker. I think the aura nerfs after TI definitely hurt her, and I think a lot of these magic mids got more popular, and I think just the actual physical right click in the late game, she kind of suffers in that area, and I feel like a lot of times she just gets outscaled.
Now, you called your shot. It ended up being an airball. You wanted chaos.
I mean, you don't
instead
have
of
not
Siren.
that goddamn dick.
Why did you want Chaos Knight in
So I
this
think
matchup?
Chaos
instead of
Knight
Naga?
does similar things that Naga does, except like he gives you the lane pressure, the map presence for your pickoff to go to work. Because the Ember, Tiny Mirana is very strong pickoff in this game. And Naga does fit that paradigm. I just feel like the man fighting from CK versus the DP and the Furion is a little bit better timings-wise than the Naga. It just depends on the start. If Naga has a really free game, then I think it's fine. But if she gets slowed down, I think these matchups don't become that great. You can get Gleipnir on Furion. This DP can just scale overwhelmingly versus almost anything in Dota. Centaur can let you gap closer in some of the fights. Clock is pretty good versus Naga as well. And Shadow Demon can just steal your illusions on the map and start farming himself up. Like, Shadow Demon is one of the all-time best supports versus Naga in terms of stats. I don't think it's an auto win. His Shanks is just stuck. What the hell? Hello? Gaben?
What happened?
He got disrupted on like a tree and Forrest just blocked him. He got disruption ball.
Oh.
But it didn't look like he should have been that far. I'll take some early damage here.
A lot of early damage. This lane's pretty dangerous. They ended up swapping the lanes up. They've got the Shadow Demon Centaur, which is a really classic duo that is very strong in lane. Do you feel like this is more because they don't want the Naga against that, or they would rather have? I mean, surely Coddle versus Ancient Prophet is good, right? So
Yeah, I don't think they cared about where the Coddle goes. I think you're only doing this if you care where Naga goes. And I think the idea is Naga's going to free farm versus Furion, whereas she might die to Centaur Shadow Demon. That said, I don't think that's necessarily guaranteed either, but I think this is a fine way to do it if you're confident you can stay up here long-term as Paulos, which is what we're going to find out. There is a possibility you can just rotate and gank this Naga, because Centaur can be left alone in this game. Yeah. He has very high regen, so he's pretty chill once he gets to ring versus Coddle. Would not be surprised to see Narman either abuse that to get mass stacks, or just go pop and start ganking Paulos. One of the two sounds pretty good to me.
Bob, not quite yet having to pop that fairy fire, but is going through his bottle charges pretty quickly here. It's just not a fun matchup, as you were talking about. Spirit Siphon, you're just gonna have to suck it up, or rather, she's gonna be doing all the sucking in this lane. Suck over your life.
That's what Cox is good at, right?
That is true.
I mean, sometimes you just get slapped in the face and you got to take it for the team, find a way back in the game. That's kind of what blind pick Ember is going to do no matter what. You're always going to counterpick the blind pick Ember. So they knew it in the draft. Somebody has to tank the bullet.
Speaking of getting slapped, Jenks is getting slapped right now. Force might be able to get another round at the double edge. If not, well, 5 stacks is surely enough, right?
Stick
Level 1 poison. Oh, what? If he popped it earlier, I think he kills him.
I actually didn't think I was going to kill him either, though. I was kind of with Narman there. Level 1 poison.
He went down to like 5 health. That was crazy close.
Yeah, I think he should have popped the fairy, to be honest, but I guess he knows his limits better than we do.
I mean, I'm more surprised that Force didn't try and get another double edge off, but...
That's also true. I guess he was just done with this lane because he just went top, which kind of weird, because I don't think you're pressuring this Naga anymore.
No, I don't think so either.
He has double Wraith Band up already, 8-10 armor. Are you just gonna right click him here with a clockwork? I don't see this happening. I feel like this lane swap is terrible.
Yeah, especially when you're coming to lane this low on resources.
Yeah, and then you're putting Skem versus a Coddle who already had a bunch of free ways to start. So he just
And he left lane without his ring of health. Like
that's
his
the other
courier to the secret shop, but he didn't have his ring of health yet. So now it's running across the map to get to him.
I do not like this move. I don't conceptually see why you would do it this late if you're going to do it. If you're going to swap, you just swap instantly because your matchups are dependent on the snowball in the early lanes.
Yeah.
Like, it's not some matchup that gets better later. It kind of gets worse. So this theoretically doesn't make much sense to me. We'll see if somehow they make it work. Tino does get beat up pretty bad bottom. Gets caught out by
what they can get out of it. Oh, so close, but the avalanche goes out in just in time. Narman was raising his arms to be able to get off either a disruption or a shadow poison that might have been able to finish off the Coddle that was low, but not quite the case.
Still, biggest factor is this mid. You're just looking at. If you can get the collapse here with the level 6 on Cox, you get an Exo, you can really do some damage here because you're going to have level advantage, you're going to have room control. Maybe even just score an early tier 1. It would not be surprised to see Skem join that. that is definitely something that's on the menu for this young lad. Execration can respond. Their supports aren't too bad at fighting it, but my worry is, do you have the damage? Like, are you going to have the raw damage to cut through this Death Prophet in a tower push scenario? It's a big question mark. And I think it's going to be a question mark for a lot of this game is how do you respond to Death Prophet? Because I think this hero is a top 5 core right now, undoubtedly. Gotta respect the siphons.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this hero is definitely one of the highest win rates when it comes to the pro games off of Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I definitely have been picking out a little bit, watching that win rate climb so heavily, and it does feel really nice. I mean, it's still one of those heroes that's able to take advantage of the, I guess, the remaining aura item in Guardian Greaves, which is still good. Everything else, all the other aura items still feel a little bit situational, I guess, but...
I've not seen any Wraith Pack this patch.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think Greaves and Pipe are still good. As Bob is 1 creep off of 6 here.
Like, they're trying to catch him inside the cogs. They will be able to get him with the exorcism as well, and Bob will just not be able to finish off that range creep that he desperately needed to be able to get level 6. Oh.
Should throw him the tiny tree at it.
Yeah.
Help a boy out.
Seriously.
But instead, now it's double damage on top of the Exo here with Catapult and Scam.
Oh, and Scam. Holy cow.
I mean, if you didn't think Scam was making this rotation, you haven't been watching this man's Fury on.
That's true, yeah.
Because he'd make this rotation even if they didn't have all this going on. He'd just be here. So this is a guaranteed tier 1 off this push. He's instantly back towards bottom. It doesn't really cost him much.
Middle tower has fallen.
I think this move is expected. I think Execration understood it's going to happen, but there's not much you can do about it, honestly. You just kind of have to tank it. And again, this was my concern about this draft. I don't think you can stop Cox having the best game here. And I feel like DP with the best game is absolutely terrifying. This hero just runs you over. She becomes unkillable. Literally invincible with Greaves plus like 1 more item.
Is it possible they could have pulled Tino down to that lane and try and like just Coddle Blast? Because that'll be the plan for later towers, right? Is later tower pushes, you just try and illuminate, spam him back?
I don't think it actually changes it. I think that tower's just dead unless you kill him first. You had to bring both supports when both mids were 5 and chain him into an arrow and just burst him. That's kind of your only way to stop this. Even then, that play probably still happens. So you just have to make it up. You have to make it up on Naga, which Palos is free farming. He's having a very good game on this Naga, which he is your win condition here. He can drag you back in the team fights. He can drag you back by stalling the game up. Sure, maybe you take early tier 1s, but if you take early tier 1s and Paulus just shoves all your lanes back into you, not necessarily accomplishing much space. Bob gets haste.
Oh, nice haste rune pickup, and he's going to try and use it to kill Narman here. Chase him down underneath the tower. Shouldn't be a problem. The only thing he really has to be scared of is how much damage is coming out. He actually does jump back in and gets away. Nice arrow follow-up, too. And Shanks goes in for the kill on Johnwell as well. He falls, and Cox is a little bit low. So Bob, whoa, Bob, he's going for it. Damn, he wants some revenge for this rough laning phase. He continues to chance out to get the extra kill. That is it, Bob, with a huge comeback off of the haste rune. What a player.
I mean, who needs strategy when you can just spawn the best rune at the best time and get a quad kill off it, you know?
Yeah, I guess so.
That was a brutal rune spawn off. I feel like any other rune this doesn't happen, but sometimes still a little luck combined into a pretty good turn, and suddenly your Ember is back to a certain degree. I mean, he's still struggling, but that's a huge swing in momentum-wise. And you have to keep in mind this Coddle Ember, old school combo. Well, maybe not that old, but you know, anything past a month in Dota is old, I guess.
Sure. But you're talking about the slight spam he gets out of it.
Chakra Slight can do some work this game because there's not a lot of sustain on deep Slate other than the DP. So you're going to get short.
He finally throws out that hoof stomp. He's got a Vanguard. Oh, nice catch there. The arrow from the side from Carlo. And they're going to actually give the kill over to Bob. So he's going to get a killing spree out of that one and be able to finish off his phase move. So he really is back in business. But Cox continues to push his own advantage here with the help of Skem. They're going to take another tier 1 tower.
Again, there's just not much you can do to prevent this. You have to accept this is going to be the course of the game, make it up elsewhere. So at least if you're getting some good core kills, you're getting farm on your Naga, I'm not too sad about this if you're Execration right now. Paulus is having a very good game. Like 80 CS, 10 minutes with some kills, or at least 1 kill involvement. Not too shabby. Bug.
Come back to me, says Cox.
Bug on.
It's,
real life bug.
Huh?
Every time someone pauses and says bug, I think about the ice cockroach.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
I just think it's a real bug.
Shit.
Like, oh, it's a bug.
Oh, shit. I think that was like some Starladder I-League event, if I remember correctly.
No, wasn't that Animator?
Oh, yeah. That also happened. There was also one of the Animator. I think there were multiple instances of something like that, though.
Yeah, there was a lot of random crap at that tournament, but that's what I always think about when someone says bug. But maybe I'm just used to NA screen pauses, or someone goddamn Moonmander pauses for his cat for like 10 years.
Okay, well,
I mean, great. Okay.
Something about Moonmeander I didn't know before.
I mean, there's actually a pretty good story there.
Oh, the creep wave that got pulled over by the neutrals ends up making the arrow not connect, and they really can't go on the Centaur with that extra damage.
Centaur's going to be annoying for the next 10 minutes here. Pretty hard to force him down, so to say. I mean, you can keep chipping him here, but he's got 20 regen. So he's going to be a impervious wall. You can kind of stand him around these tier 1s. You're not going to get many early towers here for Execration. It's going to limit Naga's space, limit the pick-off potential for the rest of the lineup. And what I would like to see from Geek Slate right now is keep pushing every EXO to progress your game here in terms of objectives or map control or aggressive wards, whatever you want to do, and just farm up the map. Like you should be able to out-farm Execration this period because you have the strongest core on the map. So whether that's Blink for Centaur, extra farm for Shadow Demon, who can become a 4th core in this game, especially keeping in mind you're going to be able to start spamming those Naga illusions later. Like Shadow Demon can be very powerful in this game. It's one of the things that will allow Geek Slate to feel comfortable going late. Not just because of the Naga interactions, but if you get the Ags or Shard, the triple cleanse is super good. Dispel is amazing versus the Ember, versus the Naga Net, versus Solar Bind, even the extra heal versus a chip lineup. And of course, you can disrupt on the stun chain that's going to try and burst you. So I feel like if Narman has a good game here, starts getting farm, I would tell him to play greedy as hell. I'd be like, don't try and run around looking for random crap. Just make sure you're as strong as possible for the fights.
12-minute power runes. And the setup is there from Execration to be able to snatch away a regeneration rune, which isn't really going to do too much for them. Actually, what are they doing here? They're just really desperate to pressure this tower back as much as possible. They're going to have the Ember Spirit join in with this little push they got going on.
It's just slow. It is incredibly slow. And you don't want to group too many people for this because of how slow it is. Then you fall behind. You can't really get the fight out of it either because you don't have crazy initiation yet. You're 1,000 gold off your Tiny Blink. There's no other really clear way to start a fight. Again, Force is just sitting pop. You can't really go on him. So it's a bit of a stalemated map here for Execration, which means Skem is probably the winner, along with Paulus. The 2 carries are going to split the map, pick up the extra farm. Exo is up, and you have Mech on this DP. I feel like Geek Slate don't want to just give up this tower here. It's kind of a very slow push.
But they get a little bit too close, and John Well has already been picked off, and now they've used Exorcism. So Exorcism for nothing, a tip over from Tino, probably for a good reason, because you were saying like every single Execration, we got to be pushing some sort of objective. This is literally the exact opposite of what you wanted to see.
Yeah, this is just a wasted Exo, and this is indecision from Geek Slate. And might even pay a bigger price. Arrow lands. You have a save.
He's got the disruption. Oh, just in time before the blast came through. So he's going to be able to survive, and they're actually going to be able to turn things around and kill Shanks, and Carlo is going to be forced away using double leaps to be able to get out. Narman actually managed to get a purge onto Bob, and Bob, he's going to jump over to his Remnant before. Okay, he had a safety Remnant way in the back, so both him and Tino will survive.
Oh, man. Barely getting out of that with 2 or 3 heroes. I kind of forgot there's a Stampede in this game. I think they might have too, but you kind of have to keep it in mind. This DP can suddenly just gap close you. It's a pretty strong combo for Cox to just run in this game with how strong he's going to be. Especially,
and they've got a even better combo coming up with the Blink Dagger now complete for Force. So He's going to have level 3 Stomp and Blink Dagger Initiation. Now they could really start. I feel like this is step 2 in the formula for Geek Slate, you know?
I'm glad to see he's going Blink this game. I had some unfortunate Centaurs in some of mine that just never went Blink.
Well, what were they going? Centaur really isn't good for much else, to be honest.
Just Auras. They just went Aura Centaur. I don't know if this is, I hope this is not a trend. I think this hero needs Blink to function. At least maybe you can get a third item, you know? Depends how greedy you want. There's definitely this Vanguard Hood Blink build. There's maybe you can get away with like Vanguard Pipe Blink, something like this, but I'm very glad to see this is still meta.
So I had dinner the other night with some of the people here in LA, one of which was Kyle. He was really trying to sell this Centaur Aghanim Scepter.
Come on, good gig. Oh, man. Not that kind of dinner, huh?
I don't know exactly what the implication is
Were
there,
there some,
but
were there some Valve employees sitting at a table over? Or?
no, it was not a cabal meeting. No, it was just a regular friendly dinner. He was really trying to push the Aghanim Scepter on Centaur, saying that it got buffed and it's actually really legit now. You think it's any good?
No, I think he's high as hell. We're in a weed bar by any chance. I know it's popular out in California.
Yeah.
What the hell does
Well,
Kyle know about
so-
Centaur Ags?
You know, sometimes you just want to check in, see if anything's changed with a person after you haven't seen him for a while, and it seems like Kyle is still wrong.
Yeah, still suggesting garbage. I mean, this Ags, there's no way it's good. There's just no way. It's so hard to use. Like, the problem is, even if you argue in some theoretical perfect fight, it's good, I still wouldn't believe it's good because you're just not going to get it that much. Who knows, maybe
Nice hook shot.
Here.
Catching Tino, they do manage to eat their way through the conks pretty quickly, but
Nice
Scam
sprout.
TP's in on the other side with the extra sprout. They're going to be able to catch Tino and should be able to finish him off as, yep, there goes the final blow. A nice double edge Bob trying to, once again, he's just being a menace to Narman. Probably in part because Narman is going to be an answer to him eventually.
Almost got him with that last slight. He was looking for it.
Yeah.
Still, these skirmishes are just kind of hard for Execration to make progress here.
Yeah, but is it
Getting
really
caught
that
apart.
bad? I feel like Palos is getting huge.
He's getting pretty big. I just don't.
They haven't used an Execration to take a tower in a while.
Again, the question is, is Paulus' strength enough to contest level 2 Exo Roche, for example, or the Furion playing the map and matching? I feel like the Naga doesn't necessarily stop these things. And that's my concern. Like, your hero strength is only as good as what you can use it for. So Paulus is having a really good game, but the rest of his team is not that enabled. Bob is really suffering here. His game is not going to get better over time, too, because you're playing versus Furion. The second you hit 20, his game is just kind of done in the fights. And this is the level 2 Exo
back. Not necessary.
That's
They've got
Roche.
the stomp. Yep, that's Roche. Or at least an attempt. Palos is still around here. Maybe he could do some sort of song shenanigans, but really hard to do that against Exorcism.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's very tough here.
They're backing up like they want to smoke and see if they can do something about it, but Roche,
Yep,
1,000 health
changed.
left. They don't have much time. Bob actually intercepted by the clockwork. They get a good blast. and the song goes out. They pushed him out. They pushed him out at the perfect time, and the Aegis goes over to Palos. And now they're going to try and burst down Cox. Toss up in the
Nice
air,
save.
actually hits an illusion. Seb, nice save with the disruption. And the Spirits came back just at the right time, so Cox actually healed back up the full Geek Slate on the precipice of total disaster there. Would have been annihilation if they lost the Aegis and lost their carry. In fact, it looks like their mid is still going to die. Cox ends up getting caught in the end. Execration not only jacked the Aegis, but end up killing 2 on the side of Geek Slate.
That was just a literal perfect song and blinding light there from the 2 Execration cores. Making it work. Double Ava.
With the arrow on, with the toss on top of that. Execration are just monsters right now. Where did this Execration go?
Where'd they go? Where'd they come from? Where are they going to next? They just completely turned this game. If you give up the Roche there, I think this game is pretty hard. But now, you're just in a decent spot. You team wiped them, got an Aegis. Did they get the kill on Roche too? I don't remember, but
I don't
feel like
think so. I'm pretty sure that the Exorcism would have had to be the blast from the Coddle, which seems pretty doubtful.
Well, Paulo's got to use his strength, and it makes it pay off. Now his team's back in the game. Still, I feel like Geek's like, the way they're positioned in that fight, they gave the song to him. Maybe they felt like they weren't going to get there in time, but I wouldn't have mind John Welch playing more aggressive in the river, not letting this Naga walk up for free without you seeing what's happening or something.
Yeah, I mean, he chose a 50-50 and he went the wrong direction. He ends up catching the Ember Spirit coming down the triangle instead of the rest of the team coming from the river. So
it sucks. There's not much you can do about that other than you bait them in. You bait doing the Roche, bait the Noggin. But again, that Roche is pretty fast. It's just a nice play from Execration. And now trying to get a return.
Hog Stomp, beautiful combo. That is just enough to be able to get a kill. That's an unstoppable streak. Fed away from Bob, straight into the arms of Cox.
To the arms of an angel. Angel of death. An arcane rune for
she's
Cox.
something like that.
So that's a big rune as well. Still, this is only a 1k difference game if you're Execration. That move keeps you in it, but Bob's game is still hard here on this Ember. Single hookshot into silence, a single Gleipnir, there's Shadow Demon Purge. He really needs BKB in this game. It's probably their best window to try and take over fights and snowball off the Naga's presence, but he's so far away.
While Palos is well far ahead, pretty even with the Nature's Prophet, and just completed a heart. So these illusions are going to be a lot harder to deal with. And I feel like this is where you start creating a ton of space. Narman might get picked off here. I don't know if he knows this is an actual Naga Siren that is right next to him, and he ends up disrupting the wrong one. So now he's definitely dead. I was just going to slowly walk him down bit by bit.
And that was a depressing death. One of those you go, where's my team?
Yeah, a little bit.
Not
And he
that
got a
it's on
tower as well.
Not that it's on your team, but you say that, you know, just to make yourself feel better.
Say somebody deal with these illusions, but the reality is nobody on your team really deals with the illusions.
Yeah, it's you. You're the illusion dealer.
Yeah, true.
I mean, that's half of Dota, though. It's, you know, half of Dota is playing really well with skill, and the other half is blaming everybody else on your team. And if you do that, you get to rise to be called a professional. So you got to make sure you're doing both halves of the equation here.
Yeah, I mean, Dota's a hard game filled with a lot of failure. If you accept all that failure as your own, you're probably going to give up pretty quick. So it's very important to blame other people to keep your career going.
I mean, every young Dota player I've ever met, that's the first thing I tell them. Make sure you're blaming your team.
Find out what your team is doing wrong and focus on it entirely.
Oh, you don't even have to do that. You can just blame them for shit they didn't even necessarily do. You just make it up, and then you'll feel better.
Yeah,
am I the problem? No, it's everybody else. Every single game.
Palos finds another one. Naga Siren, this adjustment of play where people are disguising themselves. Oh, he's trying to toss back, not quite there. Shanks gets silenced instead, and Cox an opportunity with the help of the Sand and a Gleipnir to be able to run down some heroes. Cox, he's just feasting on some backline, but Palos, he's also feasting on Skem. They actually forced BKB usage out of Skem there, and ultimately forced Geek Slate to use an exorcism and still run away.
They just don't have the Naga answers right now, especially with Aegis. There's no way you can commit on the Aegis Naga. Even if you tried, I think it's pretty hard without the Death Prophet BKB at least. And Skem is not at the point where he's late game period on going to man fight you and just slay any hero. But right now, Execration, they're going to continue to push it. It's crazy that it's felt like they've been in control and they still don't even have a net worth lead.
Skem, no BKB this time. Needs some help from his team, and he does have Narman ready to go with a Demonic Cleanse. He also has a Disruption ready to use it at any time.
They got the Ember.
Just yet. Meanwhile, the Clockwork got the initiation they needed, but Force Staffs get the Ember Spirit out of there. Skem is going to be held in place by the Song, and Palos and the rest of the team is going to push forward here. The BKB still on cooldown. Narman needs the Disruption. He gets it now. Shanks way to the side. Nice two-man silence onto the two supports, but Skem still needs some help to get a stomp out.
Fight it out.
Going back and forth through Skem. They're really with the stage problem. They finally get him with a slight. They finish him off. Cox Now just draining Bomb, slowing him down. Bomb doing some serious work with these lights is just doing damage, man. He is just wiping through these heroes low enough, and now Force is probably the next one caught up. Disruption for what? Into an avalanche? No, a blink away.
That's for what
actually gets out.
ye despair when there is still hope. Hope for a slightly less lost team fight, though. As Palos is definitely taking this one over. He is really strong right now. That Roche turn really just bought him so much space and time, where it's like don't feel comfortable going on him, and he's just creating so much space in the fight. Enough space that Ember is just sliding people down for years. And now he has BKB flying out, fully completed off the back end of that. He's back.
He is finally able to play the game. He still has the level 20 talent. That's going to be a little bit worrisome at some point in time, but Skem is only just now hitting level 18. Bit of a rough go of things lately against that Naga Siren. He just doesn't really have good enough answers.
No. And the supports are not strong enough to pick up the slack yet. At the same time, this Ember got the BKB before Cox did because he went for this Kaya. So you have a lot of snowball items on Geek Slate that after you lost these fights are not necessarily paying off as well. Like, I feel like Centaur is an entirely snowball-based hero almost.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's super based around how far ahead you are, and these 10 to 25 minute, which we're hitting the end of this period, is where Centaur wants to win those fights. Because if you lose those fights, you fall behind, and this hero kind of sucks from behind. He does not offer a lot. His stun is pretty hard to land, not even that good. Stampede is his best spell. It's decent, but Stampede does not change the course of the core-on-core man fight. It just helps you maybe get the pick on the Ember off of a chain stun or something like this. But as we saw in that previous fight, you already have double Force Staff up for Execration. You have this Coddle who has this mega cast range with Eye of Vizier on top. You're pretty much guaranteed going to have a Force on this Ember. And I think the second that happens, that fight is pretty hard because your Centaur's in, he's committed his stomp, the Ember lives off of Force, and then what, right? Then you have to stampede and commit after them. It's tough. That's the position that Geeks are in right now.
What do you think about Force's build, too, by the way? Because he is taking a lot of physical damage. Centaur is actually very bad against physical damage because he has no armor for some reason. And he disassembled his Vanguard to complete the pipe, which leaves him even more open to this physical damage that's coming from both the Sleight of Fist and the illusions of Naga.
He is definitely getting chunked. I mean, I think his idea is that he's going to be a jump, and you got to win the fight in that jump anyway. Him living is probably out of the question if he ever gets caught or stunned. And you're not going to want to use your saves on the Centaur. You got to use them for your other cores. They do find the Tiny Force already out as well. Not a bad start.
Silence follow-up. This is pretty nice. M, Lightning on 3. That's a beauty. But the song, it comes in to save everybody.
No turn. I thought they might have wanted to turn there with the 3-man clump. And again, the Force Staffs are just going to bail this Centaur jump out. So you need another plan here if you're Geek Slate.
Well, Geek Slate's plan is mass Force Staffs themselves. They're trying to get 3 different versions of Force Staff. Light chains. They actually have the Orchid on Cox right now. Narman does have the cleanse, and he'll pop it over to the Death Prophet, which is super helpful. But right now, it's only saving people and not actually allowing Geek Slate to continue on the offensive.
They just don't have the lockdown.
No.
You're going to need Nullifier or Hex or more Purges or something of this nature in this game. Or you just go ultra late, which is a C classic, you know. You can always just go to the 60-minute mark and flip a coin.
Yeah, that has happened a few times.
I mean, late game Furion, I still think the late game Furion Naga matchup is pretty weird, but it gets better for Furion in the sense of he can like kill the Naga's team, you know. He can become such a big threat that maybe he just wins the fight by ignoring Naga. That said, there's not a lot of AoE to really kill him in the illusions at this point. He's gotten past where I think the fights might have been hard for him.
Skem's dead. Oh, he got out the BKB just before the arrow comes in to kill his courier.
You never know with Skem, man. Sometimes I think he's actually just gonna, I'll take you on. He's level 20 now. So now you have more lockdown. This leash is really big. But again, you have to think about where the Force Staffs come from, what they're going to do in the fight. Maybe you can cog someone back, displace them. Coddle cast range is going to cause you problems no matter what. Hollis just wants Roche here. I don't think Execration know they're all in this hill, though.
Well, they know some of them. They do have a high ground ward. They are going to be able to catch some here. Cox. Oh, nice hook shot. They're going to be able to get the push back onto the Tiny. Tiny is a pretty important kill if they can get it. Once again, Cox relieved of any of those disables thanks to the purge, but it's now gone. They didn't get their opening, and now it's going to be Execration chasing after them. Clockwork's going to get cleaned up. A beautiful blast comes through. Bob, slight chains, making sure that Force isn't going to be able to get away either. So it's only Cox who's going to be able to limp out. And Execration will just go straight into the pit. Free once again.
Just no stuns. Just can't hit anything. Skem doesn't even see an opening to go into this fight. Never even joined it. And the second you're on the retreat here, somebody's dying because you don't have the spell immunity and the Force Staff disengaged that Execration have right now. Like, this Centaur is just, dude, he gets shredded. He needs to put himself in the cart.
He's wheeled back home.
Yeah, that's the medical cart. Straight to the Undertaker.
You know what it is? It's the life of Brian. Bring out your dead skit. That Centaur carrying his cart around. Bring out your dead, Geek Slate. And it's pretty much damn near all of them in these fights because very few heroes are able to walk away from, as you could see. Just so much catch thanks to Shanks and Bob. Blink dagger, slight chains. You're just not able to get away from this.
It's tough. You need Moduses maybe? More Dispel helps, but again, the Dispel is not helping you win the fight. Like, the defensive items are nice here for Geek Slate, but I don't think you can buy them because I don't think they're actually going to win you the engagement, right? It just prolongs it. But Execration have very low cooldowns. They're not really committing anything. It's not like they have some crazy jump that they use and you save and then, oh, like now we can turn. It's just a tiny toss. And then so what? So you just have to, you need more damage here, I think, if you're Geek Slate, and more ability to commit, which means...
Yeah, but I feel like they just don't have a way to build damage.
No, they don't. They don't really either. It's just X over level 3.
Like Death Prophet, Cox, honestly, he did build one of the only things that does give Death Prophet like more immediate damage, which was the Kaya, and that did not change anything.
That's true, but now he has Kaya Singe.
Oh, nice toss back into the arrow. What a combo. Force is going to come in, hits a stomp. They also have the disruption to be able to bail things out. But look at that. The Coddle has the Aghanim Scepter, is holding all these heroes in place. They actually throw out the song there, a scared of the BKB Cox, and they're going to try and re-engage here with the arrow. Hitting onto Force. That's going to be your first target. Force tap over the side. John Well trying to prevent
blinding light.
But he gets pushed back into the cogs. Force is stuck and will die. Zane goes with John Well trying to bail him out. Now Narman's going to be chased down by Bob once again. Narman, Force staff up in 4 seconds, but he just cannot get back to base. Pushed back again and again by Tino. Cox is going to fight back, and he will manage to kill the Coddle. Keeps on going through, and he's actually doing a ton of damage. Follows at the same time. They do not have an answer to him, really. Scam with the DD is doing some serious work to everybody else, though. Bob gets low. Now a silence on to Carlos. See if they can finish him off. Nice hop over from Cox as well. Getting over the trees, away from the illusions. Ooh, close call there from Geek Slate, but a turnaround, all based around a double damage for Scam.
Where the hell did he get that from?
I don't know.
I guess he saw it on this top ward, TP'd for it, and just TP'd back into the fight. That's some mega heads-up play if that's how it went down. Like, I don't know how you're looking at that when that fight's going on, but definitely salvaged a lot of that engagement. Because again, we were talking about they lack the damage. Well, now you get 2 Furions for the price of 1.
That was a blatantly unfair team fight in some ways, but
I mean, you know what?
It goes to show that Geek Slate can fight back.
That was payback for that haste rune.
Ah, true.
Timely haste rune in the early game for Bob. Now timely double damage for Skem. The gods balance the scales in all things.
They're fickle with their favor. And now Skem is level 22 Nature's Prophet, so he's got the Leash talent. He's also got Silver Edge complete, and he just picked up a Hyperstone too. So he's going to work towards an AC. That'll seriously bolster both his attack damage as well as just in general, the team armor problem that is ever constant. Seriously, somebody get Force some goddamn armor. He's on 3 armor at level 14. Centaur needs help, man.
Is this bugged? Actually,
No, this hero sucks. This hero has some garbage base stats.
I really hate this hero, but when he works, he looks really good. So he always tricks you into picking him. But yeah, he needs some physical resist. As they're getting chased here, smoked up for Execration. I don't know if Geek Slate know they're getting chased here. They have really good vision, though.
Yeah, they're going to be able to play underneath the ward here, but Narman's going to be targeted first. Not able to finish him off quite yet, and he still has a force staff to be able to get a little bit more distance. He try and go for the toss. Bob goes for the kill, and he managed to complete it, but at the same time, the rest of his team has stumbled into this exorcism, and it looked a little dicey. Bob jumping back and forth. Does manage to get away with one of the remnants, slides back again. Geek Slate just trying to play around each other as much as possible. Still 30 seconds left on the Aegis, too, so Bob, he may try and go back in, but he doesn't have the remnants to work with.
Mr. Slate Chain.
Oh, they found the real Naga as he tried to charge forward to be able to get the
They have the
kill.
damage.
Now he's in trouble. The Gleipnir managed to catch him. Manta gets over to the side, pops the song. Cox wants to be able to finish him off. There's so many damn illusions. He gets away. In fact, not just getting away, he's healing. He's going to come
arrow.
do this one again. Oh, what an orchid timing. Stops the stomp from Force. The arrow hits on Skem, but he's keeping himself alive thanks to a satanic. He's okay for now, but Powell's is pretty much back up to full HP. Nice use of the Will-O-Wisp. Is going to be able to pull these heroes back in. They managed to get a Cogs, but the real Naga Siren just keeps on creating more and more, and now they just run out of damage on Geek Slate. They don't have anything left in the tank. Execration have drained them dry.
The regen from this Naga Siren, way too much, man. That fight just goes on so long. They're so close to killing him, too. Like a couple hundred more HP. If that BKB lasts a little longer, maybe you kill him, but he has Shard, he has Heart, he has Paladin Sword. That Naga healed like 2,500 HP.
Oh yeah, the Paladin Sword. That is a little unfair.
Absolutely brutal. And then of course you still had Aegis on Bob there, so you're really playing 4v6. Second Will-O-Wisp just seals your fate. It's just way too hard to fight through that at that point. And again, you're getting chipped down on these low armor heroes the whole time. Riptide on top of it. These fights go long. It's very hard to fight through this when you don't have the armor items yet, because your sustain is just not there. It's basically only Satanic on Skem, and he used it. I think he got 2 off this fight, but yeah, he's just fighting through too much heal of their own.
It seems like the Nature's Prophet that Geek Slate always have so much faith in. They always seem to be okay with going late game with this hero. But it is definitely being answered in this game. The Naga Siren being so much bigger at this point in time. It's got Bloodthorn, Manta, Heart, Scotty. You're going to get some illusions on this Nature's Prophet, and he's going to be fighting for his life every single time.
You can get 5 Daggons, zap them all down.
That's an option.
There's some hopium.
That's a mega hopium. Narman went Glimmer Cape and Force Staff. He's thinking about Aether Lens before he goes for an Aghanim Scepter. Aghanim Scepter is one of the only remaining like big changing abilities for this Geek Slate lineup. There really isn't much else that changes for this this whole squad. It's very much an early game oriented lineup.
They have the farm on the supports. I think late game looks better, but the supports just sure. I mean, you lost every fight this game. It's just way too hard. At this point, you can't really enter the fight. You're just dying to something. You're getting slighted or Naga illusion, and it's difficult.
Wow, you say supports, but really you just be Narman, right? I don't think Clockwork is going to be doing a whole lot with extra farm in this game.
If he gets a really good hook cog and pushes someone out of the Force Staff range, that's maybe the best thing he can do in a fight.
Yeah, maybe.
Otherwise, I don't think you're doing much here. You're a hook and a prey.
Dire are scanning.
Hook and prey.
Radiant are scanning.
Geek Slate.
Yeah, it's like eat, pray, lose, you know?
Yeah.
Hook, die. Hook, prey, die.
Clockwork's got a little stuffed pillow. He's got it etched on.
He's got a couple
All right, time for third Roshan. Is that third? Yeah, so it's Aghanim Scepter.
Big Ags here. Who do you give it to?
Probably Ember if he doesn't have it. Yeah.
Yeah, probably Bob here. I don't think there's anybody else in consideration. I mean, I'm surprised you haven't suggested the reel in here. He got buffed.
Dire's middle barracks.
I don't think it, well, I guess you could reel in Nature's Prophet outside of his own Sprout, you know? When he sells Sprout, pull him back out.
Exactly.
That's an idea.
You're trapped in here with me, you know? This is the last
Geek Slate.
test. You lose this fight, it's game, so you gotta find
They
something.
lost the momentum in this game off of a Roshan steal, and they're not going to be able to get it back in time. They're going to charge forward with the Stampede. They're going to try to get there, but it's just not going to happen. The Aegis and everything has already been picked up, and Force is slowed down inside of the pit while the rest of the team is trying to deal with this Will-O-Wisp. It's dangerous. Skem actually going to go for the TP out with the rest of his BKB, but it's denied by
Go
the
to
song.
sleep, son. And
Now
you're not
the
gonna
arrow
like
comes
what you wake up
Instant
to.
stun onto Skem, and he's gonna just blow up before he even gains consciousness. And so is the rest of Geek Slate here. Cox is gonna go strong for a little while, but the BKB is eventually gonna wear out, and so will the Spirit Siphon. Once again, these long, drawn-out fights are just way too one-sided. The longer it goes, the better it goes for Execration.
I feel like that game really came down to that Roshan. Like, when we look back at it. If you get that Roche with the EXO on DP, you can kind of continue to progress the game through her exorcisms. You have an Aegis you can play with. We saw some of the damage in some of these fights. Like, if you're ahead on the damage, I think those fights look a lot different for you. It's like they're between the Furion and the DP carrying them. But once you lose that Roche, you fall behind. That 5-minute period, they couldn't win those fights. Centaur falls way too far behind. He just becomes a liability. Your supports can't play the map because Naga can play super aggressive. Little things make a big difference there. I really feel like that was a huge turning point in that game, and they just couldn't recover. Like, the recovery was not there. Palos had an absolutely free game. Played this Naga pretty damn well here. I don't think he even died once, right? So, yeah, 8-0 and 11. Yeah. Perfect start for him. Yeah. Bob did have a rough game, but again, his team able to recover for him. Even had a divine
race back, goes 14-2 and 13. That's a hell of a recovery. Shout out to Tino, by the way, went 0-3 and 25. Didn't get a single kill despite being a part of 25
but he bought
different kills.
A divine rapier at the end, and that's what counts.
Oh,
divine rapier, Rapier of the light. They also gave the last Ags. Shanks took it over Bob, and Bob sat in the pit and was quite sad, wondering where it went. But
oh yeah, I was wondering, like, all of a sudden the Tiny started throwing those cheap trees around. I was wondering where that came from.
I guess Bob did not deserve the Ags. They said, you did not play well enough. Think on your sins. That's motivation right there.
Well, either way, Palos and Tino, no matter what happened to Bob, all the good, all the bad, it's Palos and Tino who managed to make that beautiful Aegis steal work in the first place, turns the game around for Execration, and they lock it down with a Game 1 victory. Heading into Game 2 soon, but first, we're going to go back to the panel.
Bob was cooking it up in the late game, but yes, his early game was very, very rough. In fact, everyone's early game was pretty rough, aside from Naga Siren. Naga Siren had a grand old time because I don't think Geek Slate got the lane swapping memo. I think it was sent by a snail mail to Centaur. He was just like, oh, it appears I need to go to a different lane. And then his courier did not get that memo because it was trying to deliver the Ring of Health from the bottom half of the map to the top half of the map. And then after that, like, I would have imagined that with how well Cox's lane went against Bob, that this Ember Spirit would have been irrelevant, but not the case, Winter. This Ember Spirit was very relevant.
Yeah, he had to be relevant for his team to be able to have a chance in the game. You know, there's so much you have to do. I mean, he has the Koto to buff him in the game, the Chakra, Slide, Chains. Everything had to go well for Bob if they were to have a chance to win, you know. And the lane swapping is weird as shit, you know, if you ask me. Like, why are they actually switching the... Like, the first thing that happened at Execration had a weird lane setup, right? They had the Naga go off lane. I felt like he would have been okay at the bot, because if they did that lane swap, if they put Naga top and the Koto bot, I would, if I'm Geek Slate, I just send my Shadow Demon top and I try lane top. Because the Centaur can actually lane against the Koto and the Tiny, because the lane is constantly shoved, right? So you can just farm in front of the tower, and then I'll just destroy the Naga's lane with 3 heroes.
Yeah, like that early swap was a little bit strange. I think going back on the topic of Bob, though, it was a hard lane, but I feel like Bob was always set to have a good game as long as Tino was around, right? Like, just Chakra plus the movement from Bob and his decision-making was really what opened up the map, it felt like, for Execration.
He got really lucky.
Yeah, he got all the best runes.
The first rune. I feel like that was what gave him a comeback from the disastrous laning phase that he had. You know, the first haste rune that he had. If he didn't have the haste rune, I don't think he would have gotten those kills. Like if he have gotten anything else, like the DD in this or anything else, you know, that would have definitely not happened. Yeah, you were saying like you like the shot, right, on the Naga.
Oh yeah, like the heal is just insane. We've seen it, I think in one of these fights it comes out and it's just like they managed to reset. I always argue that even a core Naga would enjoy that. Like it did come from Roche, but it's such high impact in the middle of a fight. Like the control and the heal in one.
Yeah, when do you think if you were to buy it, if say you have to buy it on your own, when should you buy it as a Naga?
I think it's game dependent, right? Like it depends if you can kind of reset these fights and you have a good re-engage, then you kind of go for it. But generally, maybe if you're buying it yourself, like 4th, 5th item pickup, not a high priority, but certainly something that you should consider.
Wait, so whose rapier was that? Because I was
Nature's
looking,
Prophet? No.
but I looked at it and it looked like it was grayed out.
I mean, he had an empty slot.
Yeah, so I mean, he picked it up, but the original source of the rapier, I don't know who it was.
Maybe it was. I heard Cap and Avery say Tino for some reason.
So Tino ended up with it at the end of the game. The final inventory, it's in the Coddle's inventory. I don't know who bought it
I
originally.
mean, Bob deserves the rapier.
Bob deserves the rapier. Bob didn't even get the Ag's blessing at the end also.
Yeah.
But he got the MVP, and that's all that should really matter. 14, 2, and 13. But everyone on Execration did a pretty good job. Palos went 8, 0, and 11 on the Naga Siren, and you were concerned at first. You were like, Naga Siren's the top of the net worth, which is great in theory, but like, do you really want your Naga to be net worth top at the end of the laning phase?
If you have a choice, you look at the you look at the spreadsheet, right? You have Kotal, you have Ember Spirit, you have Naga. Naga would probably be the lower end. You want the Kotal and the Ember to be rich so that they can make space for the Naga to farm. Because when the Naga is fed, he doesn't actually do so much early, you know, except for cutting waves.
Yeah, like you want your playmakers to be up ahead, so
Or at least even, you know.
or at least even.
Yeah.
Like a Naga can have impact, but it's like we're talking about like early Yasha and maybe your one ultimate orb. Then you can maybe join some fights, but if your 2 other cores are weaker, then your Naga can't really just do this by herself.
Yeah. But he did anyway, because Palos was a beast in this game number 1. Now it's up to Execration to figure out, it's up to Geek Slate to figure out a solution to this momentum, lest they lose another series in this SEA DPC. Bob is back after a troubling performance against SMG. He's building things up all over again in this series against Geek Slate, which has me surrounded with question marks when it comes to Geek Slate. I don't know what to make of this team. I looked at that game number 1 and I thought Geek Slate had the advantage in the draft. I thought Death Prophet versus Ember Spirit, life's good for Death Prophet. Schem on Nature's Prophet, that it has to be his most signature hero over the past 2 months. The Centaur Shadow Demon lane seems like a pretty great lane if it goes against the Naga Siren. It did not end up going against the Naga Siren, which may have been some beginnings of the problems. And the Clockwork Death Prophet, Death Prophet is one of the most reliable heroes. So I like the Geek Slate's draft.
I'll tell you what you should make of Geek Slate.
Tell me.
I'll tell you right now.
Tell me.
Division 2.
Just like that. They have a lot of time. They play SMG.
Time is not their friend.
They play Blacklist Rivalry. They pay you. So wait, compared to Polaris and Blacklist, you think Geek Slate is a more likely contender?
I feel like they are quite similar to Blacklist. Maybe not as much as Polaris. Polaris look like they don't know where they're sailing. I mean, I'm not even sure the boat has a captain.
It has 2 captains, Terrorblade and Anti-Mage.
Oh God, yeah.
So then you think that this is a confident 2-0 victory for Execration then also? Because we were skeptical watching the laning phase for Execration also. We were like, this is a bit weird.
They kind of fucked themselves over with the lane swap.
But they won.
Sure. I mean, for
Geek Slate. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, even then, like the initial lanes from Execration is like a bit weird, you know? Why would you actually do it? Because I feel like if they did that and Geek Slate just realizes and they read the situation, oh, we just need to put our SD top and fucking try lane the Naga top and let the Centaur solo 1v2, you know, because the lane's so easy. The whole game would have been different.
That's true. Especially because they had a Nature's Prophet who could swap lanes very quickly also.
Yeah.
And so, like, even if you didn't get the initial Observer Ward to scout out the lanes before the game started, you should still be able to adapt pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if they did the tri-lane top, like, realistically, it's a Naga Mirana off lane. What are you going to do if I just put my SD top? Maybe he comes after he gets level 2. What can you do? You can't farm, right? And you bottom, you can't pressure the Centaur. So what do? You move you then swap your lanes, the whole lane over.
Yeah.
You're going to feel bad, you know, if you do that.
True.
Yeah, I'm wondering how Geek Slate adapts that way. You know, like that kind of read, it feels like it's like player call, right? Like there's not much coach can
I
do
feel like the
to
person making that call is like, oh, this lane is not going well for me. I'm MP, right? So I can TP down bot. That's why he went down.
Correct.
He wanted to lane swap, but then he didn't want to just go there for the sake of going there. So he tries to go for a kill. Doesn't work, then sends the Centaur. The Centaur's like, oh shit, my ring. Where's my ring? One ring to rule them out. Where is it? And then he TP's top. Oh my god, I didn't get my ring.
And even then, it should have been the Shadow Demon leaving first, because the Shadow Demon versus the Naga was like the main thing.
If they figured that out early, I'm sure they wouldn't have swapped the MP bottom, because then only the Shadow Demon goes top and tri-lane, and everybody's happy.
Well, they were very unhappy in game number 1, but they have a chance for redemption. It's a 3-game series. What do we got?
What? What's happening? What's the first pick? Is that against Nature's Prophet?
Brood Mother.
Brood. Okay. Then it makes a little bit more sense. CM Pudge is pretty decent, pretty good against Brood in general.
You don't really care for the mischance.
Yep.
You just rot down.
Did they lose the game they picked Pudge like a couple of days ago, right? They picked one game Pudge.
Yeah, on Schem.
Yeah,
they played it against Bleed and they lost.
Good precedent, perhaps. I mean, this is a pretty solid lane, to be fair, right? Like just CM plus Pudge.
Yeah.
You have good clear.
Anti-Brood.
Yeah.
Frostbite hook.
Yeah, the spiders don't deal well with cold and rotting flesh, I suppose. So you have a good time there. I like the Rubik pickup from Exedo. You have pretty good spells. CM spells are nice. Pudge, Hook, Threat, even Dismember is easy to steal.
Would you have preferred Hoodwink?
I would have preferred Hoodwink.
Yeah, Hoodwink would have been a little bit better,
And
but I can
Shanks
see the
plays
utility of it.
Sorry, what did you say?
I can see the utility of the Rubik here, though. Like, having all of these spells to take back, just having a lot more presence out.
Yeah. You can't say it's a bad Rubik game.
Yeah,
Never
you can
a
never
bad
say
Rubik
it's a
game.
bad Rubik game.
So you would rather pick Hoodwink. You would be picking Rubik. I would be picking Undying.
There you go.
three different kinds of Dota players.
Yeah, but Undying wouldn't have been the lane, though. Undying
No, just picking Undying because Undying is good against Pudge.
I see.
Take away all
The
that.
zombies are very annoying, and then your spell amp and your decay is very good against it.
Yeah, so then we all have three different approaches. I wanted Hoodwink for the lane. John wants
For the
Hoodwink
lols.
for the game, and you want Undying for God knows what reason.
I just fucking explained my
In one ear, out
But
the
he's
other.
not even gonna lane against the Pudge. He's just
yeah,
gonna
but he's
Pudge
good
all
against
game
Pudge.
long.
If you want, you can just put the Undying there. If you so please, put the Undying with the Brood. If you want to. I'm not saying you
Does not
can't.
sound very good.
Yeah, but you don't even have to lane against him. You're just good against the Pudge in the whole game.
Am I gonna have to pull up numbers again?
Stop!
What is
Don't dig
Undying's
your own
win
hole.
rate?
Don't dig your own hole again, please.
Undying's win rate. Okay, you're actually right on this one. 52 picks globally, 59% win rate.
Yeah. I mean, Undying's been hot since Lima, right? Like,
Yeah, it's
really.
He's still hot.
Pump right now.
He overwrote Treant Protector
Yeah.
as the de facto support.
I think one thing as well with this kind of team matchup, it's a bit rare. I mean, it's not too rare. Like it is still like a rambulan, right? Like two Filipino teams, which is always I think concerning for Geek Slate because we saw it in the last game. The mass tips the force. Like he is a player that rides the moment. When the moment's rough, it reflects in his
I mean, this
gameplay.
is gonna be his game. Because when
It has
Scam is playing Pudge, right, it means that the win condition is on the mid or the
Yeah.
off lane. And I feel like Nicole, he really excels when he's the win condition,
Mm-hmm.
you know, when the team plays around him, when he's given a lot of priority in the draft. So we'll see, and the second pick, if they choose to last pick the off laner, they can do so here.
Yo, loving the new feature that we have on the webcams. I see player names now. Although that's not Carlo. You said that's Timo, right?
That's Kimo.
Kimo.
Yeah.
Kimo.
The boss.
The boss.
The
Well.
boss. Kimo.
He's always been with Exa. It's like him and Nando, right? Like just always kind of been there in Exa.
Doesn't he own the team or something? Partly?
Does Kimo own it?
I
Not
think
maybe. That would explain a lot.
Actually, on that topic, I'm surprised I haven't seen Sheep on the Geek Slate cams.
Spirit Breaker, here he comes, but Geek Slate.
But for what team? You gotta filter, Winter. You gotta filter for the team.
This is what I'm saying, when they pick it, it's because they have some weird ass post 4 player who likes to play Skyrath, Techies, likes to play all the unconventional heroes.
I mean, there's an off chance this could be Force on the Spirit Breaker. Very, very small chance, but there is some flux. You could run it off.
It's probably position 4 against the Brood, because you can just gank him, In Europe, they would just pick Disruptor to gank the Brood.
There's your Undying.
There's your Undying.
Easy cut card this game, man. Easy cut card. Rubik, Undying, Brood. What can actually go wrong? I don't see anything going wrong in this game.
Yeah, and the Undying's even more justified now that you're against a strength hero in your lane.
I mean, the strength thing is not a thing anymore, I tell you. It's not exactly a big deal anymore. It's more about Pudge and Spirit Breaker, the way they're playing the team fights, they're going to run at you, right? They're going to try to be really aggressive, and it's very difficult when there's a fucking tombstone in front of you, you know?
True.
You don't have clear as well. I mean, 2 melee heroes already in hand. CM doesn't
And
right
if,
click those
if you
moves.
decide to fight when Undying has max Soul Rip, it's also very annoying. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
nowadays you don't see that so much because people are just maxing Decay and Tombstone.
Yeah.
And you don't really have very good heroes at killing the Tombstone, unless you pray to God. CM is what gets his attack speed talent or kill the Tombstone. You won't be lucky enough to see a Pudge and Spirit Breaker killing a Tombstone.
No, God, no. It takes too long.
Western Europe has a handful of offlane Snapfire players, but I haven't seen it in our region yet.
Oh yeah.
I think Force has done it before, like on Polaris when he was there.
What was the nerf? The shard,
The
right?
shard, the impact damage.
Impact
was
damage.
nerfed,
But you
but
still
the
clear
DOT
a
is still
wave.
there. Yeah.
It just takes a little bit longer.
But you can still clear the wave.
Yeah.
One cookie.
One cookie.
Until maybe 40 minutes or something, but you can do it for most of the game.
Tiny. That's rather.
Should be
That's rather weird.
maybe Bob.
Yeah, I guess it's about Tiny, but why are they picking Tiny in this particular instance? Is there no other better hero? I feel like when you're playing against all this Spirit Breaker kind of hero, you want to have some very mobile, dodgy hero, very hard to charge in hero. And they already banned out Puck, Ember's banned out. Oh, I guess everything's banned out, yeah. The The normal ones, the Puck and the
What
Ember.
about your purple friend, Winter? You love the purple guy.
Yeah, but Bob doesn't like,
Bob doesn't like
his
it?
opinion is the more important one. My opinion doesn't really matter,
Wait, I was being sorry. I thought you hate Void Spirit.
I know, but
Oh, okay.
I'm not playing the Void, so it's fine.
There's a win condition for Geek Slate that should be
10?
or mid TA then.
Mid TA.
Kitty.
I mean, you could theoretically flex Pudge mid.
I don't know, I feel like it's not very good here.
This is weird.
I'm not a TA player, but it doesn't feel
It
like
doesn't look like a good
It doesn't
game.
feel like a TA game. I mean, I guess they are on the right track of having another win condition hero, because when you have safe lane Pudge, your mid laner kind of needs
Yeah.
to be a win condition hero, you know? But
I don't see mid lane TA be a win condition though. He's a liability these days in the mid lane.
I'd rather be a Storm, Shadow Fiend kind of hero, or
Yeah.
even a sniper, you know? I feel like...
Something that can kind of set up. Like, mid TA win condition, I've seen it a couple of times, but that's like mainly Talon when Mikato picks it up.
Is he even that strong against Tiny in this lane matchup? I don't recall seeing...
In the lane, I think it's actually okay. Like, if you can land your melt, Tiny has 0 armor, so you can just melt him and try to harass out with side blades. But as soon as you hit like level 3 in Tiny, it's kind of alright. Like, you can threaten a lot more with your avatars. You can just play back with your tree as well.
Yeah, but they are saving the last pick for their offlane, so that could be a good sign for Geek Slate, you know. But overall, Execration has definitely a way better opening with their draft right now. It's much more compact. They have a lot more boxes that take team fight, catch, Roshan, tower damage, everything's there for them. They just need a win condition at the end.
Any chance they could flex Tiny to carry and get a better mid lane matchup against TA?
I don't know though.
I
Tiny carry?
mean, you could. Palace has played it before. It doesn't feel like you have the most enabling lineup to run Tiny on one, but then again,
Don't you feel he'll play Slug this game?
Oh,
Slurk looks really good.
I would be totally down for that.
Like Slug's like amazing against all their heroes. And it's good with the Undying and the Brood Mother.
Yeah.
Those heroes, they really want like a hero that can, a carry that can be active, run around the map and join you all the time. And you keep running at the enemy. And the lanes are so crazy, you know. So assuming it's going to be a Spirit Breaker +1, you are obviously not going to know what's the off lane going to be. But Undying and Slug, I feel like there's not much that you're too worried about.
No, it's a solid lane. Like the threat for kill by 3
I mean,
is
that's
nice.
the benefit of picking Undying. Undying is just so solid in the lane where I feel like when you're in this scenario, first pick, right? You have to pick a lane blindly and you have Undying. You don't worry so much, you know, because the carry is like wherever, you know.
Sure.
I counter my lane, I have Undying
Yeah.
on my lane, you know, I'm going to be fine.
They ban out a bunch of lane cutters. Primal Beast and Darkseer taken out of the pool. Makes me feel like they want a melee carry. Maybe a Monkey King.
Still like that Slurk idea.
Slark.
It's really solid here for Exa. Match
Ursa.
against Pudge is great. Ursa can be one way as
Ursa's
well.
banned already. They already banned Ursa.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
That's probably the best hero against Mr. Butcher.
Yeah. Along with Lifestealer Daragon as well. Outside of Slark, I just once you see the Slark, it's like just
Once
Slark.
you see it, you can't unsee
Yeah,
it.
you can't unsee it. I'm like, blinders on, Slark, take it.
I mean, the other option is Water Boy for sure.
Yeah, Morphlings also.
Yeah, Water Boy is great against Spirit Breaker.
Oh,
Pretty
and
good.
Templar Assassin.
Pretty good against the other heroes too. I mean, their draft is just very easy to, when you have the right setup in the first couple of heroes, it's very easy to pick the last hero. And I always say that when you have, let's say your second pick, right? You have the overall last pick, you have the 24 pick, and you struggle to find that last pick, it means that somewhere in front you fucked up already, your
Yeah.
draft.
There it is.
So what are they gonna pick to win this lane? Some Bloodseeker off lane?
Bloodseeker off.
I don't know. They have to pick some win condition. Like I feel like they can't win with their draft unless the off laner is someone that can win the lane and snowball.
Yeah.
Everything is on that basket, you know, like everything is on this pick.
And he has to be pretty self-sufficient because I imagine the Spirit Breaker wants to go
Enigma?
rotate.
Enigma, but there's Rubik.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enigma is
Not bad.
pretty good against Slug, I would say.
Would be, but
Yeah, I
it's
think
rough. If Black Hole's just never going to be able to be used, your team fight in comparison, I mean,
But
even without
at least they
Black
can
Hole.
play the lane though, because the Spirit Breaker wants to play the other side of them. He wants to
True.
gank, and then if you're Enigma, you're self-sufficient, and then you can survive in the lane. I mean, I'm not so sure what else they can pick, you know, that fits the lineup and gives them a way to win the game. because I don't feel like the TA can win the game.
No.
There's wow, man, a lot of the ideas that I had. Of
Necrophos.
self-sufficient-
Is Necrophos an idea?
Apparently, Necrophos has been
Lycan.
quite good. Like him.
Lycan.
Okay, Lycan. Okay,
think you
against
can leave
Slug Undying,
Lycan
this
alone.
lane is gone. Lycan, Spirit Breaker against Slug Undying, this is a free lane for
That
Slug.
is, yeah, that's not an amazing lane.
TA against Tiny, I guess it'll be 50-50. Touch will win his lane against Brew. I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to crush lane. I think Brew is still going to be fine in that lane.
Now, I think with Maiden Pudge is
Yeah,
Yeah,
very
Pudge.
good.
That's probably their best lane here from Geek Slate.
Yeah.
So
Trying to
say
run down.
everything goes according to the lane. Geek Slate will win one, will lose one, will draw the mid, and same goes for Execration. You're gonna win one, lose one side lane, and the mid will be 50-50. So again, it will depend on the mid rotations. But you have a fucking TA mid. The other team has a tiny mid, so you know where's the rotations gonna be coming
Yeah.
from.
I like X's draft a little bit more. I think for Geek Slate, like there is a tempo here. There's a timing. There's some really good push once you get Deso and Cock somehow, and connect with Force.
Yeah.
And just overwhelm with
It's
Scam.
very snowbally.
It
Like,
is.
I mean, you have to hit every little detail at the right time. You have to do well in your lanes, then hit that timing and maybe finish Roche at a very, very early time, and then you just run at the hero. If that doesn't happen, right,
It falls apart.
the whole draft, how can you play against a brute taking over a jungle? Then there's a fucking unlying tombstone, and then the slugs running around,
Yeah.
and then the support, the CM's like, oh my god, I'm dead again. Sorry guys. Oh my god, I'm dead again. And everybody's like, oh, the party's like, oh, I can't fight this slug. I can't. There's a tombstone there. I can't. I want to farm. And your team is like, but this is my lane.
Yeah.
Not a
basically
story
the
I want, man.
I'm with you. Even no matter how good TA does, her refraction's gonna get like insta-gibbed. Between spiders and tombstone zombies and dark pact instances, she is going to immensely struggle. But they saw the matchup, they saw the Tiny, they assumed it was mid, and they were correct, and they picked the Templar Assassin anyway. So there is something that Geek Slate are onto. Is it enough to get them a win? We'll find out with our casters, Cap and SVG.
That's right, we get a second chance to be able to watch Geek Slate pick up the Pudge Crystal Maiden. And Avery, I know your big problem with whenever we see this carry Pudge is you gotta have a carry style mid. Last time they had an offlane Nature's Prophet. You said that kind of fits the bill. What about this? Templar Assassin with some Howl from a Lycan. This looks like the kind of formula for carry Pudge you want to see, right?
Yeah, I actually like this TA pick. I don't know why they were hating on it so much. I think it actually gives them what their lineup wanted and then didn't really get punished on the lane, especially because they saw Undyne and Rubik. And I feel like, in theory, Undyne is okay versus TA in the game, but the thing is, neither of these supports can really affect the mid matchup. And one of the things that TA kind of sucks at is when mid turns into one of these 3-on-3 brawl with runes and that type of garbage, she suffers a lot of times. But when you see these types of supports, they can't really interact with her. She probably just gonna have a free game here. And I think TA with a free game here could be a little scary, because if your safe lane wins with Pudge CM, which it should in this matchup if you execute it well, then you can kind of just force the early Roshans with Trap Vision and like a Spirit Breaker who can pierce BKB. And I don't know if Slark's ready to contest that. Brood definitely isn't if she's not destroying her lane, taking early tier 1s and playing that type of snowball game. So in that sense, I kind of like the TA pick conceptually. I mean, mid TA is, it's pretty hit or miss, but I think, again, here, he should have a pretty good game. And there's not a lot that directly deals with BKB TA in this game, outside of really late game Slark. Really late game Slark is spooky here, but I don't know how spooky. If you don't let it.
Yeah, I mean, super late game, but during the mid game, I feel like he's actually kind of got a little bit of issues if this Crystal Maiden Pudge lane goes really well, right? A Pudge that's ahead is actually really annoying for Ice. Ooh, you get it. Trying to go for the steal, but Carlo grabs the bounty rune right out of that hook. You can't actually do that.
Yo, Scam, you got to work on your timing, brother. I don't know what to say. You should get one of the two, But I agree. That's the other thing. I feel like Slark, assuming Skem has a really free lane and gets really fat on this Pudge, then I don't think the Slark's ability to enter the mid-game fights is that easy. And I think that kind of opens up the pathway for this TA Pudge to maybe take over the game first here, in theory. And again, a lot of this comes down to lane execution and what happens, and Execration put this on Dying bottom and this Rubik top, which is another interesting decision. Maybe they feel like they do not want this Brood to suffer, but you're really giving a lot to Lycan here, who I think would have basically had nothing.
Yeah, it is kind of an interesting choice. You had double strength melee heroes you could have put on dying against, but either way, I guess Narman is going to just be pulling as much as possible to try and give the Lycan a little bit better of a game situation. And as you said, they're trying to set up Tino for a little bit of success. And I mean, that does kind of go back, like Broodmother succeeding is also Pudge not getting like really, really fat off of the laning phase potentially, right? Which we identified as a potential problem. So I can kind of, I feel like it's reasonable what Execration is doing.
It's fine. It's not like, I can see an argument for both situations here. Depends what you put more faith in. Do you put more faith in Brood having a good game will just run the game over, and Pudge has a slightly worse one? I can see that being a very valid argument here, especially if you're not too afraid of Lycan in this game, because Lycan is still getting bullied up here. I think he's just dead.
Yeah, looks like it. He's going to be blocked in. Palos is going to be able to snag that first blood. Narman did what he could, but ultimately is not going to be able to get a return kill on Shanks.
Like, the thing about this Lycan is he's not really going to pressure anything up here anyway. So you don't have to commit the Undying to stop him. It's just a question of, let's say Lycan gets slightly more. Is that ruining your game plan? I feel like probably not. Because I don't think this Lycan is threatening much of Execration's draft other than just accelerating what was already there, which is the TA's game plan with the minus armor and the Roshan. I mean, he can remove Shanks from the fight. That's pretty nice. And you're going to hit this crazy HOD timing where you don't have a way to deal with the Helm of the Overlord. That's probably the most annoying thing about this Lycan pick is who actually kills this big creeping wolves in the fight. There's pretty much nobody to do it.
Yeah, there really isn't anybody.
And when Lycan has that type of free game, he's looked pretty scary, honestly, in a lot of the games we saw when Ice was playing it. I mean, they just went higher on 20, right?
It does feel like Geek Slate, they iterated on their previous Pudge lineup and took a little bit from Bleed, right? Because that was when they did the Pudge matchup, they were doing it into Lycan plus Ursa. And that, that minus armor physical damage combo that Bleed had was terrifying. And it does feel like Geek Slate have kind of like learned from their previous series and are trying to make those adjustments here in the second game of this series here.
Taking a page out of your enemy's book.
Has been killed.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, I guess. The saying is true.
Well, according to Winter, they really might be killed. You think of this team as not long for the upper division, the way things are going. And I'll be honest, I do feel like this is kind of make or break for Geek Slate. Not necessarily lower division or anything like that, but I do think their hopes of going to the major are pretty much out the window if they lose this, just because they still have a lot of tough matchups ahead of them. So they really can't afford to be dropping. They've already dropped the one series. They can't afford to be dropping much more.
Definitely not. It's do or die. I'll call it what it is. You got to start landing some hooks. You got to have a pretty clean game here for Geek Slate because you still got to win another one. There's not much window left in terms of going to the major for sure. I mean, even being 0-2 is pretty rough.
Oh, nice courier pickup. That's something small for Force, and they kind of need every little small thing to go their way because they are losing the laning phase.
Yes.
I've been watching, every once in a while checking in on Cox, and honestly, every single time I look over there, he's being outplayed by Bob when it comes to the last hits.
Right, 11 denies on this Tiny. That'll do it. Still, I don't think Cox... He'd rather be ahead here, but as long as he gets ancient stacks, he gets to clear the road.
Toss back, body block, and toss back. Okay. Really nice. And that's going to be able to get some serious... Oh, look at Bob, man. He is relentless. Man's like a goddamn doorstop, just holding Cox in place. Does take a lot of damage in return, but seriously, now the Avalanche, he goes for the kill, he gets him! Bob! Just, this man does not stop. Game one turned it up towards the later half of the game. Looks like bottom lane, John Well is going to be dove. Charge in from Narman to turn this whole fight around, it looks like. And John Well is going to continue to sneak his way through the trees. Carlo hits him with Decay, but it's too much. He guessed wrong, got the wrong in the 50-50, ends up going into a dead end.
Skem is dead
by Narman anyway. Skem did die.
Nobody helped with the tomb.
Nobody helped with the zombies in. He just dies.
Okay, well, that kind of sucks for Skem, but you do get this massive turnaround on Brood, who, if she just runs away with a double kill there, your laning phase is really screwed. Because, yeah, Cox going down mid, I did not expect this as a kill. I don't think it should happen. That is rough. His game is he's a level behind. It's so slow on this TA. Now you can't really contest 6-minute rune with traps, which you normally have here. Bob is unlucky, he doesn't get it, but
Nice reguide here from Narman.
Oh, yeah.
They really got to secure this Pudge's game, especially if mid is not going as hot as it should have.
You're on salvage duty right now if you're Narman. Got to salvage as much as you can. I mean, you're not going to have ancient stacks here, though. That's kind of sad. And I don't think the mid gank is ever really doable here. Maybe with traps. Doing some decent tower damage with siege, though. Forced an undying TP for the bottle refill. But this is the benefit of the Lycan, at least. Once you get the Helm, you're independent, which is the type of hero they wanted for Spirit Breaker to give him freedom to gank bottom, do ancient stacks. Probably the two I would say have the highest impact on this early game.
Sure.
But still, lane's just not going Geek's way, especially this Pudge lane. Like, Skem having a rough time is not good for their game plan, because he's the one who shuts down Slark and Brood, especially in the early game. So Tino is off to the races here.
Okay, and Carlo does get run down by Cox, who was spending a little bit of time outside of lane. Meanwhile, Force is going to get comboed up by Bob, and they'll be able to finish him off pretty easily. So Palos gets his second permitted agility of the game.
It looks like he's just going to go Echo Saber, so I kind of like this idea. Just go some early fighting items. Be ready to get involved in the early fights, especially if you're in a head position. You can take away a lot of space from this Templar Assassin. If you take away the TA space right now, this game is going to crumble for Geek Slate. Absolutely crumble, because Brood is going to eventually start kicking people out of bottom. Like, Pudge can kind of stand here if he's stronger, but I feel as if Execration bring the Undying, you drop a tomb, this Pudge gets kicked out and his tower dies, and then you should have free jungle playing if you're Tino here.
Dude, Palos, look at him go, man. They get a kill once on Force, he TP's back to lane, and Palos is just immediately trying to press the screws on Force as much as possible. Charge into the mid lane, Shanks, nice toss back with the telekinesis, does what he can, but ultimately looks like he's still going to fall. Cox cleans up that kill. And if they get a billion bashes in a row, maybe they'll kill Bob too. Still need some help top lane, by the way. Palos is still being dove, and Skem is going to show up here to try and kill Palos. He has his level 6. Force, he's going for the kill. Skem's staying in front of him, though, and now Palos is going to get charged. He's dead. Oh, Palos, what have you done? Way too far, sir.
What have you done? It is way too long of an overcommittal for a kill that is not necessary. I feel like if you force him into an awkward position, he misses a wave, you get a TP, you should be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
And there is this big camp stack for Cox, so they got something for this TA to start going on. Double Ancients up as well. It's like turning that rough lane phase around, finding some good moves, taking advantage of a couple of mistakes from Execration. Skem is going to walk all the way back bottom. His game is still a bit slow here.
This is not looking like a Pudge that can stand lane against Broodmother. Like the Pudges that have been able to hold lane against Broodmother, they've killed Brood once or twice in lane. They've got like a fast Vanguard. They have a high level of Flesh Heap. This is a level 1 Flesh Heap with a basic ass cloak. This is not a Pudge that I think is going to be able to survive in this lane.
Pudge needs some upgrades. You got the basic package. That's it.
I really did.
The upside is they do a very anti-Brood draft. Like, they pretty much, TA, Pudge, Spear Breaker, Maiden. Pretty much all heroes teams are very happy to play versus Brood for various reasons. You have abilities to catch her, you have abilities to find her off any sort of vision, just chain it into a kill. Your core is Man Fighter. So you have that going for you in terms of dealing with the Brood head on. But of course, Brood can just do Brood things. Like, she can just get auras played through her other cores. She doesn't have to be the one running in the fight.
Oh, this is an opportunity. Skem, the hook. Oh my God, what was that? It took like half an hour for him to think about that hook. Maybe he thought there was just too many heroes of Execration. Execration is trying to pummel down the mid tower. They overstep a little bit, and Bob's going to be forced to use his illusion rune to be able to reset.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to hook Tino there. Like, I don't really want to hook this guy, man. He's got 1100 HP with a full wand. I don't think we have the damage. And he's second guessing.
I mean, if you didn't want to go for the hook, my question is, why are you there in the first place?
Why'd you pick Pudge?
True. That is also true.
It definitely feels bad, whatever the reason is. Maybe he lagged, you know? His PC went black. So guys, did you guys just have that lag spike?
Yeah, a mental lag spike.
I wasn't gonna say that, but I mean, people say
Stolen wolves.
I'm savage. You're the savage one, dude. I think after 10 years of casting, you just
Yeah, but I sound nice. That's the difference here. People don't pay attention
Really?
as
That's what
much
it is?
to the definition of the words that are spoken as much as to the emotion behind them, you know? Like right now, I bet half of the cast thinks that like I'm actually complimenting you when I'm calling you a piece of garbage, but they don't actually, because they're not actually listening to the
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
you're telling me all these times you called me a piece of garbage. It was not a good thing.
Yeah, it's true. I know you weren't listening to me, so
God damn it.
I sneak it in there where I can. Geek Slate are going to get caught in the top lane, but Force managed to get off his ultimate just in time, and Palos isn't even going to try. In fact, I'm surprised that Shanks
You're the
showed up at
wrong
all.
neighborhood, son.
Lord. Telekinesis is back, but John Well is here. Okay, they're going to toss John Well. He shows up. He shows up a little bit too deep. He is going to be Avalanche, stopping that ultimate, which could have been beautiful, but was not.
I mean, that is the story of Crystal Maiden. It could have
Yeah.
been beautiful,
Oh.
but it never.
Guys, if I could just get my Blink BKB shard, I could get a really good freezing field once this game.
Never heard that one before.
Yeah.
He's in charge.
Charge
Go
coming
Ava.
through. Bob doesn't have Avalanche. He's dead. Oh, Scam. Nabs the hook. Nabs the kill away from Cox. He's like, give me them flesh heaps. I need them.
No brain lag on that one
No.
for you to insult him with, you hater. You
Yeah.
piece of garbage.
Yeah, BCC. Now you sounded mean there. People identified that you were being mean.
This is an unfair game, man. My
Using emotion in your voice? I
Yeah.
know.
I can't convey it. Emotional depth. I'm lucky
Yeah,
I got as far as I did.
Inside, guys.
I'm lucky I'm here at all. You see my face?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they got the charge. Tino, if he can get far enough away, I think he's going to be able to get outside of the range of the hook, so they can't really charge much
other
further. And Narman,
Body block with the Sprulings.
he's got another. Oh, no! Hook! He was slowed down too much by Tino with the silken bola, so Skem's hook misses.
I mean, he lagged again. That was
Lagged.
I mean, I lagged spike too. I got some
Hey.
drop.
Sure.
We'll give him some benefit of the doubt here. I mean,
Trying
space
to
for
cover his
Templar
ass.
Assassin. Space for Templar Assassin.
Is this a technique that you employed for your teams? When somebody messed up, you're like, oh, you lagged, right? I felt that. You lagged, right?
I would say that all the time.
See, that's what a good captain covers
I
for
mean,
his team's mistakes.
you can't show weakness. No, I would say it for me. If I messed
Oh,
up, I'd be like, guys, I was lagging. Sorry. Because you can't show any weakness. You have to be the alpha dominant personality on the team. You know, captain can never make a mistake.
I see.
If captain makes a mistake, it's lag. If player makes a mistake, he's replaced.
Yeah, he gets kicked.
You're in the wrong. I mean, they're giving a game back to Cox here. He's level 12.
Yeah,
He's
they
on
are.
his way to Deso.
Whoa, Tino's going to go for this kill. This is a little bit of a bold move. Once again, a freezing field instantly denied. The toss, Avalanche together. Cox, the charge on through, gets rid of the spiders. That's going to slow down the damage, but Cox
Skem is here.
spotted. Skem comes through. Oh,
5
Cox,
HP.
A sliver of HP. 5 HP is all he lives through. Stolen dismember. Good play by Shanks, but it's not enough to be able to create the space to chase down that Templar Assassin. So ultimately, Skem manages to give up his life to save his true carry.
Noble sacrifice. Narman, is he gonna die here too? Just blinked on Tiny. He may be losing more.
Yeah, he's got another round of bulldoze, some stick charges, and a charge up in 1 second more. But, oh, that tree toss did way more damage than I expected.
And now you're just losing tier 1 mid. It's Brood doing Brood things. Man, I hate playing versus hero, and this is why. If you mess up a little, you get ultra punished. And this hero is so annoying to fight. She's so tanky, she has so much innate regen, gets the war item so fast. Greaves already up.
Oh no, this was too far. He didn't expect
No
the full
bailing
team
him
to
out
still
this
be
time.
around him, but he still had the stolen dismember. Shanks, he quickly with the toss back. Man, Execration. I'm telling you, man, these guys have regained some form. You know, like
I got some confidence, man.
This was season 1 Execration showing up in this series today, man. Charge on through
What's a little
with the
deep?
dismember on the tier 2, Bob. Now he's gone a little bit too far forward. A little bit of overextension all around here on both sides.
That was a little. They were feeling it a little too much, you know.
Yeah.
You gotta have some restraint. I mean, he could have lagged too. We don't know.
True.
A lot of lag going on.
A lot of lag problems here.
At least you're getting some.
We haven't checked in on Palos in a while, so I just want to check up on his items. He's got Aghanim Scepter. He split apart that Oblivion Staff to complete it. Now he's going to go back for the Mage Slayer and eventually Bloodthorn. Don't know if you actually get it early on Slark, but
Probably not the Bloodthorn too early. Mage Slayer is just really good on this hero, especially versus Pudge. Anytime you're playing magic
that's
carry,
nice.
just skew the matchup. Same with Leshrac. Then suddenly you can be favorable for a really long time here.
But you did say that the Helm of the Overlord is a huge timing for Geek Slate, right?
Yeah, it's the biggest in this game for sure. He has it.
So Force has got that now. He doesn't want the Ancient Ice Shaman. He wants to kill it.
Well, why not? What do you do to you, man? You guys just chilling, trying to find a nice dentist.
we talked about the Ancient Ice Shaman, man, before. It's just nobody wants him. Nobody loves him.
It's the face of an angel. How can you not love that face?
A face of a true to the Bible angel, you know?
That's
a terrifying sight to behold.
Well, either way, he does get his preferred golem. Pretty nice aura for a Pudge lineup. And I think you just go Roche here. I don't think you're necessarily going to find the kill that they want because they don't have any real clear initiation power. But they have Deso, they have Helm of the Overlord. This is a tough Roche contest. You do have night vision going for you, though. And you can always drop the tomb. So honestly, maybe not that tough here. Palos out.
Dark Pack goes off. Careful the hook. Scam doesn't want to go fishing.
Tomb dropped.
Okay.
But
with
can
the tomb drops,
Execration do this? I don't think they can, so just wait out the tomb.
Yeah, you reset and go in again once the tombstone's down, and then you've major teamfight tool is gone. I think you could probably take it confidently.
Radiant's bottom tower
Paul's going to
is
clear
under
through more
attack.
vision, and he's being really annoying. A lot of vision tools for both teams. You're going to have to. You have Wolves and Traps versus Slark, Tombstone, and Broodlings. But the thing is, the only clear initiation is Bomb right now. So the vision is not really that valuable for Geek Slate. I mean, they can see where Execration is, but it doesn't do them any good. Whereas for Execration, they see a good jump. Bob's just in. Someone's just dead. But like you were mentioning, Tombstone down, back into the pit. Now you got to contest it without your big teamfight spell.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You have the strength. You have the power. Bob has an
Bob's got an
arcane
arcane
rune.
rune. Yeah, this is an opportunity.
It's dying fast,
Right.
though.
Fighters are going to go in. They get a vision. Oh, no. Bob just blinked over to the high ground. I think they have to give it up now. I think they already made the call, actually.
I don't think you can test. This is the problem. Your only zone control is Tombstone. So if you don't have it, these summons become really obnoxious. On top of making everybody tankier with the Granite Golem aura. This thing has 2100 HP. He's a big boy.
Yeah, he's a nice lad to have around. He's very helpful in that regard.
And now you can start to push out lanes more aggressively because you have this Aegis on Cox, which means you can start to hunt people a bit. You can abuse the Wolf and the Trap Vision. I was going to say the initiation off the Vision isn't really there, but the charges. And if you're not taking a 5-on-5, you scout someone with a Wolf, you charge them up, that gives you a pretty decent smoke path. Or a way to catch this Brood. I wouldn't mind seeing... I was about to say, like, I wouldn't mind seeing early bots this game to really make those ganks obnoxious as hell, but they don't really have an early bots buyer, so kind of sad.
I mean, I feel like Execration, I like what I'm seeing so far, which is they're doing all the split pushing and making it so the charge is not good enough to be able to catch somebody, you know?
The thing is, it should be. I mean, Tino's showing bottom, right? He is a charge target. I think the problem Geek Slate's having right now is, do you have enough damage off the charge? Like, who do you bring? If you don't bring the whole team, are you killing this Brood? Probably not, right?
Yeah.
That's an issue right now, is they need to start getting the damage up. They need to get it fast so they can start to use this TA's timings to take over the map.
They also need a gem, frankly. I think part of the problem is if you see this charge coming early enough, like, sure, Spirit Breaker can keep going, but if you, Broodmother and Slark, are pretty fast heroes, if they get far enough back on the map, the team isn't going to be able to follow up on that charge.
Gem is very valuable here. The other route is you can just push. That's a toss back.
Charge in response. Cox is going to be caught with the points underneath tower here.
Bashed.
Still has the Aegis, and Carlo is taking a ton of damage. Bob is already dead, and looking to chase down Carlo as well. The Golem going for the punches, the Wolves going for the bites, and Carlo is going to die. Double kill so far for Force. Now looks for Shanks. Shanks with the stolen refraction is a little bit tankier. He's got a second round to be able to pop it too, so he'll survive a decent ways into the tier 3. Looks like the refract. I don't know what that was.
Never gonna land.
I feel like he was looking at something else. I don't know what it was. It certainly wasn't the lag. A damn lag, man. Crazy.
He's trying to cut wave with Brewlies, but Tino's stuck up here. He TP'd to this fight.
He doesn't have any webs.
Take that.
Yeah, he's really stuck. I don't know if Geek Slayer are aware of this. They should be, actually, but...
Yeah, I mean, you see the webs, so...
Paul's is back in. He's gonna backstab him now. Surprise! Brood's still up here.
Ooh, could have caught another one. The second pounce was just coming off cooldown, but...
I don't really like that Geek Slayer took this tier 2, then didn't even take the outpost and just left the whole area.
Yeah.
This feels
Dire's middle
kind of like a
tower is
waste
under attack.
almost. I mean, I get you don't have Lycan ult and stuff, but still gets to cut top wave with the Golem. This Golem will get slain from remote as he gets another Golem, the superior Golem, the Alpha Golem. As Palos continues to just poke and make space in smoke action, you'll Scam
back into the rest of the team with the Tombstone out. This is going to be a hard situation. Scam is in trouble. Palos is tearing him apart. He goes for the Dismember to try and heal himself up, but it's not going to be enough. Eventually, Scam will die here. He barely falls, actually. Palos bounces right past him. Armin trying to get away. The Templar Assassin still has the Aegis to go, so they're trying to kill everybody else on the side of Geek Slate. Palos caught by them. Oh, no, the bounce! He was stuck. The Lycan stood in front of him, and he couldn't get the bounce out. And now Tito's going to die as well. Triple kill for Cox off of that. He was just swinging the entire time, and Execration had no answer.
Baited by the big man. Get that punch kill for free, but you pay a price. And the whole time, this Golem is just punching people. This thing actually did a decent amount of damage, like 2,000 for this Lycan. I feel like half of that was the Golem. Just sitting there smacking people in the face for 250.
Yeah.
Who does damage, man? When you have minus armor too, you have Deso, you have Howl. Brutal beatdown. Another decent fight here for Geek Slayer. They pulled this game back to even, and they are in control. Again, this is their window to just hit Helm of the Overlord, Deso on TA. You're getting charges up. Still have this Aegis for 20 seconds. Another quick smoke here. You have Lycan ult and Blink on Scam. Very aggressive Pudge itemization. They want to just take over this map and end the game right now.
Perfect opportunity. They're going to spot Tino. They jump on him. Shanks is here to be able to disrupt. He has the telekinesis stopping the Dismember and stolen Dismember as well. Got to be careful of this. Again, he's jumped too far forward. He's going to be tossed up. Palos is going to go to work and does manage to get this kill quickly, but Bob needs some help now as once again they're turning on Fox. Pops the BKB just to go and finish him off, and finally Narman helps out and finishes off the Spirit Breaker. TP away from Cox. He's going to be good. Narman, not so much. He's going to be left behind. In fact, Gunwell, he might just die as well. A parade of zombies chasing after Force, showing where Johnwell is. Let's see if Palos lands the bounce, at least gets close enough, and should be able to run him down from here. Is going to pop the ultimate for the extra movement speed. Another bounce, another Dark Pact, and he's dead.
If only he had BKB, and he could have handled. I mean, that type of fight where you jump into their tombstone is going to be tough. I think that aggressive go is pretty cool if there's no Rubik lift there and you can just kill this Brood clean, but it's pretty deep. They're all off the map. You're under a tier 2. That's just an easy fight for Execration because that tombstone will give you the zone control you need.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower.
And you got this thing about Brood. You can't overextend on this hero. It's one of the tankiest heroes at these portions of the game. It's just insanely tanky with what she can absorb and then how fast she gets away. You're running around 500 MS with 26 passive regen. You get some armor aura, you have Greaves that kicks in. It takes a lot to commit on this hero. That's why this hero is a first phase still. So you have to respect it. That type of move, you need the TA in it, or you need Nether Strike. Maybe if you have Nether Strike there, that's also okay. But if you don't have both of those, again, I don't think Skem does enough damage to make that kind of jump work.
If they overextend again like that, they're going to be punished even harder because Cox, BKB TP'd out, but now Palos has a basher.
Yeah, he is strong. Even got that depth shroud. Bail anybody
Got
out.
off his ultimate, but he still got tossed back, and now he's going to be caught by the pounce as well. The hook tries to come in to be able to bail him out. Narman, too, with the charge.
They're killing the tombstone.
He catches up to Skem. Gets a pounce on him. Gets a bash, 1 or 2, plus another pounce. Keeps laying it to Skem as much as possible. The toss over the side. Palos going to be slowed down a little bit. The dark pack going off, reading him up that floor. Immediately gets a bash once again. John Welch just cannot get off a freezing field for more than half a second. Oh, the stolen hook brings Cox out of the base right as the buyback coming in from Skem, who's looking for an ankle, but he will not be able to get a hook of his own.
The 4 positions in this region, man, they are so good. It's crazy. Every time I watch all of these SEA 4s, they always impress me. But still, it's another fight where, okay, you get Tombstone, but you just can't man-fight. You can't man-fight Palos right now. Your Lycan gets jumped.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's no consistent damage coming out in the fights outside of TA, and TA is she's starting to fall off. I think they're feeling it. Like, she can't really burst these cores anymore. They're too tanky. Look at how much armor is on the Slark once he builds stacks, right? It's not going to be at the start of the fight, but at the end of that, he has 40 armor. The Tiny has 20 naturally. The Brood has Greaves going. This Deso and the Howl have to give you the extra damage, but you need the damage to output during the minus armor window. And right now, you're just lacking. And this is the downside of this Pudge hero. It kind of sucks in these scenarios where the fights come down to someone man-fighting somebody else. And he can't hook anything because it's just Broodlings on top of everybody.
Yeah, there's Lycan wolves and big old golem. There's spiders everywhere. It's just a bunch of garbage. Zombies actually as well.
I mean, Hook is not a spell in this game.
No,
So-
it's not. Well, not in his hands anyway. Apparently,
Well,
in Shank's hands, it's
he was lagging.
a good spell.
We don't count that. But yeah, Shanks is definitely not lagging. He's having a pretty comfortable game here for a Rubik versus a
Radiant's
Lycan
top
TA,
tower
where
is
normally
under
you're the
attack.
one getting hunted. He's farmed. He has free reign in the fights. He's itemized greedily for the cast range, putting it to use. This hook range is crazy right now. Are you looking at this? What the hell?
Oh yeah,
Radiant's top
It's like an
tower is under
assassinate.
attack.
yeah. He's got the Aether Lens plus the Eye of Vizier,
Dire's
so
bottom tower is under attack.
that is a long tool he's got.
Radiant's top
I don't know where the
tower
damage is going
is
to come from either. You're going Blink on Cox. Okay, that's nice. You can jump somebody. You have AC on Force. I feel like this next fight is the last fight you're going to have for Geek Slate here to pull this game back. Because you don't win that fight, you are never going to get the damage again.
Yeah,
Radiant's top
it's not
tower
even like
is under attack.
one of those games where the Aghanim Scepter is particularly good for Lycan either. Cox is going to be targeted here. He needs some help.
Just
The trees
gone.
are doing too much damage. He pops the BKB now. Where's the rest of the team? They're going to charge on through. Cox now turning around with his BKB, trying to deliver some damage.
The stolen
hook on the side. Shank once again with the
Into
stolen
despair.
hook manages to catch Cox again. From the rest of his team, Execration just 2 on point with the execution in these team fights.
How the hell is Shanks hooking him out of all this garbage?
Radiant's middle tower is under
And
attack.
Skem's game is so hard, but somehow Shanks is just snipering him through all this random crap. I mean, high ground tomb definitely helps a fight like that, though. And again,
yeah.
if you're starting on TA, that fight just becomes hopeless because she's all your damage. And that's probably just the game here, I think,
Radiant's
honestly.
middle tower is under attack.
Another stolen hook.
Radiant's
Yeah, reasonably.
Dude, it's just too easy at this point.
You cannot fight back with your Geek Slate.
Radiant's middle
Skim's trying to
tower
build
is under
towards
attack.
BKB, Shivas. Doesn't have enough gold for either. Man, it's level 16.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Building towards Division 2 at this rate, man. They have not been able to put anything together this season. It's
No.
rough.
Oh, they haven't.
I feel like this is another game where it just... You can see pieces of what they're trying to do, but it just doesn't the overall game plan doesn't come together and it's not smooth. It feels very jagged. There's certain fights go their way, but then other ones, they just kind of get jumped and it goes terrible. And then the lineup is not super high natural synergy. There's parts of it that make sense with the minus armor and the physical, but then you have this Pudge who's just second item Blink who has to jump in. It's very forced, and this is, again, you have to win this fight with your D-Slate. This is Roshan sending the Lizard in.
Yeah, the big lizard getting a lot of information. The charge in from Narman there as well. The tombstone inside of
Look at the wrap.
Geek Slate. They have
This is good
wrapped
angle.
all the way around. If they could get Shanks, or they could get Bob with the hook back. Silence. Beautiful. Down thanks to Shanks, a beautiful use of the telekinesis, and now they're in trouble. Schem needs some help. Narman coming through with the charge once again. Cox trying to lay out the damage is just not good enough. A freezing field that is a beauty, but John Well can only keep him in place for so long. Schem limping along, caught by Shanks once again. The dismember stolen away. Carlo might fall to Cox, but even he has a tough time going down. Another charge on through, trying to stall this Slark, but ultimately you're just delaying the inevitable, and the inevitable is a lost team fighting a lost game too for Geek Slate.
What a brutal way to get thrown down. Literally watching Bob get sharded down this cliff and 3 digits. What are you talking about? Is some smack talk or what?
I don't know.
I mean, they all
They-
tipped
they-
force, so
Yeah, they've
Maybe
been
just
tipping
beef.
Force quite a bit this series.
definitely some beef here. But I mean, the Shank shard bails out the Tiny. I feel like the fight's just over at that point. Because now you're just stuck in no man's land. So you start getting pummeled by trees. Slark goes in. You can't ever burst the Slark. Fight gets extended. You're super happy. Not to mention Wraith Pack for Tino. This is a good Wraith Pack game, right?
Radiant's
You're
middle
just
tower
negating so much of the physical burst. There's some, again,
So
there's-
he said, I think I did the translate. Was it wait for 3 digits? Is that referring to his rank or?
maybe 3 digits rank, 3 digits death. I don't know.
Well, either way, it's a rough one. As you could see from that last team fight recap, it was a hopeful start with Geek Slate doing the long smoke wrap round there, but
Yeah, that looked
ultimately
good.
is under attack.
Shanks just able to respond beautifully time and time again with the stolen hooks, the stolen dismembers, the telekinesis throwback.
And the problem is, it's like pick your poison. I think hooking Tiny there is amazing, but then he gets saved. If you go on Rubik, Tiny probably just abs you because you don't have BKB, right?
Dyer's
Yeah,
bottom
yeah,
tower
yeah.
It's just not a good hook part. And you're on
Alright, well,
Megas here. Flanking with the Wolf again, trying to find the angles. Another hook on
Find Bob
Tiny.
with the hook, with the Nether Strike immediately afterwards, but they're having a hard time putting in the damage. Gold Scepter goes in. Bob, actually, Shanks, he stole a Dismember and he has an Aghanim Scepter now, so he was actually able to pick up Bob and save him once again. This Rubik is saving everybody in this game, and now the Aghanim Scepter of the Tiny is going to go to work and demolishing both Cox and Schem. Not dead yet, but dead soon as Palos bounces through, finishes off the Pudge now on top of Cox, and will bounce him out of this game too. The series goes to Execration 2-0.
Whew. Man, Shanks he was the grand Pudge miss. Just better Pudge. Better Schem. The grand Schem miss. What else is there to say? And I feel like if the second you lose 1 or 2 of those fights around the mid game with this TA lineup, and Lycan especially, your momentum goes out the goddamn window instantly, right? And then that second Roche that you need in this game to get TA the second Aegis so you can really stake over the map becomes impossible. And Tombstone is just doing you no favors here because you don't have a Tombstone killer. Who is killing Tombstone in this game? I feel like your best bet to kill Tombstone is the goddamn Golem hitting it or something. I don't know. I mean, it's just those anchored fights are really bad for you, and you don't have a way to displace it outside of hook. The hooks are way too hard. Even the ones he started to hit at the end, at that point you have saves that come in, you reset it once, and then Slark just goes in. His initiation's way more consistent, way more reliable. That's a tough game if you're not winning those mid-game fights, and especially if the lanes went bad, which, if you remember, the Pudge lane did not go well at all. And Cox got solo killed mid by Tiny. That's just not the way to set this game up if you're looking at this lineup.
No, it's not. Both game 1 and game 2, I would say Geek Slate set up a draft that relied on momentum, and it started off really poorly in the laning phase and just kind of got worse from there. So Execration will walk away looking pretty dominant, though, with this 2-0 over Geek Slate and have a really good record to back it up, which I'm sure the panel will bring up as we head back to them.
The record's looking pristine. Well, not quite pristine, but better than it was before, as Execration claimed they are 3-1 over Geek Slate, and now Geek Slate are 0-3. Not good. And unlike Blacklist Rivalry, who were giving the benefit of the doubt because they lost to the top tier opponents, AG, SMG, and Talon, Geek Slate, however, have lost to AG, Bleed, and now Execration.
Yeah, it's a rough look for Geek Slate coming in, right? Like this roster that made it to the major, suddenly looking really, really rough in here right now with just that one change on John Yuel and their coach, having Immortal Fate come in. There's an argument to be made as well that Execration is maybe a little bit stronger than we expected bouncing back after their rough last series we saw, but it felt like he had openings on Geek Slate, and I don't know, like their draft, especially in this game, didn't feel like it did him any favors. Like it was all in on just snowballing hard from lanes into the mid game, but the lanes were just not amazing. Like especially with that shift of running your Undying down bot, like that lane felt atrocious for Scam.
Yeah, the lane swap is actually much better for Execration. Having the Rubik on the safe lane with Slug at one point, I think it was 3-4 minutes. Knew you were like telling me, oh, look at the denies. The denies are more than the enemy last hits.
Yeah, I think he was like 12-8. Or the
double-digit denies.
Double-digit denies cumulatively on the Dire team. And this Pudge Crystal Maiden lane did not prove to be the counter against Broodmother that we were anticipating.
Yeah, I mean, it was smart by them to put the Undying on the bot lane. Think about it, right? You are the one telling me, oh, the Undying's not going to be in the lane against the Pudge, so why bother, Sure, okay, they just heard you like, oh, that's a great idea. That's a great idea, Neil, let's just do it. Put the Undying there. So if you ever frostbite and try to hook the Undying, at least he's probably not going to die, But if you do that to a Rubik, you're just going to die. Mm-hmm. So just all in all, they have a draft that needs to snowball hard enough and just didn't happen for Geek Slate. But on the other hand, I feel like Execration also had some brain fart moments with the Slug being over-aggressive.
Yeah,
it was around Aegis timing when Cox had it. They just forced the fight top, then forced the fight again, down bot in the jungle. And that kind of gave a glimmer of hope for Geek Slate, but Execration just rallied after once the Aegis faded.
I mean, they ran at them again the third time, but the Aegis already expired. Yeah. But that's when they won I think it might be this fight. I don't remember which one. But yeah, just a little too bloodthirsty, especially the one where they defended the top tier 2, where the Brood wasn't there ready, and the Stark was like, all right, let's go, tiny blink in. The moment that happened, I'm looking at you like this, this tiny is dead. He did a toss back, and then, okay, everyone's dead.
Afterwards, though, he got the Aghanim Scepter, and he was less toss hungry and was more looking for his opportunity for tree volley.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the heroes and how they're sieging, right, all they have to do is let the spiders hit the buildings or let the Brood stay in front, and then they commit, you drop the tombstone, or you see a good opportunity, you blink in, you toss, but you don't just go in on the first hero you see,
Shanks, a well-deserved Rubik MVP performance in that game number 2. The other thing is, like, if they had the Broodmother sieging high ground, then, like, he had defensive telekinesis. He had hook at the end.
Yeah.
Probably landed more hooks than Skem did.
He was definitely the better Pudge.
He was by far the better Pudge.
He had a couple of pretty important dismember.
Oh, that's right. Also, yeah.
Like he had a lot of impact there, Shanks. Like even that one hook that Skem managed to land on around that Roche fight, like instant lift back on Bob, stalling for more time. Like he was just so effective.
One thing to say about Execration, I've been always trying to talk about the importance of having a very good chemistry between your 3 and 4. I think they have a very good combination of Shanks and Tino. They play like heroes that enable each other. They work really well in the game together, and it's definitely carried the team through a lot of really, really tough games. It's important to have a very good 3 and 4. And if you look at Geek Slate on the other hand, I feel like okay, one guy is the win. You talk about Nico. He's the win condition player. He likes to play a little bit more greedy than the normal offlaners. Then you have a Postfall, which is so fucking greedy as well. He wants to play like Techies. He wants to play Skyra, Spirit Breaker, all the really unconventional heroes. But all of them take a lot of space. You know, they are not like you're just simple tiny tusk offlane Postfall players where they don't really need a lot. They just need a 2.2k item, a blink, you know, then they're useful in the game. So they have to try to find a way to balance this out, you know, because if you compare them to the other teams that are doing much better, the other teams that are doing much better have a much more balanced 3 and 4.
That's a good point. I think that is a pretty consistent theme. SMG with mid 1 Afu, I definitely like their balance quite a bit. Army Geniuses, DB Yokam is probably my favorite of that example that you're talking about with the 3 and 4. And Talon with jabs and Q. I think you're onto something.
I think Bleed also kind of have a pretty good
You
setup.
think so?
Yeah, but
it's Ice DJ.
yeah, but they have other issues. They have other issues to deal with. So yeah.
Well, someone who is not having any issues right now is our interviewee, because we've got Execration's very own Tino joining us. Yo, what's up? Where's the... Yeah, there we go. There we go. Show me the 2-0. Show me the 2-0. That's what I like to see. Well done. The boys are back. Congratulations on the win against Geek Slate. Although, last time that we saw you guys here, it was not a 2-0. It was an 0-2. Yeah. So how did you guys spend the last 5 days after that SMG series?
I think we just talk about how we lose the game and what we learned on that loss, and we try to change some strat and ideas in the game so we can prepare for the Geek Slate.
Did you think that it was more draft oriented or gameplay oriented in that SMG series?
I think it's about gameplay oriented.
Okay.
It's on how we play the map in the game.
Well, it definitely showed in this game, in this series, you guys were playing the map fantastically. Winter, any questions for Tino?
Yeah, so during the panel, we've been talking a little bit about like how position 3 and position 4 players, they tend to have a lot of synergy together. And like for you and Shanks, I feel like both of you have a very good understanding within each other. You make a lot of plays together in the map. Could you like just share a little bit with the audience or us on how do you actually make the chemistry work? How do both of you find a lot of common understanding with each other in the game?
I think we have a lot of in common in like in lives. I think we are too close to play together. Like we can talk a lot in the game. I think that's why.
So you're saying you have a lot of common things outside of Dota,
outside.
So it makes the Dota easy to talk about.
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm curious about one thing, Tino. It's been a while, but I am curious. Last time around, we saw Abeng was acting as your coach. This time around, we see Kimo kind of step in. Is there a shakeup in your coaching for the team, or is this just a temporary adjustment?
I think it's just a temporary adjustment, and it's confidential also. Cannot tell what happened.
That's fair. That's fair. Now, I'm curious. You know, Abeng has been in the scene for a while. He's a player that a lot of Filipino players have played with as well, but he hasn't coached that much. What does Abeng do for your team when he is on hand? Like, what kind of adjustments or what's his coaching like for you?
I think Abeng is also a good coach, and we learned a lot from him. And it's just that we got a confidential problem.
Okay, that's fair. I understand these confidential problems. No problem.
My last question is, unlike many other offlaners, you're not building Meteor Hammer so much, which I'm very happy to see. What do you think about Meteor Hammer as an item?
I think it's a good item. I like it in pub, but I'm not doing it in official match. My team doesn't like it.
But if your team wasn't putting you on a leash, you'd be building Meteor Hammers right now?
Yeah, I like it.
So then my one follow-up would be on your Visage game. Do you think Meteor Hammer Visage is good?
No.
Okay, good. Just making sure. There are limits then. I'm glad to see that. Well, Tino, congratulations on another 2-0 victory for you in
Thank you.
Execration. And good luck on your Talon series this Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tino. Good times, good times. I'm glad that even he knows there's a line on Meteor Hammer that you do not cross.
Yeah.
Visage does not need
Try
help.
to ask mid one that question. Is there
Midland's like, I'm doing it in officials too. I think it's great on everyone.
Yeah,
that's a huge difference. He's the one that draws the line.
He's the one
Yeah.
who draws the line,
Yes.
but he's not the CEO. He's but Execration claim their 2-0, and Geek Slate need to go back to the drawing board, man. Time is ticking, and their next series is against SMG.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier for Geek Slate. I mean, right now, I'd say major contention probably out. Just
Yeah.
completely gone. Staying in Div 2 is also...
Yeah.
Div 1. Staying in Div 1 is also a bit rough. We were talking about the potential bottom three. I would rate Blacklist higher. I think we've seen incremental improvements. I think they are a solid team. And as you said, Winter, at least they win lane.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Both these teams, like Geek Slate and Blacklist, they are both very similar in a way where they are passive. They like to farm a lot. But the main thing that could be a game changer is at least Blacklist would win their lanes. You know, they play better in the lanes. But whereas Geek Slate, in most of the games, you often see them having issues from the lane, and then after the lane phase, they still don't really try to do too much in the game. They're just going back to their shell farming. You know, so that kind of plays out as. I feel like it's not going to win you too many games.
Such a fall from grace, though, because I remember beginning of Tour 1, I asked you who your favorite carries were. Skem was at the top of the list.
He's still one of my favorite carries.
Oh, okay.
But the team the team is not my favorite team right now for sure. You know, I feel like the other issue is the other teams were really bad at the start of the last season. So they won a lot of games early when everybody's trying to figure out, what's going on with our team. We have a bunch of roster changes. We need to think about what should we draft together as a team. And Geek Slate, at that point of time, they were already a team that really knew how to use each other. And then so they were able to win a lot of games, and then it carried them through to the major.
So then, would you put... I haven't quizzed you about it this tour yet.
Oh no, my dinner's gone.
Where are you ranking your carry players then? Because it seems like you would put Skem higher than 7th, 8th, which is where we're putting their team right now. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. It's just because,
no.
I mean, the easy answer is 23 Savage, In Your Dream, and CDR, because they're doing great on their respective teams.
I feel like I would put both of them lower than Skem.
Which two? CDR and In Your Dream?
Yeah.
But 23 Savage is
I
still-
think that 23 Savage is still there, but I feel like individually, it's Chidori and Skem. Chidori and
In Your Dream.
In Your Dream, they are both only as good as their team. I feel like they are not like the shining stars of their team.
Okay.
They are there to play a very specific way of enabling the other players because they have a lot of CEOs, whatnot,
Yes,
in the
true.
team. So you can't really try to say, hey, I'm the carry, you know, give me the farm. It doesn't work there, you know, so they need to be in a different manner. But traditional carry, I think Skem and 23 are the two strongest ones.
Okay, that gives hope then for Geek Slate. I think then the main thing for them is they need to figure out what to do with Narman. The 4 position has been kind of...
Just pick him fucking techies.
They did get the win. It depends on how badly people want to ban it against them. But yeah, I mean, if he's able to win on techies, then give him techies. But other than that, it seems like a little bit more work needs to be done for a Geek Slate, whereas Execration, after a brief loss against SMG, are still very much in contention for the major. But the 2 teams that I really want to see are coming up right now. Well, maybe not immediately right now. It'll be a little bit of a break. But then Talon versus SMG is going to be our second series of the day. And we have a special guest joining us on the panel in my Kopitiam as well. So stick around and we'll be back in around half an hour. you have all had plenty of time to cook all the popcorn in the world because we are now back for what I would consider to be perhaps the prestige series in this Tour 2, which I don't think I would have said a week and a half ago before I saw SMG roll up to this Tour 2 with an axe to grind. But now, the way that they're looking so far with their undefeated score and Talon's undefeated score, this is looking like the match to watch and the one to see that who might be the top of Southeast Asia for Tour number 2. And for such a prestige match, I had to have a prestige panel. Adam, tried and true, but KP, what a pleasure it is to have you. What brings you to our neck of the woods?
I'm just in town, have some free time. Yeah.
Just roaming around.
Yeah, just roaming around.
Well, I'm glad you wandered into our studio because it's a privilege to have you here for what I'm saying is maybe the most intense series. Am I overselling it, or are you looking at it like that too?
I agree too. These are both my ex-teams as well, so I know a lot about them.
True.
Yeah.
Then we're in a good place with you. Yes, you were on SMG from like 2020 to 2021-ish, and then Talon was 2021 to 2022.
Yeah.
And how many? Well, actually, we'll leave the ball in your court. Which team would you like to talk about first?
The Talon, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Talon.
Let's take a look at Talon, as I guess that would be the one that's fresher in your memory. 23 Savage, Makoto, Jabs, Q, and Ole. So how many of these players did you play with on your roster?
3 of them. 3 Makoto and Q.
Okay.
Yeah. Very good players.
I've noticed. Would you have thought that they would make a top 3 Lima as we saw the end of Tour 1 and the beginning of the Lima Major? What was your expectations for us? Yeah.
My expectations, I think they would come like top 6, like realistically. But so top 3 is pretty like, something I didn't really expect. So, but yeah, I think they really have like some good concepts going in. Like they don't really play like the standard type of drafts that everyone else does. They have like their own style. And I think that's really important to like a team's identity. And yeah, I mean, even in this DPC, right, all the things they play is kind of like, besides Brood, obviously. Like,
Sure.
It's kind of like unique, I would say.
No one's doing IO Lushrek, Adam. It's only them right now, which I would have thought that after Game and Gladiators showed how good it was at the Major, that all these players are going to start grinding out IO. I imagine Lushrek is pretty simple for most of these mid laners, but no one's doing it. It's just Talon.
I feel like it's because this year doesn't really have any IO players. Like even in pubs here, you don't really see people picking IO. I feel like throughout Dota history, it's always been kind of a more European hero.
True.
Like even China, NA, like I don't really see much IO. I think it's harder to get practice, and I feel like the thing about IO is, at least back in our time when we had IO combos, you had to like dual Q to like practice,
Yes.
like IO gyro, IO lash. You have to kind of, the lash needs to understand the IO as much as the IO understands the IO,
Definitely.
And I think that's something that it's quite a long journey. I think IO is like one of those very specific heroes because it changes the map too. Like because you had relocate back in the day, it was the way you farm now. I think is so different. Like you see the lash. I think especially when Quinn plays, it's really obvious. He goes really deep into the jungle, steals your farm, and just leaves. And I feel like Talon's trying to adapt ideas that they thought were really good, and I'm really happy to see that because, like he said, they had a very unique playstyle, and I just felt like it was very all in on their 3 cores, which makes a lot of sense, given how high their ceiling is. They have like the top 3 arguably in SCA or the world.
In all their roles.
Yeah, in all their roles. So it did make sense, but I think on a bigger picture, especially when you want to go head to head with these European teams, it matters a lot to get a bigger macro game.
And their opponents for this series are going to be SMG, which are Chidori, Moon, Mid1, Afu, and Paulison. All right, how many of these, KP, are you familiar with?
3 of them as well.
Oh, okay.
Moon, Mid1, Afu. Never played with
4 of them are
Polaris.
my ex-teammates too.
A lot of history. Their ascent has been very impressive to me. So you played against them in Tour 1, and beginning of Tour 1, they didn't look that great.
Yeah.
And I had written it off. I thought maybe Chidori was not too comfortable with the rest of the team. Moon also was playing like exotic picks mid, like his Slarks and his Monkey Kings, but they grinded it out. They improved over the course of the tour, and now this tour, they are on fire.
Yeah, I think like they really have like this system where it's like they really want to play fast, and especially when they pick, like, for example, like Kodo, they can really play together really, really well. And I think that's one of their strengths, and they just really want to play together and play fast.
Do you prefer the Coddle being on any particular hero player, because they've been rotating it quite a bit? Most recently, we saw Mid One play it while CDR was playing Terrorblade.
I personally like it on offlane the most right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because after like watching so much, like I think mid is like, it is still strong, but I feel like it suits offlane the most because Kodo is a hero that kind of can play against anything and he'll always get fat. For example, every time mid one plays it, even if he's against like Undyings or like, you know, any hero, like he's just always gonna get fat, and he does really get really fat. And when he gets fat, he gets mech, and then he just goes, he pushes a wave, and then he goes mid, and then like he joins Nana or Moon, and you know they make like so much space together, and I think that's like the best way to play it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if maybe both these teams just stick with their tried and true phase ones, and like you get out all the Broodmothers and Batriders, and then Talon go with their Iolesh, SMG go with their Coddle TB, and then put them head to head. But it's been a incredible ascent for SMG, and if you had to pick a favorite, Adam, in this series, SMG Talon.
I think it's very hard to say that it's not Talon.
Okay.
I think Talon are definitely the favorites, but I wouldn't count SMG out. I think it's actually a pretty even match.
Would you be disappointed if it's a 2-0 either way?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
I feel like I had my hopes up for the Execration match last Friday.
Yes, Execration SMG.
Yeah, that was like probably expected to be the best series of the week, and then now this year, you know, we're at the foot of the door once again, and you know, I want good Dota.
So in general, for this tour, KP, anything that has taken you by surprise in terms of the teams or the heroes that you've been keeping your eye on?
Not really. I think maybe I guess like some hero picks. Like I think Kodo is one surprise that 201 we didn't see that much, and for teams, maybe like Blacklist, I expected them to do a little bit better.
What's going on with them, man? I'm so confused.
I don't know. It just feels like a bit unstable. Yeah, like in all like aspects, like the basics, I would say. Like sometimes it's like unstable laning. Sometimes the way they play together is like a bit off. Like I remember one game when Carl was playing Storm and then Kuku was playing the Kodo, and I was thinking in my head, like if SMG played this, they would play together. You know, they would like push a wave and then like connect together so much. But in that game, I was like, it seemed a bit off, something like that.
So then, not to bring up potentially bad memories, but in Tour 1, Fnatic was kind of spiraling also at the beginning. How do you cope? Like after 1 week has passed, you've lost a fair number of series. How do you handle that kind of situation?
You just need one guy to be like the PMA guy.
Okay.
Who was that guy?
That was Pal. I don't know. Do you know Pal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even your manager can do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know, like you just can't lose hope. Like we're pro players, right? I mean naturally we're not gonna give up. So it's not really like that hard to bounce back, I would say. Yeah.
I have noticed that is a consistent theme with pros, is that like from an outsider, sometimes it looks delusional that you're like, I'm the best. I'm so good at this game. Everyone else sucks. I own this DPC, even though you're losing. But you have to think like that. You have to walk into every single game being like, I am going to destroy this guy in my lane.
Exactly. Like if you don't think that, then you're just not a pro player. Yeah.
Did you have that same killer instinct, Adam, as a support player? Are you allowed to think like that as a support, or only as a core player can you think like that?
I feel like there was always a part of me that I didn't think I was better, but I felt like I could outmaneuver a lot of players on the map when I played, because it was a big roaming meta when I was playing. Kind of doesn't exist now. That's why I'm here.
But you were a work smarter, not harder.
Yeah. I didn't feel like I could outclick someone, for example, you know. But I felt like when it came to a macro, I had a better understanding, at least at that time when I was playing. I think it's very important. I think even if it's not real, you have to kind of give yourself the confidence. I wouldn't say ego, because ego is like higher, where you like block out your team and
Sure.
be like, I'm better, but confident enough to like take fights that you should take, you know? I think that's like really important.
Yeah, and especially for an offlaner like yourself, KP, how have you felt the offlane has evolved over the past few months? I guess, has it even changed since, because I know I read an interview with you recently where you were saying that you probably align most with like Collapse in terms of playstyle, because you're a very team-oriented offlaner.
Did I say that?
You did say that.
I don't remember. Maybe like it's more like the heroes, I would say.
Okay.
But these days I play a lot of Zoo as well, so it's hard to say.
My God,
I'm like
you too?
I'm like a jack of all trades right now.
Okay.
But like for like this patch, I would say the main difference is, I think for me in my pubs especially, I would buy a lot less greaves.
Okay.
Like I don't really enjoy buying the item much anymore. Like,
Don't tell me you're buying Meteor Hammer.
no.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of Meteor as well.
Yes.
But I know a lot of people are, which, you know, for example, mid one in his Night Stalker game, he
We
picked
saw
it.
that. Yes.
The Meteor into Ags, which was pretty creative. But for me personally, I don't really like the item.
Do you like the mech, or do you just not like making it into greaves early on?
Both.
Okay.
But I would say sometimes, like for example, if I'm playing Brood, I might still buy the mech, something like that. But Brood is a special case because that guy's like freaking annoying.
Yes.
And even if you get him like low, you can't finish him off. So I
Yeah.
guess in that certain like case, then it's fine to buy on Brood.
Is this more because of like you just don't like the item, or is it more because in your pubs it's hard to get the team to group up to use the mech time?
I think it's like a bit overpriced for what it does now, because it got nerfed by like a few HP per second and like some armor, right?
Yeah.
When you get below the threshold. And I feel like how much it's like 1 point something K to like turn it from a mech to a greaves. So I feel like it's not very value. Yeah, that's just for me though.
Okay, I like hearing that as well, because the Greaves, the Wraith Pact, all these boring items were not flashy to watch, and I want to see something more exciting with hopefully Talon and SMG will bring me in this game number
Lash
one.
Band.
Lash Band. Let's see if Talon they take out the Coddle. So everyone gets a little piece, and we get your favorite hero, Broodmother's on the board, KP.
Oh. Okay.
Against Rubik Earthshaker.
So Nature's Prophet actually going to be ignored this series, I would say.
Okay.
Which is pretty surprising because MP's been really, really like popular and high win rate.
I feel like SCA has been low-key kind of dodging the hero a little bit. I feel other than Geek Slate, the teams aren't really picking it. I'm not too sure why. It's been a resurgence in Lycan too. The hero looks very strong actually. Not sure why. Do you play Lycan?
Yeah, I actually think
heroes
Lycan's actually really good this patch.
Have the
because-
howl, right?
I don't know, like I feel like my lane's always going to be like decent. And especially in my pubs, like my pos 4s are always like stupid. So, but it's okay because I'm Lycan and
Right.
I have a helm and I have passive and I can drag creeps with
Yo,
my
wolves.
wolves. So it's like the perfect pub hero. And also it's really high win rate on Dota Pro Tracker.
I saw that. It's but I don't remember it getting any buffs in the E patch. In fact,
No,
if
not really.
anything, it got nerfed because your creeps do less damage to towers now, right? The fortified versus summons.
Yeah.
That's probably why people stop hitting towers and be like, I need to hit heroes now. I think the hero's kind of strong because the helm tool comes out really quick because people don't buy boots or anything. It's just like outright rush. It just feels so strong.
Also, people forget about the shard as well. The shard is actually
wave
I love
insane.
that.
Like the item progression now is Helm of Everlord into shard,
Second item. Really?
into AC or whatever you want to
So
build.
why is the shard so broken?
It just like it's just like a so in Dota, right? Lanes matter a lot, and when you buy shard, it like almost always ensures one lane is like pushed out like
Underperforming.
constantly because you can also howl with your wolf as well, so you can like even
And the game you have Radiance, well, you just sit in the lane forever. Brood, of course, does take your tower, but you can still farm there, you don't care too much.
I feel like this Kunkka is going to be mid. I don't think it's going to be safe lane.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right.
If I'm Brood and I see Kunkka,
You don't care.
I don't care. Like, before 6, Brood's like too strong.
How did you feel? We saw during the Lima Major that some teams really liked Kunkka against Enigma. How do you feel about that lane as the Enigma player?
Okay, as the Enigma player, I think the key is not the Enigma or the Kunkka. I think the key is the Enigma's +4.
Oh.
For example, in the game, Blacklist played Kunkka and Talon played Enigma.
Right.
The game changer was a Tiny.
Tiny, yeah. He just calls you, right?
He's like a baby protector.
Okay.
So you really need one of those heroes that can protect babies. In a sense that, like, if they ever dare to like hit your babies, you can like toss them
You mean
back.
the Eidolons, right?
Yeah,
I thought the Enigma was the baby.
He's the big baby.
But yeah, like something like Marcy, Tiny, Tusk, something that can punish people for like, trying to even...
Stand still and hit something.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
This is an anti-mage game.
Nah. Because I don't think anti-mage is actually even good against Morphling anymore.
That's fair.
Like, a lot of people think that, but
What? Oh, alright, it's the mid one hero. Alright, that's okay. With the Shaker.
it had to be that. Like, without that, maybe Enigma.
I'm just surprised they're leaving the carry for so late, considering the events. It's like Naga Slark. We'll probably see the TB taken out, and what else? I feel like it's Eba lifesteal. I feel like the way SMG1 plays, they want mid-1 to be the carry when he's on this NP, and Chidori's the tower defender. Chidori's gonna sit bottom and be like, Moon help, and then Moon comes, and then he's gonna farm again. It's like, someone's coming, Moon help, and then, I feel like that's just how they see the game right now.
I mean, this hero is pretty garbage, but it would be good at doing that. Chidori played Bristleback one time during Tour 1. I hear that hero is awful right now, but...
Wing Undying sounds
Make it
very
work.
rough.
Oh, that's true.
I think you
Right.
lose the lane too. It's only good against spiders later. Enigma ban. So I do think it's a carry NP. Do you think carry NP can lane here? I think it's like really hard, right?
It's pretty hard. But it'll be fine until like...
Level 3, 4. Because he supports kinda right? I think.
Nature's Prophet is always fine until like at least 5 minutes. So he'll be fine. But I honestly think it's going to be like a TB.
That seems very greedy.
Yeah. But then again, like, every MP3 like team is always like, they all like seem to be greedy. Stuff like
But my only concern is that Broodmother is one of those heroes that will kick people out of their jungle very early on, and Terrorblade loves being in his jungle very early on.
guess that's why they picked the Kunkka, because it's like a hero that can kind of
catch Brood.
catch him or like deal with him in the lane and stuff like that.
Bully him out.
That's fair. Talking about the carry, what's Mikoto's hero here? I feel like he needs to be on a Spiritish hero, but the Pug Storm, everything's kind of gone.
Yep.
Something to move around. Coddle, but Coddle's out too.
Void Spirit.
Mikoto, it's Ricky time.
Oh, Panga's still in the pool as well.
Oh, that's true. It is a pretty good Pango game actually.
Ooh, I would like that.
Yeah, Panga's pretty
NP
good.
and Kunkka. Oh, not anymore. They heard you, man.
Oh, fuck.
Keep your voice down.
What to give Mikoto?
I see Void.
Invoker?
I see...
Ricky.
Bad. Maybe DK is okay as well.
Oh, DK sounds pretty good actually.
Because DK is good against them.
Tundra 9 would pick DK here.
Yeah.
He would.
They always pick it against NP. It's
Hey.
decent against Kunkka too, right?
Zeus,
It's a most Mikoto hero, but
not a
I
fan.
also
But
feel like Talon's draft is back to old Talon. Maybe that's a sign of how seriously they're taking the game. It's like, let's not practice right now.
okay,
Go
so
win.
now they're not gonna Terrorblade. So will they?
Oh, that's
anti-mage?
probably a pick too, right? Like the Zeus kind of stops the TV pick in a way.
Yeah, but what the hell is the Zeus gonna do mid though? I feel like you're gonna get owned by Kunkka.
I think anti-mage is fine.
Oh.
I think AM is good. I think they need that kind of hero because this NP is not gonna carry your game.
We did see the AM versus Morphling matchup.
Execration game.
the
That was against a slightly worse team, I think.
Yes, but the
Unlike
Morphling
this.
won that matchup pretty handedly. Oh no, never mind. That was the stupid Terrorblade support.
Yes,
Damn. Never mind. That game is irrelevant.
Otherwise, Ursa.
I thought about Ursa earlier too, but I feel like they don't have a way to end the game now with the Zeus. It becomes really hard. They need to kind of scale and be able to play the map somehow.
carry Doom.
What do you hate to play against most when you're playing Broodmother?
Rude? Nothing.
Nothing. do you care about like Bat and Pango?
Not really.
No cares in the world.
Nah.
Just a spider in his
Because
web.
in pubs, I care a lot about a lot of heroes. Like for example, like Legion, Pango, all these guys are annoying. But in like captain's mode, you know your team's gonna come help
That's
you.
fair.
So
All
it's
right,
like-
real question. In pubs, do you care more about your opponents or your post 4 in your lane?
Ooh.
Which one annoys you more?
My pos 4, honestly.
Ooh.
That's fair.
Like
I feel like it's very normal mentality.
off lane is like the most volatile lane, and if you screw up once, it snowballs more than other lanes. So like your pos 4 is actually really, really important.
Oh.
It's really a 6v4 every time you queue up.
Like I have to like literally tell him what to do like every time.
And sometimes they still like
Yeah,
mess
they
it
still
up,
fuck
right?
up,
Yeah.
That's why you just play Lycan and be like, fine, I'll just do it all
Yeah, yeah.
myself.
Hold it with myself.
Or like play Enigma and just deny.
Don't go there, he says as he blocks his teammate with his wolves.
Last pick is Monkey King for Chidori.
Not a fan.
Not a fan too, because
I feel
Like-
Monkey against Brood is a debate.
like Zeus notoriously is a monkey counter. Like people like picking Zeus into monkey because you can easily find him in trees. You can't really kill Zeus that easily. So I guess they only picked it for the Brood, but even then I don't think it's really that good against Brood.
I feel like SMG has a very go lineup, but at the same time their lanes might not go too well. Other than mid lane, I think the side lanes can be Talon favorite.
And I guess they like the carry-to-carry matchup, Monkey versus Morphling. Compared to so the Morphling Aghanim Scepter, I feel, has been shutting down every single agi carry in the game.
Except Monkey.
Except Monkey. I think Monkey can deal with it a little bit better than most. But it seems like both of you are favoring Talon.
Yep, I am.
Yeah, a little bit, 60-40.
60-40. Okay, that's good, because I want this to be a competitive series for perhaps our crown jewel of tour number 2, and the most prestigious and crown-wearing casters will be doing it. It's Cap and SVG.
That's right. We are going to be taking on the 2 undefeated teams of Season 2. We've got Talon on one side, SMG on the other. SMG, in fact, are undefeated in individual games, not just series, where Talon has dropped a single game so far. Avery, before we get into the draft, what have been your thoughts about these 2 teams so far and their performance in Season 2?
I mean, SMG picking up where they left off, right? If we go back to last season, I feel like they started to get their momentum going, started to get the ball rolling, clicking together, figuring out what they wanted to do, playing around mid one, who was playing the best in the first half of that season. And then they kind of decided to shift some resources around. So I think they're continuing on the momentum, which looks good for them, because they're a team that can build on that the more they get going. But at the same time, I think Talon have shown they're not afraid to experiment, and at the same time, they're just playing with confidence. As a team that did well at the major, really damn well. So now they kind of know they're good. And that goes a long way, honestly. It goes a really long way, especially in these interregional matches. And it also creates an aura of
30
like, oh
seconds
crap,
to
we have to
battle.
play versus a top 3 major team. You know, nobody else in this region has that kind of resume at the moment to instill some fear in the enemies.
Sure. That's something that Talon has been using pretty damn well. But SMG, a lot of momentum there. I'm guessing based off of what you're talking about, though, it does sound like, even draft aside, you are favoring Talon.
The battle begins.
In this match, yes. I think if it was like the first match of the season, I think that's when Talon looked the shakiest to me. You know, maybe they're a little jet lagged. Maybe they're not taking it serious because they just got off a tournament high or whatever. But at this point, I think they're kind of back in their groove. So I would definitely favor them.
Nice block off here. Q is going to be taking a bit of damage. Actually went for the Acorn shot level 1 with the Blightstone. Since Acorn shot did get buffed up a little bit, scaling-wise anyway, with the later levels. I've seen a lot more people favor this ability lately with Hoodwink.
It's good. I mean, this hero always does a decent amount of late-game damage through the Acorn. But you kind of have to have the items to make that happen, which... You know, it's a double-edged sword. You want to give Hoodwink enough farm priority to get there. We saw Jabs try and do it once. It didn't work out for him. So I think this hero's just back to support, where you just play for the stun utility. And sadly, the extra damage probably not changing too much for this. The little chipmunk.
Dyer's
He's going to just be trying to create as much space as possible for Jazz, but so far it's really not doing much. Afu's been totally answering him with multiple fissures now and pressuring Jabs as much as possible. And they do kind of need to win the lanes, right? They chose this Monkey King in part because of the matchup against the Broodmother, even though, you know, the panel did say it's, you know, a little bit of a bait. It's not actually the be-all, end-all of Broodmother counters. It's going to be okay, right?
It's definitely good on the lane. I mean, once you hit 6 on Brood, I don't think the matchup matters anymore, but they do have 3, in theory, favorable lane core matchups. Monkey versus Brood, Kunkka versus Zeus, and the Furion versus Morph. I think Furion's pretty much the best lane answer you can get to Morph in general in his off lane. There's not much that's going to destroy him, but Furion, you can just out-CS him and do pretty well. Effective ollies.
That's a first blood right there. Once again, the mid one off lane. Really, Pelosin putting in most of the work. But this this duo of Pelosin mid one, they're scary in laning phase, man. They do a lot.
Yeah, they're good. And you put this SMG team in a position where they can win 3 lanes. They might just crush you with it. There's a decent chance. Side lane's going very well for them early, and they have a Shaker 5. So if you can win lanes with Shaker 5, you're pretty happy because this hero's a beast in the mid game. Like Arcane Boot, Shard, Max Fissure, plus level 10 Talon, his spell becomes really damn good. I feel like this Shaker is probably a hero we're going to see more this patch. I think he's actually in a pretty good spot. I don't know about the 5. I think the 5 is harder to run than the 4, but if you're very confident that the lane is going to be a fine, then I don't think there's too many downsides.
Oh, damn. I just saw Makoto use his Heavenly Jump to because it does the slow, the attack speed slow, in order to mess up Moon's last hitting for the flag bearer creep. That was pretty cool.
You gotta remember what all these spells do, and they're dead even CS, which is also kind of interesting. I think Moon should have a CS advantage on the early waves, but yeah, Makoto just playing with the top 3 land confidence, you know?
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I know I was listening to Quinn's post-game interview, and he was talking about how he felt like at Lima, the remaining teams were the top 4 mids of that tournament, and had great things to say about everybody who was left, Mikoto included.
Well, of course he's going to say that. I mean, you know, he thinks he's a top 4 mid, so he's just going to be, oh, well, everybody I'm going to play is the best in the world. So then when I beat him, I look really good, you know?
So he was trying to hype up the mid lane because, you know, like, in that way, the mid lane is the reason why they got top 4 in the first place.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Therefore, meaning he was the reason they won the tournament.
It's basically a low-key way of saying I'm the best player in the world. And then, you know, even if I lose, I lost to the other. But if you say everybody else is trash, then if you lose, you lost to trash. And if you win, you beat trash. So either way, you look bad. I know these tactics. They're classic North American tactics. They don't work here. That said, I do think Makoto looked like the best mid at that tournament in some of those games. He was just going ham. So
yeah, it was popping off.
I think he found some personal confidence at that land, or whatever happened with the team, and I expect him to carry it over because I think he plays best when he plays very aggressive and you know, he just jumps. He just makes the jump, the leap of faith with all his spirits and all these heroes. Maybe not with Zeus. I don't know if you want to aggressively jump with Zeus. Maybe tone that back a little, but
We'll see what kind of heavenly jumps he pulls up. Speaking of jumps, Chidori, nice little cool play there. Leveled up tree dance in between hits there from Talon in order to, he probably wasn't going to die, but take a little less damage.
And all 3 lanes still going SMG's way, even with a greedier support duo in terms of the lane. Like, generally, you're not going to see Undying Hoodwink lose side lanes. So this just speaks to the core matchups and a little help from the early execution. But I would expect these to get a little better for Talon over time, like especially Brood. Brood kind of just takes over between 3 and 5 because she out-regens you. Like, maybe Monkey can sit here and trade, but I don't expect the Shaker to have much more impact long-term on this lane.
They're
going to Q.
Holy
and they managed to cut down the tree. Beautiful play by Chidori, knowing that one tree was going to be what Q was going to play off of. Preemptively cutting it down, making it so the Q's Bushwhack dies, and getting a second kill for SMG, currently 2-0 with a 1,000 net worth lead. As you keep saying, winning all the lanes, and that continues to be.
I don't think this bottom lane should be going that good for Afu as it's going. I really think Q he got outplayed. Like that level 1 trade and having Acorn first, playing just went pretty bad for him.
He's going to make a rotation over to mid, see if they can shut down Moon a little bit. Afu is here to be able to help out. The boat is going to come in. They're going to do a lot of chain stun. Heavenly jump over to the side, dodges the torrent, but he still goes down. Tossed up in the air, slammed by Afu.
Damn, that's a fortuitous haste rune there, so that Rubik can join that, because he had Fairy Fire and Bottle Charges left on the Zeus. I don't know if that's actually a kill. We've seen some nice runes today. Maybe you should up the priority here. Your other people watching this.
Haste rune's really coming in clutch, especially.
Yeah, there was a time I remember where mid players were complaining about the 2-minute double damage, you know? They eventually got rid of that. Maybe 6-minute haste. That's next on the menu. Get this rune skews too much at the 6 minutes, you know? We gotta push that back. Then mid players will complain about 8-minute arcane rune. We'll push that back. You know, sooner or later there won't be any runes. And everybody will be mad, but they'll all be equally upset.
Yes. And we make Dota just a little bit more formulaic. I always hate the power rune complaints because, you know, I like the chaos that it adds, you know? It's an objective that pops up, you gotta play around it. You know what's coming.
Yeah, exactly. It's a skill issue, not an RNG issue. True. Otherwise, what you want a game where it's everybody's gray blob versus gray blob, and they throw gray blobs at each other, and it's perfectly equal. I mean, you know, you gotta have a little gamba in your life, a little uphillness, a little rune RNG, a little Roshan timer.
Once again, Avery,
some spice.
Avery opting for gambling first and foremost.
No, I'm not promoting gambling. I'm just saying some variation.
He's dead.
There's some variation.
Nighttime Fisher range. He just got him outside of the vision range, and they just chained it up, and 23 gets picked off. SMG are really cooking now.
Let them cook.
They are. They're indeed.
Still, I would expect them to be in this position off the lanes. Maybe not this good. I don't know if you'd expect to get the morph kill like that with an early tier 1 like this. Because 22's going to TV back in here, but this tower is just dead, I think.
Pulling back Q, he's going to get picked off as he's trying to secure power runes. He does manage to take it away from Kunkka, but at a hefty cost.
Now 23 is just going to get harassed. There's no tower. Afu's behind him.
He's going to get blocked. Oh, Afu barely off the mark there. Probably wouldn't be able to trap him anyway, but oh, no, he turns around. That was a little scary. Turns into the Rubik and cut it a little close there. Q's going to come in, try and help out. Does manage to snag mid one, and maybe 23 can help finish him off. Oh, geez. Once again, he turns into the Rubik, almost dies. A Fisher narrowly misses him. Afu now on the run. Moon is going to try and help out. He's going to quickly kill the high ground ward before he dies. Finally does get picked off. Q's going to also die to the bring back pull in of Moon.
Your admiral is on board.
I mean, Makoto got the kill, so he's pretty happy about that. 23 lives, I guess he'll take that considering he was in a pretty bad position with his tier 1 dying. And the whole time this happened, maybe Jabs was the real winner. Because he didn't have to go to anything and he got an empty lane. This is the Monkey Brood. Sure, the early lane's good, but at some point you just get kicked out. Now your tier 1 tower safe has died. And Jabs is going to open up the map with the spiders here.
Well, Moon at least did manage to snag most of the experience, but did miss some last hits, but he did steal something out of that hard camp stack, so little small things here and there.
And I think if you're SMG, you want to turn this early lane win into the tier 1 mid, which is dying right now, but also just scaling items between your Monkey and Furion. I think you want them both to scale here. This is not really a utility game. You're both your
Grid Mother. An early rotation from Jabs, as since he's already taken that safe lane tower, he's willing to try and help save this mid tower. Oh, Horn coming in. Ollie, he's going to drop the tombstone behind him. Now he's still going to be comboed for a hefty amount of damage, but will be able to heal himself and be able to walk away safely. That's still, though, this mid lane is going to need some serious action. SMG really want to finish off this tower.
Yeah, they want to open up more space on the map. So their greedy lineup with 3 cores can just go to town in terms of getting to the early BKBs and the early damage items. Because you are rushing BKB on this Kunkka. You want to get Battle Fury into it at some point for Chidori. And of course, you're probably going 2nd or 3rd AM BKB on this Furion. So the faster that triple timing comes out for their cores, the sooner they can just force Roche. They can force an early triangle invade. They can just man fight the Morphling without maybe Brood being able to get to that fight. A lot of these things open up for the SMG lineup. It's a question of how fast can you get there, which is going to punish it. And of course, their supports they're not slacking too much in scale either. Shaker with the shard is going to be pretty good, and Paulson could have a very good game on this Rubik because he can just morph up the super high strength intervals, and you're looking at a lineup that's a lot of magic-oriented bursts. So this is where the Rubik morph kind of shines because he doesn't have to worry too much about the armor.
Oh, yeah.
Just put it all in strength, baby.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't done that already.
I think he's trying to save it because he actually likes the extra right-click attack speed here for farming.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it adds a little bit, you know?
Yeah, and he is farming pretty quickly. He's going to have a really fast blink dagger, man.
That's what I'm saying. He might just go off this game because he got the early towers, he got the lane, he got priority. He's going to be able to morph up to 2,000 HP. He is almost as farmed as 23. He's like 1,000 behind. So early tier 1 tower pushes on the menu and another X on Ollie. There's no way to defend these towers.
Yeah, they don't even need to kill heroes. They'll chip away at that mid tower and it eventually falls. Ollie was forced to use his flesh golem, otherwise he could have been bursted down. And Talon just not really ready to defend too much. There's only so much that Broodmother can do this early, and obviously 23, as great as he is on Morphling, it is far too early in the game for him to be involved.
It just kind of feels like the Talon at the major in terms of they want to just go really late because Ollie has nobody to fight with on this Undying. Like, who's going to the early tower fights for this Talon? None of them want it. I mean, Zeus can, but Zeus kind of just gets forced into it. It's not his choice. And so the question is going to be, how early does Talon want to take the fights? How much are they going to give up before they get to that point? Because they're going to end up giving up a decent amount here. Being behind on the space and probably Roshan.
We'll pull back in. Taking a lot of damage from the spiders, and is going to be popped as Makoto lends a helping hand for the last bit of damage, and will, of course, gladly take the last hit gold and experience for himself.
We're going to try cheeky killing them more.
An attempt that doesn't quite work, but they do manage to steal away for him, which is a cool ability.
Yep, and he did morph up all the way, so you're looking at 1,800 HP Rubik here. It's going to be pretty annoying in the fight. An early Shadow Blade for Moon looking bottom. So this is his way of dealing with the Brood, getting the setup from the Invis. I don't think Jabs expected this one.
Nope, and he's going to be caught inside the trap. The Torrent and the Wukong's command, a very nicely executed combo that even with the mech will still manage to get the kill on the Broodmother. Now a Fisher on Q, a +1 perhaps? Yep, they got him with the X. Makoto will try and fight back. Ollie's coming in from behind. Tombstone can slow them down a little bit. Maybe even enough to fight back. Makoto, how bold is he going to be here? Big hit. Uh-oh. Now he's been caught inside the X. Needs a little help. Early Yuan is here to try and finish him off. He's going to jump out barely outside. Chidori delivers the finishing blow with a boundless strike, and now Q's been caught inside the Sprout. Wilson helps finish him up, and SMG bringing the whole squad here. And again, as you said, Talon, a little bit more late game oriented, do not have that same kind of luxury. Uh-oh. Boone gets himself stuck here with 23 pulling him back in with his own X marks the spot, and they actually do manage to get a pick there. So looks like SMG really overextending themselves. That was a great fight, and then they just fed away 2 kills afterwards. That is unfortunate.
Echo for the message, and that's about it. I mean, you get hoodwinked by, but you definitely do not feel good about feeding this Kunka kill away to Morphin. That's a lot of gold for 23 that he gets off that. 650 or so. And a lot of XP getting turned around. And more importantly, you save this tier 1 bottom, which is your last tier 1 here. Yeah. Cannot overextend in these engagements. You're building a decent lead, but again, you're an early oriented lineup. You throw away 1 or 2 of these fights, the late game is going to kick in here for Talon. I do think they're confident about the late game with the 23 Morphling. I feel like they always are with that hero. Another haste.
They're going to be able to catch him. Again, using this waveform to really good effect with Chidori. They combo up, get a pick off there. Now Ollie's going to be caught as he was trying to run over and help, and mid one cuts him off with the Sprout. SMG, even though they stumbled a little bit, they have not lost momentum, and that's very important. Still picking up support kills here and there and closing out the map. Like, Talon really cannot get too far out there right now. It's just Jab.
Yeah, they control the whole upper side of the map, and then they can just sit somebody bottom. Because there isn't really good rotations to jabs in this game. His other two cores are not combination cores. It's basically three solo farmers. Maybe it's up to the Spider to connect with the Morphling later, but otherwise everybody just kind of wants their items here, and that's the downside. It's a slower game, which means, as you said, keep building momentum. You still have this Shadow Blade on Moon he can set up. You have an early Blink Dagger on Paulson. Like we were talking about, this Rubik is having a really good game. He's very farmed. He can create a lot of play action here. He's very aggressive. Limited catch on this Talon lineup.
He's got a pretty good host of spells to steal. Gets anything from Zeus. In a long drawn-out fight, he can do a lot with that. Obviously, Tombstone is probably going to be the biggest spell he could steal in this whole game.
If you get webs are actually pretty nice on that hero. Pretty hard
Webs
to get.
or spawn spiderlings is a good way to like try and slow down the Broodmother push pressure that comes out from that.
But he would definitely like that Tombstone or Bolt. Yeah, Bushwhack, you can get it. There's the early Roshan. This is just non-contestable here, even if you knew it was happening.
I would. It's just too hard to fight into the Kunkka right now.
Yeah, you just don't have this Greaves on Brood. They're actually gonna try. Maybe they just feel Tombstone is good enough, but.
SMG were low enough that they actually back outside of the pit, but they still want to take a team fight. Almost getting the X. Get it now. Fisher goes out immediately. The Echo Slam. 23 had already popped over the Strength Morph, so he's going to be okay for now. The defensive Wukong's command trying to zone back Talon, but a shot through the dark comes through and brings down Afu.
That was an aggressive go on this Morph. Maybe you catch him before he morphs, but I really don't think it's likely. And now you just wasted Wukong's ship and your Shaker life. Roche at half. I guess maybe the idea is if you force the fight, the Tombstone gets dropped, you just go into Roche now. So maybe you just give up a life, but you get the bigger one in return. We'll see if they commit for the play. You still have to kind of respect how you set these fights up, though, because a lot of your damage is the Furion and the Monkey. Which means it's this Wukong. It's when mid one feels confident enough to just TP in and start right-clicking people. If that doesn't happen, your poke is... It's not amazing here. You already have a pipe up on this Brood. Jab's opting to go for the magic defense instead of the early Greaves, so... There's some tankiness on this Talon side.
The seeds of fortune.
Like out sentries. Just trying to get control of vision around it. They're going to jump forward and go for the Zeus. Oh,
dodged it for him.
The telekinesis throwback behind Chidori. Jukes his own teammate. That is very awkward because now they've given away a dominating kill streak to Makoto when it should have been the other way around.
So there's 700 gold to Talon's way, and also just the mental damage, the self-inflicted mental damage.
It's like an alchemist concoction going off right there.
Yeah, you just boundless struck yourself in the face, basically. What happened? This monkey's trying to get the BKB, and these BKB timings are really important. That's
especially when you're talking about building up momentum and everything. You don't want to. You can ill afford too many stumbles in this game. They've already stumbled like twice now, pretty much in situations that I will forgive that mid team fight. I think you tried to take something, you tried to catch some Morphling by surprise, but the bottom fight now, that one really awkward screw ups, and SMG, they may pay for it if they're not careful. Moon's going to clear out a host of spiders as Jabs continues to play around this area again. Roshan, all about Roche.
Talon are just delaying it because they can't really do it unless they win a clear fight. So they're kind of happy just stalling up the map right now and getting their Morphling farmed, getting him to the items which will allow him to commit in the fight. You probably fight with the Manta here because there's not a lot of direct threat as long as he gets Morph off. But Scotty's going to be the big window for 23. If he gets to that third item, you're looking at a very different type of engagement here for SMG because he's just going to out-man fight you during that period.
Yeah.
And those types of mistakes, like that thing top, they matter a lot in terms of the mental momentum.
23 forced to stop his TP here.
Another one.
He's into the Furion, tries to go for a teleport out, but it gets caught, and there it is. This time, the Echo will put 23 down.
Let him cook. He got cooked.
Yeah, he got cooked pretty heavily by that Earthshaker, and SMG, is that enough for them to roach? They got 35 seconds and no enemy.
The X on Ollie.
Oh, even better if they can kill the Undying. That's the big team fight hero. He's brought low. Two heroes now dead. They just have to be careful with the follow-up team fight.
Stolen Bushwhack.
Bushwhack put to work up against Jabs. Jabs actually a little low on mana there. Pops the Soul Ring so he can use Mech and Greaves if necessary.
Yeah, they're all kind of
Good
low
for now.
Just low mana on the Zeus too. Not in a position to take this fight. Of course, Kunkka can refill himself here.
Still, like, they've got a nice net worth lead, but still haven't gotten that, like, quite enough of a lead to be able to take Roshan. So maybe this is the definitive move. A 4-man smoke up. If they get another catch this close to the Roshan pit, surely that'll be enough.
This is double
to get
BKB
the
time.
first stages.
Kunkka and Monkey just finished. So this is not a fight you want to have go even. This is a fight you want to dominate right now because there's no answer to these BKBs.
Once again, spawning the Undying. Smoke breaks. They were on their way to go for the Morphling kill, and they're still going to try for it here, but he's already morphed into strength, and he's going to take a lot of punishment here, and it might just be enough. Wait for him over the side.
4,000 HP.
Still caught inside the Sprout. Moon going for it, but blocked out by the Sprout. Mid one, maybe his damage is enough, and he finally gets a Maelstrom proc that gets the kill. Once again, the carry of Talon gets picked off, and SMG continue their hunt.
Where's the team too? Just feels like Talon can't help this Morphling on the map. Now you're getting punished on the backside? Where's the turn?
Toad is not stopping SMG, but maybe it will stop Chidori. He was late, and he has the Jingu stack, so he's going to be okay. Pull back there into the boat to try and delay. SMG going for the reset. Talon really wants to keep chasing, but they got to be careful. This is a 3 versus 5. Hugh getting pulled away from the trees and gets caught. And now Jabs. Oh, that Fisher barely off the mark, but the X is right on the spot. He has to turn around and try and threaten Moon, but it's not going to be good enough. He's going to get chain held in place, and Jabs is dead. Lawson keeps on trucking. He blinks forward, looking for another adaptive strength strike on Makoto. Not going to find it.
These adaptive strikes destroyed them, dude, because he has so much strength. He morphed all the strength, and he's just destroying them. It's extra stun because it's Rubik, too. There's like 4-second guaranteed stun. Point and click arrow. Thank you very much, Mr. Morphling.
That is pretty sick.
Absolutely brutal in those fights. And honestly, Thunder's God Wrath, I don't know if it was on cooldown. I don't think it was. Yeah, it definitely wasn't. So they just missed the kill on Chidori there. Like, that Thunder's God was just late. Maybe they didn't expect as much burst as they had, but still, this is another fight where Talon just aren't all connected with it. They felt very disconnected this game.
Back inside the game, Tombstone out after a pickoff on Q. They'll deal with the Tombstone. The one support dead, the other effectively neutered. Talon still in force, though, are trying to keep this Roshan in contest and make sure SMG can't do it. The more they try and contest, the more open they leave themselves to more pickoffs, as the other support is now going to die, neutered to dead. Ollie falls, and 20-7 now with SMG. A 12,000 net worth lead will finally go into the pit.
They're getting way more than Roshan out of these fights. It's 5 or 6K between these two fights. They're just getting everything. And they didn't even have to necessarily use BKBs for an engagement like that. They're just poking them down. What is Talon's engagement? It's Bushwhack. That's it. There's not really any other clear tool to let their cores go until they can start outputting the damage. You can't really start poking them with the Zeus because X is outranging him here. Monkey can just jump on him and BKB take the fight. So you're getting outranged on the poke. SMG don't have to commit. And then at the same time, you can't really turn because your stuns and damage are a bit limited right now. I mean, Polson has decay and he's stealing even more strength here. This is the strongest Rubik I've ever seen in my life.
More. He needs more.
How much strength is enough? Chill, bro.
Man, it's a maxed out decay too. With extra cast range, That decay is actually super easy to land on multiple heroes in these fights. 13,000 net worth lead. It continues to grow and grow, and it's only going to get worse because SMG are pretty well set up at this point to start taking some tier 2s, take the outposts. They're going to start with top for now. Moon is going to make sure that the mid lane doesn't get pushed in too heavily by using his X.
Easy spider latch. I mean, you do have to be careful here that you don't get, like, Makoto can leap in and heals him. And then in theory, he's stuck on this X, but again, even if that happens, he just BKBs and walks it off. Until you have the Scotty on Morph. I don't like your latching heroes, and 23's, he's decided to go BKB instead. Just feels like he can't engage the fight versus the Rubik Shaker stuns. I feel his pain here, but at the same time, I do think this Scotty is insanely important for their lineup. They don't really have chase, they don't really have lockdown. There's no real ways to take the fight, and you're falling farther and farther behind. If the hexes come out for SMG before you get there, you're really screwed. They're just going to take the whole game over. And Moon is building it pretty damn fast.
Honestly, the only reason I feel like Talon still has a chance in this game is because of the fact that it's 23 Morphling. And the more I think about it, like I immediately was like, oh, BKB, that sounds awful. You kind of need to go greedy and go Scotty. But I kind of feel like with the way we've seen 23 Savage use the hero steal so effectively, I could see a world where he uses the BKB and turns into, I don't know what hero he turns into, honestly,
Shaker.
to win the fight, but Shaker?
It's got to be Shaker. I mean, I don't think without Ags, you're not stealing anything too effective from anybody else here. The Kunkka steal's okay in terms of catch, but I think the
trying to cut him down from the trees, but Chidori hops down first. They get out the tombstone, but it's quickly dealt with, and now the strength morph isn't going to be able to kick in time. 23 tries to Manta dodge, not quite good enough, pulled back by the X. There is going to be Chidori on the side, taking a lot of damage, but he's got Aegis and BKB ready to go, so he doesn't even care too much about this damage. Even if they do manage to finish him off, which they do, he's okay with that. Reset. Maybe a chance to go again. If not, okay, they got a support buyback out of Ollie.
Yeah, that's decent value. And you're not really losing too much. I mean, you lose Aegis, but don't really care. And again, Paulson's just too tanky, man. Like, 23's trying to burst him. It's the 2500 HP Rubik with Glimmer. It's really obnoxious. They are feeling the strength. Test of strength.
Gabs might get picked off. Moon's gonna spot him, get the X. Mid one's there with the follow-up. I mean, this is just not a friendly Broodmother game. If you're behind like this, SMG has really good ways to scout. I mean, Moon's choice of Shadowblade early has demolished Jab's game.
Yeah, he put it to very good use. I feel like if you get the Shadowblade and you just get that one kill, it's honestly kind of worth it, because you just set the Brood so far back and then he's scared, right? And it's not a hero that wants to buy his own sentries. It's kind of awkward for core supports to go to where the Brood plays and sentry it all the time. It's such a large area. It can get kind of weird. So he definitely made this item work and it paid off. You can even build it into Silver Edge later, and it's a decent Kunkka damage item.
Jeez, they almost managed to cut through that strength morph faster than he could gain the HP thanks to the Wukong's command. It was actually a little close there, but 23 does manage to get away, and back to the fountain he goes, but SMG just building up more and more of a lead. I mean, this is feeling like an insurmountable lead at this point in time. 20,000 in 30 minutes. That is very impressive by SMG.
It is quite a lot, yeah. Very good rate of accumulation here. Nature's Prophet definitely helps with that one. Ag's build is going to clean up the map, going a second hex of his own, so you're going to have double hex here in the next 5 minutes. If you don't win a fight soon, I don't know if you're going to win it after that. I just feel it's going to be too hard. You do have Ags on Makoto, so a little extra mini stun catch. You have some burst. Let's say 23 finds the Shaker, finds the Rubik. Might be able to kill him now. Also pretty important for providing extra vision between the Zeus bolts and the ult. You want to prevent this Glimmer from saving somebody. You want to prevent this Shadowblade from saving somebody. Like, all this damage on the jump has to sync up. Because, again, there's limited jump and stun from Talon. So you got to make it count. And BKB done for 23. This is their fight. This is their way to in back in the game if they can find some pickoffs. Set the map up for next Roche. But this has to connect. You're not going to get too many of these. And SMG, they're just sniffing it out. Standing high ground.
They have the successful scan on the high ground. So Talon knows where they're at, but...
Yeah, but you want to run up there?
No, I don't.
Top tower is under attack.
And Hex
And SMG knows a way to be able to force them. Force Talon to make a move, and that's just hitting the high ground in top lane. Force them to TP back, they're going to show. It makes everything a whole lot more clear.
Oh, through, he's so deep. Wait, does he see him?
Oh, lightning bolt, it spots him. They got the bushwhack on him. Jeez.
That was so aggressive.
That was a very bold move. Mid lane, though, they do manage to catch jab, so hey, it's a 1-for-1 exchange still for SMG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't understand why either of those players were where they were. I mean, I kind of get what they were doing, but it's just kind of a weak death by jabs and then off food. That was just not, I don't know, that was a bold play. I respect it. I respect that kind of aggressive move, but maybe not thinking all those trees were going to be cut either. I don't know if that was a mid-1 tree in summon or what, but he ended up getting stuck there. Kind of funny. Still, map is in full SMG control. I don't think they care about going high ground too much. They just care about getting Talon back in their base, taking away all the camps. And you're going to have a second Hex here pretty damn soon. Going to make 23's life very difficult.
Yeah, I like how Moon has just opted for the full utility. Like, he got his Hex, but now he's going Refresher afterwards. Like, really not focusing on the damage aspect at all and just letting Chidori and Midwan cover that aspect.
I think it's correct. I think Refresher's fine here. You could also go Torrent Storm, but honestly, whatever he thinks is going to provide the most utility for his 2 carries to carry the game, I'm totally fine with. Even Shard might not be too bad because you can just aggressively run up.
Your admiral is on board.
Just pull someone back into you. Feels pretty nice. You can keep them in Wukongs. I wouldn't mind seeing that, but otherwise, yeah, his items on point. Now you get the poke high ground again. No glyph. They're just making Jabs' life miserable because Brood does not want to have to come back to these.
These little pokes are particularly deadly because the Aghanim Scepter on Chidori. Nice. Cuts through the tree once again, using that Battle Fury, and dodges the shot from Q. Man, Chidori is really impressed on his carry performances lately. Just little stuff like that. So that I feel like he's doing every game we watch.
He's in mode zone. Pure mode zone right now. Says you can get top 3 at a major, but I don't give a damn. That's a lane.
SMG bringing down the big giants, major giants of Talon potentially in this game 1 as they are looking pretty clean to do so. The 26,000 net worth lead, second Roshan. I mean, Talon's got to come up with some sort of miracle to turn it around.
Miracle, you say? That sounds like a job for 23 Savage Morphling.
I don't know if that's enough.
Not enough,
It's a really good Morphling, but he doesn't have, I think his win rate is, well, it's above 50%. It's not above 60%, you know?
You were the one praising it.
Yeah, it was. Well, you know, I got to give a little bit of hope.
You're just a jabate. You're just a giant jabate. You believe in a player, you believe in his hero, you got to stick to that, man. You can't flip-flop.
Stick to your principle. Well, that's called being biased.
There's too many biases. I can't keep up.
Nice Crystallis for 23. I mean, if he turns into the Earthshaker and chant totems and hits somebody with a crit,
yeah, that's cool.
It'll do at least a quarter of their HP.
Then something will happen.
Yeah, he'll do like 50% of Pelosin's HP.
I don't believe they can win a fight unless he has Scotty. That's my feeling.
Okay. So just don't fight for Roshan then? Is that your suggestion?
Oh, hell no. You ain't fighting this Roche.
Okay.
I don't think there's any way you can take this Roche fight. You're just walking in division. Someone's going to get insta-hex by Moon. And the fight's pretty done.
Trying to catch Q, and they got him. Lightning immediately turns around, uses the sharpshooter, trying to bounce himself into the second set of trees, but there is no escape from SMG.
Stolen shooter shot here for Polison. So that's a lot of extra burst that can randomly come out. Maybe surprise one of these Talon cores.
Yeah, the range is off the screen, man.
Yeah, I can't even find it.
You have to actually put Ruben out in your monitor to be able to see him. Okay, all right.
Wait. Dabs with the Hex out of nowhere.
Okay.
RKO's cooking into the ground. Now you gotta take
They are
fight.
still gonna fight. Oh, he just got one shot now.
Oh, he's locked in the cage.
Chidori, he managed to get off the Wukong's command. The armor is that gonna crit him? No way! The crits! Unbelievable.
He's out.
Chidori
No, he's not.
actually does die. Jabs finish him off just before his TP completes and just as his BKB wears out, but Jabs is still on the run. Mid-one, the second carry is still plenty strong enough to be able to win the rest of this fight. Jabs throwing some spiders around, throwing some webs around, trying to get out of vision, but they spotted him again. Now the teleport coming in. Mid-one, he's got a Gleipnir, but he actually gets hit by the scythe first. No way Jabs gets out of this.
He ran back
tries
into him.
to juke waits him down, but he runs back into Afu and finally will fall.
I mean, that was actually a crazy good fight for Talon, but Chidori says, I am the better critter than you, 23. Take some notes, son. Get your notepad out. This is how you use a Daedalus. That's just a little unlucky, man. The whole time there's this double damage bottom, too. Is like, oh, if Talon had seen that, imagine they had double damage on Morph there. They might just win the game off that fight.
Sure. Yeah, they get Roshan for themselves.
Yeah, that's crazy close. I mean, they're down 30k now, but that felt like a fight they could win off the surprise Hex on Moon. I was not expecting Brood to have
What's
that.
with the double crit numbers that popped up there? Was that the Boundless Strike hit and his regular hit? Was that double crits and actually got him?
No, I think Morph crit him, but
Oh, okay. Oh, that makes
he
sense.
might have dodged some extra damage at the end, and I think his crit was just stronger.
Okay, they get that Roshan, but 23 did bottle the double damage. So which is worth more, Avery? 2 lives or double the damage?
Honestly, the DD probably.
Yeah.
I mean, they put this Aegis on the Furion, but I think the double damage on Morph is just more valuable. It's basically the highest value double damage hero in the game, outside of maybe Terrorblade in certain situations.
Mm-hmm.
This hero's just insane with DD. He has the waveform talent too, so you pop DD, waveform in, somebody just gets evaporated.
To the deeps with you.
Well, there's that shard. Moon putting it to use.
You might not know what you're leaping into, son.
You gotta be careful with that one. He especially should maybe not be the one jumping in. Let mid-one do that work. They're gonna get one up on Jab. But here comes 23 with his double damage, but he immediately has to walk away from the Wukong's command. He can't really do enough damage to Chidori. Q even trying to do a little bit more to the monkey. Maybe they can address mid-one a little bit. No! What a
Dodge Echo.
form away! Dodges the Echo, turns back into an Earthshaker, has an Enchant Totem double damage hit. That is a lot. You gotta be careful. Chidori's jumping forward. Q managed to get out of the sprout, but Makoto's gonna be caught, and that is even worse. He has the heavenly jump, but no, he got pushed back by the waves! Right as he went for the jump, he got pushed away. 23 is now caught inside the sprout, turns around. Oh, he crit him to kill Chidori thanks to the double damage. It's going to work, but they need a little bit of time. Waveform is coming up, but he's leashed down. He tries to manta out of it. He's still stuck inside, morphing his strength, but he's running out of time, and he's running out of health. He will fall SMG, even if they lose Chidori. Mid-one, the secondary carry of this game will pull them through.
He still has Aegis on top of it. That's Swiftly.
Yeah.
Just going to work, and Makoto had Aeon there, but there's nowhere for this Zeus to run. There's too many pullbacks. Even a Hex on Paulson at this point. The raw net worth here from SMG. There's way too much to overcome. DD, yeah, it helps, but you win the cage match versus Chidori the second time around. But Chidori is not the carry at this point. Damn, now you just
the
died.
moment he TP'd in, they were so ready for that. Hit him with the torrent, push him back with the waves. 23 is getting an opportunity to maybe kill the support as, oh no, the sharpshooter isn't quite enough. They still have to commit a little bit more. He turns around, shoots the squirrel back in the face. They get a pushback on a mid-one. Now he still has Aegis. He still has Satanic too. He is going to be a tough cookie to crack here.
He did steal Furion, so he can TP back in. You have numbers advantage. 2 dead for SMG. I think 22 is probably going to look for something here. Where's he?
One's going to TP away. He's got the level 25 talent, though.
There's just so much control on SMG right now. I mean, I'm surprised that Talon are even doing anything in these fights, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like they should just get rolled over.
Yeah, they're down 40,000 gold, and they're making this game look close in a way. But that's a 23 buyback right there. So that's kind of the nail in the coffin. You lose Morph, the game just ends here. You did end up getting this Torrent Storm on Moon as well, so
You'll
doing a lot of damage.
They get a Force Staff and Heavenly Jump out. He's going to be okay, but they still get the X on Ollie. So they might still get the pick off. Yeah, they're going to pull back with that wave. Now, Moon is going to take a lot of damage. Oh, got the shot from 23. That was just enough. So they trade the Undying and still keep the gem. Ollie very quick on that one. Actually sent his courier out.
How the hell was he in range for that?
I do not know, honestly.
That was a sniper, not a shotgun. Jeez. I mean, again, they're down 40,000 gold and they're getting trades in these fights. This is absurd. They should not be getting anything. This game should be over.
Yeah, you know what? It feels like one of those like old school like tower defense or hero defense sort of deals where they're putting up a fight and surviving, but it does feel inevitable. Like the system is rigged against them. Like they're going to lose the game. It's just impressive how long they can hold out, you know?
You're saying they're bleak wage slave blobs in a harsh capitalistic environment that gives them no escape route for their souls. Is that what you're saying, Cal?
Well, I mean, this is supposed to be a time of escapism for our audiences, not to remind them of their daily lives, Avery. So, damn, mid one's gonna have a nullifier soon.
Unlucky. Okay. Unlucky. What can you do?
Radiant are scanning.
You live in modern capitalistic society. I'm sorry.
Somebody actually said this earlier today. It's just like, well, you should have been born into generational wealth. What can you do?
Yeah, you should have been born into like the exact year, 1989 or something for like 1 month. And everything before or after.
Killed.
Terrible. But that 1 month, what's wrong with you? Just unlucky.
SMG, man, very impressive game won by them.
I mean, they didn't win it yet.
Yeah, but I would, okay, even if they lose it, it would be impressive if they lost it, but I would still say their performance for the last 43 minutes has been impressive.
No, it's been pretty good. I think they messed up some of these fights because I think this game should be over in theory, but, you're at a 40k gold lead. These are tiny complaints. And now you're smoking with multiple hexes. Ollie is gone. No buy.
Nice catch. They get even more. SMG is just so fast. Once they start clicking,
bam, bam, bam.
They're able to jump for more and more and more. They catch the Zeus. Almost get jams, too.
I mean, 23 is debating Scotty or Divine Rapier. He keeps going back between the two, but he will settle on Scotty. As mid one says, get the hell away from my shop, son.
He kicks him back. You did say that Scotty was necessary to be able to win.
Got the hex on him.
The hex.
Is there enough damage?
They burst him down fast enough. They got him.
The crits.
Oh, no. He got double crits. Double crits plus sharpshooter with a boomerang on top. That's burst on burst.
That's just a bad. Again, it's just a sloppy death here. In a game, you should just be closing it out.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay. I think this is two sides to the same coin. Their aggressiveness gets them, like some of these pickoffs that have allowed them to thrive, and the pickoffs turn into more pickoffs. But at the same time, that same aggressiveness does seem to feed away some random kills.
I mean, we saw it in some of their other games too, right? I feel like mid one had a couple weird deaths in some of the other games. I mean, this one I get. You're just trying to force this. You're like, all right, there's no way Brood's on the hill, and Brood was on the hill. You know what happened? But you gave Scotty to Morphling. You're 40k down, but honestly, if he gets some good crits, you find the right target, the fight is winnable here. It really is.
I mean, it looks like about 8 minutes ago it was 9-9, 99-1. Now it's 98-2.
That's the Scotty.
So
doubled your win percentage. He's down.
Kind of has. Slowing him down. Oh, Jesus, that telekinesis. That is a throw and a half. Oh, Olsen's working as a quarterback part-time.
You don't have Fury on here. You don't want to force his buy in some garbage fight.
Yeah.
I think SMG are thinking the same. Maybe the reason they want to take that, though, is they have double damage on Chidori. level 25 Wukong and basically 6 slot. It's his turn to double up the carry damage and slap it back towards 23.
Yeah, hey, like
scary.
They're probably gonna wait for the Roshan in 2 minutes, but they've got the 25 Talon, a really big Wukong's command ring.
Yeah, I mean, he has everything.
I feel like you should be able to like just walk up to the high ground, pop that, and Talon can't fight back. No?
Yeah. I don't disagree with that type of argument. I mean, you could have probably done it twice by now, but that's what I'm saying. They're not really closing this game out. It's pretty weird. I also haven't seen a game where a team has been up 40,000 and it feels losing. Normally, when you're at that point, it's like, all right, this game is just over. But this game is this is a losable game. This is a crazy.
Apparently, 3% chance it's losable right now.
And it just went up another tick. Oh. Tides have turned, maybe.
Bit by bit. Mid one.
Again, though.
Ooh. So close with that Sprout. He missed the Gleipnir. I think he used Sprout and Gleipnir around the same time, so.
And 23, I was saying he was choosing between Divine and Scotty. Well, now, he might get the both. This Divine Rapier is cheaper than it used to be. 5,600. Yeah. He only needs 1,000 here. And he's got that bottle. You know what that bottle's for.
Mm-hmm.
He needs a little special ingredient to help him cook here.
You know, see if you can find another double damage in 40 seconds. But in 20 seconds, Roshan is going to spawn. SMG are setting up for it. They get the side. Zafu walks up to the high ground, but once again, the saves. Alosin with the telekinesis is so ready to respond every single time. They still have the high ground ward, and they're going to play around it, though.
Yeah, I do not want to give up the vision advantage here. You're willing to contest this Roche, which it looks like Talon wants to contest it. It's a bold choice. Maybe with Divine, it's your best chance to win. This is going to be a lot.
I think the last rune was double damage, by the way, so this next one can't be DD.
No. That was the rune previous. But
yeah, so
I think it was still lower. So Jabs? Are you insane, brother?
He really wanted the arcane rune, I guess.
What?
Oh, come on. You cannot possibly be making that play around the Roshan. I get it if it's bottom rune, maybe you can do that. But like the top rune has got to be covered because it's Roshan.
That is the most insane, unnecessary rune grab I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, did you see that play? They just jumped up on the high ground using X to kill the ward on the high ground and then, X down real quickly. That was cute.
I mean, that honestly might not be a bad way to start a fight. X the monkey in, they probably like hex him, you pull him out, and then take the fight.
Yeah.
Talon are still looking
God's
to
Wrath,
contest
get
here.
some vision.
Oh, Divine just arrived for 23. You have the waveform Talon. You have an extra spell prism as well. 6 seconds on this waveform that hits everybody with the damage. Monka waveform, brother.
Oh, man.
This is nasty stuff. This is absolutely nasty stuff. If you get hit by this, you might just disappear and wonder where you went. At the same time, if you get a hex on this morph, the fight's just over because you got 3 of them, plus a fissure. And there is
a wave is coming, Moon. A wave is coming, and it's not the tidal wave that you're thinking of, brother.
One of these waves is stronger than the other. We're about to find out which it is.
Now, mid one is doing a good job creating some space. He teleported bottom. He's pushing that into the tower. SMG are going to smoke off of this.
Broken on the wave.
Makoto almost stumbled into them. Not quite. Pelosi once again chucks himself away. Force staff as well. Oh, a scythe, an instant scythe on Moon. He blinked into that free cast from Jabs.
Like on 23.
Though. Moon's going to be able to get off the boat. And here comes. He's got the chance to hold it. 23 and Divine on the deck. Chidori quickly picks it up. And now it's feeling like Talon have lost game one. Utterly. There is no chance of a comeback now, I don't think.
23 just gets sprouted by mid one, and that's the fight. He can't do anything. He early BKB'd to try and kill this Rubik, who just threw himself away with Shard. And suddenly, you used a waveform, didn't get anybody, you're stuck in Sprout. Your team does not have the utility to help you. It's Force Staff's on support, but Their lives are hard. Divine Rapier on the deck goes to Chidori. Doesn't even feel like he had to do much to get it.
No, he didn't.
Now an Aegis on top of an Ags on top of a Shark. I mean, who is all this going to? Like, I don't even think they can decide. Midone has an empty slot. He thought he was going to get something, but he got nothing.
Oh, and he's going to catch jabs. Greaves goes out. No fire in response. He is able to get away, but the push is coming, and they still have 60 seconds left on 23 Savage. And eventually, SMG is going to figure out that he left himself short on gold from buying that Divine Rapier.
You got to start poking here. You got to start poking hard. Divine Rapier Chidori with Aegis. Monkeys aren't the same as they used to be.
No, they're not.
Midone's practice too. Can't even pick one or the other.
Gonna try go for the pick off. Chidori actually gets pretty low. That's his first life, remember. He pops the BKB, and it's
Not
still
too
on
bad.
cooldown, though, which is kind of interesting. The Bushwhack is going to go out. Can they commit? No, Force Staff's going to come through. That'll save him. 20 seconds left for 23 Savage to come back in. They're going to jump forward. They caught Makoto, and that's the hero that is doing the most damage. That is the biggest threat. He does have buyback. They got the Sprout on Q. Force Staff, but he can't get away from those damn statues. It's far too much damage. 8 seconds left now for 23 Savage to come back into the game, but SMG are going to keep this pressure up. Try and finish up this team fight before
What a
23
Bushwhack!
Savage comes back alive, but a beautiful Bushwhack catching the 2. Now the side trying to follow it up.
23's back.
Control on a mid one. They're taking him down, but then Talon needs to save once again for 23. He delivers.
Rapier on the deck.
On Chidori. Give me that Divine Rapier back. He says it's still on the ground. He needs some time to pick it up, but Afu delivering the chain stuns with the boats coming in as well. They're fighting back. 23 trying to crawl up with the Sprout again. It's holding him in place. They need to put a stop to this, but they can. He's sprouted forever, and now Chidori comes back for revenge. Delivers the final blow, and Talon will finally tap out of game one. All it took was a 56,000 net worth lead.
He's just rooted forever, man. He's Sprout, stuck in Sprout. 8 ghost ships hit him. He's getting torn storm. He's still thinking about what the hell was chain stunning him for 30 seconds there. Didn't even get to play his hero. Give the man a Force Staff. Somebody just help him out. You're down 60K, but they are making that game look close. You got to give it to Talon. That is... It felt like they had chances to win that game if some of those fights go a little better for that Morphling. Like, if he connects on 1 or 2 of those waveforms, that game gets a little scary, down 40, 50K. I give him props, but as you said, a very, very one-sided, mostly clean game, mostly from a mostly decisive victory from mostly G there, as they mostly close that victory out in good mental standing. I think they were, again, throwing a little bit back. Like, that was not as clean cut as I wanted it to be from them, but overall, the first 30 minutes especially was very good, right? They won 3 lanes, snowballed off it, got all the Roshans. We're talking about maybe some minor differences, but minor differences versus a top 3 major team versus a 23 Morphling. I guess they make a big difference down the road because he almost carried that back somehow.
Well, it looks like game one's performance for SMG is mostly good.
Yeah, right? SMG, S mostly good, sort of mostly good.
All right, take it back, panel.
They were mostly moving under gunfire and under the gunfire of a rapier from 23 Savage. And it looked like shades of SMG Tour 1 when we were like, oh boy, don't really know about this high ground. This is looking dangerous. But they do it. It took like a 50,000 net worth advantage, but they did it, KP. Touch and go, but they persevered, and they have shown that they have grown a great deal.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to throw 40K, I would say. So, yeah.
If anyone can
I've
do
seen
it.
it. I've seen it from these guys.
Yeah, but I think like this game, at the start of the game, I said it was 60-40 for Talon because I honestly didn't expect them to put the Rubik top and the ES pod. And so in that sense, the MK pick was like perfect because in my head, it was just stuck on ES and MP at top, and it was just Rubik at bot. But this MK not only allowed them to put Rubik top, which they demolished the lane, and they also won bot as well from this MK pick. So in retrospect, it was actually really good for the lanes. Although in the game, I still think it's like just okay. It's not that amazing. But just for the lanes, it was like the perfect pick.
Yeah, but coming from the lanes, it felt like Talon had heroes that if they lost the lanes, they didn't really have
Exactly.
a way back into the game, I think.
So if you look at the draft on the left side, you see 10 billion ways to kill heroes. They have X, they have Fisher from far range, they have Rubik, even MK can sort of kill. On the right side, it's actually really, really hard to kill heroes. It's like just a bushwhack, right? So I have a theory where it's like, out of the 3 cores, you need at least 1 core that has like a easy job of killing people, like a high kill threat hero. And in this game, like Talon's heroes, they can't really kill anyone.
Yeah, I do agree with you, but at the same time, I feel like Talon got top 3 playing this way.
Yeah, but
It is
back
kind of
then,
a throwback draft.
Q would play something like a Tiny or like, a Tusk or something like that.
Something simpler.
And then back then when Jabs was playing like MP, Koda would be playing a lot more like spirits, stuff like that can like, like
Bat Rider.
do skirmishes and kill people. But this game is like pure 3 cores all farming.
Which maybe that's a product of having Broodmother, because like if you have Broodmother, should you plan for your lanes to be lost? I feel like Broodmother is an automatic, I'm going to win the laning phase. It's not going to be a problem.
Actually, this game I didn't really like focus on the bot lane too much, but I personally feel that if they played it again, Hoodwink and Brood could do better, and I think they could actually beat the monkey.
I feel like they should win the lane handily, considering it's a Shaker 5.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what happened, but I felt like Talon didn't lose the lanes too badly. Like, it was alright. Like, all their lanes lost, but it was like 60-40 in every lane. But 60-40 with their draft just meant like that they couldn't really stand in the lane. It enabled Afu to rotate to top, which is why I think made the game really hard for Talon, was then the Earthshaker could move, the Monkey could stay there. Talon didn't have any hero to help kick out this Monkey King, and at the same time their Morph was kind of being bullied for the like 5 minutes at top lane.
Yeah, especially when they killed the Morphling at top, that was really big, because they got the Tal after that. And yeah, because usually like I would say for Talon, when 23 Savage has a good game, he's really, really scary. Like you've seen his CK, something like that. Like if he has a good lead, he will like, he'll just keep going, and like he's really scary. And in this game, he got shut down really hard. And I think if you're planning to do Undying, Morphling 16, 17, you need to consider the Nature's Prophet, because I think that's like literally the only hero.
Enigma
like,
NP.
Enigma's fine. Enigma's fine. Like literally, it's just the MP for me. And I think if you're planning to pick those heroes, you just ban it, and then they'll be fine.
Although maybe in their mind, they were like you, expecting NP Shaker to be up there. And they were like, Morphling Undying should be fine against the Shaker. But they send our MVP Paulson up top instead. And like you mentioned, they got that early kill on the Morphling. And 23, I consider to be the best Morphling in the world.
Yeah.
And so even like with that, I was like, it's fine. Talon have it under control.
Yeah. I mean, this game, especially because I've watched his previous Morphling games, I don't know why, but this game he went double Wraith Band, Dragonlance, and then Manta. Back then it was like, he would just go straight Manta, like he would go Treads, Yasha, Manta, because I feel like Manta for this hero is like really, really important for his like farm speed. And also on top of that, like it pushes lanes really safely. Like this hero's illusions are like Imba. So I feel like this item you can't really delay for too long.
So you wanted him to skip the Dragonlance?
Or skip the Wraith Bands.
Yeah, I think he bought the Wraith Bands for the lane, right? Because he's playing against MP.
Yeah,
maybe.
Then I guess skip the Dragonlance for me.
Well, Talon, perhaps, according to our expectations, are maybe taking it a little easy right now. They got their top 3 major finish. They want to learn some new strategies. But let me tell you, it would also feel pretty good to go undefeated in this DPC, which currently they are. But now SMG are making contention to make their 3-0 score a 4-0 score. But they're going to have to close out the series to do that. So we'll stick around and we'll be back with game number 2. little bit of TMI from our ticker person for that one. Teeth weren't also clenched. It was his fist. Fist was also clenched. He was so angry. Wanted to punch one of these teams, maybe. Or maybe you were just like white knuckle from how exciting the game was, because it was an intense game. I didn't expect that we would hit a 63,000 net worth advantage at some point, but we did, and it was fun to watch. I think that Nature's Prophet may end up becoming more contested than I was expecting in this series. I thought Nature's Prophet was kind of falling off in SEA. We were mentioning, I think even KP, you mentioned it at the beginning, like we're seeing it not really be played carry that often. Even in the offlane, it's kind of falling off. This series, mid one made it look amazing. Morphling was just perma-leashed, basically.
Well, actually, I think like it really depends. Like, for example, like AG and Blacklist, these teams really like MP, and they will 5 it no matter what. I mean, even Talon, right? If there wasn't Brood, they would 5 the MP. So it's only like SMG and like Bleed and some of the other teams.
Execration, maybe.
They won't necessarily first pick the MP, but overall, I think this hero is still like really busted. Like the way the fact that he can flex and then every lane that he can play, like it's just too strong.
I feel like he was the winner of the nerfed heroes.
Agreed.
I feel like he's still being first picked, which says a lot to how broken he was before this.
Still, maybe Broodmother might be number 1.
Maybe.
The fact that like she is still perma-ban, perma-pick, but not this game. This game she was perma-picked, but she did not win.
I feel like the next game, if the draft goes out the same way at the start, I think Talon might even just first pick the MP instead of the Brood.
Same.
Like, I think the teams will just be like, fuck Brood.
Yeah, I agree.
I would like that a bit more.
Yeah.
I think to me, what went wrong with Talon's draft was just the Zeus pick. I feel like their heroes look fine till the very end, where they picked the Zeus into the Kunkka, which is like kind of a whatever matchup, I guess. But I feel like the Zeus had nothing to do on the map with their heroes.
Yeah,
he couldn't really like run 2 lanes. Maybe it's because they lost their silence as well, so he had nothing to do. Maybe he could have kicked the Monkey King out if Brood actually did better in the lane, like you said.
No, I'm with what you were saying, that like none of the individual cores were a kill threat to anyone on SMG. There was no point that NP was like, oh, this hero is off the map, I need to be scared.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I think it's really important these days. Like, you can't just rely, let's say even if Q was playing like a Tiny this game, right? I think these days, Dota is really hard if you're just relying on your pulse forward to do things, like make tempo. I think you always need one core. Like, even in some games, it's like even 23 Savage, like sometimes he's playing CK and he'll just go Armlet Blink or Armlet Echo Saber Blink, and he'll be the ones starting like fights and like looking for picks and stuff like that. So yeah, I really think you need one core to do that.
In fact, I think it's almost a rarity that the offlane is that +1 core. It seems like mid and carry are generally the +1.
Usually it's 2 and 4, I would say. Like the
so the four is always involved, I feel.
Yes.
And then the additional hero is either coming from mid or carry.
Yeah.
Generally mid, which we'll see in game number 2 which these pairings will be. And they respect ban the Tiny again, so Q is getting 2 respect bans: the Mikoto Leshrac and the Q Tiny, and Talon take out the Broodmother and the Coddle.
What was the other ban last game? Beastmaster?
The other ban last game, it was Beastmaster Coddle from Talon. And same ban, it was the Tiny Lesh from SMG.
Comes with no surprise.
There we go. First pick NP.
So it's going to be Rubik or Morana.
And then do you think they'll go for the Beastmaster since it's not banned this time?
I honestly think it's like over-respect. Oh, never mind.
Over-respect. SMG disagree.
Okay.
But it's weird though, because I feel like they usually like giving mid one a flex hero, and this one is just like mid one, you're playing Beastmaster.
Alright, so the thing with this hero is like a lot of teams have been banning it, and then there were like 2 games or something that it was not banned, but SMG didn't pick it.
Yeah.
So I thought that like they didn't really like it that much anymore, or like at least not early phase. And personally, I don't think Beast is very good in early phase as well. Like Execration tried it and it didn't work out. Tundra doesn't even pick it early phase anymore, for example. So I personally don't find this hero like too strong like early phase.
I kind of wanted to see a Bat Rider a bit more than the Beastmaster here, just because of the NP.
Yeah. But it's not like their style.
Yeah. Beast.
This one should just be a +4, I think. So like,
Tusk, Storm.
oh, okay, never
So
mind.
they pick a Storm. That's their beast answer, I guess.
I mean, you're already playing into 2 stuns.
I wouldn't count Beast as a stun though. For Storm, unless you know you
Well, I
know-
mean, with the telekinesis setup, though.
okay.
You're a chain, you're a
mean-
follow-up. But yeah, I get what you mean. Not
Yes.
really an initiation.
Yeah.
Sure, I can agree with that.
I think the reason they picked the Storm here is because what happened last series was a lot of, they probably picked the Zeus because no heroes were left in the pool, right?
Yep.
And I think Storm's a pretty neutral laner. With 3 bans, you probably can get away with a lot of lanes. But I'm curious to see if Talon will ban the DK here because DK looks kind of insane for SMG right now.
What in particular do you like about the DK? It has a stun against Storm
uh,
Spirit. It can keep towers alive when NP is bullying it, I guess.
Yeah, it's also the Ags later against the NP. Like it's one of the better heroes against the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, okay.
So it's a catch. It matches pace with this Beastmaster as well. You can play really fast.
Actually, not too surprised with this Storm 8 pick because the last 2 series against Polaris, they had Brood and MP first picks, and both games they picked Dakota on 8. So, yeah. But they'll definitely pick 23 Savage on 23, which is the last pick.
On Twitch.
Holy shit, that's why he's called
Now
that.
you know.
My God, that could have been a good joke.
It's okay, you're learning.
Yeah,
This is the panel
I'm new to this,
experience.
so
You're new to
yeah.
this. But I can see you got the instincts.
If I was SVG, damn.
There you go. The personally, KP, I would rather be seeing you on this screen right now.
Don't worry, you'll see me next season.
All right, good. That's
Where
I'm
at?
happy to hear that. I saw you.
Where the
You've been
leagues?
grinding. You got like 1K MMR
Yeah, 'cause
last
he's
month.
playing
Yeah, thank
Zoo.
you.
You heard him.
Yeah, he's playing Zoo. Now ignoring your 4 position, just worrying about your own game and
Exactly.
getting MMR.
It's the Malaysia buff. No more Australian ping.
Let's go, 10 ping.
Alright, so with this NP and Storm here, what kind of cores are you looking at for SMG? Because it looks like they're kind of ignoring carries on Talon.
So I think, like you said, DK is good. Bat's not that good anymore because there's Storm. Yep.
It's a moon hero. How's Invoker
Invoker is
in Storm and
shit hero.
You have a... Oh, really? You think it's that bad? Even with the hammer?
Yeah, not a fan.
Not a fan. Who griefed you? Who was it?
You getting in a Thompson game?
Anti-mage? You might see a hero. Spectre AM. Heroes have been kind of coming back. Ooh, I like this IO ban. That was kind of cool.
Really? You
Just
think that they
IO
would
Storm.
play a combination that isn't IO Lesh?
I think it's possible. I think IO Storm is kind of crazy strong. Not sure if Talon have played it. Maybe some insider scrim info going around here.
When did we see that during Lima? IO Storm?
I do not recall anything
Nah.
other than IO Lash.
Yeah, because I agree with you. I see the potential, but like, is it really just no one in SCA knows how to play IO?
IO Storm was like the shit like 1 year ago.
That was
Yeah,
the matter,
that's
right?
right.
It was IO Lash, and then one team would pick Lash, and then the other team had to go IO Storm.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to get the combination.
I remember because I specifically played it with Makoto.
Oh,
and, like,
really?
had so much like discussion. And when we had IO, obviously like we need it was played pos 4 back then.
Okay.
And then I always had to find a hero that was
A good
partner.
IO
lane.
partner.
So it was like Mars, NS,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
those type of heroes. Yeah.
Speaking of NS, this looks like a game that Jabs would ask for the Night Stalker.
So-
Playing against Beast and
Exactly. So that's why I thought that maybe Talon first picked the Nature's Prophet, and then SMG may think in their mind, okay, Jabs' hero is on the table now. Now our Beastmaster's a little bit safer. Because I don't see 23 Savage play Nature's Prophet.
Exactly.
He
I
has
was
played
about to
Night
say
Stalker
that.
though. He did
Well,
play
that's
one
true.
game
He
last
did play
season.
Night Stalker, so maybe it's the other way around. But yeah, I'm with you. Like being able to eat the Overlord creep just shuts down Beastmaster so hard that who was it that went the Drums of Slum first item against
was
SMG?
Tino.
It was Tino.
Tino.
That's right. Yeah.
After the helm.
After the helm. Yeah.
I feel like I watched 3-3 play a matchup and he goes offering and then he went like Wraith Pack and Aura, which was kind of cool too.
Okay.
Like you have a ball that protects your team against the Night Stalker.
Some people even go Greaves.
I've seen that too.
But I think this Rubik will be laning with the Beast. Like this ES Beast sounds terrible.
Most likely. SMG don't really swap their lane. Yeah, actually they do. They also kind of want the Rubik against the Clock. I think it's a... Do you think this is their lane? Clock NP?
Yes. Q actually likes playing clock a lot. Yep, there it is.
Oh, this is the perfect Dragon Knight game. There is no damage.
Silencer seems a bit weird to me though.
It's just to enable the heroes to go in, I think, because they have like double initiation. It's also to kind of protect the storm, I think. Otherwise, every time he goes in, he kind of needs to pop BKB and dodge roar, which is... It's just the Mikoto carry me strat, I think.
Very interested how heavily SMG are prioritizing Shaker. They like Shaker quite a bit. I think Winter was telling me today that Yapzor on his stream went on quite a monologue on why he thinks Shaker is underrated.
Oh, I like this. It's flex for them as well.
Yeah, Moon or Chidori.
How's Storm against Monkey? Any idea?
Actually, I think it's 50-50.
How's
Actually,
Monkey
wait.
against NP Clockwork with an Earthshaker?
With an Earth Shaker.
Sounds kind of hard. Right?
Sounds kind of hard. I prefer mid for this Monkey King.
I remember Thompson played it a lot back in the day against Storm, right?
Yeah, because you dodge the remnant damage, you just hit him. Your right click outranges his remnant, so you actually can't remnant you.
Yeah. So it's
But
I guess they
the
picked this
high
one.
armor hero. I think it's like you said, it's just a flex. Comfort. Yeah, I think back to the Shaker. I feel like Shaker's really strong when you have damage to enable your shard. So you have Fissure and then you have something to hold him in place a bit longer.
Agreed.
So if you have an arrow or a Monkey King, I think Monkey Shaker is the OG strategy that existed.
Yeah.
And
Or
it just looks so strong. Or Tiny, for example,
Yep.
You Fissure, he runs in, stun toss. Later in the game, you have 3 volley with the Fissure shard. I think that's where Shaker really shines when you're winning and you just need a bit more luck now.
I think that was the other thing that Yapzor was saying, is that in his pubs, he finds that Shaker's not that good. And I think it's because pub players are less likely to go in. You get your Fissure, you get your Aftershock stun with the shard afterwards, and pub players are I don't know who's over there. Did you land the stun?
Yeah.
Is there a hero there? But pro players will be I landed the Fissure, I keep them stunned, please go in.
But that's where the Arcana counter comes into play.
That's true, the combo, combo. Pay to win.
SF ban. So they are still protecting the Storm against a Monkey carry. I think that's pretty fair. I don't feel like SMG would pick a carry in this situation. Probably giving priority to Moon here.
Do you actually like SF safe lane or mid lane more these days?
I don't like it either.
Yeah. I would choose mid over carry most of the
I
time.
see, okay.
I personally choose carry because, for example, in my pubs, every time someone plays mid SF, it's
They're just useless.
okay, so if my team's SF mid, he's just AFK farming it while the other mids just keeps killing me.
Correct.
Keeps TPing to my lane and he keeps killing me, keeps killing my other side lane, and my SF's just hitting jungle.
Yep.
Unless you play Yules, then that's fine.
Yeah, I think if you play mid, you play Magic, right? Just Arcane Bling, BKB.
So I'm actually thinking Talon might pick their CK here, even though there's MK and ES, but the main carry is the MP, right? And CK is good against the beast in lane. Even
Even if he plays Axis.
yeah,
I can see
a
that.
lot of people actually like playing the CK against it.
Is the Shaker annoying? I mean, in the game.
in the game, a little bit, but
They have global, I guess.
yeah, and you're not really relying on CK to carry the game this game anyway. You have MP.
I can see it. I also like Slark for them. I feel like their heroes, they take map control and Slark
Slark
can,
will lose the
deal
lane
with
though,
it.
I think, eventually. But
Or we just see the Night Stalker.
I
I feel like the Night Stalker is a bit of a cap though. There are other heroes that can just deal with this Beastmaster.
Agreed.
Pudge.
Punch is the old counter, but
I guess
The-
CK makes the most sense, like you said.
the axe build these days. Oh, you guys were right.
But we don't know where
I
it's
don't
going.
like it as much as the other heroes. Yeah, that's true too. We also don't know who's playing it.
I would love to see 23
I think it's
expand his
carry.
repertoire to play
Yeah,
Nature's
yeah.
Prophet, because he did not play it at all during Lima or at Tour 1.
So I watched a Skidder interview and he's like, they talked about how he added Nature's Prophet to his pool and he's like, it was so fun and I was missing out and I played his hero so late and she
Dude,
was feeling so
these carry
awful.
players, I think, are just afraid of the concept of micro. Nature's Prophet is not a micro hero if you're playing from
Dude,
the
he
carry.
plays so much Naga and CK.
Yeah, exactly. He should know.
Actually, fun fact with MP is you can tell if they're a offlane player or not.
Right,
For example,
they block.
when you watch like DB or you watch Cuckoo, there's like all
Or
these
Ice,
trees
Ice, Ice.
blocking Ice
Yes.
Ice. But then when mid one plays it, right, he doesn't really do that. But he really carries the game. He's like high skilled, mechanical, but he does not do the like the little
Not
annoying.
blocking your cam, but he's farming his own cam.
Yeah, exactly. Why am I using my treants to stop you when I could be getting more
Exactly.
gold?
So you can really like see like what type of player they are.
That's not a pick I expected.
It'd be like we said, Monkey King's a flex, so who's going mid? Is it the Tusk or is it the Monkey King?
It's definitely a Tusk, right?
Okay. It's Tusk
Man.
and
Do you like the Tusk pick? I feel like I would have liked like DK kind Invoker, Kunkka kind of heroes. I feel like Tusk makes it so they need to play really, really quick.
I mean, it's okay, but as a 24 pick, it doesn't make me feel like, oh my god, it's such a good pick.
Yeah, I guess if you like revert and change the slot with the Monkey King, it like looks more sensible.
I guess.
23 pick, 23 Savage Night Stalker.
That's savage.
That's savage, man. We saw it coming, and poor mid one, he thought he was so confident. First phase Beastmaster. I know you're offlaner already. It's a nature's prophet. Enter carry Night Stalker.
I'm very curious to see if they'll put the Monkey top. Because they can put Monkey with the Shaker block top.
Ooh.
I think that's something SMG will tend to do. Because they also prioritize mid one getting a decent game.
How would that lane do against a Silencer, though? I feel like Silencer would abuse that lane a little bit more.
I think because of the Shaker, he will enable you. I'm not 100% sure.
I think MK will be really happy against the NS.
Because you get Jingle stacks for free, right? So the Silencer harass doesn't matter too much. If he comes too far off, you can kind of chase him down.
And then the other question, KP, if you're the Beastmaster, are you going Overlord this game? Or are you skipping it?
Definitely skipping.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
no way.
you can still go Helm. If you're having like a decent game.
Like level 1 Helm? Helm
wait.
of Dom?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But even if you don't have a good game, you can skip it.
Okay. Then is the alternative Aghanim Scepter, or is it these
Definitely
Aura
not
items?
Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, we saw it.
Don't do that.
Okay. No drums of Slum this game, I guess. But we have two casters who are well prepared for such a situation if it does arise. It's Cap and SVG.
That's right. We're going to be playing the drums ourselves here in case the Beastmaster doesn't play them for us. And we've also got to carry Night Stalker, which is questionable. Good. How do you feel about it, Avery?
I love Night Stalker.
Okay. How do you
End of
like carry Night
analysis.
Stalker?
It's pretty good. I feel like the best carry Night Stalker game we saw was the one Matumbo Man played at TI. He also played it versus Beast, I think. It might have been Lycan, but I think it was Beast. And he owned. He just ate the creep every fight, popped off. I think that was the draft. If I remember, they said like he just wanted to play it. They just picked it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's most Night Stalker picks. Your carry is just, I just want to play it. And you're like, I don't know, man. There's like Bristleback and stuff. No, I'm playing Night Stalker. And then you just pick it for him. And the guy feels the game and maybe he pops off. And if he doesn't, you can blame him anyway. So it's kind of a win-win.
I feel like this hero has been riding the it was an offlaner, and some of the changes that have happened to it with Dark Ascension and stuff. It's been kind of riding that 2.5 position now. So whenever I see a carry Night Stalker, I'm always a little interested. I'm always kind of down with it.
I think it's a fine role for the hero. I think when you have Furion, especially, you can kind of pick a lot more different safe laners because you always have a real carry in the offlane anyway. Like,
sure.
You're not worried about right-click damage. You're right. And Night Stalker, he's pretty good at that anyway, but I'm just saying, you could have picked the Kunkka lane and you're not going to be worried about scaling necessarily. It depends on what the enemy has, but I feel like Furion does allow you to feel more comfortable in these situations and maybe help you keep the tempo up. Because I think the downside of the Night Stalker versus Summons matchups are that he can just abuse if you mess up one ult. Like if it's daytime, Beast just forces the Roche. If you ult, there's a standstill, your ult wears off, he just goes and Roches, and there's nothing you can do. That's always been the downside of NS versus Summons. In fact, that's why historically, all the Summons heroes destroyed this hero, generally. And I think the fact he can eat the big creep is the only thing that changed this matchup slightly the other way around. But honestly, I would still give this slight advantage to the Summons just because the tempo is too damn strong. Like, you just have no cooldowns, you just run at objectives, run at the map, and he has downtime. So if you're SMG, kind of similar game to last time. Just abuse the downtime for Talon here. Abuse the resources on the map and just take it over quickly off a good laning phase, and you should be in a decent position to snowball the game.
Well, we'll see if they can own the laning phase like they did last time. And it definitely was a crucial part of their victory.
I mean, this one's harder for sure. They don't have like 3 good core matchups that are as easy to win in the side lanes, especially. Q did not get destroyed level 1, so these off lane's already going to go better for Talon. The NS is not going to get pressured top. East is just not that type of hero compared to the Furion, so I would expect Talon to have a much better laning phase this time around, which means that type of game plan for SMG with the Monkey in a favorable matchup is not going to be there as it was last time.
23 has been taking some hefty damage. He did go for an early wand, though. Early wand plus another 3 branches. That is a build and a half right there.
Pretty interesting, actually. I feel like sometimes you'd see gauntlets on these strength safe laners. That's like the standard lifestealer build. I don't know if you do it on carry NS as much, but this is kind of the poor man's gauntlets. Just stack the stats, get the last hitting going, get to your helm. If you're going to go armlet, which is I think the most standard safe lane NS build, so you can stay on the lane and to get a really fast armlet, you can even punish the first knight. You know, if you just rush it. Depends if you want to go phase boots as well, but that's pretty much what 23 is looking for here. And they want the safe lane to be strong because they are playing Silencer into Beast, which there's a lot of things about this game that make it a very tough Silencer game. I would argue he's pretty terrible against all 3 of their cores. So kind of gotta have strong cores to protect them in the game.
Nice play by Q. Eventually, then Fisher is going to go off. He got pretty lucky, though, on the battery assault hits and body blocks. Look at that. The difference. They were talking about the off-lane Furions. They were talking about the difference between true off-laners and players who have gone into the off-lane role. And it oftentimes comes down to the micro elements. Jabs put it on full display there to get first blood.
Makes it look easy. That's the power of this hero. It just doesn't really lose his lane. It's pretty hard to abuse Furion with treants, especially on the early waves. Unless you can eat him.
Oh, no. Q, I think he accidentally denied the bounty rune. I think he was going for the cog kill, and instead he hit the bounty rune.
Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but always something new happening in the world of Dota.
You know, sometimes these things happen.
You know what that is? That is like the argument for right-click deny, right there.
True.
You can't deny Bounty Rune. You can't deny Aegis if you have right-click deny. Just saying. Superior technology. I will stand by it every time.
Have you ever accidentally denied a teammate when you didn't mean to, though?
No.
Because of right-click deny? Yeah, I could see that happening.
No, I just say it was intentional regardless.
All right. Fighting over the runes.
Gonna get
Moon, Mikoto, back and forth. Fairy Fire going to be popped. He still has no Mikoto. Well timed on the disable there. Stops him from being able to pop his bottle, which he had the water rune. And I think he might have won that as the Tusk if he just got the bottle off.
Would have been very close. I mean, Mikoto still had Fairy Fire as well.
Jabs.
But Jabs is just getting run down.
Yeah,
this is
not
not
to be run down underneath tower, but Chidori is going to be stuck underneath the tower here. Afu's tanking the shots until he passes it over to Chidori. Chidori is going to try and hide away to the trees, but eventually will die. So not that bad of an exchange there for Talon.
No, honestly, you're pretty happy whenever this clock gets a lot of extra early XP. Because this hero can take over games if he gets a really good start. It's just kind of hard to get him that start sometimes because his laning's sus. So honestly, these types of trades, you're not too sad here. And I think you'd rather have the Monkey die than the Furion as well. Furion just has a way better game progression and game flow, even from a behind state, than Monkey King does. Monkey is a hero, especially in the Furion matchup. He wants to play aggressive. He wants to abuse his core on core and snowball the lane. So if you're trading, I'd be pretty happy with trading Furion for Monkey here, especially in the early levels. The matchup can get better for the Furion, whereas it is kind of like starts out very high for the Monkey. 23 does have his helm, so he will be rushing that armlet, forsaking boots. I think it's the right call here. Just get as strong as you can early on the lane to slow down this beast. You can even gank him with Mikoto here if you really want to slow mid one down. I don't think it's too bad because you have a silencer, so giving silencer XP in this type of game is pretty nice. As long as he doesn't feed the kill to Moon. Well, Makoto's up a full level here for 6-minute rune contest. This is going to be a tough one to take away from him.
Oh, nice 2 curse.
Haste bottom, guaranteed.
Very nice. Talon doing everything they can to make sure Makoto's set up for a success after already set himself up for a success off of that kill in the mid.
And this is a guaranteed silent gank, I think. It's pretty free with the haste here. They're kind of telegraphing it. They also have a ward on Makoto. But this is just dangerous on the map right now. Just got his treads delivered, has a haste rune. You can just TP to either of these lanes and the core's probably insta-dead.
Love how he's just hanging out, waiting, seeing if Chidori is going to show himself in a questionable position. Of course, Chidori is watching the Storm Spirit this entire time, thanks to the same ward that they have in this Radiant jungle. Afu has actually got to scout out the one placed by the Storm Spirit. It's a good read.
Yeah, Afu's done a decent job of reading these movements and protecting his monkey. As a support, you probably can't save him. Your only other route is to just prevent the kill from happening. So they got that going for him. And they're slowly progressing his Beastmaster Dom, which is probably when you want to make a move to that lane, help him kick the NS out, and get his game rolling. Could be Chidori even. Monkey King is not a bad carry at making that move. It's just a question of, does he feel confident to stay bottom? Does he not? He's kind of left alone down here and falling behind. Jabs is already level 6, so there's a lot of early move potential for Talon between the Storm and the Furion. And here it comes, Makoto. TP haste bottom. Chidori, I wish you the best, sir.
Yeah, he does get a really nice stun off, but even if he could jump into the trees, Makoto very likely would be able to chase him down anyway. It's going to be Q who will get the last hit, so probably a little bit of disappointment there from Makoto, but now it feels like they're doing the same thing to SMG that happened in game 1, right? SMG, using the Nature's Prophet, was pushing down early towers, and Makoto is going to try and use his influence as the Storm Spirit to exert that same kind of pressure.
Single kill on lane just set him up for success, and now all 3 Talon cores ahead of the pack, giving solo XP to silence from mid. This is the type of game flow they want, where they're going to make all their heroes strong for those early Beastmaster timings, because mid 1 is going to have them. They stack the hell out of the triangle for him. He is just clearing through it. Chop, chop, chop. Look at the expression.
That's going to be a very fast helm.
He's absolutely ecstatic about this guy. That's a static mid one right there. You don't know him, I'm telling you. He's going crazy right now.
Yeah, well, no, I saw the slight twitch on the right side of his mouth that indicated a very small sense of satisfaction.
See, Dota players they're very subtle. You have to have very good read of the micro emotional state of the players. Have a read.
Afu, this was not the fight he thought it was going to be.
Urinal's going to bounce.
And they're going to be able to finish up the clockwork, but they still managed to get Afu and Moon off of that. Now Chidori's going to be caught as Makoto's going to look to run him down. Chidori does manage to dodge a decent amount of damage, and that is actually going to be good enough. They don't have any disables left.
This is just not the area you want to be caught in if you're SMG. Like, you have the Storm who can rotate, the Furion can ult through and slay everybody. Clock loves these open area skirmishes. He's just going to destroy you with the battery when there's no units. And then the whole time, you're not making the move to this Beastmaster lane, which means 23 gets to sit up here, armlet completed. Suddenly, he's 1600 HP with 11 armor. This is not the easiest target to go on anymore if you one-star main up here, but honestly, I don't think he's forced into a position where he has to either. He can just connect the moves. He might do that here. You have NSL running in the river.
Oh, yeah. That connection is coming. They want to be able to get this one kill and turn it into more.
Son.
Mid 1, he's going to be slowed down by the Void. Roar goes out and actually pushes 23 to the side here, and maybe they can actually still kill Q. Cogs actually pushes the Rubik over to the side with the silence out from Ollie. They'll collect the kill on Apollos, and they actually got Afu on the side there as well. So Talon just running over him.
This game already feels out of control. Like, what's your comeback here too, right? There's not a lot of delay. There's not a lot of outspam. None of your cores are really good at defending towers or defending areas. You're better at playing the aggressor, running at the enemy. That's what these cores are designed to do. Close the gap and out man-fight them. But you've lost a lot of space here early. And these towers are healthy for Talon. It's not like mid one can just go and start chipping. You have full HP tier 1s here. pretty good early ult and nighttime usage for 23 to get involved. Yeah, he's going to have some downtime now, but you got to make the most of it. And it has to be through this Beastmaster. I don't think you have a choice right now if you're SMG.
Yeah, they got some moves going now. They pick off Ollie. That's good. So they use the strength of the Beastmaster like you're talking about. Put some pressure on mid, but they're going to be... Oh, the instant echo and the enchant totem hit was pretty nice. The snowball goes out. Unfortunately, they're still stuck in the cog. So even if they kill the clockwork, they're both dead.
That's a hell of a hook by Q. You take that every time. Double cog onto your tower where, again, your 2 mobility cores can easily join the fight. And you're delaying this day. Now 23 just gets to farm during daytime in an aggressive spot with no pressure on him. And he's living the life. Night Stalker,
yeah, he is.
Day farmer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And if you can farm during this like second daytime while your team just owns the map, I feel like you're going to hit that second nighttime running. Like you are going to be a force that just overwhelms SMG. And they're already behind a bit. And it, like one of the things you said earlier was, right, you have to channel through the strength of the Beastmaster. The Night Stalker is an answer to the Beastmaster, right? Because of the whole shard buildup and everything. He gets at 15.
I mean, he's good at answering the buildup. You don't have to go that buildup. And if Beast is still snowballing, I think Beast has some decent tools versus Dennis, right? You can play the momentum game and the Roshan and this type of thing. But in this type of game state, yeah, it's debilitating. Because now you can't get your strongest item in terms of power spike. You have to go for other auras. And these other auras are delayed because you're going for them because you're in a behind position. So it's just very awkward. This map is going to be a nightmare to play. Unintended, because you have Furion and Storm. So 23, his ult threat is not just him. It's Furion can TP in, Storm can make the jump, even Clock and insta join, and then you have Global on top for all these initiators. Their jump is crazy good. I mean, look at Q. He has no fear here. It does not care what is behind him.
On Q, and he just turns her right back around. They got the global silence. They got the darkness. Honestly, that was a lot committed for just a Rubik kill.
Right, but the thing is, they don't see who's there. That's vision for SMG. That's Q just running into what could be 5 heroes. Like, I don't give a crap. And that is the issue with the map right now for SMG. There is nowhere to go. You got Triangle. You gave all the stacks to mid one. You're trying to enable this beast, a strategy they've used multiple times, but it is not working out this time around. And you're going to have the items come out for Talon that just make the team fights easy.
I mean, at this point, I'm just convinced that you should not be giving away Furion. Oh, a fight for the double damage rune. Once again, Q committing himself to be able to control up Moon and might be able to get him killed, too. There's no help coming in. The snowball to delay things. Q's going to pull him back as best as possible, and Moon is going down. Another 2 intelligence stolen away, plus Bloson's going to be caught by Makoto. And we haven't even hit in the second nighttime. It's coming up in just 30 seconds. This game is hard. It's about to get a whole lot harder.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I think
attack.
theoretically this game might be over from a theory standpoint. Like, I don't know if this Tusk has a recoverable position. It's really rough.
Gee, I mean, Dota Plus agrees with you. It's 90-10 right now. So you are not over-exaggerating. Yeah, this is, from a theory standpoint, it is over.
I mean, that's why I like to say theory, because I'm not saying the game is over, but this is pretty dire very quickly here. Even the extra in-steal is just... Like, look at Moon's mana pool. He doesn't even have the capability to cast spells to come back in this game. He has 400 mana. It's just insanely rough.
Let us fight.
I mean, you're basically gonna have to play for this Roshan and just try and force it, I think. Like, basically, Talon mess up some fight, or they use darkness at the wrong time, and you just go in there with Tag Team Beast and just pray that you can take the fight with Wukong. That's my guess here, because I don't see another way for Beast to bring his other cores back in the game, which is basically what has to happen from a behind position like this. He has mech. So you have mech on mid one. You have your small aura item. This is honestly like as good as it's going to get for a while. This is time to go. Dare I say it. I don't know where you're going, but you go somewhere. Because Talon are coming for you.
Well, yeah, they're going back to base right now. Might be the only safe haven. Kodo, okay, look at this. They baited him out. Oh no, but the global silence in response, and he's still gonna die. Oh, there was a beautiful idea, but the global presence of the silencer makes the difference. And now Moon's gonna get picked off in the mid lane. The silence is gonna wear out here. He gets a chance to snowball, but where is he gonna snowball to? Nothing really gets him away from this Night Stalker. Yeah, there he goes.
Snowball into game 3. That's what it's looking like. I mean, this is why they picked Silencer. They were tired of the Shaker game 1 providing the threat it did. Silencer just kills this hero. There's no way around it. He automatically combo kills you, no matter really how you itemize. You can always bail out that initiation. It's one of the most miserable matchups. So, because the lanes went well, and they shut down this beast, Ollie has a very free game, and it's just food at the table, man.
Yeah, it's there really is nothing to say about this fight. Nice echo. Okay.
Yeah, looked pretty good.
Oh no, Chidori, he got stopped up for a second. They can't even finish up jabs. They wanted him so badly. Okay, the snowball comes through. Moon actually taking 2 out of the equation.
Yeah, but the stolen int. The stolen int.
Oh god.
He has 28
intelligence out of that. Oh no.
He has 28 stolen at 17. This Tusk has 350 mana.
He's so smart.
He can almost not even use all his spells. It's really, it's capped. He's capped. His entire kit is 350 right now.
I thought you, for a second there, I thought you were saying he's lost so much intelligence that he's me.
It's also possible. He's you.
You know what's awful? If he loses, if he dies once every level, he's losing intelligence. He only gains 1.7 per level.
He's negative. Negative growth rate.
Yeah, it really is.
This is rough. I mean, you gotta buy a null talisman or something soon.
Oh god, Makoto, he rolls in. Godlike, beyond godlike for him? Yeah, beyond godlike at 18 minutes. Boy, Talon came back with a serious vengeance in this game too. They did not take losing that game 1 kindly. And Jabs not gonna take it sitting down either. He's gonna catch him with the Gleipnir. That's +4.
He bought the shard
now on Ollie. Oh no. He's got 44 intelligence now.
44. This has to be the highest record of all time for this Minimark. I have no doubt this is the most int the Silencer's ever stolen before 20. This is absolutely insane. You never go shard first too because it's kind of griefy. But I literally think he won it because he's just saying I'm stealing so much int. They're not going to be able to play the game at a certain point.
Oh my god.
Honestly, the shard isn't that bad, but you never go at first. But in this type of game,
no, you need some stats to kind of back it up.
Yeah, if you have any threat of dying, he has no threat of dying.
Yeah.
He's level 11.
Global silence gets popped as they caught Chidori in the trees, and I mean, that global silence preventing the Monkey King from being able to jump away, and the Makoto just cuts the trees down. And Q on the other side of the map is going to be able to catch mid one. Jab's going to join on in. He's got the shard to sprout. Here comes Afu trying to go for the Echo Slam. Once again, they're going to try and beat up Jab. Okay. And this time they will get him. Maybe Talon are trying to eat a little bit too much off of SMG's side of the table. 23 is going to come in with his armlet. See if he can finish off Afu. Should be able to do so. In fact,
the silencer's here. You should have died faster.
Now he spot him.
You fools. Why did you wait? All of your int. Make it stop. He's already dead.
Cowards.
He's already dumb.
In your effort to delay your death, you've now just cost yourself 4 intelligence each.
He has 52 permanence. What is this monstrosity? 52.
My man's just got an extra 5,600 net worth. He's got 2 mystic staffs in his inventory.
Run, Moon. Your mana depends on it.
There. Oh, dude, Ollie should get a Blink Dagger next. That's what he should just get a Blink Dagger or Boots of Travel. That way he can always be in the fight.
You're just gonna win the game off this. You can't play. Look at Afu's mana. He has 360. He can't even. There's one more fight. If you lose more int on these heroes, you don't have enough for your spells. You're just permanently lost spells. You're gonna be buying mantles, and not because Amar gave them to you. You're gonna need them. This is an absurd game.
Moon's got 55 mana to spare if he goes through his whole combo. Earthshaker's got like 30 or something to spare off of his full combo.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I mean, when people talk about, you got 1 or 2 more fights left in the tank. in this game, it's literally because the tank is being empty right now.
They're just gonna drain them dry until they're nothing but husk left.
Oh man, Ollie is probably having the time of his life right now, dude. This is like the most fun you can ever have as a 5. His silencer just stealing everybody's in.
Dire's top tower.
This definitely goes on record as the one time anybody has ever had fun playing Sound.
Yeah, probably true. Now he's sad though. Now he's sad. He's like, bro, you killed him too fast. Let me get that steal. You
gotta delay him a little bit. Come on.
He actually needs blink. You can just blink into the range.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm with you on that one.
In fact, okay, no, he needs Boots of Travel. And Jabs needs to teleport to all of these fights and summon Treants for Ollie to TP onto.
That also works, yeah. That sounds pretty good. Oh, Chidori. Nice knowing you. Photo grabs.
How much longer are they going to put up with this?
I don't know. I'm surprised they're still in this game because you're getting dumber by the minute.
You really are.
Look, Ollie TP down here. He wants the shaker in. He wants
I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Jabs has the Aegis too, so Moon can't really fight back.
You fool. You should have died faster.
He's 327 now. Oh, they have this out to be able to find your shaker off. Oh no. Oh no.
He's trying to gain.
He's silent.
Wait, he got out of the range. He got out of range.
Hey, we did it.
Salvaged.
How is that not in range? I swear to God.
That has been my gripe with this hero forever, dude. The fact you can just walk like 800 and you just don't get the int is ridiculous.
Yeah, like it should be you're doing damage to these heroes. Like if you're doing damage to them actively, if you get a kill on them, it should just give you the intelligence.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, we're gonna see what Tusk's mana pool is now.
Oh,
he gained a little bit.
Yeah, he's
what did he gain?
Back to 411. What did he buy?
I guess he leveled up. Because he didn't buy.
He picked up a Van Brace. He's got 5 other
plus 5
intelligence.
He's back. He's back to over 400.
He could switch it over to the intelligence Van Brace for even more when he dies a few more times.
The only time Tusk has ran an int Van Brace and needed it. Right, you're
smoke up.
You have BKB, Shaker Shard.
Yeah, they have BKB, but so does 23, and he's ready to go with the darkness. He's going to TP away.
Just trying to give some TP here.
Top. Oh, Chidori. Jump. Fly, monkey, fly.
Doesn't have the wings.
Get away.
Should have drank a Red Bull.
23 is going to be able to catch both of them now. Chidori, in his foolish attempt to try and save his ally, far too much. And Makoto has a double damage. Where's the silencer?
He's running.
Where's
He's
the
coming.
silencer? He's wait for me.
He got the int.
He got another 4.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yes, 60.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Do it with flair.
Oh man.
How are they in this game? This game is so over. I mean, I kind of respect that, you know.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I respect the stubbornness.
Yeah.
Call it. All right, so what is it? It puts Tusk back down to 350 again, or what? It is actually time.
Yeah, I was gonna say it should have lost. It does it not update until he lives again?
It doesn't update until he spawns.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Grease.
There he is. 360.
He went dance. Oh my God, he's thinking about it, dude.
Radiant's top tower
He knows. He knows he's gonna need to have the int one on.
You know, all I can think about right now is you've seen Starship Troopers, right?
Yeah.
You know, the brain bug that sucks out the human brains. He
got a
gets
couple of
intelligence
those.
from it. That's all. He's become the brain bug.
Yeah, but he can't get to these kills. Like, the kills are too
know.
fast. He can't get there.
That's why he needs the bugs to deliver the humans to him.
But Kodo's killing him too fast.
He's too fat. He's like, guys, you need to bring them back to me.
Slowly.
I require their
Forced in.
brains.
All right, you got 4 off
All
that.
right, that's another 4.
I like how this has become the real game. How much can Ollie drain from them?
Yeah, I know. You know, all you Dota viewers out there, I see you guys in chat. Oh, who's gonna get 10 kills? This should be the real bet, the real side bet. How much intelligence is Ollie gonna be getting by the end of the game?
Forcing.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This must be the most fun he's ever had in his life.
Oh yeah.
Radiant's bottom
He's showing it too.
has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
He's got more mana than he has HP.
He's got so much mana. It's crazy. He could just buy a refresher, have the full mana for it, naked refresher.
His last word does so much damage.
Oh, yeah,
He's got
true.
143 intelligence.
Wait, how much does it actually do? 2.5 int multiplier.
2.5. It's the difference between their intelligence. So whenever he takes 4, he's amplifying it by 8. 8 times 2.5.
I mean, this last word's probably doing like 500 or 600 damage.
Yeah. Oh man, Aghanim Scepter Clockwork, so they cannot get away from all this. Again, the downside is these heroes jump so far that he
can't get it.
steps in, he can't get in.
He should have bought the blink.
He should have bought a
KB.
dagger.
For what, brother? No one's gonna touch you.
Careful dead before you even get in range.
23 is just gonna end Chidori's life. I mean, just call it, man. Throw the towel. My God.
Radiant's middle
I mean, what's left to talk about in this game?
There is nothing. Ollie has stolen all the words from this game. Irma silenced all of us.
We've gone mute.
All right, Chi-Chi.
All right.
They found it.
It took them a while. They lost so much intelligence they couldn't figure out how to use the keyboard anymore.
I mean, they got perma global silenced.
All right. Well, that was a game.
That was a game of Dota. Ollie's smiling about that one. It's like, yeah, guys, I got a couple in that game. I don't know if you noticed. I was doing pretty well.
Oh shit! Well, that was fantastic. I had very much.
Oh yeah, it was pretty fun. I mean, I don't think it was too much fun for SMG. I think they got their mentality checked in that one. I think they were feeling themselves after game 1, and everything game 1 did for them, that just undid it and more.
You know what the best part is that was their first loss of the second season for SMG. That was their first game loss. And boy, was it an L. It was the biggest L.
You're going to be remembering that one for a while. Probably also when Knoxville tweets at him with every silencer stolen in benchmark as a new record. You just set some records, boys. Probably not the ones you wanted to set, but you got them. You got them.
Well, Talon reminding both SMG and the rest of us that they are top 3 major finalists. They are a pretty good team, and they are not going to go down so easily up against SMG.
No.
How much was this? What was this? Was this just a laning outdraft? Did they outplay them in lane? What happened?
I mean, it was I think their lanes are favorable. Then I think they outplayed them in the lanes. And then I think a couple key kills happen. You lose a couple of runes to Storm, right? He goes bottom, kills Monkey. Suddenly this game snowballs, and their heroes just don't have a clear way back in this game. They lack the AoE to get a team fight back in. They lack the early objective pushing if Beast falls behind, which he did. He took all the stacks to catch up. And then Clock is like the ultimate snowball hero in terms of taking the jungle skirmish fights, especially versus Shaker or Rubik, because he just runs at you and you can't ever man fight him, right? And then you lost all your goddamn int at the same time. You're getting debilitated on that end. It's just a full breakdown here. I mean, 17-0 and 11 for Makoto. That's one way to pad the fantasy. If you're looking at that
Yeah,
game.
a little bit. Bit of a breakdown for SMG, and we're going to let the panel break it down even further.
The true El Cabezon has presented itself. Who has a larger head than Oli's silencer in this game number 2, as Talon proved that they're not going to take the entire series easy. They're not going to rest on their laurels. No, they're going to come in here. They're going to give 23 Savage a Night Stalker just to shove it in mid 1 Beastmaster's face, and it worked out exceptionally well. That was quite the smacking that Talon sent SMG's way.
I would say it's expected from the picks. Like, I don't think, like, I think even if you didn't pick NS, you picked any other hero, the lanes would have been like the same. Because to me, I don't think Beast is really good, like, early pick, because this hero, like, really needs a good lane, I feel. Otherwise, it's always going to be like 60-40, 70-30. And he always has to go back to the triangle to catch up, something like that. And then the bot lane, it was like the MP clock, and you saw that as well. And you picked the ES monkey into it. So for me, I feel like these picks weren't really counted. And also the mid, needless to say, Mikoto just owned. And the Tusk was also like the 24th pick, so yeah.
Yeah, basically the difference in the series is that they didn't use their 18 and 24, right? That's what you mean.
Wasn't really like counted, I would say.
I mean, the game kind of just snowballed after the laning phase.
Yeah, I think both games, like, laning was a huge deal. So I think going to game 3, both teams really need to think about that. Like, pretty much whoever won the lanes won the game.
So if you're a Talon here, do you want to take second pick next series? Because SMG has been second pick both series. But I feel like in this game, they kind of outpicked themselves when it came to the matchups.
Honestly, I feel like if there's no Nature's Prophet, like, it's still up in the air. Like, it's still not that straightforward.
So then which ban would you consider higher priority? For SMG, they've been banning out Q's Tiny and Mikoto's Leshrac. Talon were banning out the Coddle every single time, and game 1 it was the Beastmaster. Game 2 it was, what did they ban out game 2 as their second ban? It was Coddle and...
Still the Tiny, wasn't it?
Brood.
Oh, Brood.
Coddle Brood. So yeah, does one of those get knocked off the list for Nature's Prophet now?
It really depends who's like first pick. Like, I think if you're SMG, if you're first pick, you can even just first pick the Nature's Prophet for yourself. Like, yeah. Like, whoever's first pick should just pick it. Otherwise, I think the other team should ban it.
Okay, let's say in a scenario where Talon's first pick again for the third time.
Yep.
Do you think SMG changes their bans?
I think you ban
Lesh Tiny.
Tiny Lesh.
Tiny Lesh. You can ban, like, I honestly think you need to ban the MP, and you can choose. You can choose to play against the Lesh, or you can choose to play against the Brood, which I think both are beatable. But I think MP is not beatable.
It is seeming that way, that's for sure. Our MVP of this game number 2, truthfully, I just wanted to see Oli's picture. I don't think we've given him MVP a single time yet. It's generally been either Q or 23 Savage. I think Mikoto got it one time. I think Jab's got it one time. But we got to share the love to everyone. Oli was a genius this game.
You know, I'm worried. I'm worried that next game we go into a draft and SMG just can't pick heroes anymore.
They just don't have the intelligence anymore. It's all gone.
Who even decides the MVP?
We do.
We do?
Yeah, we have the power. You did not consent to this?
That's surely a meme MVP, come on.
What are you talking about?
I saw who's the real MVP.
Who's
The
the
real
real
MVP is
MVP?
Mikoto for sure.
Mikoto? Why?
Because he owned. My
He
boy.
did own.
He did own.
But did he steal their INT?
Owning is a multi-layered thing. Yes, maybe Mikoto won the game, but the mental damage that Oli distributed, Oli's out there for the series. And we'll see if they can close out the series or if SMG will fight back in game number 3. Let's see how much brain power Oli is going to dedicate to this Game 3 draft, as it is proving to be the competitive series that we were hoping it was, in terms of game score. In terms of the actual Dota and in terms of the actual games, they've been kind of two stomps both ways. SMG got their 10 billion net worth advantage in game number 1, and in game number 2, Talon just like shut them out in 28 minutes.
Which is uncharacteristic of Talon, because all their games are actually like
Extra
40
long.
minutes.
Yeah.
This is like the first time.
It's uncharacteristic of this region. I don't know if you've noticed it, but like in Tour 1, we took the statistics. Southeast Asia had a 5-minute average game length longer than basically every other
Everyone else,
region.
yeah.
It was insane.
Yeah, I feel like every intro to SCA Dota is like always this brawl and stuff. And
Yeah.
It's not true. SCA is
The Rambulan era is gone now, and it makes me sad. But it seemed, so what initially made me very scared is that the games were super long in SCA, and they were all short in other regions. And then I was like, oh God, SCA is only good late game, and no other region is going to let them go late game. Which was true for Geek, Slate, and Execration, because they got eliminated in groups. But Talon were speeding up their games over the course of the Lima Major, all the way to getting a 3rd place finish.
On the back of Nature's Prophet.
On the back of Nature's Prophet.
just like this series.
Just
Both
like this
teams
series.
winning with Nature's Prophet.
There were a few Jabs Naga Sirens here and again, but it's Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
That's the hero.
Exactly.
I feel like they should leave the Lash. Would you leave the Lash or the Tiny?
Okay, so the fun fact about Lash is, so the IO Lash, right? For Talon, they've been 5 IO and 8 Lash
Yeah, so
almost
you
every
pick the
game,
Lash.
except I think like 1 or 2 games. The one game they lost, there was 6-7 Lash, and Blacklist picked 8 TB. So that's like already a really good answer. And for Talon, their bans for their Lash is Drow, TB, and AM. So I think if you're first pick on SMG, I feel like you can just give the IO Lash, and then you pick your strong carry on 8. So you can pick a TB, you can pick a Drow, or whatever you want to play against it. And
Is
I
there a
think it's-
world where they give the IO and take the Lash away? Do you think that's something you would consider? Since Talon have only played the IO specifically with the Lash.
Nah, I probably
No?
wouldn't. Because Talon could just pick 8, like the counter.
Storm,
Yeah.
probably, again.
So yeah, I think. Yeah, or you can also like just pick some like Nixes or like Grimstrokes, you know, the traditional
Just
counters.
Dude, that's what I, like all these anti-IO heroes. So you mentioned Grimstroke. I feel like Winter Wyvern is completely irrelevant these days for some reason, even against IO. Witch Doctor I would consider to be pretty good. They just don't show up. We saw AA be picked. I think Shopify Rebellion tried to pick AA.
Lose AA against Timber and something.
I think like something like Wyvern is okay, but against Lash IO is not that good.
Oh, because they
But
don't
the
right
Lash
click
just
each
goes
other.
in by himself.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair.
I think you want these like big physical damage here. You don't want the Lash to come in. I think especially in the Blacklist series that he mentioned.
The TB.
We saw
Yes.
Mikoto run in, get tethered, and he just died anyway.
He just died to the
Just some
Scotty.
Scotty hero that hits you with high physical damage.
Though also in that matchup, that was the Viper versus Slark game as well.
Oh, that's true.
And so that Slark was just like paralyzed the entire time. He could not get into the fight. But your memory is correct. It was 5th pick Nature's Prophet, or first pick Nature's Prophet, then 6-7 IO Lash.
There was
and then
also a
the
game where
Yep.
Mikoto at level 5 was ganking the top lane.
Oh,
the
yes,
lane
that's
against
right.
the Viper.
And also, Mikoto was actually winning that lane, like surprisingly, because I think I watched the game and then at 5 minutes, the gold was kind of like even between the Lash and Viper.
I think what happened was he won until like level 3, and then he started pulling the wave.
Yeah, so
behind
he
the
put it
tower.
around.
And then at
Oh,
level
yes.
5, he went top and he got a kill, so it kind of evened the net worth.
Yeah.
But like just in the game, every time he ran in, he took a Viper strike to the face and just
Yeah.
couldn't really outlive the TB
I also felt like, who were they playing against again?
like this.
Oh, Blacklist, sorry, yeah. Carl, if he went bottle on the Viper, I think he would have earned the Lash.
Yeah, he
one.
had no mana, right?
He
But,
went-
Oh, yeah.
but what
went
happened
medium
was
hammer,
someone
right?
TP'd mid and like mana, yeah, AU on the collar TP'd mid to Chakra
Yes,
him.
he did.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I was like, dude, you're already playing Viper versus Leshok. Do you really need more help?
Because he went like Ring of Health, like straight medial.
Hammer.
Yeah. That's just a small detail, I saw.
Currently waiting on the draft. I imagine these teams are taking it as seriously as we are, determining what their first phases will be. But it's just interesting to me how we're debating these first phases, but I look at other regions and like none of these first phases are on the agenda. Nature's Prophet is not really that relevant in other regions, I feel. I think Death Prophet and Tiny and Enigma are like way more popular in Western Europe than we favor them.
NP, no? NP is not popular.
NP, if it is popular, it may be getting banned a lot in the first phase, which is also something that we're not doing. We're not first phase banning NP that much.
Dude, what I like to see, I like to see him give the IO and pick the Disruptor. I want to see the Disruptor, man. Why is there no Disruptor?
No one, yeah, it's also a good IO counter as well.
I feel like we see Silencer like every game, but no Disruptor.
But these days, like I don't think they play in a way where they rely on the reload.
But I think it's more of the Disruptor lineups in my head is like you have a lot of team fight. And this IO Lash, the way they play now is they run around, right? And I think the Glimpse is like a good way to deal with that.
Yeah. True. Me personally, I want to see some Nyx.
Nyx, I think that would be kind of cool.
I would be hyped.
I mentioned this before, but Katomi played Nyx from Entity. He played Nyx against CCNC Lash, and his build was 4-4-0 at level 9. I actually don't know how good it was, but he Mara burned. It was against the Lash IO of game, and I think they lost in the end, but it was so annoying. He would get like 2 Mara burns off in 5 seconds because he was maxed it, and Quinn would just have like solo mana to fight. It was so annoying.
Well, I will no longer keep you in suspense. We can reveal our Game 3 draft between SMG and Talon.
Oh, their first pick and they left the NP?
Wait, maybe
what are the bans?
NP?
What are the bans?
Oh, wait, right? Their first
Whoa!
NP goes through again.
Okay, so I think the difference this time is that Talon is second pick for the first time. So if they pick NP plus something that's not good against a bat, for example, SMG can just bat here and ban the Storm like Quap. So I don't know if Talon would do it, but I think if they want to pick the NP, they should pick the Storm.
Well,
like
why can't Talon do NP bat?
I think they want the Storm much more than the bat.
Okay.
And Storm's like they are neutral pick, right?
How about MP Storm right here?
Yeah, I think so. MP Storm.
Like no cares.
Yeah, I think no cares. I think that's the right move. Because you only care about the Bat Rider and they want the Storm anyway, I think. If they don't pick it here, it's probably gone.
Because the way I feel about this Storm here is like there's no counters. Like literally no counters. Maybe like
I mean, if they pick like some Puck or like it's so hard to pick AM in this slot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Even like I guess a more normal counter would be Puck or DK, I guess if you see MP Storm, but they kind of went away from it. No?
Higher Storm.
Okay.
I'm surprised they didn't pick MP.
I would just NP here. Would you?
For SMG?
Yeah.
Now it's not that like attractive.
Because of IO Storm?
Yeah.
Alright, so what do you think is good against IO Storm?
Back in the day, like NS.
That's definitely not the hero.
Not a fan.
I hate Beast against Storm.
I'm not a fan.
I think if the Storm snowballs, the Beast can never play. It's like a very go both ways kind of thing, I guess, but it's easier to beat a Storm.
I mean, we just saw it last game, right? It was
Yeah, they kind of lost every lane. They were
they
cheating.
kind of lose every lane, that is true. But then now you have to second phase ban the Nature's Prophet, surely, if you're SMG. Because they can still get the Nature's Prophet on Talon and it would still be pretty good, right?
Yes. And you have Q on a melee hero.
Yeah, I do agree. I think something we didn't mention last game was that the Storm pick was very enabled. He had Wrath, he had Rocket Flare for vision and damage, and then he had Global Silence. Yeah. So we saw Mikoto going for a lot of these solo plays with Witchblades, but he was never really like alone, you know?
Yeah, as meme as our MVP was of Oli, Mikoto went 17-0-11 last game.
Yeah, so no MVP for you.
No MVP. Surely this is a Nature's Prophet ban from SMG now.
I feel like they might give it now, because, I mean, looking at
they like the Beast against the NP. So.
It is a little bit awkward with Storm and IO, but I think it's still fine if they want to pick it.
I also feel like for SMG, they have the Beast that's like prerequisite against the NP carry. And I think in last game, they just say like, we saw this Nature's Prophet and we messed up. We picked the MKF Shaker, like you said. Well, we lost the lane, but we can pick something better.
I didn't think it would necessarily be NP carry. I thought it would be jabs on the NP.
I think if they see NP, they probably want the Terrorblade +1 here. I feel like that's a very SMG thing to do.
Yeah, I could see that.
Some Venge TB, like I wouldn't mind it. Disruptor TB. Disruptor still looks pretty nice to me.
If you're Talon, you would just pick your +4 first. And then 18 the MP.
What's the +4 you're looking at here?
Just any melee like Tusk.
Tusk Clock.
Clock, yeah, Clock's fine. No Tiny.
Q did play...
Primal Beast, let's go.
As a 4.
I don't know if Q plays it.
He plays it, but not...
I do like the Tusk against the Beast a lot. So safe for the Roar. I feel like it's really easy to rotate onto him, you know, shards you get caught. SMG does
They
really
heard
there,
me.
you know.
I heard you. Take out the
I
toss.
should whisper.
Is there any possibility that they give Q the IO and they get a 5 position instead?
I
for
don't
an Oli?
think so.
Okay.
Less than 1%.
Can't spell
chance.
Oli without IO.
True.
They're still Undying. Shaker.
I really like Disruptor for SMG. I feel like it fits their draft. I think the Beast Disruptor is kind of looked down upon too. I'm not sure if they'll do it. I feel like Paulson's always on the Rubik and it's probably just going to be an Afu hero.
Yeah.
This time around, Talon's gonna pick first.
TB ban. There's
Oh,
the
they will just
MP.
pick the MP.
Yeah,
Okay.
but they banned the TB, so SMG has to have a different option here.
They might go for the monkey again, which I think it's not that great.
I just want him to pick something that wins the lane and is useful in the game. I also would not hate it if they pick like DK plus damage hero here.
They might even look at like a spec for 23 if they can get it.
I can see the Spectre. They did play the IO spec before.
So now they're considering whether they want to play their ES or not.
Yeah.
If they don't pick ES, they'll pick something like Mirana, I think.
I feel like they need something to address this storm right now.
How's Mirana Ember? Right here. They played it a lot before as well.
I don't
Oh, Pulse Champ.
Wait for it.
You're probably right. There's no other Ember pairing anymore. If they Ember, Mirana here, and Talon pick Ebba, they lost. They actually cannot play against Ebba, I think.
Ember carry.
Yeah, because he protects everything, right? Like IO Ebba is like double heal too.
Yeah, but if you're carry Abba, you don't want to be like following Storm around, right?
I think when you have Radiance, you like kind of can constantly
guess.
participate. It's like one
And
item
you
and
just
you
have
run
your
around.
MP playing like carry,
Yeah,
I guess. Oh,
that's
close.
we've definitely liked the Mirana more.
Yeah.
I guess Snap kind of gives them a bit of Roche, bit of a teamfight environment, maybe a
Snap,
stronger lane.
Snap is
as well.
better against the IO, I think. Like more damage. Because if you're too single targeted, the IO can heal him up.
It also helps the heroes get onto NP in lane, right? And something to do with the Sprout later on. You have Cookie and Telekinesis right now. It's kind of nice.
I just feel like Slight Chains is not that scary though. Slight Chains and then what's
definitely
the
it's not.
follow-up?
Yeah, I do agree. I would have liked the Mirana a bit more. Or just some other hero that is more of a... We can throw spells together, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I think Talon will pick the pulse 4 first. And then
You don't think they should pick the carry here? I guess there's not many pulse 4s, right? You have to pick some... What, they need catch? Ricky? Is Ricky dead?
We saw mid Ricky earlier.
Alright, so, okay, maybe they picked the Snap because they would have expected Talon to pick the Clockwork. Does that make sense? Because there's no Tuskar, there's no Tiny. So Talon do choose the... Go for the carry here, pick the Slark. Some more catch for the Ember. Nice lane with the IO. Pretty decent against Beast as well. I like this pick a lot.
It's good pairing with IO. If they didn't have IO, I feel like they would have picked Morphling.
Yeah, I think that's something I didn't give Talon credit for. I feel like generally the heroes they pick 23 on with the IO have been pretty good. The CKs, the Morphs, the Spectre even,
I agree.
and the Void. The Void looks pretty nice for SMG actually, with this snap.
It does. But the lane's not going to be great.
Is there a hero here that like is good in lane and can play the game?
Water Boy.
Spectre?
Waterboy is
Waterboy.
not bad. Decent.
Also, I still don't know how bad the matchup is.
Slug Morph?
I was gonna say Slark Viper.
Ah,
Is it really that like?
yeah, you can carry
s-
Viper?
Yeah, can
don't
Slark
think so.
just not play the game, or is
I
it not
don't
worth
think
it? Okay.
I'm expecting Spec and Morphling lands.
Yeah, same.
Like, anti-mage is interesting too, but against MP, I don't think it's that great.
Actually, would you take a spec? Oh,
Oh,
there you go.
thank you, thank you.
I think the AM was an easier to execute win condition than the Spectre. I think with Spectre, the game can kind of snowball out of control for SMG.
And there's the Faceless Void.
They do have like a Storm controller this game though, with the Ember and the Rubik.
That's true. I feel Talon needs a team item buyer. Like their team fight looks very underwhelming to me right now. They need to like dual lanes and kind of snowball.
But with these 3 cores, I don't think the Postball can afford to.
Don't worry about
Yeah.
it. Storm Spirit will build Guardian Graves. I saw it earlier.
Against the Ember Chains.
Against the Ember Chains, you
And
gotta
the
purge it
Skyrat
off.
as well. And Trend Protector.
Yes,
true.
it was much more justified in the other game, but Talon figuring out the last carry ban. I would expect Morphling to be the ban. I think that's what Slark would be the most scared of.
You think Moss worse than Spectre?
For
Like the matchup into Talon's heroes.
I
I
think
think Spectre was scarier, in my opinion.
because they don't have any like lockdown for the Morph as well. But MP is good against Morph overall.
They also have like pause 4 pick 2 pick, right? Like if they pick some,
How does
it sounds weird, Lion or something.
how does safe lane TA do for SMG?
Not a fan of their hero. I could see the SF though.
Oh yeah, the SF
I
too.
feel like they have ran it before. I will say I like the Spectre the most, but I feel like SMG. Not sure if Chidori is a big Spectre player. So we've seen a lot of SF Beastmasters. There's the
Ooh.
TA. Good call. I think the TA Slark is something we saw earlier from
Yeah, that's
Slate,
why I
so,
came.
yeah.
But that game, the TA had to deal with Avalanche, had to deal with Dark Pact, had to deal with Broodmother Spiders. There were like a million things that burned off.
This
the
this game's different though. This game SMG is gonna play tempo. They're not gonna play like
Yeah.
Like Roshan, go fight.
you have to
now.
go Roche and then keep fighting and then
So what's
get some
good
map,
for Talon here?
get second Roche, win game.
Primal Beast. I've never seen them last pick Curious Hero in my life.
Probably just
I'm
class.
Yeah,
kind
right.
of confused too. Like shit, guys. What do you need here? Dark Willow. I feel like they need a melee hero, like you said. Just Clockwork by Earn.
Ogre Magi. That hero's relevant.
Yeah, it would dumpster TA.
That's what I'll say.
Would actually dumpster TA. MQ.
Hoodwink, maybe.
I feel like the Hoodwink's gonna look like game 1 again, where it's very hard for him to press spells.
Scrolling through the list, Adam. They're not
Yeah,
playing heroes.
Clockwork,
Phoenix.
okay.
Oh, okay, no Clockwork. Okay.
There we go. It's again the Clock NP to assist the Storm. They also have a relocate this
You know what would have been cool? Pause for Brewmaster. Because they need
Brewmaster?
team fight, and Brew is good against the
Oh.
Ember and the Beast.
But don't you think by the time you get split, like the game's already like could be in shambles? Like feels like you use split and they walk into Rosh and you kind of can't play the game anymore.
Yeah, but having a clock doesn't really like change that either. Right?
Yeah, I guess so.
That would have been cool. I would have loved to see.
Maybe it's just me. I'm just a Brew.
You're just a brew.
Yeah.
You're just
Exactly.
a brew lover.
Brew enjoyer.
Which draft do you like more?
The left side looks a bit more solid, like honestly speaking. The right side is like they have to play on their lanes and then they have to like kind of.
They have to stay and pressure their lanes, right?
So like Daya can never like really group up. They have to like keep taking small skirmishes, whereas SMG really wants to like group up.
You think the IO Storm has been addressed?
Yeah.
Decent. I think the Ember's a good answer, to be honest. But besides the Ember, I think the others are like kind of meh.
The other reason why I brought up the Templar Assassin is that I think her Shard Silence is going to be very irritating
Oh, yeah.
between the Storm and the Slark.
Mhm.
And what is the item build for Storm whenever he has an IO with him?
Arcane Boots.
Okay.
That's
Do you
all that
get-
matters.
do you get a
Nothing else
BKB?
changes. I think usually go Kaya into BKB. I'm not sure if Mikhail go Witchblade this game just because he's playing as TA.
Mhm.
And I
think-
also feel he doesn't need the BKB early.
What's important is the IO's item build. I think back then, IO would always get a Soul Ring, but that was before the Soul Ring.
And you
build.
rush Locket, right? So you
Yeah.
have more mana. Like you don't even buy mech. You just play to feed Storm mana.
Okay. Curious to see how it'll work out. Talon expanding their repertoire, formerly only running the IO Leshrac strategy exclusively. Now they're adding Storm into the mix and making IO perhaps that much scarier of a ban, or are SMG going to come through this whole series undefeated still in series score? Only one way to find out. It's with Cap and SVG.
And it does feel like Talon is missing a little bit something in the draft. We heard KP's idea of doing a 4-position Brewmaster. I was saying they should do 5 Nature's Prophet and get a different offlaner. Ultimately, they settled on just going for the 4-position Clockwork. Avery, this hole in their draft, which is kind of like basically missing a little bit of team fight, which is SMG. I feel like they're gangbusters. It feels like their whole lineup is pretty robust, dare I say. What do you think about it, though?
I do not think it's robust because I'm not allowed to say that word anymore. No, it's definitely strong. I've been wondering. I was literally saying, where's the Snapfire hero before they picked it?
No.
Because I think this hero's a top 3 or 4 support right now. And you can flex him core. I just think this hero's kit is super good. He's one of the highest damage supports, which is really nice because then it kind of opens up a lot of your core picks. At the same time, his spells just always have high impact in the fight. They're low CD. His ult is one of the best follow-up ults in the game. It's just a nice hero to have. He has wave clear. He farms really fast. The shard still single pops a wave. So I think I'm happy to see this hero back and see. I think it was a little underrated. And I think it's a pretty good snapfire. Honestly, if I pick a hero on SMG, I want to have popping off. I'm taking off Ooze. He can destroy the fights because he has the AoE damage for Slark. He has some of the burst on the roar or the chain follow-up. He has the cookie that might just catch Makoto or 23 with the AoE stun. I think his Snapfire brings a lot to the lineup. It gives him some extra minus armor for the TA jump and for Roche. So there's a lot of little things that Snapfire does that I think are enabling the lineup. I want him to have a good game. And then I think if they get out of lanes better than last game, this lineup's a lot faster and a lot better at taking objectives and snowballing the map with the vision between TA and Beast. TA Beast is very deadly if you give them map control. They just choke you out very fast. So
did Talon get 4 bounty runes last game too?
No, but they did get it this game.
Yeah.
So that is not good for the Beast. Once again, off to a very rough start on a hero that sometimes can struggle in the lane in general and relies on those stacks like he did last time. Do not want to give Io Slark a lead either. Io Slark is all about the lane snowball.
Yeah, they want to be able to, like, if they feel like they have an advantage, they're just, every Slark lane is that way, right? If he feels like he has an advantage, he's just going to focus on stealing your stats over and over and over again, just keep on poking at you and eventually commit and try and get the kill. So you got to keep him on the defensive, which this Axes build does pretty nicely at the start. You can see 23, it's already been pushed back quite heavily. The other lane, we've got the Nature's Prophet Clockwork versus Chidori's Templar Assassin and Afu's Snapfire, which I feel like is a lane that should be going Talon's way.
Yeah, once again, I don't think you're going to keep the Furion from free farming here pretty much. Maybe kill some Treants and maybe keep this clock a little low level if you can get some pulls, but it's just, you can't pull versus the Treants plus the clock contesting on the side. So the second this lane gets shoved in, Jabs is just chilling here. He's pretty happy. And again, 3 lanes looking decent for Talon off the 4 bounty runes.
It did seem like the laning phase is so important in this series, as game 1, which was won by SMG, was largely off of momentum they got from the laning phase. Game 2 was definitely very laning phase focused with Talon taking that and exploding with the game.
And this is a similar lineup.
Pretty much yeah, it is.
You have the Storm Furion plus Io.
Battery Assault just keeps on ticking, and they aren't going to be able to get the first blood. That goes over Jabs, so maybe the slight hole in their team fight potential on the side of Talon is just going to be made up by winning out lanes outright.
That's a brutal first blood to give up. Again, Clock is not the hero you want to be giving extra XP to. He just runs away with it. And Furion as well, the faster you get 6, the more it's going to mess with this Beastmaster's game. I mean, dare I say it, if Makoto kills Moon again, we're in for a repeat, you know?
Yeah. We'll see he's able to do that. Right now, he's doing very well in PSG. 16-5 compared to the 13-1 of Moon.
Benefit of the extra bounty runes and just outplaying the early waves. No other way to say it. Once again, Talon showing up in games 2 and 3, especially in the laning phase. You pissed them off. You poked the bear. The bear got mad.
He really did. Do not want to miss. The big old grizzly bear Talons that they're pulling out. 15-0 in CS when it comes to the Slark, too. So that early pressure of the Axes, totally forgiven. Unsurprising, really, just because IO offers you so much regeneration that the harassment of the Axes is only going to be short-term effective, I think.
Yeah, who cares? Like, there's some lanes where you can just kill them with IO Slark, and you basically just win the game off that. But lanes like this, you're probably happy just farming and maybe killing them between 3 and 5 if you out-regen them over time. If the lane ever goes super deep here for the Slark, that's where that kill threat opens up, and then you're just going to be very, very happy on that lane. If you're 23, you have to sit under a tower with this armor and regen aura going for him and the Slark. That's lane people don't really talk about, but you just get extra value in this pairing as well. And then you have the full lane to run them down. So you do have to be careful up here if you're SMG, because if you start feeding this guy kills on top of him free farming, the bear is going to get fueled. And it's like that other game. We saw what can happen when you fuel a bear.
Yeah, it certainly pops off when you fuel it with drugs. A cocaine bear on your hands. Moon.
I was sitting that one. I was waiting for you to make that joke. Put it on the plate for you.
Dude, Sleight of Fist is so obnoxious, but at least Storm Spirit has pretty high base armor. So this trade, it could go either way. Just see who oversteps themselves. Makoto's got 11 magic wand charges, 9 magic.
I feel like he's gonna kill him again, dude. I don't know.
They're gonna go for it. Let's see. This time he does get off the stick. Remember the bottle exchange last time.
Oh my god. I had a feeling he was gonna kill him, but I guess Fairy Fire bails him out. Still, Makoto is getting the better of this exchange, and he is pulling ahead in this lane. Once more, he is going to be 6.5, while Ember has to go to base. He's going to be stuck at 5.5. Just brutal beatdown on this mid lane, both games. Both supports coming mid for SMG just to leech the XP and maybe try and contest 6-minute rune. They do not want to repeat of this storm popping off. But the problem is you're freeing up both side lanes now. The kill. We got 6.
Oh, he gets the 6 just in time, and he's even got a little bit of heal coming his way. Ollie is going to meet him up. He's got a refill on the bottle, and I thought maybe he would just like salve as well to really help Makoto, but I guess they got double bounty runs.
That's such a huge committal from SMG that doesn't go their way just based on how bad this mid lane was going for Moon.
Yep.
And now you're losing both your silence because you committed supports and Talon did not have to. That's rough. Solo XP as well. 23 is ahead of mid 1 top. Jab's a little behind bottom, but he's well out farming Chidori down here. In terms of the gold, at least. Talon once more showing their finesse in this early lane stage. And now low 5 Slark off.
Kill at top lane. Lands the pounce onto Pelosin with the zip in from Makoto. Easily picks up 1. And he's got Arcane Boots, so yeah, he easily gets the second one. 23. Actually only getting 1 Perma agility out of those 2 kills somehow.
I mean, you got to get the kill, right? Ollie took the Paulus in 1.
Yeah, that's true.
But either way, this is just too easy of a gank for Storm. Like, no one's calling about it. No one's thinking about it. You just TPs gets a double kill in this lane versus a Beastmaster. Beast is one of those heroes I don't mind mids just committing for the gank, even if it costs some resources. Because, yeah, you're giving some space to Ember, and it's Makoto loses a lot of resources on the map, but you just kill Beast game. And when this hero gets far behind, it's a way different hero. Just, he has to jungle, he has to do stacks to catch up, which he does have some stacks again, but it's level 4, man. It's level 4 to 23 is level 6.
It's funny how like both of the cores in mid and top have had to rely on the same hard camp. His Ember Spirit did it too in order to get his level 6, so he already cleared through that stack there. Jab's being run down to Sprout. Not going to be enough, I don't think. They're going to keep sight on him. Free to be able to keep some distance, but it doesn't work out. SMG quickly route their way around that one and do manage to get their first kill of the game.
It's a decent one. Bear Arnold did bounce through and get jabs and assist, and Moon does pick up Illusion Rune, so you're denying Storm some resources. Of course, it is IO Storm, so that move that Makoto's making or him getting involved in these kills is not as punishing because you can refuel him up here through the IO, at least a little bit. And even Jab TP'd into Refill's bottle. What a bro. Bro move.
That is the ultimate bro move. So Talon, I think they learned pretty well about how to use the IO Leshrac, and one thing is just really committing to get the Leshrac to that Bloodstone build. What is that equivalent for Storm Spirit when you do IO Storm?
I mean, I think Storm can play more aggressive because he doesn't have that massive item that he really needs to become tanky. Like, especially in games where there's limited stuns or you're jumping the stunner first or something, he's a bit more survivable early. He doesn't really have his game slowed down as much like a Lesh when he commits to his plays. And similarly, Mikoto did go Arcane Boots on the Storm, so this is the build when you do this IO Storm because you can just refuel yourself on the map. I think Witchblade is the big early timing for this Storm in general, but that's kind of independent of the IO, right? It's just, I feel like that's what you go on Storm anyway.
Sure.
So it's kind of just the same game plan. It's just IO is going to make it all faster in theory and help Mikoto fight more. So the big difference for me is the moves, like I was saying for Storm, become less punishing, which means you can think about them more.
Really nice use of the cogs. Chidori getting the side blade hits and does eventually get the kill on a Q. Chidori goes for the TP out. Oh, but Makoto runs him down first. And now he's got the Gaio to help join him. So once again, Makoto TP's a small bit of aggression from SMG and just immediately Makoto's down to counter it. He did actually let Afu go. I'm not sure entirely why. I guess maybe they were afraid of counter rotations.
They just got trapped and didn't want to commit the extra resources.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's a little low for now, but I'm kind of surprised to see Ollie going the mech. I kind of agree with the panel. I think when you play with the Storm, you rather have the Soul Ring or the Locket over this mech, because the HP for Storm is like, who cares? In theory, he's either getting 100 to 0 or not at all. And I think in this type of game, when you're ahead especially, it's kind of not at all. The mech is nice for the Slark, but honestly, Slark isn't really the best carry with mech either. So I actually kind of disagree with the mech here for Ollie, but he's having a great game, so it's not, he's going to get super punished by this item decision. And of course, it's mech IO. Never bad.
I mean, Talon is just...
This is looking like a last game.
Picking up the pace, and it is beginning to look a little bit like game 2.
That is spooky if you're SMG, because you kind of have a very similar draft. Like, you pick this beast back into the Storm. The Talon stormed your beast. I feel like they're pretty happy about that. You're playing versus Storm Furion, who are going to take over the map again, constrict you very quickly. You have some better tools going for you in terms of earlier damage. The Ember can sway it a bit, and then TA Trap Vision, pretty nice, but you do not want to give up this much of a lead this early to these Storm Furions.
They need this gang to work. They've got the cookie. Okay, the two-man chains, the cookie doesn't work. They should be able to kill Ollie here, but just the one doesn't feel great for an ultimate, a two-man smoke rotation plus the ultimate being committed. Really wanted Mikoto.
Afu's going to invade Triangle, so he's getting the vision to maybe set up for something later. But yeah, that is not really the kill they wanted with this first kisses. And again, product of how far behind they are. Still haven't really got anything of this Beastmaster going. I mean, look at this tower top. It's full. It's another game for this Beastmaster, just like last game. Cannot get any objective push going early. That just sucks. You're just going to steal a rune in front of your face. Insult.
They try and hit him with the cookie and drop a sentry, but they missed. And he's already thinking about the bigger game, Q. He's got a point booster working towards a faster Aghanim Scepter. Beastmaster almost getting caught there, but mid one, pretty heads up, TP out.
His creeps do not have a TP, however. That is still a decent amount of gold and XP off a reload that, I mean, whatever, right? You didn't use too much. You go back bottom. Now you're still going to farm the whole map. Witchblade done for Mikoto. A lot of early damage online for Talon here.
So, Slark went Falcon Blade, Diffusal Blade, Aghanim Scepter. What's the difference here between these builds that Slark does? Why the Falcon Blade Diffusal as opposed to the Echo Saber that we saw before?
Just depends on how he thinks the fights are going to go. Diffusal's a better solo kill chase down item, in my opinion. Well, like, versus Rubik, it's pretty nice because you can just pounce at the Rubik, purge him, and he kind of just dies. I think it can be good versus Ember, the extra slow, the mana burn as well. Kind of just depends.
Okay.
Probably a feel thing from 23. He's also with IO, so in theory, the attack speed with Diffusal is a lot higher value than with an Echo Saber, for example.
Oh, yeah. I like that point quite a bit. That makes sense.
So Overcharge Diffusal feels pretty good. Overcharge Echoes, who cares? Because you also have the mana regen.
He was going to die to the kisses, so he used the hook shot in desperate maneuver. Does end up dying, but hey, he does a little damage back to him at least.
And there's that Diffusal instantly starting to drain Moon's mana. So he's feeling it. But early itemization here from Talon. Just, they're going to continue to set the pace. I like this push mid. At least you're forcing something with the Beast with this HOD. His HOD is a lot free this game. He is going to go Helm of the Overlord. So that is one difference here for this mid one Beastmaster. Is he can go that item and not have it eaten by the Night Stalker like last game. Yeah. Which means you are going to have this early power spike with Helm of the Overlord, TA Desolator. Chidori is just going Dragonlance Deso. Roche is definitely on the menu here for SMG if they get one or two more good pickoffs.
Oh, nice move by Q. He moved forward at just the right time, breaks the smoke, and as a result, Jabs is going to be able to get away from this one. In fact, they're going to try and have a rebuttal here, and they catch Afu, trying to TP out still. Breaks the smoke, gets a counter play with the relocate, and gets a kill out of it. Nothing too big, but as you said, these relocates are pretty low committal. Makoto and Ollie can just keep going, and they've got vision of the Templar Assassin. They will beat down Chidori nice and quick. Maybe not so quick, actually. Chidori somehow still alive to get up the Primal Roar. He kills the Clockwork, and Makoto was low on mana. I don't know if he can commit to this anymore. In fact, 23, he's cutting in from the side, but it's too late. SMG have already gotten out.
Nice positioning from mid one. Bailing his TA out of that gank, and SMG striking back. They're going to be able to force the Roche pretty early, so they're not that far behind from a theory standpoint. As long as they can get this Helm of the Overlord. There is not a lot to deal with that item in this game. Unlike last game where they had the tool, there's nothing that deals with it in the fight. So it's going to be pretty strong here. They're going to have a decent power spike. Not too shabby considering how rough this game was looking off the lanes. Definitely did not snowball like last time.
No, and if they can get a couple more openings like this, they almost had the Desolator on Chidori.
Yep.
You get the an early Roshan off of that. Things can definitely start going the other way.
And most importantly, they're not losing 60 int. So they got that going for them too, They're actually going to be able to cast spells. Pretty nice.
They may still have some mana problems because of that Diffusal Blade, but at least when they come back alive, they're okay.
Hey man, I'll take the Diffusal Blade over 40 int stolen at 20 minutes any day.
Yeah, true.
Diffusal me all you want. At least there's something to Diffusal,
Yeah. Take that over having to use the intelligence Vambrace on Tusk because
that was one of the saddest things I've ever seen, man. That's a man beating down on the street and you're still kicking him.
All right. Looks like Kaya Sanj is going to be the next item for Moon. So he's really going to try and play a bit of a front line and create some opportunities for Chidori and his two backline supports to get in there.
I don't mind this too much. I can kind of see the reasoning. It's not the most necessary BKB game, I guess.
Yeah.
Especially when you're playing versus Furion, you're going to have to deal with these Sprout leashes later. Kind of want to just itemize to whatever makes you strongest in the late game as possible. I feel like Sange and Kaya into Ag, something like this is pretty strong if he wants to go that route.
Gleipnir is actually not too far away for Jabs, so that is pretty scary.
Yeah, he's
talking
really
about
far.
SMG perhaps getting a little bit of momentum back, but Ollie almost has mech, and Gleipnir's almost done for Jabs. Big items.
And these are big items for Talon because if they can contest the Roche that we're talking about from SMG, this game just gets broken, I feel.
Yeah. Well, if they get Roshan themselves, right, and Aegis on Makoto, then yeah. It's bad news bears out there.
Because this is a storm that's going to take it. Like, he's going to wreck your map with that Aegis if you give it to him.
Yeah.
So this is a double sword for SMG. They got to get it and they can't give it up. Try for 0.3 a little bit. At least mess with him, but they're trying on Moon.
Hogs push? No. Slightly off the timing there.
It's kind of hard to hit level 1 hook because it only lasts 1.5 seconds to chain it into cogs.
Kind of surprised that didn't bounce him out.
Yeah.
Looked like he had the frame. But...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There's the Deso done.
Yep.
Oh, and Chidori's actually going to go for early shard. I love that idea against this Storm Spirit that's causing so many issues.
Yeah, it's a really good shard game. Decent versus Slark as well. You just catch him with a surprise silence. Maybe he's not dark packing. Buys you a lot of time here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Helm of the Overlord, 500 off from mid one.
Radiant are scanning.
So he's having a slower game, probably because Ancient Priority got given to his TA a bit more.
Kiss is coming in. They're going to try and pick off Q, and they've got him. But
Evo, late to the party.
Relocate coming in, and they're going to zip on out. Chidori turns around immediately with telekinesis to catch him and blow him up. Akoto's dead. Ollie's going to follow him into the grave. The same ditch is going to be their shared grave, it seems, as 23 is just going to get out of here. A bit of over-aggressiveness there from Talon, and boy, was SMG ready for that.
Yeah, this Storm needs BKB, as we just saw. These are not engageable fights with chains, lift, random cookie that can come out, roar. Those bad kills to give up if you're Talon, making this Roche contest a little harder when it comes. Especially with that was Jabs' Gleipnir timing. Didn't really get to use it there.
They keep on checking the Ancients. They're like, oh, somebody blocked it. Well, it wasn't a ward. It was a Treant that blocked away that Ancient camp. That is something that can be really detrimental to a TA lineup.
Oh, it's brutal. I hate playing versus. The Furion players that do this, they're the worst of the worst.
Top tier. Oh, Q. Once again, just like a split second, just a quarter of a second off, really, from being able to chain these stuns.
Moon is dancing with fire. Quite literally, my friend. Helm of the Overlord for mid one takes the Lizard, and it's Roshan time. So are you strong enough to contest this? If those 1 or 2 fights went Makoto's way, he'd have BKB right now. And I'd say the answer is for sure yes. But he does not have it, and I don't know if this Storm can contest it. I feel like you just get lifted or chained.
And are they aware that the shard is up on the TA? If they go for this fight, they might just be stumbling into a long silence.
And no hookshot from 20 here either because of that failed game top.
He's going to go for the steal. Makoto setting up for it, but they're going to pull the Roche out of the pit there as they chase 23 away.
I think he's dead for sure, though, on the jump, even if he gets it.
Oh, you know Makoto wants it, though. He's going to zip in a little bit off the timing, but the Roshan dies, but he's immediately stunned up. Chidori picks up the Aegis, and they got the relocate out. Okay, that was better coordinated from Talon than I expected. Well played.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, you can reload him out maybe after the Aegis, but the reload timing is beautiful from Ollie here. Of course, you don't get it, but yeah, it's a nice try.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, the risk was significantly lower with that relocate play, so cool stuff.
Well, he still could have died there. You don't know.
It was close. It was close.
But now he will get the BKB, and then there's a lot more rain in these fights. Still, momentum shifted towards SMG in this period where they're really strong, and now they have a chance to continue to build that. They can find the pickoffs, that they can get aggressive vision on Talon. At the same time, Talon can rat this game. Between Furion and Storm and the IO and Slark Night Vision, they can make this game very brutal.
Back into the game where Q has been caught as he was trying to farm up a couple creeps because he really wants that Aghanim Scepter.
He's just rushing.
And with the hook shot, TP's out. Moon's going to have to get the chains in. It's not going to happen.
And this is the part of the game where SMG really want to get pickoffs going, but you have to be careful about how many people you commit for these and how much you're losing on the other side of the map because your lanes are going to get shoved. And you don't want to end up, running around in the clown car, so to say. That's an official professional Dota term for your reference.
Yeah. Is that what you tell your team? Get in the clown car.
I mean, yeah, because the thing is...
got a Roshan to contest.
This car of clowns runs across the map, and they try and drag people into the clown car to kill them, right? But you don't want too many clowns in the clown car. You just want 1 or 2. If you start piling all the clowns in the clown car, then it's just too much and you end up suffocating. So this is a professional Dota analogy, Cap. I don't know why you're laughing.
I like the fact that you say they pull them into the clown car and kill them in the car instead of running them over with the car. Like you could just have this clown car where they just go around together, running over
evidence
people.
lying around in the street.
Hook shot and a pounce at the same time, but he gets force-staffed and gets the jump away after the pounce is broken. Now Pelosin is going to be left behind, though, so his saving grace is going to also be his dying.
And his courier.
And his courier. Oh, no.
I mean, that's just double BKB timing from Talon. They're super confident to take that fight on top of Ags from 23, gives them the jump. They didn't even have to use the BKBs, so back to farming. Like, this is the ages period for SMG that they cannot build a lead. And that is the issue. You might get Roches in this game, but you have to be able to play the map. And right now, you are getting outplayed on the map. Look at how split Talon are. IO pair top, jabs bottom, 23 farming triangle. Q's just tanking the gank, showing mid, but it's just a clock. He does not care about this.
They're going for Chidori right now. Q is going to die in the mid lane. And they were kind of set it up at the top lane at the same time for Chidori. They had 3 heroes all stacked up, but it didn't end up on the trigger there. Now they try and go for it a little bit. Boone is going to be able to get the chains. Makoto's very, very fine. He's got BKB, wand charges, and Ollie ready to go. Pull the trigger on the mech.
And Jab's just TVs to your jungle. So, again, you're losing net worth on these clown car plays, you know?
There are too many clowns. It's too small of a car.
I think you just force the tier 2 because you're all up here. Or you're just going to get jumped.
Beautiful hook shot. What a jump in. Okay, that's going to be the Aegis down. Cookie, that just puts them all together. Talon, they absolutely slaughtered SMG, and they're going to be able to kill the TA twice for their efforts, too. So this game, you already said, the game was kind of hard for SMG because they were losing so much map, and you wanted them to commit, but Talon were actually the ones who found the opening there.
I don't know. It's just you're getting caught on vision. Like they have this full dire ward. You're just getting jumped, initiated on. You have the BKBs on Talon. There's no real damage fallout that can come out if you're the ones getting gone on because you don't have BKB on TA. The control's just there. It just feels a little sloppy, and you can't be sloppy in these types of games because you're behind and you're a push lineup versus a split push lineup that's going to heavily out eco you.
Yeah.
I mean, this game is just monstrously difficult now.
And that has been the biggest issue for SMG, and it's also been Talon's preference. It feels like in some ways, you know, I know they won game 1, but I feel like Talon is a bit of kryptonite to SMG because Talon prefers late game, and SMG does slip up. They don't play necessarily the cleanest game. And so when you do that against a team that has better late game and is probably more experienced at this point in time as a group, then, you know, you're kind of leaving yourself without too many options, I would say.
No, you're putting yourself in a position where it feels very pressured. They feel very pressured on the map right now. They have to split push lanes with the Ember and the Beast. At the same time, they feel like they're getting out-farmed. Then they want to force objectives in Roche, but are they even winning those 5-on-5s versus the IO Slark here? There's no easy answers in a game like this. Almost in TP down here. Do they know he's... No, they don't know he's here. 23 is going to start on TA top, and again, TA is just getting melted.
Just has no options against this initiation, this global range that they effectively have. They didn't even use the relocate to be able to do that. Clockwork, Furion, Slark with an Aghanim Scepter. I mean, they are able to just move around the map so quickly. And when they find somebody, boom, in an instant, there are multiple heroes there.
And this is why Furion is a first phase pick. This hero enables this type of gameplay more than anything else in the game because he's the strongest lane shove and the best at abusing economy with the open space. And they're just playing it like a team. There's just nowhere to run.
Moon getting caught at the end there. He does have a remnant up to the high ground, but Slark is going to chase after him. 23 doesn't want to let him go. He couldn't actually burn the mana quite quick enough, so 23 actually pulled back.
He still pounds. You got him.
Okay, you got him. He does still have... Oh, no, he ran out of mana. No, he barely gets the mana in time, but he's... looking. They finish him off jabs with his BKB. Uh-oh. He's got to get it
running out. You got pounced again?
The pounce landed again. Oh, Flosen. That was the best pounce steal I have ever seen. Usually this spell is not that good on Ruben.
No, it's terrible. You cannot ask for anything better. And that was, he had Fury on teleport. That's how he got there. He Fury on teleported and stole pounds. These are not really the Rubik spells you're known for, you know. It is not Black Hole and Ravage. But making the big plays, at least Dragon Slaying back. That was also Gem. So I think they got Gem out of that, right? It went to somebody here. Actually, where did it go?
Good question.
Oh, it's in their base.
It's in the base,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so they got Gem off Slark. That's pretty big. These are keeping some of your traps and your hawks and your wards up.
Talk about SMG slipping up a bit. Ow, that was a big slip up from Talon.
That was huge.
Flip shot with the relocate. Force staff gets him to the other side of the cogs and pushes him farther away. Of course, there is not a big enough force staff in the world to get you outside of Makoto's reach. Well, Makoto, maybe with the telekinesis, the relocate, it's going through once again. All just perfect timing on these relocate and mech saves.
He just didn't want to BKB that. That's the only reason it's close.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just trusting his support, and why not? Ollie has destroyed in game 2 and 3 here.
Yeah, Ollie has not missed.
Very true. Keeping that BKB alive for Makoto, who still has 8 seconds. And jumping TA.
One for sure come in, but once again, Flosen is here with the telekinesis, but it's not good enough. They brought Jabs, his extra firepower, and it makes it so easy to pick up that kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, 23. Hooking up a potential Beastmaster kill here. Gets that one pretty easily. He's there to back him up in case it's needed.
Yeah, he's cooking. He's cooking real fast. The second you lose one hero on this map, the whole thing just collapses because of the global ability from Talon.
Look at him. He found the remnant. They're going to try and force Moon to use it. Jabs
I don't know if you know what's waiting, son.
Gets a Glightbeer, and he goes back straight to the arms of the Slark. They hit him with he missed the pounce. Okay, he still hit him with the cogs, though. In the second round of cogs, he's out of mana. Oh, no. What a cogs from Q. I'm not even sure how intended that one was, but now Afu trying to help out is going to just be met by 5 Talon heroes.
I think we can take a moment of silence for Moon's mana pool in this series. Between stealing all of it last game and now Diffusal Cogs destroying it once again.
Moment of silence, please, chat. Nobody type.
A quick moment of silence as we mourn the passing of his mana pool. You think he's gonna start picking in heroes? It's like, I'm sick of this. All I'm saying is that the next series we see, if I see Moon playing Outworld Devour, you know why.
Yeah.
I'm taking your mana now, son. I'm done.
Never again.
Radiant's bottom tower
Scarred
is
for
under
life.
attack.
Every game, it's just first ban Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage Nick expands into OD pick. What are you gonna do now? This game is rough. You have Scotty on 23, level 20 already. He's a monster. I don't know if you have the damage for him. They're gonna try.
Telekinesis throw down the cliff, but Makoto's already there to be able to run interference, stop mid one from being able to get a good roar off. Hook shot onto the sign, catch the
a good roar.
He managed to hit the stun onto Makoto, but they just cannot do the damage fast enough. Chidori is disarmed. The kisses only do so much, and that's a team wipe. Roshan is up. Honestly, I would not be surprised. ... Not be surprised if SMG call it quits here pretty soon.
Yeah, this game's toasted. You have no comeback mech. This is just like same as game 2. Very similar lineups. Didn't learn how they function. Lanes just didn't go your way. You got out executed. You're playing catch up with a group up lineup that just gets way too punished. There's no good answers. You can't 5-on-5. You're behind. You can't split the map because you get picked off. What choice do you have? It's the beauty of this Talon lineup and how they're getting pretty damn good with playing around the global abilities, right? Between the Io and the Furion. They look a lot more comfortable abusing the reload and the map pressure than they did the first few times they were playing this combo.
Does really feel like this team is figuring stuff out. They are just gaining more and more steam, and at this rate, they're going to be quite the scary roster in Berlin.
I agree. It's cool to see. It's something I've wanted to see out of C for a long time, at least in the last year or so, because I felt like their teams were not making this kind of concrete progress.
There wasn't progression, right? It felt like regression. You take the 2 steps forward, and then, you know, we'd have a break or something, and all of a sudden the whole scene would shift up, and, you know, the dominant team would regress.
Yeah, or it's just random. I mean, like, performance was just inconsistent.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
it's good to see a team that's going to provide consistency in the performance, because that'll raise everybody up. Like, now everybody's going to play versus Talon, and they know these guys are going to bring an A game. You better bring yours, or you're going to get dunked on, right? And it's going to force everybody to go up to their level and hopefully make the team better. It's pretty nice having that understanding as a region. So it's pretty cool to see. And it's interesting how this team came together, because they did not look that good in the first season, the first half at all.
Casually,
dropping. Why not?
You know, a little bit. I mean, having a support that has this Aghanim Scepter clockwork so early, I mean, the Nature's Prophet is already doing enough to create, you know, total map control, but you just add in a little bit more lane shove and vision from the clockwork Ags, spamming rockets every 3 seconds, and it's SMG cannot disguise a single one of their moves.
I mean, there's no moves to even make.
That's true.
Even if you surprise it.
There's one move. Was it shift enter, GG enter?
That's not a move. Oh, he has an
Negative scepter from Makoto caught to the Slark bouncing through. SMG actually doing a really good job of being able to get away from that. Nobody actually died.
Yeah, not too bad.
A little bit low on mana. Of course, he does have the Aegis. Time for round 2. SMG healed up off the fountain, helping in. Makoto
Another 2, man.
Again, onto 2. They got the bounce follow-up. Can they finally finish up these heroes? They do. They kill the Templar Assassin, who does have a buyback. Still playing for it, though. Buyback goes out now. Moon trying to finish off and does manage to get the Aegis down from the Slark. Both shot coming in, catches Moon, and does finish him off. He does not have a buyback. 23 is just going to run through these heroes. They see Chidori. That's going to be a dieback on him. With nobody else having buybacks at this point, it is going to be GG from SMG Talon with a rampage for Jabs.
Why not? Jabs. Honestly, I was about to say Jabs Furion has looked really good in both the games. I really like, he joined the proper fights. He wasn't wasting a bunch of time. He was getting super farmed. We didn't really point it out, but he was well ahead of the pack in both those Furion games, which is kind of where you want this hero to be to feel really good with it, right? And you're going to first pick the hero and be top net worth by like 10K. You're not losing those games. So Jabs looks super comfortable. Give him the rampage at the end. Why not? Throw in an MVP. I don't know what they'll do, but very dominant map performance games from Talon in game 2 and 3. Honestly, just demolished them with the Storm Furion, and the answer was not there. Maybe stubbornness, maybe an idea that this beast counters the Furion on the map, but they didn't get to that point. They didn't get into a position where they had any strength. Their cores can't push the lanes independently because the Talon threat is too high too fast, and then the whole map just crumbles. And those types of games, once that snowball happens, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to go. I think they lost too much int in game 2.
Yeah, the scary part is about this, it's not too many times that you see like the dominant team have a game taken off of them in a series like this, but they look scarier for it, right? They lost that game 1, but the slap down in game 2 and game 3 actually makes Talon all the more terrifying. And I'm sure our panel will agree as we're going to head back to them for more analysis and a post-game interview.
Yeah, it just wasn't snowballing. It felt like a full-on avalanche at that point in game number 3 as Talon took it personally, it seems, getting slapped around in game number 1, and they come back roaring in game 2 and game 3, as this was yet another dominant showing. Pretty much had the net worth advantage from like 7 minutes in, never gave it up, and Nature's Prophet.
You know who wasn't roaring?
Who wasn't roaring? The Beastmaster. No.
Sad.
It's big sad.
We talked about how the first pick Beast was like bad, right? Because of the lane.
Yeah, I personally don't like it. Like, for me, like I think if you early pick something like blind, I think it needs to be a hero that is solid in the lane against anything. So for example, Nature's Prophet is one of them, which I think SMG should have first picked, but they didn't. And MP is also like right now is like 70% win rate or something. And like SVG said, he said Jabs plays really good Nature's Prophet. But for me, honestly, I think everyone who's played it has looked good. Even in game 1, mid 1, when he played it, it looks good. Even other teams like DB or like Cuckoo even from Blacklist, like everyone who plays MP just looks good.
I did feel like I ended up being the hero of the series, right, in both games. And then in the third game, we were both surprised when SMG picked the Rubik up.
Yeah.
I felt like they fell into the trap with the bans too. I think after Mikoro played Storm in game 2, something they could have done was ban the IO instead of the Lash. Because they banned the Lash, and honestly, this IO Storm Mikoro looks so much scarier than when he was playing the Lash.
Yeah, honestly, it's more scary than the Lash, yeah.
But maybe that's what Talon was waiting on, because you guys proposed the idea of the IO Storm during game number 2, and then they second phase banned the IO in addition to the first phase ban of the Leshrac on SMG.
Yeah.
So SMG knew that it was a possibility that like they may have another IO strategy up their sleeve, and this time Talon just outright first phased it.
I feel like in this patch especially, like when you blind pick something and you can get away with it, that's really, really OP. So for example, Talon's been blind picking the Storm, they've been blind picking the Nature's Prophet, and they keep getting away with it. And that is a really big advantage.
Yeah, I think it's really weird because Talon basically picked the same 2 cores that went ham in game 2, and SMG gave the cores again, and it didn't look like they had a solution. Like if you see Storm and your solution is Ember Snapfire, I feel like something's gone wrong somewhere.
I mean, I think it's at least better than game 2. Like, I think it's still like playable this game. But yeah, like you just know like you're gonna hit a point where if you don't snowball, you're just gonna lose. And for this game, for SMG to snowball, they needed a really big beast with a really early helm. But he ended up getting like 17, 18 or something, which is considered slow at this meta.
And then BKB as the second item, which I guess was necessary.
It's kind of normal, I'd say,
Yeah. Jabs, our MVP. Initially, I was leaning towards giving it to Mikoto because he didn't get it for game number 2 because we were going with our meme pick. But SVG demanded that we give Jabs the MVP for game number 3. So he gets final say. And it's probably MVH, as I like to say, because the hero, Nature's Prophet, it was the most valuable throughout this entire series. And really makes me wish that it got the Lina treatment.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing is it kind of did, right?
So summon damage got nerfed.
The leash.
The leash no longer goes through spell immunity, which was a big one.
Wrath got nerfed?
Wrath got nerfed, yeah.
Very little, yeah.
That's about it, right? Some stats, I think.
Yeah.
It lost agility, if I'm not wrong, and
I don't remember. But
something like that, yeah. So
wasn't enough.
That's a lot of nerfs.
And yet it's still top tier. Yeah, seriously, man. And such a high win rate also, like KP was saying. Literally everyone who plays Nature's Prophet looks good on it.
But I think like what made Jabs look really good this game in particular is his item build, because usually people just go like the standard like Glibney, Ags, BKB, and then whatever. But this game he went the Glibney, and then he went BKB, and then he went Halberd, AC. So he read the game really well. And you know, I like when people think about their items and rather than like just going with the cookie cutter build. You know?
You know, which encourages me for the future of Talon. I think this was going to be a very telling series. Is Talon just resting after their major, or are they taking things seriously? And it seems like game 1 was the wake-up call. And 2 and 3.
But I still want to see a bit more from Talon, because all the games, they only have showed 3 different strategies.
Yes.
Like the Brood, the MP, and the IO. That's about it. Nothing else. So I really want to see teams starting to for example, you can ban IO and NP, and then have
pick the
Brood, or even have Talon ban the Brood if they're first pick.
It's funny you say that because I feel like every team has given Talon IO every game.
Yeah.
Yes, SMG this time were much more antsy about banning Q's Tiny and the Leshrac, which I mean, for the critiques that we're giving for Talon for having 3 strategies, for what it's worth, they're still playing a lot of different heroes within those strategies. Like on their IO strategy, we mentioned 23 Savage, he's played the Morphling, he played the CK, he played the Slark this game. And so he's stepping outside of the box in all these strategies. Q has been establishing a pretty wide range of heroes. Same thing with Oli. So it's not too one-dimensional.
Yeah. I mean, like just the early picks, I would say. So, but I mean, I don't know, like, goes back to the Nature's Prophet pick. Like, we look at the major. Talon picks MP and goes all the way to top 3. And then they play Liquid. And then they give MP to Liquid 2 games and they lost both games.
That's right.
And then they go back to the DPC. And then they get to play MP like 2 games in a row again. And I'm like,
I feel it's something we talked about in week 1, where we talked about how Europe was picking this Nature's Prophet. But in SCA, the hero was kind of ignored by like more than half the teams. And I feel like it's only now, like mid-season, that people are starting to realize that. I feel like even this series, even though NP won all 3 games, like SMG, for example, didn't really pick up that the NP was what won them the first game, you know? And Talon kind of realized it, they picked it, and well, that's kind of the end of the story.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it is the end of this series as well, as it appears that maybe Talon are a little reluctant to send Q or Makoto our way, because we have had 3 interviews with Talon. There won't be a 4th. Well, maybe there will be, but just not today. So unfortunately, we won't get to pick any of Talon's brain, but it's okay. The Dota keeps on coming, because that was our second BO3 of the day. We've got one more. It's going to be Blacklist Rivalry versus Bleed after the break.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. I'm your host, Sophie. I have taken over the copy cam from Tsunami, and I have got some very fun and good old buddy panelists of mine here. I got KP and John. KP, how is your first day of guest paneling?
It is amazing. Thank you for having me.
We're glad to have you. And John, you've been here for quite a while, but I assume you're having a good time?
Yeah, it's good. You know, Talon takes a win, and suddenly Talon folk are on panel. It's great.
That's true. It's very on brand, I would say. But we do have a very exciting, well, hopefully exciting series coming up. We have Bleed versus Blacklist Rivalry. It's kind of, if we want to talk about those teams for a bit, it's kind of a bit despair because I feel like Bleed's kind of in the middle of the pack right now, but it feels like there's kind of that divide from the upper half and the lower half. And Bleed and Blacklist both are on the lower half, but Blacklist is very on the lower half.
Yeah, this is like determining who might have to play tiebreakers for relegation, right? Like if Bleed wins, they're a little bit more secure in staying in Div 1. If Blacklist wins, they have a shot, but there could be tiebreakers. So it's like, this is like the race. If the series well goes the race to the top, this is almost like saving yourself from the bottom here.
Yeah. I mean, based on like performances, I think that Bleed is still like a little bit favored, like 55, I would say. But you know, anything could happen. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think Blacklist, like they need to figure out like what went wrong for them. And for me, from watching the games, I think a lot of them are like just the basics. Like, for example, laning, like playing together, like how do you play like in an area under a ward, how, like the smokes, like stuff like that. It's like really, really basic. So I think Blacklist, they do have the potential, but they just really need to brush up on their basics.
Yeah. What do you think about the roster change from Bleed from last season to this season?
I mean, so far, objectively looking at it, it's not been that great because Master Ross did pop off a lot of the series in season 1. So, you know, maybe they just need some time to gel. And yeah, speaking of Bleed, I think Corden is actually the key of the team. And I think 90% of the games, he just needs to be on a playmaker. You can't have him on like a Lesh or like a sniper or like a TA. Like he hasn't played TA, but I'm just giving it as an example. But I think he's just a really, really aggressive player and he needs to play a hero that can like kill people. Yeah.
Like Spirits, Angle, the classics. But yeah, Blacklist, they look kind of like they're in a rut right now. I mean, we saw some progress from Bleed. It looks like they definitely do look better from their last series than at the start of the season. But Blacklist have just been, I don't want to be too based, but they have, it's not looking good.
Yeah, it's looked pretty bad. I think there were some improvements in the last series we saw them play, right? Like there was a little bit more sacrifice coming from Cuckoo. It was a little bit more tied in as a team, but not enough to find that win. And they're running out of series to kind of brush up. So this has to be where they find their first win if they want to stay here.
And I feel kind of bad for them because I've been in their spot before, obviously, season 1. And it's like, the feeling I get is they are trying a lot of different things. For example, recently they played the Coddle. They tried the Coddle. They tried the TB. A bit earlier, they tried the Marcy. You know, they tried all these different things, but nothing seems to be working. And they really need like just one win to like, you know, bring them back. So yeah, it's really tough and hopefully they find their footing.
Yeah, Blacklist are actually 0-3 right now, so I think that's basically your shot at Berlin is kind of over unless you have a situation where other teams, you know, they'll start to like balance out.
It's not over, Sophie.
It's not over, but it's very, very slim.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Like you're expecting SMG, AG, or Talon to drop at least previous series, perhaps.
I mean, last season there were 4-3 ties, were there? Or was it 5-2s? Oh wait, it was just 5-2 tiebreaker. Okay, there weren't 4-3s last season. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's
because the tiebreaker was Blacklist and Talon.
Yeah.
Both 5-2. Yep.
Yeah. So it is looking kind of dark.
It's still possible, you know.
Still possible, yeah. But I think Bleed actually do have more of a fair shot. If they're actually able to win the rest of their matches, which would be an absolute crazy run, then they could be a contender to going to Berlin.
But Bleed haven't played the top guns of the bracket yet.
That is true.
Like Talon, they haven't played, you know.
That is true. SMG, they haven't played.
Exactly.
And I mean, last series was, I feel like honestly, last year's I feel like it wasn't as thrilling as a lot of people think. You know, the two titans of SCA, they're kind of both at the top, and SMG not having dropped a single match until then. I thought we would get kind of a more exciting match, but
Yeah, I feel like they just didn't really get to play their Dota.
yeah.
Like the 2 games mid one played Beast. Those games didn't really feel characteristic of mid one. Like he's like a lane dominator. He's like a snowballer. He plays with Nana or Moon very well. After his call got banned, and then he's playing a Beast, which can't really win his lane that well. Just didn't really feel like SMG Dota.
Well, let's take a look at the draft. Finally, we got a draft for Bleed versus Blacklist Rivalry. Been waiting to see this one. Bans, NP, and Brood.
Very standard.
Yep. And Naga and Lycan.
Okay, expected. So I would expect Bleed to pick Enigma right here.
Wow, straight off the bat.
Yep.
Elaborate.
I'm right. Well, they've been even like picking it on 5 like before when it was available, and they don't really care about the Rubiks, the silences. They just pick it.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting for Blacklist to also shift out of the first phase coddle. Like again, it didn't work out, but it did allow Cuckoo to have some presence without just sitting back and farming, and it combined with that Terrorblade combination really well. I wouldn't be surprised if Bleed took it out immediately in the next phase. They go with a Rubik Undying as well.
I think Cuckoo got scarred by the Faceless Void against AG in your Dreams Void.
Oh, yeah.
That game was pretty rough.
That
So
was
maybe
fair.
he's like second guessing it. I guess. Yeah. So they don't actually pick the Enigma here.
What do you think about the double support opening?
Pretty solid. Fun fact, Undying's win rate is actually really high this game.
Yeah.
I mean this season. Yeah.
It's like 58% or so.
Yeah, I'm
last
not
time
sure,
checked.
but it's pretty high.
It's just a really stable support, right? Like you can transition to clearing out waves when you max decay. Your laning presence is really good. In some games where no one's there to take care of Tombstone, you just deny that area really well. It's a super stable support. I think the one answer that feels good against Undying in terms of at least taking some team fight back is something like Snapfire, but they'll go with the Disruptor instead for Blacklist, which is a hero that I know Winter was kind of looking for. Winter or Adam was kind of looking for this hero to come back in.
Okay, let me explain why I don't like this pick. On 8, 99% of the time, you always want to pick a core because it's a better slot to pick here than 16, 17 because you get 3 bans with it. So if you look at Talon, even if they pick like a core on 5, which is like a Brood or MP, they'll always pick a core on 8, which is Makoto's or 23 Savage's hero, and you have 3 bans for it. But in this case, you pick 2 supports on first pick. I don't really like it because your 16, 17 is going to be extremely difficult because you don't get the 3 bans that cover it. Or you can like ban it right now in advance, but 1, it's telling, and 2, it really depends what Bleed's going to pick on 15 as well.
Oh. Yeah, Winter talks about how the 8th pick is very essential.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, he likes it a lot.
Usually, like, you can pick like Storm there, for example. Storm's pretty good. You know, you can even pick like, anything.
Yeah, like you don't expect something like the Disruptor banned out in the second phase anywhere. You really wanted that here, you could just slide it in. But I guess for Blacklist, they're just looking to keep their options open again in their Tricore. You know, maybe just wanting the utmost comfort they can get away with.
Yep.
And just looking at, say, the supports kind of counteracting each other. Like, you don't have a Tombstone clear still with Disruptor, but you do have really good team fight with Clockwork on hand. So you can kind of force that out, maybe jump the back line, take care of the Rubik, prevent him from stealing spells, and tie in with a really strong set of laning partners for both. Because there is some flex. You normally do run Disruptor 5, but we've seen it run the off lane a couple of times as a 4. And Clockwork's also a really stable support, so range cores are still on hand. If you really wanted to go back into it, NP's gone, but if you're really looking for something, a Drow could be one way to kind of get your Clockwork going in that lane.
Yeah, so Bleed's going to pick first, and they're going to look for something that is kind of okay playing against anything. So some examples would be like they can pick mid. For example, they can pick their Storm, their Ember, their Puck, their Pango, something like that. Or they can pick a stable offlane with the Rubik that can play against anything. So historically, Bleed have picked Centaur, for example. You can pick that, which is kind of okay against anything. You can play it, something like that.
They banned Kunkka. And Batrider.
The Kunkka is pretty interesting, actually. Kind of random.
It's like, normally you see that kind of ban if you're going for like summons, but Broodmother is already gone, and so is NP and Lycan.
Yeah, so DP kind of fits that category, like can play against anything. It's kind of flex for them too. I've seen Corden play it, but personally I don't really like it on Corden. Like I said before, I prefer him on a playmaker.
They've still got a lot of room for that playmaking. Like the Spirit Brothers are all left alone.
I think high chance it would be a DP offlane.
Yeah, I think that's looking pretty stable for Bleed. The lane, as you mentioned, is pretty damn good. I'm wondering what the Corden here is, though. Because Blacklist will have to straight up pick 2 cores.
Exactly.
Unless you do something silly like Disruptor mid, but I don't probably want to do that.
That would be kind of silly indeed.
That would be very silly.
So now they have to think about what heroes are good against DP in general. So like heroes like Drow, SF, like Nature's Prophet, but it's banned. TB's banned already. They might even like Morphling right here. Like I wouldn't be surprised. Morphling's pretty good against all 3 of those. If this was Talon, they would pick up Morphling.
Yeah, definitely fits into that playstyle. Talon likes one of 23 Savages, probably his most played hero, I think. So comfort pick. Again, with a Clockwork, like those range cores do fit in well. I think out of them, Drow and Morphling definitely stand out, but Bleed can just get something that jumps the backline. Again, if you don't block pick something like Ember or Storm, then you do have jump capability. The Drow does come true though.
I feel
Classic
like
Raven hero.
Blacklist might even just pick Enigma here, even though they have Rubik. Just for the lane.
Because why not, right?
A lot of people have been doing that actually. Like they don't care about Rubik and Silencer and stuff.
Yeah.
Because if you see Undying, you just want to play the Enigma.
Yeah, like try to even out the lane, slow it down for the enemy core. You can't deny the range, but people still prioritize it anyway. Just a stable pick.
So they pick mid first.
Tango for Coral. I mean, it does feel like a lot of matchups for Corden.
There's a lot of Corden heroes.
Yeah.
You can pick Ember, you can pick Puck. All very good. Like they might consider Bloodseeker, but honestly, this hero is pretty bad.
Yeah. And I don't think it's worthwhile just to stop the roll. I don't think it's a massive threat for Bleed. I mean, you can kind of steal it and use it against them.
So 90% chance they'll just pick mid here, and they'll give last pick to Jackie because they don't see their offlane yet. Should just be Puck or Ember.
I think I like the...
Oh, never mind.
Instead. So maybe they're expecting Flux in the Pango. Spectre Pangolin, probably not the worst, not the best for Spectre, but you can just kind of stay informed with the Undying. If they are expecting some Flux.
Yep. I'll be expecting like Blacklist are probably looking at like Necro or like Viper or something like that.
We have seen a bit of Vipers this season, actually.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's been so many games where you would expect them to pick Viper, but they just don't.
Yeah. I mean, this hero is like kind of weird because firstly you have to like get level 3 to be really strong, and then by the time you get level 3, like I don't know, I feel like when I play Viper, I feel like I'm just gonna get ganked all the time.
Yeah. You just have no bailout, right?
Yeah.
Once you jump, you jump.
But they still ban it.
Yeah, just keep that Spectre safe. I think the one thing with picking a Spectre there is that obviously you have a really good matchup against a Drow, haunt in, jump the back line, take care of the Disruptor, Clockwork, kind of get that done on your own, especially once your Ags is up. I do wonder what Blacklist's idea for the offlane is, right? Like, what are Bosco heroes?
But when Spectre has Ags, Glimpse instantly destroys the illusion, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That'll be a sad. That's kind of sad. Aw. And Ember's banned. Rip Corden.
Yeah, Puck's still in the pool.
That is true.
Can see what Blacklist pick first. They might even like, let's see. So it has to be good against Undying spec.
Detomancer's on hand. Necrophos sounds like a better idea. We have seen Cuckoo play that before, although I think it has been a while since I've seen him pick that hero. But it's a stable solution to your Spectre problem here.
Bosco likes to play Coddle, PB, Doom.
There is a well where it's like Panga offlane too, but I don't think they'll do that.
No.
They don't see the bleed mid yet.
Tide.
Okay.
I mean, you have a lot of team fight now in Blacklist.
That's a solid lane as well. Like, Undying can't really fully kick out the Tide and Disruptor. So it is the puck, like we said.
I feel like you're a very happy Rubik this game.
Yeah, you have a lot of good spells to steal. Pretty much across the board. Maybe Drow less so, but even Gust has its uses.
Yep.
So you're kind of banking a lot on a solid performance out from DJ, but this is DJ Rubik. Something he's super familiar with, right?
Yeah, well, remember the last game that Bleed played? DJ was stealing like all the best spells he could possibly steal.
Yeah, he was
Classic
just finding
DJ.
those openings.
Yeah, I'm ready to see some green cubes.
Yeah, and honestly, coming out of this, I can see what Blacklist are gunning for. I do like that you could be a bit more active on Cuckoo, although it's on a timer. I do want to see Blacklist to play more active with Carl and Cuckoo. Right? Like, just let Raven farm, run around the map, be chaotic, or some pickoffs.
Blacklist really need to like push the tempo of this game because if it gets to late game, there's no way that Drow can beat the spec, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a tough
And then
matchup.
The puck's always going to be a big problem this game if it gets bad. Because you only really have like Static Storm and like a Hook and Gust.
Not the best lockdown for the puck. Unless you itemize for a Hex, but it's going to take some time. We have seen pucks in the late game just be super annoying, especially when you hit your 25 talents. That hero is just so hard to pin down.
Fun fact about this draft, both teams have really, really like good team fight. So it's going to be interesting to see like who wins the first rush fight.
That's gonna be fun to watch. So whose draft do you guys like better though?
I'd probably lean into Bleed. I think I like how their tempo works out a little bit more. They're not tied into the cooldowns as much as you are in Blacklist, and if they play their cards right, their momentum does feel a lot harder to stop.
Yeah, I think Bleed as well, but like maybe like 55.
Well, I have Avo and Richie ready to cast this game for you. We will see if Blacklist Rivalry can redeem themselves from a 0-3-2. I don't know, maybe a 1-3 after the series. Take it away.
That had no confidence in it whatsoever. I don't think she thinks Blacklist are going to redeem
Did you know, Avo, Blacklist have not won a DPC match in 5 encounters?
That's why they have that stat ready.
Yeah.
It's not.
I had it ready.
I'm with KP that when you look at teams, as we're going to the game, we'll explain this. When you look at teams and they make mistakes in the game or whatever, I think that sometimes it's very difficult to find out what's wrong in the game, right? There's so many factors in it. But I do think a sign of a team maybe not trying as much or maybe going through an emotional rut is when you do things like first pick and you pick a support on 8. Like one of those things where it's like, it's just you click the wrong button or whatever, or someone made the wrong choice. And it just seems like you're forcing your ideas down people's throats as opposed to adapting. I think those things are more indicative to me. That to me, at this draft was the most concerning part. Seeing a Disruptor on 8. And no matter how much you value Disruptor, right? It's going against like one of those dogmas of Dota that for some reason you don't obey.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's those things and laning mistakes. I think those are the two biggest things when you notice that maybe a team is going through a difficult emotional time, more so than just not meshing together. Like maybe losses are affecting them, maybe they don't care as much, maybe there are other things in life, I don't know. I'm not here to psychoanalyze them. It's more the fact that there's something more than just, oh, the patch is not favoring them, per se.
I love I'm not here to psychoanalyze them after they pick Disruptor on 16th pick or whatever.
8. It's the Disruptor on 8. You don't support on 8 as a first pick, currently, especially of all teams. And you definitely don't do it on a support that's good.
Well, you were talking about, Dota Dogma, and I'm a little bit disappointed that they didn't go for Tide TA. It just gives you everything,
What?
The battle begins.
You ever watch a little thing called True Sight 7?
Yeah. Is that a Dogma of Dota?
Yeah. I think what Mind Control said, Tide TA, man, gives you everything.
That's not a Dogma, though.
I mean, it was
Dubu's gonna die here, by the way.
Yeah. That's not a Dogma either. That's a Dubu.
No, but he is a... No, anyway. I'm not gonna make that joke here. I've already did the Blacklist joke. That was too much.
There's still a bounty here. Hey, is gonna pick it up. Okay. All right, boy, that makes 3 runes and first blood here.
It's a really good start for Blacklist. So
that's exactly what they need.
Yeah.
After they've 8th picked Disruptor.
Yeah, thank you. I can't get past that, okay? I'm with KP here. It's not good.
But yeah, it's a little strange.
That doesn't mean that the game is lost by any means, by the way. It doesn't mean like, oh, Blacklist are done, they're washed, whatever. It's just kind of implies that they are believing in their own meta and they're long past everything else.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps that's what they need to do. They're trapped inside of a glass box and they need to just smash one of the windows and break free and become their own way of playing Dota, because for them, this is quite the important match.
It's funny you say that because the anniversary of the world's first mime was also trapped in a boxer pitch.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was
But it's the
thinking.
anniversary today.
No way.
Yeah, it is.
How do you even know that?
I followed that on Wikipedia.
Fascinating.
Anyway,
okay,
go on.
what a coincidence.
Go on.
I mean, maybe that's what they need, right? Because both these teams, Bleed, they can go 500, like the ticker said. But most importantly for both these teams, it's the chance to not be considered squarely in the bottom two is kind of what this matchup really comes down to when you look at what the table looks like. Right now, Polaris struggling. They are the 8th team here, have yet to find a win. Blacklist in a very similar position. But they take this win here over Bleed, and all of a sudden they equalize there. And there's 2 teams now, more or less, in that 6th and 7th kind of position. Otherwise, I would say the clouds that are currently above you that you've summoned by picking Disruptor on 8th pick.
It's a static storm of
the
clouds.
static storm of the cloud. They start to look a little bit darker, right? If you do take this loss here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would say that Bleed, I think the panel said 55 in favor of Bleed. I think the last match they actually looked pretty good on Bleed. The Geek Slate match particularly. I think they were starting to find their identity. And one of the things that KP said I think was really, really crucial to this, which is give Corden playmakers. We harped on this the whole first season, how good he was on these heroes, how much he rotated. And I think this season they were looking to give him more win conditions and expand his pool. And that's fine. Eventually that's going to help Corden as a player. But right now, just play to his strengths, right? You need wins.
You need wins. You got to stay in Div 1 right now. I think it's going to be the goal, especially for an org like Bleed, right? New to the scene this year. They've made a couple of roster changes already. You pick up someone like Ice. This is an org that I do want to see succeed, to be quite honest with you. I want to see them all succeed. It's kind of a shame, but eventually, we're going to have a big adieu to 2 teams here at the end of Div 1.
I would say the same thing about Blacklist, right?
That's
Blacklist
a good
Rivalry.
point, yeah.
They're also one of the big orgs that are spending money in Dota, which we always like, right? Support Dota, support us. We'll see if they can somehow get out of this rut. Right now, it seems like this started in the end of Season 1 and it hasn't really improved from then. But a single win can turn lots of things around. They're definitely not bad players. That's out of the question already because they have 2 long histories, right? The question is, can they go back to their heyday?
Yeah.
I mean, I would even say they're playing individually bad. It's more the team needs to find themselves more.
Yeah, just taking a look at what they've been throwing on, for Bleed. Corden's been playing a couple of classics here. This is going to be his 2nd game straight on the puck. Last played it against Geek Slate in that hour-long fiesta that we had.
Oh, that was us?
Yeah, of course, right. Ended up taking the win there quite comfortably over Geek Slate. It was in game number 2, I believe. But like you're saying, I like seeing him back on these heroes. Here's DJ rotating over to the mid lane as well. Doesn't stop Carl from picking up the water rune, unfortunately, and does actually leave Ice a little bit alone. I also like seeing Ice on these objective-based heroes as well. Like the DPs, the Enigmas, some clear thing that the hero is supposed to do as he is trying his best here to bully away Raven.
Yeah, I like him at lane bullies in general. I always thought that was something that Isaac was really good at, bullying. Right?
It's true.
Both interviewers and
in your Twitter DMs.
Oh yes, but we don't share those. Ice is a very nice person.
No, he is very.
He told me to say that. No, but I do think this is the heroes that he probably was most known for back in his big days when people didn't insult him on Reddit every time he appeared. And I'm glad they're going back to their roots. I'm glad that in general they're doing this, right? Corden on the puck is also back to his roots, right? I would argue that Jackie's Spectre is original. These hard carries are really, really good for him.
Has been killed.
So I think that that's exactly what they should be doing.
Dubo on a hero that we expect to probably die a lot this game, I mean, it's the classics for Bleed.
Yeah, that one I'm not really sure if I would call bread and butter.
Well, he's always really good on his Enches, his Chens, heroes that just play up aggressive, get off their one annoying spell, and give vision and break smoke, stuff like that.
In the same vein, I don't know if I would say the same thing about Blacklist, a rivalry. I don't know if Bosco's Tide is something that particularly comes to mind with him. Not me, personally. I don't know if I'm missing some information. Tim is definitely, I think, of melee 4s with him, so definitely not Disruptor, even though I'm sure he's a good Disruptor. Carl Pango, sure. And then you have the Raven Drow Ranger, which is also another one that, okay, range carry, classic good core that scales. I like that for Raven.
Oh, Tombstone top lane, in they go.
Missed the Gust completely, huh?
Completely, yeah.
That was kind of hard to miss that much. Raven dies as a result. AU being chased down. There are 3 people here. DJ has decided to stop chasing after him. He's tanking tower hits instead. AU now Spirit Siphon. They give a little bit more mana for Ice Ice to hit him. And with a Crypt Storm and a couple auto attacks, AU should die. Ice Ice will collect both kills.
Yeah, very nice. Not quite up to level 6, but DJ has actually the creep wave underneath tower here, especially with the zombies able to tank a bit more. They're going to get some pretty serious tower damage in here. Yeah, missing that Gust was a little bit like when you have an 8-10 split in bowling and somehow you send the bowling ball right between the two pins.
Just like that.
And you're like, how have I am gifted.
Yeah, it's true. That's what you tell yourself. As Dubu dies here, no misses from Carl on this Rolling Thunder.
Another part I really like about this Bleed lineup is that you have a heavy rotating hero on this Court and Puck, in addition to a hero that Jackie can and will likely join some of these early fights with the Haunts. You know, it's a lot of just like getting heroes where they need to be extremely easily. Not to mention, of course, the core to core that Spectre has over a hero like the Drow Ranger. It's great. It's phenomenal. So I do actually quite like this Bleed lineup. I think the panel said 55 for Bleed in this game.
Yeah, that was before the draft, though. That was before the draft. So after the draft, I feel like they would probably have said a much longer one. Because I agree. I mean, this is what happens again. This one round 8, not to harp on the same idea, but because they had to pick their cores while already being seen, and you had 2 last picks for Bleed, you got the better core-to-core matchups here, particularly, as you mentioned, the Spectre. The Tide was a good solution because it is a hard lane for Spectre, but Jackie's doing just fine. And ultimately, winning lane, it matters, but there's a good Excalibur tweet today which says, yeah, winning lane's important, but it's what do you do after you win the lane that matters. And the playmaking here for Blacklist is... just Blacklist Rivalry is just okay.
Yeah, and it's weaker specifically for Blacklist Rivalry out of lanes, I would say as well. Only because of this Undying that exists. Dubu is probably going to end up going more points into Tombstone here than Decay. Maybe we'll see another like 404 here, as there is a glimpse to put Jackie in some danger.
Nah, he's fine. They don't have Ravage, so...
Because they do have Ravage, and that's actually a huge team fight.
They don't have Ravage.
Well, eventually they will have Ravage, right? In this post lane scenario, they'll have Static Storm. You know, you'll have Hookshot, you'll have Rolling Thunder. Like those are all some pretty strong team fight abilities, but they don't have anyone that really wants to hit a Tombstone, and I think that's a pretty big deal here when you're going to be fighting into a lot of area control, into Ice's. What's that called? Exo, of course. Corden as well can hold you down here with the Dream Coil as he does begin his rotations top lane. Seems like this has been scouted, though, and picked up by a ward.
Yeah, I see your point. Like, the 5-on-5 is really good, but the area denial by Bleed is also really good.
Yeah.
You don't have anything to deal with any of that.
Especially early, which is some, pretty big concern, Like, basically, Bleed, their tower push is easy as... not even popping Exo, honestly. You put Tombstone down, then Ice pops Exorcism, and then Blacklist go, well...
and you keep people in because you have Dream Coil as well until like pieces. You have really good area control.
That's exactly the problem, right? You can't just send someone in. I mean, first of all, who's going to hit Tombstone? Your 3 ranged heroes, Disruptor and Drow. None of those heroes want to hit Tombstone early.
And look at this. Dubu recognizes it. This is the first time we've seen in a while that maxes Tombstone first, actually.
Yep.
And I was actually I checked this build on purpose because of this conversation, and it makes perfect sense, right? You know how powerful this ability is early, you can just play around this, and you already have enough push to make the Tombstone work as well. Because you can drop Tombstone near objective, Exorcism around it, and then good luck Blacklist Rivalry trying to go in there, right?
I think they're giving Ice as well this little stack of Ancients. There's also some pretty big stacks that Tim's has been making for this off lane. Oh, it seems to be actually for Carl, who is going to start farming these up now in the Dire Triangle.
Yeah, we have a Meteor Hammer on Cuckoo, so I think he wants to actually push the lane.
Oh, okay. Well, that will help, certainly. I mean, this is already a hero that usually doesn't have too much problems pushing. He's a little bit like a Timbersaw, where he can clear the wave, tank the tower, and allow the creeps to do the dirty work. But even in this, what are we in now? 732. I thought this item got nerfed. Am I dreaming, or was that a troll tweet I got debated by?
A troll tweet.
Oh,
there's
goodness.
no F, yeah.
Oh, goodness. I thought we were
I know what you're referring to as well. I forgot what it was, but...
curse you.
Anyway, it's really good on Tide. And actually, on that point... Oh, wait. It's actually these heroes like Timbersaw and Tide that push the lane this way got very heavily nerfed with the map changes, because now that the carry doesn't actually want to leave to his triangle because there's only 2 camps and you want to stay in your camp in your jungle, there's much more reason to you defend that tower. And these heroes that don't push quickly and instead what they want to do is they want to, let the creep shove for them, are much, much worse, which is why Meteor Hammer is a saving grace for these heroes, like Tide Hunter, because it allows you to actually push.
This is so much damage, too. I mean, there it goes. Tower's down.
Yeah, see? He wouldn't have been able to do that with just creeps.
No, agreed. And honestly, maybe they should reduce half the damage to structures and add 1 more tree. That was the other fake patch note that I got debated by.
Read who's posting these first.
It's never.
And you should always double check
on
your
Twitter.
sources.
No, that's not what you go to Twitter for, my friend.
Did you study journalism? Because it seems like you did.
Well, you know, never graduated.
Nah, but then you got immediately a job for the Fox News.
Yes, I did.
We have this Diffusal Blade for Carl soon, but before that, he's going to go for a gank in the top lane. Jackie's the objective. Tim's has level 3 glimpse, but Jackie has a good game sense.
There's Tombstone committed as well for AU. Jackie up top lane is going to be able to haunt out.
Yeah, he has the perfect target. It's AU. Unfortunately, he can't get this into a kill, but at least he's out of this gank, which is okay. It's a fine use of a first hunt.
Ice has nearly full Guardian Greaves up, to be honest, but most importantly, the Exorcism ready to go. And we'll be looking to siege this second tower now. I'm surprised that Bosku isn't looking to rotate over and at least zone them out a little bit. Okay, there he goes with the Ravage, or the potential Ravage.
Yes, it's the fear of the Ravage.
It's the threat of the Ravage. Level 3 Glimpse here, by the way, for Tim, so that's why Bleed need to be a little bit careful with their positioning here. Carl as well nearby, ready to potentially lock down a target a bit longer, but that's going to be the Exo forced out from Ice. Not a whole lot gained out from it, other than forcing rotations over to the mid lane. Get free Invis there for Ice. Be happy for that.
It's a tough Ravage to use, though, if Bleed wants to play conservatively. Because obviously the threat of the Ravage is much scarier when you don't have a bad core-to-core matchup. A Bleed's like, all right, Tide's here. Just go back to farming, guys, and there's no big deal for them. Because they know how powerful Spectre is. Sure, you stop the Tombstone timing, which is still a big win for Blacklist Rivalry. But the win opportunity for them is still this like 10-minute window in the mid-game that's kind of hard to execute on. And Blacklist Rivalry is particularly not known for tight, fast executions either. At least not this season.
No, they have been
The
struggling.
last game they had was better, actually, in that regard. They were faster. Remember the last game we casted? What were they against? Army Geniuses?
They were against Army Geniuses, that's right.
I think there they played faster, actually.
They tried. Game 2, unfortunately, it kind of slipped out of their control and then went a little bit later again. They still got 2-0'd.
Yeah. The Storm game was particularly, like,
yes, that's
a good... Yeah, that was game 2,
That's
right?
the game I'm referring to, yeah, with the Silencer.
Yeah, I think that was pretty promising for them, even if they didn't win. I can't believe Cuckoo got stunned.
Well, to be fair, he was also Meteor Hammering them, so you know. Yeah, you got to give what you can take, right? Smoke play now up from Blacklist. Once again, Jackie is the target, or as you referred to him earlier, the objective, but it seems like DJ is going to be...
Oh, hookshot blocked.
Did they steal hookshot?
DJ?
He has.
He did. He's with the creeps now. They still have Glimpse, which is why he's just waiting for this Thunderstrike to expire. DJ, ooh, nice. He avoided the Peng with a bonk. Also avoids the kinetic field. Carl will eventually get to him, but he made a fair amount of space. Mid lane, however, they will lose. It seems like Dubu and now Ice, who went way too far in and got debated by the Ravage.
Yes, they did. Meteor Hammer didn't even need to hit there. It looks like Bosku issued a move command before it could connect. Okay, big win there for Blacklist Rivalry as Bleed are going to be slightly disconnected here and give up the opportunity to get a couple, key objectives. It's kind of weird. I feel like now this game, I haven't really seen Bleed play, with the exception of the very first haunt of the game, where they ended up going top lane, getting a kill there onto the Drow. I feel like we haven't really seen Corden really do a lot this game.
It's true, which is a rarity for him because, again, he's a really active player, usually quite aggressive.
Last season he was. This is something I've been seeing from him this season more and more. Honestly, I've been finding myself saying, Corden's not connecting on anyone. He's not really doing that trick where he rotates to a lane and then TP's away.
Ooh, that was
nearly
close.
Died. That was very close.
He did TP away this time, though, at least.
Yes. Well, normally he, rotates bottom, TP's top kind of a move,
yes,
right?
I know what you're talking about. I agree with you, actually. And even on his puck, which is a quite aggressive hero, I'm surprised. They didn't really have many opportunities. Maybe the team is telling him to chill because they don't think that playing that pace anymore is correct.
Okay. I mean, that very well could be. That was his mentality, right? You don't win Dota by yourself, so maybe in that sense you can only rotate when your team wants to rotate too. Right now, though, Ice, he wants this mid tower. He has himself now Guardian Greaves. Exo used here, still at level 1. Without Ravage,
smoke, though.
Don't really know if they can defend this, and in fact, they won't.
No. They Blacklist Rivalry, they respect their timings. That's a good play. I don't think defending this tower is worth your potential lives here. Did they have Greaves in the last engagement, by the way?
No, it just got delivered here.
That's pretty big. Like, I don't think you fight until the Greaves Death Prophet at all. Especially not with Exorcism.
Yeah, not with Exo active. That is going to be a bit difficult. I guess now the question becomes, well, when do they want to go in? You got your own Guardian Greaves coming online here in a little bit here for Bosku. That'll be his next item. Top lane, they may have got Carl, though.
No, he has Rolling Thunder plus DP, worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Should be fine.
Also has his own Diffusal Blade online and nearly there towards a Blink Dagger. I guess everyone's just a little bit content to farm. I would have to assume that Blacklist Rivalry at some stage want to make a play first, and here they go onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, they caught Corden. Really good static storm. Corden's gonna die at this rate, unless he just frees himself barely. Glimpse sends him back, and the auto attacks are enough to kill him. As in the top lane, Carl's also annoying the Spectre a fair amount. Carl actually wants to fight head on, afraid of the tower TPs, but Carl realizes they're all bottom, or he will soon. However, there's a Vagrant undying that he'll find, and Carl decides to retreat. In the bottom lane, DJ has been left alone because of the annoyance of Carl up top, and now DJ will be the second victim, it seems like.
Or is he?
I mean, they're trying, they're pushing him into the anchor. Now Dubu sets up the tombstone. Bosku's not gonna die for this. AU just TPs. Everyone's good to go.
Okay.
Much ado about nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, everyone's just kind of, I mean, look, we're seeing a couple of skirmishes here and there whenever, you know, everyone's kind of circled around and going for these kills, but I could almost say the same thing I feel like for Carl, where not a whole lot of aggressive moves from him, even though he has had this Diffusal Blade. Again, a Blink Dagger, it has to be the timing for him then, is what he's thinking. Same could be said of Corden, though, and even though they did snipe him down bottom, he has his Blink and now Witchblade both ready to go. Tombstone is on cooldown for another 45 seconds, so in that duration, I'd expect Carl to at least have the money for a Blink Dagger to be ready. We'll have, again, another Exorcism by then. And, of course, here, the Ravage ready to go. I do wonder what they decide to fight around. For now, just to pick off Recorded in the mid lane. So we'll take down Tims. Ooh, and that's a juicy rune, the Arcane rune.
They just got Greaves and Bosku as well, so I think this might be the time to fight for Blacklist Rivalry. Once they get Blink Dagger on Carl, is a huge power spike for both of them. He's very close to it, too.
Especially, like, what do you want to fight over, though? Do you feel confident enough to go for Roche already? Seems a little bit unlikely here, to be honest, for Blacklist Rivalry. Like, that's what's kind of, like, you have the tier 1 mid, you have the tier 1 bottom, obviously. You
have a lot of minus armor.
You could do it. Oh, that's a good point, you do.
You have Lucky Shot, Gush, and a Drow. I think that's enough.
Yeah, you could take it.
You also Dire.
But I don't think you just want to, like, start doing Roche against a Puck DP Undying.
No, you gotta get a pick off. You force a team fight.
Yeah, but what do you force the fight then?
You can either smoke sweep right now, it seems like.
You maybe look for the triangle, could be your best bet, because then you gank someone in the triangle, immediately go into Roche.
That could be a case, and you take over the triangle. Yeah, that's probably the...
Oh, then maybe that's the play.
Oh, DJ has shard, though. You can't get close to
hard
it.
Counter.
They get a courier.
Oh, now
yep,
you can take Roche.
They committed. They gotta put some wards, though. If they're really thinking about Roche, they gotta take over the triangle, and they're not putting any wards down, so this indicates they're not thinking about Roche.
I guess not. I don't know. That's the thing. It's like it is certainly doable here for them, but again, not against what Bleed can reinitiate with inside of that pit. He was going to TP out. He's left a ward in his wake, so AU should not be successful here. Neither will they be able to catch up to Corden. Instead, actually, Bleed are going to be the ones who regroup behind the tower. Jackie has both Haunt and now Shadow Step, as he has disassembled what was the Echo Saber for that.
Interesting choice. They're smoking before they get level 2 Exorcism on Isis Sight.
Yeah, well before. Still only just level 11, but he does have an Arcane Rune. Oh, sorry, that's Corden's Arcane Rune, so they are going on something.
Okay, the starter first, get rid of the Static Storm. That's just a Shadow Step, though. So not overcommitting just yet. Even avoid the Gush.
Oh, good and they use Greaves. They seen it.
Yeah, now they know Bosku has Greaves, so that's not going to be a surprise reveal anymore.
It's a pretty big deal as well. This silence, 3 seconds, you know, could make a big difference.
Oh, Corden's going for more, actually. But just the supports, he's just annoying them. The team is not with him.
Twice as nice.
I mean, they didn't see Carl either, which I think is probably the easiest kill out of the cores. Well, Carl or Raven, actually.
I think Bleed is going to take Roche now. Yeah, Isis, he's going to activate Exo. Carl...
You do have another combo for Roche, right? The Flesh Golem Exo.
Yeah, and the Tombstone. Yeah, I mean, this will go down here eventually.
It's pretty slow at level 1, though.
It's not too fast, and now Blacklist are aware of it. The entire team, however, is going to join this. There's no Blink Dagger, of course, here for the Tidehunter, so he's going to need to get some major assistance. But Ingo Blacklist, they are going to contest this first Roche.
Dubu, he's been seen. Fair amount of damage to start. Rolling Thunder now to keep Dubu in place and hopefully kill him with a Meteor Hammer. And he will die to the residual damage or just the box, it seems like.
Okay, Corden is zipping around these fights with the Haste Rune. Has been glimpsed back.
They've already utilized the Rolling Thunder, but they still have the Ravage. However, Bleed respect that Ravage.
Yeah, and they have no more Exo anymore. Roche is half HP. They, like you said, have no Tombstone. It's get a little bit awkward here for them because Blacklist, like you said, with their minus armor, especially since they have almost nothing to fear, are going to move right into this Roche. But I think Bleed may have just done them a bit of a favor.
Yeah, because they set up for this, and they have a much faster Roche taking lineup, right? So,
yeah,
have an Over Corrosion on Carl for extra minus armor.
Oh, maybe even a kill on a Corden?
Maybe, yeah, they cancel a TP with a Battery Assault, and that's going to be a dead Corden and a dead Roche. Aegis for the Drow. Blacklist Rivalry, sorry, might have just been handed this game on a platter.
Perhaps.
That's it. I mean, okay, the first rush is not that huge, but this is right as they're hitting their big window, right, of the 10-minute mark I talked about earlier, around minute 20 to 35 before Spectre's online, and when Drow really hits hard. And now you're screwed if you're Bleed. You really can't take these fights against Ravage Tide.
Yeah, I still think they have quite a bit of control, and BKB is when I'm really scared of this Drow, which, you know, is very soon.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying this game is going to be over in the next 5 minutes. I'm just saying this is the power spike that they're looking for, and they got an Aegis on top of it.
I do think you can delay quite a bit, though. Corden might have to go into creep-cutting mode. Hold on, Ice is very likely dead.
Oh, they gusted him into the kinetic... Oh, no. The Cogs kinetic field traps Ice, and now he is going to die in those Cogs, not even trying to break through.
Maybe they can try for a kill onto Carl. A bit risky since, you know, Bleed is sweeping across the map, but Hubu's been scouted, and he's committed Tombstone.
Yeah, is Carl going to hit the Tombstone? No, he's going to hit the Undying. He wants to kill the Undying, so there's no healing here. Has one more Swashbuckle. That should... Well, he misses it. He misses the Swashbuckle. It's all good. Now he kills the zombies around him, and he gets rid of the Tombstone.
Plus 200 extra gold for him. Yeah, and immediately Corden is into this top lane, right? Cutting waves and just delaying the game now, I guess is the name of the game. What are you delaying for? Well, BKB on Ice is going to be pretty nice. Kaya on Sanj on Corden does allow him to tank a lot better. He already has the Kaya. And yeah, I guess just way more items on Spectre, right? Manta style first, and then I suppose, I mean, is this a game where you want to go for the, what's it called? The Mage Slayer early? Doesn't really feel too great, so I'm not really sure what he wants to do immediately with his Oblivion Staff. It might just kind of be sitting here for a while.
Yeah, I would just let it sit there.
Until he gets something like a Scotty online, maybe?
You could even rebuild the Echo, it's not even that bad.
Yeah. Honestly,
I agree though that I don't think his Mage Slayer is that value. I think you want an early Basher or an early Scotty actually.
That definitely hurts Bleed, right? Because like you're talking about this window where Blacklist Rivalry is just going to be a bit stronger, especially since they do have this free Aegis and now BKB on the Drow Ranger. Soon to be a Pipe of Insight, which is going to buff him up a little bit more. I believe nothing else too big is going to be coming soon before Carl's BKB. It's about 1,000 gold away from having that online. Although, Corden.
Okay, they're gonna kill the Clockwork first, but Glimpse sends Jackie back and they concentrate on Corden instead. They can't cancel the TP this way though, because they already committed the Glimpse, and Corden gets away with his life.
Interesting build that I've just now noticed here for Dubu. He is completely bucking the trend. You know, maxing Tombstone first in a game like this, pretty normal, but going only for the 1 point in Decay, which does no damage to creeps, by the way. It means he does not farm, as he is going to be killed up by Raven. And instead, choosing to actually level up the Soul Friend.
He's playing a more traditional kind of 5 here.
Yeah.
The I tank smokes. I will do nothing with the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not really his job this game. As we can see, he's simply too vulnerable to really take lane at this stage. But it is still a little bit more rare to see. We've seen lots of Undyings even end up maxing Decay, sometimes even before Tombstone.
No, almost always is Decay before Tombstone.
Yeah, in order to scale, and he's not going to really be able to do that. So I'm slightly concerned here for how well he's going to be able to you know, pick up items, even experience, as the game does continue to progress in what is a little bit of a hard state now for Bleed, as they're going to lose their last Tier 1 tower. Blacklist actually moving onto this top Tier 2 immediately after, and I don't think they can fight into this Aegis either.
I mean, it's not even the scaling, right? It's the fact that you actually have someone that can shove waves as your 5, and in this game they just don't have that. And Rubik is just okay at shoving waves depending on what spells you steal, but this is why they can't delay. This is why they've lost the 2 outer towers already, because they have nobody that can just commit this role of stand in trees, shove waves, delay the game so Spectre can get farm. And when the Spectre line up, obviously that's a necessary hero.
I mean, it's
I'm
just
not saying Dubu's losing the game.
Right. No. It's just kind of their draft against this kind of a lineup. But, Corden can't really do it either. You can see he's even a little bit playing it cautious, shall we say, as he does cut another wave mid lane.
He's the best at doing it.
Yeah, but we've seen how close they've gotten to kill him, right? A couple times here and there, into hookshot, into static storm. Can definitely ruin his day.
That's where the Disruptor 8 actually makes sense. The static storm against the puck is super.
Yeah, I mean, it has been destroying him, honestly, this game, to be honest. It's like that or a Bane are the only other two picks you could conceivably want. Even then, Bane eventually runs the risk of, falling off because of Lincoln Sphere purchase. Here's Ice, TP's into the trees, has level 2 Exo, but Blacklist are not going to overextend. First Aegis, with only 15 seconds left on its last legs, they are going to go ahead and back up, continue to play a little bit more disciplined. Time bought, though. Jackie has been continuing to farm. Corden as well, keeping decent pace, as has Ice, honestly. The net worth deficit only being 5K down here for Blacklist. Not too bad for how bad this game currently could be for them. That being said, I really don't see Blacklist Rivalry slowing down too much from here, especially with Carl now having an Ag Scepter and an Arcane Rune for him to fight with. Bleed, they're the ones smoking up, looking for a skirmish, but I think Blacklist are going to be more than willing and ready here to throw a couple punches back.
Dubu is going to set up the tombstone in the beginning of the fight. Hopefully to get the tombstone up. There we go. Static Storm on top of this though. Isaac hits BKB, goes right through it. And Carl's waiting for that BKB to end to actually get the Rolling Thunder. Tim's for now, not taking that much damage. There's the Rolling Thunder already. Calculating correctly that was going to be the end of the BKB with
Jackie's
the Ravage.
dying.
They completely kill off Jackie and Ice in the same bout of spells. A great coronation by Carl and by Cuckoo there.
Yeah, and just kind of a questionable coil there, to be honest. I mean, he snaps it immediately, and I think even gets a Dispel, but I don't know, maybe that's Ice going in too early, but Bleed, I would have to say, not on the same page there, as they all kind of go in, and it's this half-focused effort on trying to kill Bosku, trying to make sure that his BKB doesn't come out, then, Ice with that 50% Exo move speed buff is kind of just running away from the rest of his team and kiting everyone out for what is a terrible fight. Corden, even if he's right next to the Drow Ranger in that fight, to break the passive just really doesn't matter. There's just way too much damage coming out there. And they shred right through that Jackie Spectre. That's a really painful fight for Bleed.
And once again, the fact that they could calculate the BKB so well and kite them during the BKBs as if they were nothing. They were barely dealing damage to the Disruptor either because it had Glimmer Cape. Like, it was a lot of issues there that Bleed was experiencing. These team fights are not... I mean, in general, the execution of this game has been a little bit sloppy for them.
Yeah, you nearly caught a glimpse there of Corden, would have killed them.
Now, Blink Dagger for Bosku gives so many more options to Blacklist Rivalry. Maybe KB was more right about the 55%. Maybe that was just a one-off Bleed game, because this game is very different.
This game is not looking good, yeah. I mean, again, I just haven't really seen a fight where Bleed have really been looking like they're ready to play together. I mean, this could be a moment, but you don't kill this guy. He's too tanky.
Yeah, in fact, Ice might not be tanky enough. There's the BKB. They can't kite it this time. Much better for Coil as well. Rolling Thunder's been started up. Carl couldn't really time it well, but he does get a Spectre in the process. And now thanks to the kinetic field, they can't go in. It's the Rubik who steals the Rolling Thunder. They're trying to stop Jackie, but Jackie gets away thanks to the illusions. Now finally killed off in the middle of the fray. Tim still, thanks to that Glimmer Cape, alive, cannot be destroyed. Now E-Blade, it's saved, and the damage is starting to pile on for Ice, who gets decimated here by Blacklist Rivalry.
I think this game's over, honestly, for Bleed. Yep. I mean, they just can't seem to get their hands and kill anyone. Tim's is definitely worse for wear in that fight. He leaves this fight with a bloody nose, but DJ, okay, very good telekinesis.
That was a much better coil, though, I will say, by Corden.
Oh, 100%.
I will say, that was a better coil, but Jackie going in without BKB there.
They just don't have damage.
I mean, obviously Jackie doesn't have BKB, but my point is, like, there was no way you can take a team fight in the Ravage and Rolling Thunder.
They just don't have damage. He's even hit by the Meteor Hammer of all things, which is the thing to kind of spell his doom and disaster there.
Because he was walking around between illusions, right, trying to avoid...
It's a long Roche at the very least for Bleed. They won't know that. All they know is that they're going to be down at least one melee barracks, as Bosku's going to disrespect their tier 3 tower before blinking away.
That makes sense. They're probably going to check Roche now because they don't know if it's already spawned.
Corden as well. He's quite eager to check Roche. Actually, did not go for Kayan Sanj, upgraded into the E-Blade. It's an interesting move, but a move I can support given the amount of physical damage that Drow Ranger is pumping out and how big of a threat she is.
Dubu
is dead.
Yep, at least
Oh, Ice, he's going in.
Yeah, you got the tombstone on the high ground though, so they're fighting away from the tombstone. Ice activates the BKB. They stop the rolling from the Rubik. They cut up to the Drow. Raven could be in trouble, but Raven activates BKB and is now safe. Static Storm does catch also poor Jackie here, as Raven just trying to exit here. Gordon Greaves a little bit of healing, and now Gordon has been evil-ed. That's going to slow him down further, but Raven cannot get away in time. Ravage a little bit too late. They might be lacking damage. No, the Pango is sufficient apparently to kill off Jackie. Glimpse him back, keep him in place, get rid of his face. And now poor Ice disarmed and destroyed. Can't get away either. Corden is the only core alive here. Corden realizes he made a mistake there with the John. Has the illusory orb in a second. Blink dagger as well. And one last E-blade hit, not to himself, but to AU before he falls.
Okay, not actually as bad of a fight. I mean,
no, very Raven.
Very forced from Bleed. You know, just kind of displaying what kind of state of the game that they're in right now. But I think any fight where you can take down this Shro is at least a fight you're somewhat happy with. It does cost him quite heavily. And again, just constantly not being able to fight around this Tombstone is punishing them. You know, a Tombstone there, for example, on that Ward Cliff in the Radiant Triangle, pardon me, that fight looks a lot better for them. But Blacklist Rivalry, very disciplined. Anytime that there's some sort of initiation, they're always making sure they're playing away from these really big objectives, away from these playmakers. And Bleed is just constantly being kited around. That's really the biggest issue I'm seeing right now. Bosku eventually very patient there on the Ravage, does connect on a pretty good one, doesn't save the life, of course, of his core. But as you said there, Carl, with enough damage to... I think you said...
I'm pretty sure it's on cooldown.
I don't know. I think a bit of both, right?
Maybe a bit of both.
A bit of both.
There's no patience if it was on cooldown. I think he used it immediately as it came off cooldown. Because he wanted to save Raven as soon as possible, but he couldn't.
Still ends up being obviously worth it for them.
No, I don't think it's a good Ravage. I just don't think it was planned. I just think they were adapting to it. I think you're giving a lot of authority this game to Blacklist Rivalry, and I think it's more Bleed just heading headfirst into a pool of crocodiles.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But again, Blacklist Rivalry at this stage, I wouldn't be too surprised if they just decided to stand their ground and fight either. But they don't, right? They're more disciplined.
Yeah,
they're not going up to high ground. They're retreating back into their own vision, underneath their own wards, away from Tombstone. Like, this is a team that usually struggles to... Oh my goodness, Corden? Whoa, we're fighting here, are we?
Yeah, they are. It might work. Carl's kind of low on HP.
I don't know if it'll work.
Okay, nope, that's it. They can reset, but they haven't left in time, so Dubu's definitely going to die here. The question is, Carl bonks the wrong cliff. Not going to kill Ice. They do catch up to the puck, though. But he does jaunt, though, in the middle of the orb.
Jaunted, blinked away as well. Hookshot, Static Storm, both for him, have missed. Arcanion's still active. They're going to have another coil on 25, but not a whole lot else to fight with.
And Bosco has not committed the Ravage. He still has it for this next fight. Raven still has the BKB and the Aegis, of course. Oh, they're going to Gordon, who's trying to chase them down.
This Hypothermia, now Eye of Scotty for Raven is just kind of destroying Ice as well.
That's
Man
true.
can not get anywhere in these fights.
You can't heal at all either. Okay, I hear a Haunt. Was this
Shadow Step.
Disruptor?
Shadow Step.
Oh, Shadow Step for Tims, okay.
Same noise though, can't blame you. There's the Haunt.
Okay. Tims gets healed by the Greaves, and the Sweater's already gone. Jackie.
There's a Tombstone.
They didn't quite get what he wanted.
There it is.
We stop potential BKB for Raven, but he's gonna... Oh, no, he's not gonna hold on to it. He's actually just gonna kill Ice with it, ignoring Corden altogether. Tombstone also destroyed. And now, without this DP, can Bleed get any other stragglers? No. They're gonna let them go instead of go for the objectives.
That's probably Megas here at the very least. I just don't see what else they have to fight with. I mean, that was Jackie using Shadow Step and Haunts. I mean,
they still have Ravage.
Shadow Step's gonna be back. No, for Bleed.
Yeah, no, I'm saying they still have Ravage you have to fight against.
Yeah, I just... This game's gotten really out of control for Bleed. I feel like a broken record here, Avo, but every single time they're just kind of feeling forced into these engagements and just kind of kite themselves out. Blacklist Rivalry simply just walk back 5 or so paces and end up picking them off one by one. Oh, and they got Corden.
Just got cogged into a Static Storm. Nice stuff, he's dead. Goodbye Corden, goodbye DJ. They both bite back. Raven's still in the high ground, hitting the towers though, and Carl, he's just enjoying ball form. It was not going around, but he was just playing.
Jackie is cutting waves, but they have, of course, super creeps in the base here already. Ice is trying to clear them to get some backdoor back.
Yeah, that glyph will help them a little bit as well, but I don't think the tower's going to last through it.
And there's still an Aegis for 2.5 minutes. I mean, I just...
Nope.
Okay, well, here you go, Bleed.
Back. Tombstone is available, too. We have the Temperature Deep, though. That's going to be the install initiation onto Dubu. All they needed as Raven. A little bit ahead of himself. Being sent back. Saved by the Greaves, though. He's fine. In fact, he fights back. Ice is going to be destroyed.
Wow. Yeah, Shiba's guard on top. I mean, they have.
Oh, there's the Ravage we're looking for. By Gordon. Nice tender from the deep as well. Stolen by DJ, gives him a little bit of leeway, but the hook shot will guarantee they still catch up to DJ as they force the GG. Blacklist Rivalry will absolutely dominate their opponents in this first game.
Yeah, seriously. I'm sure that feels really good for them here, but not to celebrate too much because you still have a game 2. We've seen a couple of crucial turnarounds between games 1 and game 2, even just today. Same thing for both of these two teams. And I say that in hopes that Bleed will turn this around because that, unfortunately, was probably the most one-sided game I've seen them, suffer.
Yes, it was also a lot of their doing. It was more their undoing than Blacklist Rivalry played well, but we already saw this against Army Geniuses. Like their team fight's always been good. They actually have a pretty solid understanding of what each hero is supposed to do. They're starting to not farm on everyone, which is great. Bosku has finally taken that role, so we're seeing this continuation of their storyline. But for Bleed, the Geek Slate I thought was up and up, and instead this seems like a huge bump in the road.
It's opposite of an up and up, a down and down, I believe.
This is down and down. Yeah, the Geek Slate was just like the roller coaster going up before it drops you into hell.
I see.
And that's what we're looking at.
Well, we've experienced the up and ups and the down and the downs. Now let's go over and over to the panel and see what they have to say about
the panel and
panel.
panel.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you for the over and over to the panel and panel. But is this it? Is this the redemption arc that our Filipino super team needs? Is this the rejoice for the Pinoys?
Honestly, yeah, I think the improvement in that last game was really solid coming out from Blacklist. Like Cuckoo going for the Meteor Hammer, putting himself forward, pushing towers, playing with his team. They had a lot more early to mid-game momentum than I think they've had in any of their past series.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one thing that stood out to me for Blacklist is the way they played together and their team fighting was really good this game. Previously, especially when Cuckoo was playing like Koro, they had problems like connecting with each other, but this game they played like a unit, and when they had Aegis, they just like stuck together and they team fought really well. And especially, of course, they have Tide and Pango, which are really good team fighters, but they never really let the Spectre pick off anyone. And in saying that, this Spectre's Ags actually did nothing this whole game because Blacklist pretty much never separated.
Yeah.
Which, that's why I think this hero is like the Ags, you can't just get it every game. But I feel like everyone gets it every game.
More of a situational
Yeah,
thing.
I think it's situational, personally. Because let's say this game, if he goes Manta and then he goes Skadi, I think their chances of winning the team fight are much higher than as if he had like a Ags Manta, for example.
I think the reasoning from Bleed was that maybe they were expecting a little bit better of jumps coming in from Corden. Like Sunfest initiation just wasn't something Bleed really tied into all too well. And he was buying space, he was making space for that Spectre to work, but the connections just didn't come in.
Actually, this fight was the picture that I had in mind, like how Bleed should have fought. So they had DP chase down the Drow and they just focused on the Drow, just run him down. They did this fight right, but it's already too late. It's already they're already 12k behind. They had 1 or 2 fights before this, which I felt like it was around the mid-wave, the mid-river. And then Ice Ice just opened Exo, which I think is fine. And then Jackie Haunted. And then they actually saw the Drow. But Ice decided to chase the Disruptor instead of the Drow. Whereas I felt like for that team fight, they just need to all look at Drow and then he won't be able to do any damage. But by the time they did that, it was too late already.
Right. It felt like this game was also kind of slow to start, though. The first team fight we actually got was 26 minutes, and that's still, I don't think, it still wasn't a complete 5v5. This game definitely paced really slow, but then when Drow was able to get both those Aegises, they just, you saw, they were just running down the top lane, no one was really going to stop them.
They actually did a really good job of catching the puck this game, too. I didn't expect him to die that many times this game, but, Blacklist saw the opportunities, and props to them.
Here's our match MVP. We have Bosku on the Tidehunter. Played really well, had some great ravages. He really worked that Meteor Hammer to the bone.
Yeah, he just maximized it. Get that push going. I mean, again, we mentioned that lack of team fights. With a Meteor Hammer, he still had a lot to give out. Join in the push. You have follow-up control, especially when the Shard came out. We saw some combinations coming out from Bosku with that. And the chain stuns, you just had no counterplay.
I also think that was one of the reasons why they won the mid fight really early on. It was DP and Undying, and it was just Tide and Drow. So we were watching top because they were catching the Rubik, but I think it was a Ravage into Meteor that actually killed the DP.
Yeah.
So if that was the game changer, then the Meteor Hammer definitely paid off.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone, actually, I gotta give props to Blacklist because this was the first game where it finally felt like they were actually playing as a team. They actually or communicating, or I don't know. They just did something that they look like one single unit. Yeah. So we will find out if this is actually the Blacklist Redemption arc right after a quick break. We are back for the Blacklist Rivalry Bleed series, where Blacklist took the first game extremely convincingly. I have probably not seen a more convincing game, just more one-sided game for that.
Yeah, they looked really clean. I think a couple of issues presented themselves for Bleed. They felt completely disconnected. Right? In comparison to Blacklist, who played together as a unit, Bleed were just not on the same page. Corden would make moves. His team wasn't there to back him up. His team would make moves. He's off farming somewhere else. And the impact of Jackie was non-existent.
One example that stood out to me was when the DP and the Undying went mid to get the mid tower with Exo and Tombstone. And then Corden was still around bot area, I think. And then DP and Undying actually ended up dying, popping Tombstone. I think that was one of the big moments and one big example of being disconnected and not playing together. I remember there was one other time when Ice was playing Darkseer. He got mech and he really wanted to do something, but felt like they were always just lacking numbers. They'd go mid as 4 or 3 and then ended up not doing so well. I feel like they just need to have this one moment where they unite and fight together.
Avengers assemble.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, this series is actually kind of important when you think about it, because we're halfway into the season.
Yep.
Like we're basically just halfway. I mean, besides tiebreaker day, we are halfway into the season, which means that things are getting, there's less and less time for teams to actually move up and down the leaderboards. And we have Blacklist and Bleed who are both on the lower end. I mean, Bleed have 1 win under their belt, but they have 2 losses as well. The rest, other 3 teams, Geek, Slate, Polaris, and Blacklist all have 0-3. So if Blacklist are able to win this, that would push Bleed to 1-3. And so they'd all have like 3 losses. So it's really close. And no one wants to get relegated here. That would be bad.
Yeah.
There's a bad feeling. I know how that.
It's okay.
It's rough. It's rough, yeah.
Well, you're here with us today, so that's
Maybe that's why I'm here today.
yeah. It's a blessing in disguise.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
You'll take it. But do you think that Blacklist are actually capable of winning this series?
Based on that performance, yes. But I think, honestly, I think Bleed has what it takes to come back. But hopefully they Coach Forev takes them out, for a quick talk, resets their mental. They just really need to start playing together. I think that's the main thing for me. The drafts, I think, are fine. They're good. It's just a matter of every small skirmish that you lose really matters a lot, and you need to make sure that when you guys are strong, you guys play together. When you guys are not strong, you can go farm a bit, something like that.
As someone who was previously coached by Forev, can you give us a little, what would he typically say to cheer you guys up?
You don't. I don't know. He's pretty chill. He's cheer us up and just focus on the next game. Don't worry about the last game.
They give you a good old pat on the back.
Yeah, go next.
Go next.
We're better players.
You are indeed better players. How do you think Mr. Ninja Boogie is cheering them up?
Ninja Boogie, I've only had him as a player, so it's hard to say. You guys know him well, right?
Yeah, decently enough. Yeah.
He was here last season.
And how would he be as a coach?
Well, we don't need to think about that because we have a draft. We have a draft ready.
Nice dodge.
Thank you. Nature's Prophet. It's a good first pick.
Yeah, it's solid. I mean, KP mentioned it has an insane win rate here in C. Blacklist, though, back to Clockwork and Disruptor. I mean, it's doubled supports again on the 8th pick, but...
This one's fine because it's 6-7, but pack it up, boys. 1-1.
1-1.
Yep.
And Factor, that's it.
You guys know about the MP.
Yep.
Me and the MP.
That's true.
But actually, we haven't really seen Bleed play it. Ice has never played it this tournament, I think.
Not yet, I think.
And I don't think... maybe Jackie has played. I don't remember, but yeah. Very new for Bleed, I would say.
I think last season, Jackie used to play it a lot. But this season, not so much.
So that's a very Talon-esque opening.
Yeah.
The MP plus the mid on the 8.
Yeah, you just stack your win conditions in the first phase. Your supports on Blacklist don't really counteract it. Not that hard. Again, they could go for the same plays where you hookshot into Cog's pushback. Static Storm kind of ruins the Ember early, but I don't expect Corden to be as upfront in comparison to his Puck.
Yep. So let's see if Bleed actually ban out the TB and the Naga. Even though they have Ember, they might still do it because they have MP.
Yeah, TB's been taken care of in the first phase. You could protect your NP with maybe something like a Primal Beast ban if you are really worried about your NP getting jumped on. But if it is safe lane, yeah, Bosku could play the off lane Primal Beast if they really wanted to here.
What is he eating? What kind of sandwich is that? Oh, it looks like it has something in between.
Peanut butter? Maybe?
Maybe? Sustenance.
Well, what do they have in Philippines? What's your typical spread?
Peanut butter.
Peanut butter?
It's very American.
No, we have that our version of Nutella kind of, that
What is it?
cocoa.
Goya?
No, not the Goya. It's oh man, it's the swirly one. It's white and white chocolate and milk chocolate, and it's
no
swirly.
idea.
Oh my god.
I have never bought that.
That sounds tasty though.
It was pretty tasty.
Anyways, back to the draft, guys. Okay, so Blacklist need to ban here and pick a hero straight up. And I think they'll pick mid because they see mid already.
Yeah, you still have
What's
decent matchups.
Or they might even just actually... Alright, if this was SMG, they'd pick Monkey King.
Yeah, they love Monkey versus Ember.
It's pretty decent against the MP as well.
Does work out. I wonder if they'll lean into And what would Carl want here? I mean, it does feel like up against Ember, you have a ton of options. They didn't ban to protect the Ember either. Just feeling confident there on Bleed with Corden.
So back in 201, people would pick like Underlord, DK, all these heroes.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any of that so far here in Tour 2. They'll go for the Kunkka matchup is pretty good against the Ember. X to pull
Not
back.
a fan, but it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
What makes you not the biggest fan of the Kunkka?
I just think this hero is not that good.
Yeah.
Without a purpose.
Yeah.
But for example, in the SMG game, he had a purpose against Brood, right? So that makes it okay. But this game, I don't see a purpose. Like, the X never really does anything to Ember. Against MP, not much correlation.
But Raven plays a pause 1 Kunkka, doesn't he?
He does
Yeah,
as well.
but that was only against Enigma.
Mhm.
That's the main reason. So they'll pick pause 5 here. They'll pick like... what would Dubu play? Will he play Abba?
Snap instead. I like it. Ties into your team fight nicely. You have pretty strong supports for the side lanes here for Bleed overall. Like NP plus any of these, depending where you flex the NP, feels pretty good. A solid kind of opening for Bleed. Just establish stronger lanes. I think that's something they didn't really find in game 1 as much as we'd expect. So they're setting up for that here a lot better.
A lot of the carries are good against MP are banned already, so the only remaining ones are like Monkey King. Let's see. Not a lot left.
Would Drow be something they could fall back to on Blacklist?
It's kind of bad against the MP and Tusk.
True.
It's still possible, but
not the easiest.
Not great.
Else? What else?
SF?
Cuckoo might play as Doom as well. Doom's okay.
Yeah, Doom's still in the pool.
Or even just Tide again is fine.
Yeah, I think the Tide is probably a safe bet. If they want to go back into that. The Dawnbreaker
New
instead.
hero!
Right.
What do you think? Is it gonna be some like Phase Boots BKB kind of Dawn with the Deso and stuff, or like Greaves, or
I think it's more off lane.
so like the Greaves?
Yeah, the Greaves.
Sad.
Because I think like the carry Dawn is like so crap. Like, it's just
I miss those days. The good old Arlington Major days.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a solid ore carrier to have in the middle of these fights. If you're leaning into NP, it's pretty alright. You can clear out the wave, get your farm going. You have a decent combination with, say, Disruptor for Tims once more. So that lane can look pretty good, but Bleed can still flex if they did want to. You know, Jackie doesn't have to play the NP. Ice used to play a lot of NP, but recently, I don't think they've done it on Bleed. So it's just down to how comfy you are. Like, I like the idea of the off-lane NP plus Tusk, though.
yeah. I think that's the lane. Dubu will probably play the snap. So they know the lane is Dawnbreaker and Disruptor, most likely.
It's a pretty ouchy lane.
Yeah. Like, just even level 1 glimpse into pullback to extend, like, the burn on Celestial Hammer, drag them back into that, get the follow-up. Can feel pretty good, especially once you hit level 3. The Dawnbreaker starts to feel really good with level 2 Celestial Hammer.
Yeah.
If this was Talon, they'd pick Faceless Void.
Oh, that is a very Talon. Yeah, very Talon draft. Jackie does play a mean Void.
Because it's also good against the Dawnbreaker as well.
Yeah. Does pretty well in that lane. You don't care too much about her harassment. You can play around with your Time Walk pretty well in that lane. Got the damage for it into the Chrono.
Or you can just play carry MP and you can pick like a Silencer or a Nyx to counter the Dawnbreaker. But I think that's like not a chance.
I was thinking that Silencer, but yeah. I mean, but it feels like kind of painful to play carry NP in a lane with Dawnbreaker.
It's okay, I think, for the most part. Otherwise, I think Faceless Void is good. LS would have been good, but it's banned now.
Let's see.
I like the Void for Jackie. I think Void plus Snapfire is a pretty good lane as well. And you're not necessarily worried about anything coming out from Blacklist. You're not worried about the Doom pickup as well, with the Dawnbreaker in hand. So you should have a relatively free time in trying to get the Chronos. Maybe you get scared by Static Storm, but let's build something to like your BKB. You're kind of fine.
What will we get?
Marcy.
Marcy?
Jackie plays so much Marcy in pubs.
Yeah,
like
he does.
every time he plays against me, he just plays Marcy, and then like he owns me in lane because my post was crap.
But do you win the game?
Well, sometimes.
Sometimes. So it's okay. It's decent.
He's okay. Pick Marcy, so I look good, please.
Oh, Drow.
Drow.
Take the Drow themselves. So there's a lot of push there. Drow plus NP. The lane, honestly, it's not too bad against Dawnbreaker. Like, Dawn can jump in, but like,
Yeah.
level 2, level 3 is already pretty fine for Drow there.
Just have to worry about the glimpse. Like, don't go too far out. Well, you'll just die 100 to 0.
The glimpse of us.
Wake up, Sophie. 2023.
sorry. It's 2023, my god. Okay, what's the last carry we're gonna see on Blacklist?
Need a solid Raven here, it looks like, unless they'll run Raven Kunkka, but doesn't feel necessary.
Phantom Assassin.
That would be new.
That would be very new tech. I don't know if it feels great, but at the same time, I can see it working. I don't know how to feel about PA as a hero right now, especially in the pro scene.
Maybe TA.
Yeah, I feel like maybe would you want like a ranged carry?
Range carries are usually bad against the MP Tusk.
Yeah.
Oh,
in lane
yeah,
and in game.
How come we never see any troll warlords? I miss that hero.
Troll is... I personally don't like it.
The ult's kind of yucky though.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
new
ult-
hero. Let's go.
Oh, Sven.
Okay, I was gonna say something like Sven, because I've seen it in NA still as possible.
Okay, let me
but-
explain why Sven's not good in this meta. Okay, so in this meta, it's like pretty much all tri-cores. So you have like 3 cores around the same net worth, like let's say 10k, 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 for example. But Sven, back in the day, why it's good is because you have this guy who's like a beast, he's a monster. So if this hero is like 17k and your other cores are like 8k, 8k, then this hero is good. But if in this day and age, if all your cores are 10k, 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 then Sven is a pretty useless hero.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, thanks for giving me confidence in Blacklist drafts. They basically pick Sven. You're like, well, here's why this hero is dog shit.
Then, I mean, obviously still winnable, but that's just you know, why I think this hero is not
as good as it used to be.
Yes.
Not as good as it used to be. I think the Sven does provide a couple of things. The added armor from Warcry is not kind of counteracted by marksmanship, so you have a lot more durability. It plays really nicely with how sustainable Blacklist draft is. Like, you've got Boat, you've got Solar Guardian. You can stay alive really well in these fights, and honestly, a Sven doesn't need too much farm, maybe just a couple of items, fast BKB, and you're kind of okay there.
Yeah.
For the viewer experience, I'm hoping we get a good old 3-game series. And knowing Avo and Richie, they love to have their 70-minute long games. You know, 3 games in a series. So we'll see. We'll find out right now.
John, that laughter is gonna come back to haunt you later. Do not worry, we share the same green room. That's a threat.
It's actually a little bit of behind the scenes stuff here. John and Alvaro think that they have this special green room called the extra green room, when really it's just like the little corner of the regular green room. That
has a bathroom. Well, it's the bathroom, but it's pretty good. Anyway, game 2, Richie, upon us.
It's got a water hose. It's pretty nice.
Yes, I use that to drink. Let's go into the game, guys. I don't want any more on my face. I think the drafts don't matter if they play like last game. Honestly, they could have literally picked 5 supports on Blacklist. I think Bleed needs to show us their game.
I stand to disagree. Because I think last game they actually had a draft that was a little bit harder to execute on. Whereas this time it's not so much about denying one area.
DP is right, known categorically as a hard hero. Press exorcism. Does your team go with you? No.
Yeah, exactly. Does your team go with you or not? There's no choice, you know? Bosku's gonna, well, I guess this time for Bleed, right? Yeah, I mean, look, it'll be a bit more difficult. Ice got more positioning on his team. Corden back on the Ember. Let him cook. Let Chef Corden cook. I don't know. It'll be a little bit difficult. I do like where John was going though, on this comment about the Sven, though.
I agree.
This is an extremely durable team. You have Glimpse to hold them back. You have Kinetic Field to hold them in. You have Clockwork to help chase. Clockwork with the Dawnbreaker, which, by the way, no counter to the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, no traditional one.
No Nyx Assassin, no Faceless Void, you know?
You have Hypothermia, though, which is pretty decent.
Yeah, it's good, right? It's stopping some of the healing, but I thought we were going to see something a little bit more bespoke, as they do end up fighting here a little bit. Is Dubu going to die again for First Blood? No, looks like he'll be able to get out ahead. Oh, there's Glimpse, though. They can catch him.
I do feel like...
Run, Dubu. Run in a straight line.
I do feel like the points of KP, though, the Tricore will also stand true with the Sven. Kunkka, though, is one of those heroes that's like a little bit weak in the Tricore for similar reasons, right? He's probably been trying to refine builds of Kunkka. I mean, now with the Radiance, actually, the hero comes back a little bit into meta, but it's one of the reasons why... It's one of the reasons why this hero has been so far off meta. The only teams that used it in the major, besides against the Enigma, which is a unique thing, was EG and Beast Coast.
Right.
And that's because those two teams don't do Tricore.
Yeah.
So that's...
That's a good point, you know, and, you know, at the risk of disagreeing with a professional player, I'm not like I'm going to totally disagree, already half backtracking myself, you know?
Yeah.
But what I do really like is this is a lineup that, yes, still needs a couple items, Sven especially, but Kunkka and Dawnbreaker can basically just fight off of experience because their spells are incredibly strong in the early game, and they both pretty hard counter an NP at that. So as long as they can give Raven a little bit of farm, even if he is going to be this kind of Tricore 10k mark, as they call it, you know, based off of the strength of your other cores, I still think you actually fight pretty darn well, especially since John was bringing up the... oh, hold on, maybe they actually have a kill onto Jackie already.
Yeah, I think he might just die on attacks. There we go. It was only with level 1 on both the Disruptor and the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it was pretty easy.
It's not even your power spike as a Dawnbreaker.
Nope.
Relax lang. Relax lang.
Yeah, and that's going to make things a little bit more difficult for them. But, you know, I do like at least the kinds of heroes that they've chosen to pair it with. Because unlike, say, something like an NPTA SF Tricore, this is a Tricore where, like, only one of them kind of needs to have a lot of gold for the items. BKB on your Kunkka, you're in a happy place. I don't even know what Dawnbreakers go for these days. Like, oh, of course, Guardian Greaves, right? Duh. Dubu is in trouble and maybe dead.
Yep,
oh,
he's going to die to Bosku. All right, nice job. I mean, we've seen recently that Blacklist Rivalry, ironically, in this Tricore meta, they were struggling because they were doing too much Tricore, right? The Tricore meta is not just what KP explained, obviously, he's doing the simple version. It's also finding the right timings for your cores. So it's like, if your offlaner needs a specific item in one moment, letting him farm, then letting your mid laner farm, and that's difficult to do. Blacklist Rivalry had the issue last season where they would just have everyone farm at all times, and that's not exactly Tricore, that's just greedy, right? And as a result, in these last few games, when they've been doing better, Bosco has been sacrificing his own farm for this. So we'll see how he decides to build it on Dawnbreaker in exchange, right? Because Desolator build could be a thing, but I think the Greaves suits the style much more of the Aura carrier.
I think it kind of has to be the Greaves here, to be honest. It's like these value items which enable you to fight with your team, and right now Greaves is definitely that kind of an item. Careful top. Raven is going to be fine. Ice Shards, though, will continue the pain out from Ice Ice Ice. AU is here to act as a buffer.
In an ideal situation, you kind of have the Kunkka sacrifice himself halfway through, so the Dawnbreaker can get items, because he doesn't scale as well. But I don't know if Blacklist Rivalry is still comfortable with this style. I think if you fight a style that works for you, especially after a rough time, just don't break what's all. Sorry, don't fix what's not broken.
Don't break what's already broken.
Yeah, exactly. That is the motto.
Stop using Silver Edge on something I just sharpshooter. Thank you very much.
He used BKB, so that's why.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And as for Bleed, I mean, I'm with you that as long as they just make more moves this game, they do have an easier time. It's an easier, more straightforward lineup. AU's going to die here easily. The combination of Ice Ice and DJ.
Put out the Stormhammer, but not much you can really do here as he rushes away towards his phase boots. And then the Mask of Madness. So pretty standard Sven stuff. If we're ever going to see the return of Superman Sven on his Ag Scepter. Is this a game for it? Not really, I think. Items.
I mean, 2 range cores, huh? I mean, I guess Blink is just better, straight up.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going to go with that as well, especially because you can upgrade it into, I guess, Swift Blink probably is what you're going to want, although I see a reason for Strength Blink as well this game.
Nah, Swift Blink is better. I think almost always Swift Blink. But I'm with you on the... I mean, it's not a bad late game item, for example.
Yeah.
Like, it was for more mobility, why not?
If it, say, drops from Roche for free, you're going to pick it up. You won't be too displeased to see it.
Yeah, they might give it to him in late game, right? If Disruptor already has his. Because that's obviously the highest value.
That's true. Tim's really should get his Ags first, but I feel like we never really see that happen too much. Nice Josh there in the mid lane out from Chef Corden.
We don't see that from Roche's? You don't think they prioritize Disruptor a lot? I feel like he's one of the few supports that they actually allowed to exist in the.
I mean, look, I would tend to agree, but the amount of times I've seen people give, crappy ag scepters to cores instead of a support who has a legitimate reason for one.
It happens more often than it should, but I think
Yeah.
Disruptor is the one hero that breaks that greed a little bit.
He's like,
a little bit.
He's like, come on, guys. He literally does nothing without his ags. Let him play.
Or he literally wins the game with his ags, right? Oh, Raven's being body blocked by creeps. Oh my god, Raven took so much damage. Thank God for the work, right?
Warcry keeping him alive. Can't wait to get those phase boots online for himself. One more go like that and they'll have him easily.
A point that wasn't mentioned on the Warcry armor that I think John was correctly pointing out was it's really good against tag team Tusk, and DJ is one of the few Tusks as a 4 that still maxes tag team over the Ice Shard Snowball build that's so popular these days. So maybe that was also part of their thought process here.
Oh, well, it's going to pay off here. I believe they have a kill. Indeed they do. Very easy for DJ. Picks up the last hit.
They actually played around the Warcry cooldown there, so well done. Because he had a Warcry there, he actually might tank enough to just be able to use the tower regen to save himself if Clockwork was coming. Bottom, they're trying to do the same thing. Bosku. There's the hammer. Not the best combo for now. But they are stuck inside the kinetic field. Unfortunately, Bosku cannot get close to them.
I think that was a combo to get Bosku out alive safely.
You don't think he was going to Star Hammer the Drow?
No, I don't think he wanted
she
to
has
do
dust.
that.
She has
Yeah.
dust. Okay, that's why. Yeah, you're right.
Fortunately, Raven back in the lane quickly. Doesn't miss out on too much CS, and we'll be happy to start CS in under tower here rather quickly. I think that's going to be, first power room, by the way, picked up by Carl. None of the supports rotate on over to the mid lane. It's an important one for him to get. He might actually decide to try and throw out a ghost ship here. If he does, though, it'll be after he clears, or after Corden, that is, clears most of the creeps, or it'll be right now. Nope, he's just baiting him. My goodness, that reduced Tidebringer cleave.
You gotta use the Torrent into Ghost Ship with an Ember, because otherwise he's just gonna dodge it, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's a really, really hard thing, because they can check your animation. And obviously,
they both TP'd.
Interesting. Kunkka, sorry, in the top lane, there's Kunkka, there we go.
Okay.
But the Ice Shards prevent him, really well played by DJ, and now AU's in trouble under the tower, but the aggro's the creep in time. Carl wants to punish DJ for this play, but the X marks the spot, has the worst range. So
it's pretty bad. You're gonna have to try and throw this thing blind. Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there on the timing of the Sven bolts, and the torrents didn't quite connect there. And I believe Corden now is gonna rotate it into the jungle, but he's not gonna find anything here. No stacks either happening right now. So far, it's been a lot of the mids just, the supports doing a lot of skirmishing. Only Blacklist have a small stack in the hard and ancient cap in their own triangle. Everything else is pretty par for the course right now. Something I do really like about Bleed, though, is that you've got a couple of supports that play very nicely with one another. You know, this Snapfire Tusk, a lot of synergy between the two. Snowball into Cookie, into Shards, into Kisses, right? Tag Team and the, I think you only get the slow, but Tag Team and the little Shredder as well with that additional range. You know, it's stuff that does play well together, which I do like. They could even possibly go hunting a little bit earlier on. Ice, then TP's in and joins the fight. Ice, who is building and playing a much greedier core this time. You know, no Guardian Greaves on this kind of a hero. It's straight into Maelstrom. Probably that Gleipnir build that we tend to see is extremely likely.
Okay, interesting. Offlane natures, we've seen so many Ags these days. That's weird to see not Ags. Oh, Corden's already on the run for Bosku. Bosku is going to die. Good. This is the Corden we know and love. This is the rotating Corden we talked about. Very early rotation.
Oh,
good use of the haste rune.
He's gonna farm with the rest of the haste. That's fine. I think no one really for him to try and kill top lane. No one for him to kill with top lane, I should specify. Ice is actually going to TP bottom, and they're going to be looking to apply some pressure down here. Now, this may look a little bit silly and mostly fruitless, but it has allowed Corden to steal most of this stack.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Ooh, he needs to get a couple more of these creeps until it's worth it, unfortunately. Well, with the rest of Bleed nearby, he's going to get a couple more. Okay, not bad. They've at least reduced the efficiency of this stack, which kind of ends up wasting the time of the Disruptor. So Tim's not too happy to see this.
Yep, especially because now he's the one that's the farmer, so he can't really give it to a useful core instead. Like, they all just try to take it as soon as possible so they can't be stolen from him.
Good play by Ice to rotate down. He really does enable that as... okay, Raven absolutely murders all the treants top lane, activates the first God Strength. They'll be eager to, and very eager as the game continues to always mop up the rest of those treants and creeps.
I mean, I agree with this. This there was a change in thought process about how to use ultimates on carries particularly, right? There's some carries like Juggernaut and Luna where the ultimate threatens something, so you can actually push with it and you're kind of scary. But with Sven and CK, was the two people that were like, this ultimate threatens nothing. Like, if they catch me, I die anyway. I might as well use it to farm instead.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Which is why you're seeing Raven doing this much more liberally. And now, he doesn't have enough damage to actually kill DJ, unfortunately, but they do have reinforcements, and that's what matters here. As yes, Corden gets away, but DJ unfortunately only has a snowball here, so he's at mercy.
They're killing Bosku.
At the mercy of Carl, as Bosku will fall to the multi-shot.
Yep.
No, actually, Dubu gets him with an auto attack.
Top lane,
but that's fine.
Ice is still continuing to shove this wave in. A little bit of extra damage onto the tower, just trying to ruin Raven's perfect cleave here. And the Assault actually is going to be down bottom. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if Ice tried to maybe TP down bottom and force a couple more rotations. I think they're especially eager to get Raven out of this lane, because right now, with him continuing to farm in lane, you've got a lot of a really efficient farm going for all 3 cores on Blacklist Rivalry, with the exception, of course, of Bosku, who has just taken his second death. His mech timing is fairly delayed after what was a very strong start here for the offlane Dawnbreaker. Again, this is kind of where, you know, it's this kind of matchup where both of these teams kind of suffer from this problem, where you don't really see a lot of rotations to and from, and a lot of connecting specifically is the word I want to use, on some of these cores. Here's Tims, though. Will force a kill onto DJ, even if he does waste a little bit of time with that last snowball.
Yeah, DJ just got in the stack. They still see a massive Ancient stack. I think that's 5? At least 4. I think it is 5.
It's a lot of Black Dragons.
Yeah, it is 5. 3 Black Dragons, 2 of the...
It's 4. You can check easily.
Oh, no.
But, yeah, look, because...
No, 3 Black Dragons, 2 Thunder Knights, it's 5. I mean, stacked 4 times, but it's 5 stacks.
Oh, you know what's funny? They don't, the Thunderhide aura stacks, and the Rumblehide aura does not.
Oh. Anyway,
that's what it...
Definitely 5. Yeah.
No, it was, you were correct, it was 5.
Oh, right. Interesting. I didn't know that you could stack on those auras.
The Thunderhide aura is completely stacked.
I didn't know you stacked on those auras at all, actually. Huh.
No, I mean,
so Chen is back in meta.
Oh, dude, that's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying. Because you go Ags,
you get that
or whatever.
I think it's a 20 talent now.
Okay.
Because Ags is some silly thing where you sacrifice a creep to dispel someone.
I am literally only a Chen watcher, not a Chen player.
Yeah, I could see you, filthy non-Chen enjoyer. Ice.
You.
Oh, they're gonna boat him.
They are gonna boat him. They're gonna. Oh, look at this. They're gonna kill him. But at the same time, in the bottom lane, they lose Bosku. So it's kind of even.
Offlane for offlane, I do...
Ice is more valuable?
Yeah, it's more of Ice's time to act right now, right? So by killing him, you're not allowing Ice to really do what he wants to do on the map, which is open up a little bit more Bleed's side of the map to farm. And I will say, though, by committing 4 heroes top lane and those handful of ultis, it's still plenty of space he created. You can see Corden taking this farm, which he would otherwise be unable to, down bottom, especially as they do move in and kill Bosku at the same time. Bosku, though, now with a full mechanism into the Guardian Greaves here rather quickly, so he'll have that big power spike to play off of a bit sooner. But he is really starting to struggle now that Bleed have been focusing and targeting him a bit more. The beneficiaries here have been both carries, though, and both mid laners, I should say.
Yeah. The Corden is falling a little bit behind because Ice did go for a greedier build with the Maelstrom. Now he's going for the Axe, so it's an interesting choice, right? He first wants to be able to direct his farm, I suppose, and then he goes for the more teamfight-oriented spell.
Yeah.
This is never the build. It's always Axe into Maelstrom. So
games we casted Monday, we saw a handful of Maelstroms first, and then Atos into the Gleipnir.
No, we've seen the Gleipnir for sure.
Yeah.
The Maelstrom into Axe was weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
I wonder, because one of the things the Axe does, obviously with giving you farm, because it loses the cooldown, is it does mean you can direct where you're farming. So, So maybe he values that about Maelstrom, like if farm in place, he can push in place.
The Axe is also, I think, a pretty good counter to the Dawnbreaker if she's on the map, visible, right?
Yes, I agree, but I'm just saying that there must be a reasoning why. I'm not really sure what it is, though.
Yeah, strong item as well versus Sven. Maybe they suspect Sven's going to be online a bit sooner than obviously Jackie is. Hold that thought. They have a hook shot. Here comes the ultimate.
Oh, that's a really good Cogs and Static Storm, huh?
3 ultis there. 3 ultis there for Corden, but it should allow them to pick up this tier 1 tower. I don't really see Bleed being able to defend this as they commit the 4th ulti now. Really want this kill, and they'll likely get it. Although, from behind...
Yeah, they're going to kill the Disruptor at this rate. Tim's going to fall at the same time as Dubu, and they're going to continue to fight this in the high ground. Jackie is multi-shotting them, dealing a lot of damage. Now Cogs pushed away. And because of that play, I think they actually got away with this. Blacklist Rivalry going for Ice Ice Ice. The base of death is playing. Dun 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 back into his grave as Jackie tries to find AU here in the trees. Multi-shot in a second, and AU will suffer for his earlier sins. Corden also trying to clean up. Not quite getting to Bosku though, as he had a hammer ready just in case. Then slide a fist, Bosku taken down. One more spear, they try to X him back, but it's too late. They've already caught Bosku, and perhaps Carl as well, who's forced to BKB himself. Instead is Tims, who's been searing chained, but Tims is not going to die to a single Glock.
Okay, and now I think all of a sudden, off the back of that fight, Bleed are going to be the ones to actually take the mid-tier 1 tower first.
Yes.
A little bit of an overextension there by Blacklist Rivalry, strong positioning, and even though if the multi-shot from Jackie doesn't really get any kills, it is pretty good anyway at just slowing down Blacklist. Although, hold on, no way. Okay, Bleed will get the tower. Will they lose anything as a result is the question.
We'll see. Jackie, he got the glimpse back into the hookshot, into the cogs, into the Torrent Ghost Ship combo, and he just need a little bit more damage. Cookie got him out of the cogs. They're chasing after Jackie, and they will catch him with a Tidebringer. As in the backline, the Static Storm stopped DJ's initiation and also bled him to death. Poor Dubu is trying to get away. Torn for vision that allows for the glimpse, and that will ensure that Dubu also meets his maker.
Tims does die at the very least.
Oh, Ice got him with a Wrath?
Yep, Ice is gonna get something for that, even if while he's busy farming elsewhere.
He sucked into Gleipnir, by the way. He was like, yeah, this is a weird...
Yeah, okay, so he is going straight into the
This
Gleipnir.
makes much more sense.
Yep. Our little rumble in the mid lane finally ends with Blacklist Rivalry equalizing here for that tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Still, a small win there for Bleed, being able to take down the mid tower as well. They actually have a tower advantage now, and quite a big one at that, Avo. They actually still retain their tier 1 down bottom and have already claimed all tier 1s. So they can actually start sweeping across the map in some really broad strokes here, looking to see what they can pick off. Although for now, it's going so well.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cogs though. Might set up for this initiation from Bosku. He also gets the Stormhammer plus that Starbreaker. A lot of stuns, but someone needs to get down there to help him. Ice gets sent back, killed by the Glimpse, and Raven, he's not even bothered by this. He actually never wanted to join the fray. They got a free kill on Ice. Not bad.
Carl also not needing to join that fight, goes back down bot lane. Could have. He had BKB ready again. But wants to get his next item, AC, already online. He's already got this plate mail ready to go. And that will see him very tanky. The magic damage is not negligible from Bleed, but right now I would suspect they're doing most of their damage through the physical. That is going to be through Corden's Sleight of Fist, as well as Tusk Tag Team alongside the Drow Ranger damage. So having all this bonus armor is going to really start tanking up the likes of Blacklist Rivalry. Alongside the run buff, when they do get that Captain Coco's run to hit, this is going to be a very, very tanky team.
Yes.
You add in the Guardian Greaves, you add in potentially a Sven shard, although I don't see one queued up, potentially second Roche. I think they can give that to him. I think he's got the best one this game on that permanent Warcry armor.
Yeah, I'm thinking of other shards. I mean, maybe a Kunkka actually. Tidal Wave is really good.
It is really
I value
good.
that shard very highly.
It is really good, but
Or even
what is
Dawnbreaker.
it, 7 armor? It's 6 armor. It's undispellable though.
No, look, I think the Warcry shard is amazing. I just think Tidal Wave is like, to me, is top 5 shards in the game. Because it moves you, dude. Any forced movement to me, I rate so highly.
Because it moves you, dude. It's just you ever
right in the
you
soul,
ever
man.
be playing Kunkka and you hit a tidal wave and your heart, you feel it in your heart. It moves.
Gushes right. Oh shit, that's Tidal.
Wrong guy. Kunkka.
Anyway.
What a. Yeah, I mean, look, I could very well see that one as well. I just don't know if it's really. Oh, hold on, we're fighting.
Hey, it's just gonna initiate like this. Once again, Cogs Static Storm, this combo has worked wonders for them. Corden is stuck here still. Finally getting to the silence, but gets Stormhammer in the process. Corden runs around like a headless chicken and gets killed like one as well.
What is your obsession with comparing things to delicious food?
It's all I think of.
We've just fed you.
You know how many kilos I've gained in the past 4 years as a professional caster? I've had the opposite Slacks process.
Professional?
Well, I mean, I'm earning money. That makes it
nice little fight there. Blacklist Rivalry once again executing, crossing their T's, dotting their I's whenever they do choose to kill Corden. You know, it does seem like a little bit overcommitment, but it's been really working out. Nice. Hold on. He might be in for a rough time top lane. They do actually have Bosku's ultimate if they want to try for this.
Okay, Raven. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's Bosku's ultimate. God Strength committed as well. Ice will die.
Nice. Really,
One more
really
kill
good.
for Raven. And look, he can even farm with this God Strength.
That's a great pickup. Maybe even look for Roche. Do they have minus armor? Not really.
No, they also dire. Okay, they're gonna go in anyway.
Slightly risky.
It's gonna take a while for them.
But, I mean, Kiss is on cooldown, so even if it does take a while, it should be fine, honestly, here.
I mean, they have plenty of healing. Remember when Vlad's was the build you used to go to for Roche, so they give you enough healing to tank it?
Oh yeah. I mean, look, it's actually not that. So they do have a little bit of minus armor. Someone is carrying this.
Orbic Corrosion?
Yeah, a little bit, just a bit. Every bit helps. Actually,
Who's carrying Orbic Corrosion?
No one has the orb.
Are you okay? Did the Kunkka comment really get to you?
Yeah, really got. It moved me.
Man, the X marks the spot of my heart,
And
bro.
Oh jeez. That bass line, you know, the power of music when Kunkka strums the bass.
Kunkka's my favorite bassist after the one in Blink-182. I read his name, I feel bad.
No one remembers the bassist name. That's where they did the bid off after it.
Yeah, but he's good though. He's a fun bassist, Tom something.
Now, Tom DeLonge is not the...
No, it's a different Tom.
They're both named Tom. Anyway, I don't know if it's necessarily Carl's job to displace enemy heroes in this kind of a game. For me, that's why you have Disruptor, that's why you have Clockwork. You know.
Oh, you're still arguing for the shard?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do think, as much as it moves me, I do think it should still be Sven's. I would rather take a much tankier team. You know,
I mean, they do lack anything that's not physical damage, to be fair, which is a good point in favor of the Warcraft.
Yeah, exactly, right.
The point that I would even consider Sven buying it, but he's going for Battle Fury, which I think is...
Oh, whoa,
I think he's
okay.
just pulling us right now.
Okay, Raven, I like it. I was going to say maybe even a Vlad's on someone.
So if you have Battle Fury, right?
Build
you
up
actually...
Vlad's.
Who went Vlad's?
No one. I think they should, though.
It's not a bad item. I mean, in general, a little bit of armor. Battle Fury is weird. I will say that if he gets Battle Fury, his cleave will deal more damage than his base attack. Moscow is just going to die.
Yes, he is.
He has a lot of healing, but he's just going to die.
Raven's BKB, but he's here on half HP.
But it's okay, because they have a glimpse into Static Storm once again. Tubu died almost to the cleave. He realized he should not have tried a cookie inside the Static Storm, and now they'll just make sure to slice him up.
Like what? Like what kind of food?
Like a kind of ham.
There it is.
Like a good jamon serrano.
Admiral is on board.
So I think that Sven's the kind of guy that, because he's so strong, he hits with a sword rather than like slices.
Oh,
he feels like he hits you with a hilt, like die, like a hammer, right?
Well, what's his int game? He's in 1.3. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right about
that. Okay, his ability is called Storm Hammer, not Storm Sword. So clearly,
especially if Ollie is a silencer on the enemy team, right?
Oh, right, because he has too much intelligence.
Yeah, there it is. That very well could be. Okay, here's the armor. I mean, look, if you're not going to build a Vlad's, an AC's pretty darn good too, honestly.
I like
Carl.
AC.
Yeah, it's a good item.
I mean, it's the best item for the mid laner, right? Because mid laner's not going to build the Vlad's, so AC does better. So I like the AC much more. He's going to go for Scythe afterwards. I like this. This is how people play Kunkka these days, right? He's more of a utility hero. Doesn't actually scale that well, but becomes similar to Broodmother, honestly, in the offlane. Except without all her early game.
Oh, wait, they get lit up there. Like the topping on a creme brulee.
Okay, I thought you were referencing suits there for a second. BKB
that hit him?
Activated. I couldn't tell really. Dubu is gonna avoid everything here, and DJ is running away to try to distract the enemy team. That's not gonna work though. Sven still catches up. Unfortunately, Corden does not get the remedy he wants to the high ground. They're gonna concentrate on Jackie. He's a much more immobile target. That's gonna be an easy kill for them, as they also find poor Dubu in the trees. Scatterblast Cookie, nice showing from Dubu before he meets his demise.
Yeah, he's going to go down. I mean, Bleed, unfortunately...
What is happening to Bleed?
Well, it looked like DJ looked like he was like, don't worry, guys. I will sacrifice myself.
Yeah, but DJ understood his play, actually. Yeah. The rest of it was odd.
DJ was trying to be freed. It was like Free Willy when he jumps over the... Like an
orca whale?
Like a whale. Very good, yes.
I can't eat that one. That's
no, you can't. You can't. That was a test.
Oh, so if I knew what I can and can't eat?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the other day I learned that some places they eat the poisonous vipers in the Borneo jungle.
Really? What is a viper?
It's
it's a snake, right?
It's a snake.
Oh, that's right.
It's a tree snake that lives near water areas. Most common.
Wow.
Like mangroves.
Well, now you guys know. Whenever Avo says like a viper, he's referring not to the hero, but to the food. To the food.
Not even the animal.
Nope. But to the food.
Apparently, it's good.
For my chest.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Apparently, it's good.
That's all I had to say. I never tried it though.
DD run for Raven. Does he actually
They
have
bought up
Battle-
Medal. Okay, now you know Bleed
He
is long.
has Battle Fury.
Dude, DJ bought it. Oh, what?
He has it. He has the Battle Fury.
Okay, now he has to hit the main target.
Hold on, look at
has to
it.
be the support.
What is he clean? 170%, right?
No, that's not that much cleave on Battlefield. Oh no, you're right. Oh, 140 for creeps, but 170 for heroes. Okay, so both him and Kunkka need one meat shield.
Wait.
And then they kill everything around.
Avo, why in Gaben's Green Earth would you build Battle Fury and then not take the cleave talent?
Oh, that's true, actually. It's a very interesting. Maybe that's why, because he didn't take the cleave talent.
Oh, guys, I forgot. I have to go back for it.
Glimpse. Look, he doesn't do any damage to single
They're
target.
gonna cleave him. They're gonna cleave
kill
him.
the creeps.
Like
no. What do you do with a cleaver? Any sort of Chinese cooking.
Great torrent there. DJ, he's gonna be spun up. Keelhorn tossed around. There's the walrus punch at the very least. He's gonna put himself on ice like a nice piece of walrus sashimi, trying to blink away. Brought back by the X-Park into a snowball as he plates himself up here for Carl, who is tantalizingly close to his walrus meal. DJ punches him again, but finally Carl will be rewarded with a nice dish of...
He's pummeled like a nice steak, I guess.
There it is.
As Ice dies in the trees. He's vegetarian. We don't like that kind of food, so...
that's true.
We're
Is he
gonna
really?
ignore that. No. The Nature's Prophet is.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, right? He's all about nature and stuff.
He's probably like eating a hoodwink or two.
I think, he likes killing creeps, but for sport. not for
right.
He doesn't eat them afterward.
Right, I see.
He's definitely a posh, like, British foxhunter. That looks like a Nature's Prophet.
Oh, goodness, Raven.
Raven just wanted to say hi. But he realized he spent all his
Raven
gold on
just
clean.
blinked up there, but I mean, I guess there was a rocket.
Dubo's gonna die now.
Yes, he is.
Carl's the actual carry who can hit single hero.
Raven just steals the kill. Oh, goodness.
My point earlier was DJ bought a medallion, which you know is the ultimate sign of Bleed has given up on this game. When someone buys Solar Crest on the team.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. It's actually pretty good against the physical damage on Sven, obviously. But it is a very rare sight these days. Just a Solar Crest.
Yeah. Well, it felt like we had that one patch where Solar Crest was like way too strong.
A couple of patches were like, it was actually pretty decent.
Remember, it was the patch after they changed it from Ultimate Orb into its current iteration, and the stats were still way overtuned for how much it was.
So much attack.
You remember that?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
I love that patch. Because then you played Invoker and you would buy Solar Crest first.
Wait, who else has built that? This implies that someone else, by the way, has built Battle Fury on Sven.
I want to bet you my life savings it's a Mar.
Is he playing Sven?
Well, he was. That was the one hero he won on. Because it's the closest thing to an offlaner.
Top tower is under attack.
And the carry role.
Oh, hold on, Jackie.
Okay, I want to see his cleave. Watch him. Watch his cleave. Oh, okay, the Koki actually saved the Drow. He's cleaving to the cogs. He hit DJ harder than he hit Drow. Now he's Construct on Jackie. The BKB is not saving Jackie. Jackie's going to fall. Dubu has been sent back into the glimpse. Another kill. And Blacklist Rivalry has just taken them for a ride.
Oh, hold on. They're hunting for Ice as well. Ice is still farming.
He is still farming. Yeah, he's not pushing waves, actually. He's farming.
Nope, he is farming the jungle. But now he's TPing back. Okay.
Raven hopes, he wishes he could cleave on.
There it is, Ice. See what he can do here. Pops the BKB.
Oh, they're going for Raven.
Okay. Wait, they're strong?
Committing.
Wait, what?
They're kind of strong. Kuku is dying at this rate, but they got the stun off.
Okay.
And now Corner's out of mana.
Not bad.
No more God Strength from this fence, so they're going to retreat for now.
Get
also,
off.
Carl was nowhere to be seen. He has a Hex now.
Wow, he is farmed.
Yes, he is very farmed.
Okay.
And he didn't even need to buy a Battle Fury for it.
It's crazy. Yeah, I was about to say, it's crazy how he's almost as farmed as a Sven with a Battle Fury. Like, that is no easy feat. I know this guy also has a cleave, but damn. He's been farming.
His cleave is bigger than Sven's cleave still, though.
That's not... Oh, is it really?
Yeah, 220%. That's why you never hit the target you want to kill, right?
That's I mean, look, that's a good point, but that's exactly how you say it. It's about how you use the cleave.
Yeah, it's about how you use the cleave. My teammates prefer a small cleave. They tell me all the time.
Oh, you know.
In Raven's case, he needs to start using the cleave more effectively because he keeps hitting the main target he wants to kill and kill the supports by accident. And the idea is to hit the supports instead, who can't get away, and then, the main target dies by accident.
Oh.
Or, sorry, on purpose, because obviously you've planned that.
You know, I think AU should also build a Battle Fury.
I think you should build Solar Crest.
Oh,
okay.
hold on. Maybe no, he's got BKB. Okay.
And Ice didn't get the memo that they were just gonna poke him.
Yeah.
And Ice got poked.
Didn't have BKB, by the way. Did not have BKB on that TPN.
No, Boo
play.
is now in trouble, but from behind, Corden comes in, BKB just in time. They are healing a lot though, but Corden at least is not caught in the silence. They're gonna let Corden go, who TP's in the middle of his BKB, and Raven commits for DJ. Last objective, 2 supports, easy. However, Jackie is still around. He has Hurricane Pike, however, use it immediately.
They're buying back.
They're continuing this fight.
Ice is saving buyback.
He is.
Has BKB though when he respawns. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, there we go. They're fighting this because they just killed the Courier. That was the go sign.
Okay,
apparently.
maybe they can get Tim's.
There's no more God
There's
Strength.
Ice on the Raven.
He is into the high gun still. Raven trying to fight
Ice
it
needs
off.
help.
Is it working? Ice in the cogs, stuck, trying to run away. The old man's now pushed by the cogs. He's not going to get the kill he was looking for, but isn't dying in the process at least. Raven is still farming. Oh, he healed back up thanks to Satanic now. That's Corden.
Good dodge.
Gets saved by the dust as well. Very nice dodge. And now Bosco will pay for his sins. Continuing Ice the aggression. Gleipnir's a single pine kill.
Well, how did he only get the 1 Warpine Raider?
That's a very good question. I would love to see where the AoE was going there.
All right, and now actually, even though Bleed do have to commit buyback on 3 of their cores, they should be set to take Roche here.
It's kind of working.
It's a win. Hold on.
Just playing on God's strength.
AU's trying to be the hero. And they have to, guys, hit Roche, kill him.
AU, is he a hero?
Oh.
Is he a hero? Oh, he tried! But he does not stack anything.
Jackie has it.
He was a 0. He was a Kosong, my friend. He was a sugarless drink. That's what he was.
Yes. Well, good. I mean, look, Bleed, Signs of Life, that was the first time this series, I have to say, where I've seen them committed to something, for them to have a clear idea of what they wanted to fight around,
that was a good fight.
what they were fighting with, what tools enemies had, what tools they had still to fight with. I mean, that was actually fairly impressive. I have to say, Ice, you know, I did question his...
initial TP. That was
well, his initial TP right into the first fight.
But it was true. It was not a good TP.
It was not a good TP, even if he was not aware of the Hex. It was extremely bold. That being said, the second TP was exactly what it needed to be. You know, he played that right on his edge. I think that's Ice, like, that's his core gameplay, isn't it? Playing it right on edge, kind of trolling you into thinking, he's an easy kill, even trolling the casters sometimes, and then turning it around and proving us all wrong. Well done here. Bleed down, but not out here, as they are still down 13K, 32 minutes into this game. But Drow Ranger, you know, a hero that can punch above her weight class, even if she is a full item behind. Yep. This Tricore for Bleed, you know, like KP was talking about, 15K, 15K, 15K. So they are starting to get a little bit further online. The issue is, of course, Blacklist Rivalry's cores are also still all online.
Yeah, and now we have Sven bought a shard as well. So now you have the buff armor here.
Yeah.
Which is really, really good.
Well,
that's going to help against Rivalry a little bit more. And mind you, they still lost the fight when they were without God's Strength, right? Which was a good play by Bleed, mind you. But how often can you get to do that? How often can you get to kite the God's Strength? And how, because this time they have buybacks ready. Next time they won't have buybacks.
He took the Warcry armor too. Not super surprised. I mean,
I agree.
It's super value in this game, but usually you see cores take the 20 talents for the move speed. Corden is in trouble. He's got BKB though. He's got BKB.
They can Stormhammer. Okay. Good game sense.
But yeah, I mean, this is incredible. I used to know this calculation off the top of my head, but based on just a shard, Warcry, with this 20 talent, I believe you give your team from 0 armor, something like 26 armor, which is like 65% physical resist. And that's all bonus armor.
You get 25 bonus armor, and then plus 6 passive. So 31?
So 31, yeah. And that's all bonus armor that does not go through the marksmanship. So it's a lot of armor, right? Or sorry, that's marksmanship does not go. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Thank you. So it's really, really darn good at shutting down this Drow. You add on top of that...
AC.
Right, that's what I was going to say. AC, but even more, because once you get to really, really high armor, it starts stacking dimensionally, you know, for those returns. So you look for other sources of damage block. Ghost Ship is a phenomenal way of maximizing more of that damage block. You also have a ton of heals, both in the form of Guardian Greaves as well as Solar Guardian.
And the Ags.
And the Ags,
With the mischance as well.
Very true. Well, marksmanship, right? But still.
No, yeah, but overall with
Yeah,
it's
you're
the
right.
four
It
heroes
produces the damage. You're right.
You even have a buckler on the clock.
Heck yeah, man. A
For
buckler.
two extra armor.
I mean, look, it all
not
adds
bad.
up, right?
Yeah.
The next couple of items that you can really start adding to really pile on the pain would be stuff like a Wraith Pact, like diversifying. This is what Tundra showed us, right? Diversifying the ways that you cut damage, right? Because if you go fully into one way, it ends up being a little bit inefficient. Ice Frog does not like that. He likes you diversifying and going for stonks rather than just one simple way.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Don't put it all into the one house,
No.
the golden egg. It's not going to work out, right?
Do not put it all on black.
No, no, exactly. But a Blacklist.
A Blacklist, however.
Maybe.
There it is.
Blacklist Rivalry. Maybe.
Perhaps you can do that. I mean, for them, in this game so far anyway, 14K up, playing against the Sages here, but this one just kind of stalls out the game. That being said, you know, Ice is starting to really get some items online here. The only hero that's 2 items ahead is Sven. Kunkka is 1 item ahead.
They're going for a smoke now. Let's see how well this works out. He has a blink now on the Kunkka.
DJ also has blink.
Oh, that was really good by DJ, but the Hex does find a poor Ember. They kill a Snap with a Cleave, kill Corden with the actual damage.
This hero is also without buyback here quite painfully. Corden just bought out for the Ag Scepter, it looks like.
They did just use a God's Strength, though.
They did, yes. They used literally every... Does Black... They don't hold back, okay?
They didn't hold... Yeah.
If they did, they'd be called Blacklist Rivalry,
Yeah,
all right?
that's not their name.
No, it's not.
Blacklist
Abba.
Rivalry.
That's right.
That's true. Who are they blacklisting this game? We're going to see, though.
Maybe Bleed from Div 1.
Oh, wow.
I mean, look, we've already set up what the stakes are. Ice is Ice, by the way. He is
right,
getting-
because they are the other ones that are contention
Yes,
losing that Div 1.
yes. That's exactly what I mean.
But Blacklist did beat Geek Slate, though.
They did?
A huge buff here.
No, Blacklist
Sorry, Bleed
did, yes. Bleed were the ones that really needed this win, hence my perhaps harsh sounding but contextualized, you know, just dramatic way of saying what's at stake for this match.
It's a lot. It's Div 1 is a stake.
Yeah.
And yeah, everyone knows that. See, they don't thrive when they go to majors or whatever. They thrive that moment, the liminal state between Div 1 and Div 2. That's where the real C comes out. When they get to crush each other's dreams of ever going to TI, and you eventually get TI 12 with only 1 invited C team because nobody else has enough points.
That's right.
And that's going to be Talon, apparently.
5.1 points as well. Imagine that.
Oh, right. Well, yeah. And they go through the close qualifiers, the team that everyone knew was going to go through them anyway.
Yep. Well,
hopefully do less. You know what? I think Valve should just implement last chance qualifiers for C.
Well, you know,
just for C.
I do wonder if we're going to get last chance qualifiers back, because apparently that was only held as the first major last season was canceled.
Yes.
You remember?
Yes, that was the.
But I would love to have it back.
No, I just want one for C.
Oh, I see.
Like, I just think, yeah, you see, exactly. Like, it's just C teams. It's a bigger bloodbath than when it includes non-C teams.
And South America?
Yeah, actually, put the 2 regions in a Blood Bowl style format, right? Maybe add an NA team, add the third team in NA too. Why not, right? Like, give them a chance.
Yeah.
No Western Europeans, no Eastern Europeans allowed. No Chinese teams either.
Right. All the regions that have 4 slots except for Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe gets 1 team, I think.
Okay, yeah. And
Fill to 4, right? Get 2 SA, 2 Cs.
2 NAs?
2 NAs, that's right.
Oh, well, the
and
CS3. No, but C needs the bloodbath. It's their region.
Right. Oh,
They kind of screw like CS3 slots, but in actuality they have 1. That's what it looks like.
Right.
Because of the DPC.
All right, for TI, of course.
Yeah, for TI. They usually just kind of crush each other. No other region. See, the thing about C and SA is they're the only 2 regions that are hell-bent on destroying one another, like in the region.
Right.
They don't actually care about the other one.
It's the rivalry, or in this case, Blacklist Rivalry,
Yeah,
right?
you know, like, you ever see in tournaments, you go, oh, the Western Europe, the best region, 4 Western European teams. That's because they're not eliminating each other like South America and C are doing. If they were, it wouldn't be as easy.
Oh, nice hookshot from Tims. Might spell his doom. No, apparently not.
Are they actually going to initiate regardless? No, okay. Cuckoo had the same thought process I did.
Yeah, it's a bit scary when he doesn't have BKB, actually.
Yep.
Does have himself, however, an Octarine core on this Dawnbreaker.
Now use Solar Guardian to the next game.
Holy, yeah, but you can Solar Guardian forever. Look at this. This cooldown is ridiculous. 70 seconds?
Did he also go for talent? Yes, he did.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's nuts.
But now Bleed saw Solar Guardian wasted. He thought opportunity. Opportunity meets preparation. Will they be able to get this initiation?
This is a pretty good effort here, especially if they can catch Bosku without his ultimate, but
it's
good
tough.
Positioning by Blacklist Rivalry will make this, as you say, tough.
No, it's tough because they have the high ground.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, now they saw this massive X and they're like, I think I know where they are. But they can't play around it.
Delivered a small item, nothing major here.
We also just have a ghost ship fleet, by the way.
Big recently. Still no buybacks, by the way, on any of these cores, with the exception of Jackie for the side of Bleed. No, this is pretty scary. They've seen everyone, by the way, through this outpost.
Okay, Tubu. Right, that's the Hex used.
Wow.
Tubu dead.
Blink for Carl. He hits hard.
And now, Ice could be in trouble too as they send the hammer forward. Bosku committing. Bosku stuck in the trees. Bosku quickly gets rid of the silence, but still in trouble. Searing Chains is spelled by the Guarded Greaves.
Nice.
Good use of the dispels there. Very good use of Stormcraft.
Not bad, actually. Not bad from Bleed. It does suck that Ice has to use his BKB, but
it's got strength.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth the cost of living as well, right? Which is the alternative here for him.
And Carl, please buy Tidal Wave. Come on. 40 minutes in, he's buying Shadow Blade over Tidal Wave.
What are you saying? All my food jokes don't move you to anger? What? You want to be moved by Admiral Kunkka instead?
No, I want him to buy Tidal Wave.
It is good, yeah.
It's so good. You're up against Drow. NP.
I also think in general, make Water Kunkka's just nice to have. He's gone Ghost Ship Fleet as well. I'm a bit surprised by that.
His build's all good. It's just that at this point, I think the Shadow Blade over Shard.
Oh, hold on, mid lane. No, I don't think Ice has BKB yet, by the way.
Oh, they might catch up to Tibbs. That's the target. Tibbs gets healed. Carl's just fighting back. Raven joins. That's God's strength. They're stuck in the Sprout.
They're doing no damage. They're doing no damage.
They aren't. Now they're going to kill a Tusk. Immediately, Ice gets squashed like a pancake. Jackie, though, still hitting Carl, but Carl has way too much armor, and the Ghost Ship fleet is keeping him alive as well. He finally didn't get up to hitting poor Raven, but Raven just gets away. And look at Jackie at the MBK, force-stepping himself forward, hoping to at least finish off Cuckoo. But Carl comes back in with the Hex. Where's the initiation? Where's the rest of the team? Where's the Godstrength Sven? Apparently, he's been caught on the sidelines because of DJ stopping his onslaught. Carl is forced to retreat because he doesn't have the damage with them. And they just can't get the Sven close to the Drow. They'll kill the supports for now. That's not what they were looking for. Ice is fine, but now Jackie seems to be a real problem.
That's all that armor that's, starts getting buffed and buffed and buffed, right? I mean, he does his darndest, but he only ends up getting 4,400 damage done. No one died on the side of Blacklist, which is really unfortunate. I kind of wanted to check a death summary there and see how many auto attacks Jackie needed to throw in, but they are really, really, really lacking
yeah, but they can't get close to
damage. No, of course not. And you'd expect Kisses to be doing something more, but nothing. It's all too much, this armor.
Okay, this is Ags on the rush. Will they give it to Disruptor or to this Sven?
My money's on Raven.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe even Carl.
No, maybe even Carl, honestly.
Okay, the question is simplified. Core or support? What do you say? Okay.
I'm always going core. I have no faith. Maybe next Roche, Tims. Sorry, bud.
I think they might give it to him. He has a slot ready. Look at him. Look at little Tims. He has a Blink Dagger. Tims is a hopeful Tims.
Oh.
Oh, Faith, Tims.
Get the Aegis. Get the Aegis, Tims.
Oh, he did it.
He's done it.
It's a support Axe.
And he has the cheese, too. Not bad.
Supports all over the world. Rejoice. This is a win. Not just for Tims, but for the rest of you.
And humanity as a whole.
And humanity as a whole. It is shown that sharing is indeed caring.
Indeed.
Of course, it's a team that has played together for this long. Only a team like this can do these plays.
And also, when you order food at a restaurant with your friends, that sharing is caring, right, Albo?
Yeah, but you gotta play with it for your own thing. I'm just saying, like, especially if we go in winter, he eats 2 times what I eat. And you like expensive food.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Bleed. This is starting to look more and more like an uphill battle for them.
It's been the whole time.
Yes, it has.
Bleed is just a salmon trying to go up a waterfall this whole game. It's a waterfall of blood.
And bears. one of those bears is moving way too fast.
They have some white stuff on their nose. Okay, they have a ward up here and a sentry. They might be able to catch Carl, or no, they just TP. No, that was way too hopeful they could actually
make it. Might have been able to one-shot him there, honestly. This
Carl? No, because the Tidebringer, like the cleave is the big part, right? Not the action.
I guess that's a good point.
It's simply just Sven is having. Sven's like, I need someone to stand in front of the Drow so I can actually hurt her.
Right.
Because if he hits head on, it's not that much.
Well, I guess so, right? Even with that 50% bonus damage on his 25 talent.
250. Right.
50 extra.
Sorry. I was quick on the draw there.
You were. You generally tend to be.
Yeah, I'm a fast shot. That's what they call me.
A fast shot.
Yep.
Quick draw, I believe.
Yes, also. But we just said quick on the draw, so I felt like that was too redundant.
Right. Blacklist Rivalry. I'm just really waiting for their moment. How do Bleed get back into this one? They need to bait out.
It's not possible.
Yeah, they need to bait out Solar Guardian first. There's no way, even if they go into Fountain with Solar Guardian, I just don't think they can actually kill anything. They need to make sure that they can fight without BKB on Kunkka, and ideally with Scythe of Ice as well on cooldown. And look to try and cut around this Sven.
Yeah, don't you protect Private Jackie? That's the game for you. I'm surprised there's actually no 4-steps on these supports on Bleed. Neither of them have a 4-step.
Yeah. I mean, DJ does have Blink Snowball, right?
I guess he does.
Kind of like a...
Yeah, that's like a poor
about
man's
it.
4-step.
Yeah.
I would still like to see 4-step on Dubu, for example. I think Greaves is good. But.
I mean, I agree. I just question how good 4-staff is against a Disruptor, against a Kunkka, you know.
I mean, apparently incredible because they can't get close to the Trout to begin with.
True. But then again, no 4-staffs already, right? So clearly that's not what the issue is.
Sure, that's actually a good point. If you're solving the Dota puzzles bit by bit and you're Bleed right now,
right.
you think maybe conceptually you would need these items, but you don't seem to need them because you're making a good enough wall. I'm not quite understanding what this wall is. I think it's a combination of the Ice Shards, which is really well placed every fight, and I guess NP playing like a madman, because that's been Ice's playstyle this whole game.
Yeah, and he's still finding farm here around the map. Save for buyback now at the very least. There are a little bit more buybacks on the side of Bleed as a whole. Only one not having it at this moment is DJ. So, you know, DJ right now needs to hashtag save DJ. Save for his buyback. The rest of this game, though, just going to be turtling on the side of Bleed, hoping that Blacklist Rivalry do make a mistake. Hard part about this is that you're still at best hoping for a game 3, but one step at a time, shall we, boys?
Yeah, right now your game is just on winning game 2.
There it is.
You don't even consider it's game 2.
Now you all chat him. Now you drop 5 tips onto AU. Start the mental warfare. Any small victory.
Question mark?
Question mark him. Pause the game. No, don't go that far. You can be activated, by the way. That's for Ice as Ice. Just so you can get the heck out of Dodge.
I mean, that would be the most C move, though. Pause game. I'm lagging, guys. Sorry. It's to the point that whenever this happens in the C tournament, obviously these players are much more educated when it comes to pro play, but people do that and it triggers me. The pause, question mark, lagging, sorry.
Yeah, well, you know.
In my pubs, that's never once said genuinely. Never one time.
Except for when you lag.
No, because I never lag.
Right.
Though I also don't pause offensively. I think that's one of the
Ice. In the trees here. They might actually find him.
Busk was like, wow, there's a lot of trees here. I wonder if there's an
Ice is
Nature's Prophet nearby.
He's too zippy. That's not even the 25 talent yet, by the way. So slightly risky maneuvers every time Ice does commit for that.
But he has to.
Blacklist they are Bing chilling here. They are in no rush.
I mean, I want to say they're big chilling, just Bing struggling to get to the high ground.
Blacklist? No, they haven't even tried. They just the only try they tried was AU's hookshot. That was it. Now their ages is expired, and they're like, well,
that's our ages.
Guess we wait a little bit more.
I mean, this is a classic Blacklist move. Blacklist waits. It is not very effective usually. Bleed still have a chance to come back into this game as a result.
Yeah, I mean, wait, we're just going to be waiting here for a while longer. I mean, you are about to get tier 4 neutrals to start spawning. That could be a little bit of a moment. Carl going into like a little bit of a madman, but does one-shot waves here pretty effectively, especially with that silver edge. Yes, it's tier 4s right now the name of the game, and they'll make a play for it. Oh, tier 4s have already spawned. 37 minutes, silly me. We're just being chilling right now. Hold on.
Ice. They do have Disruptor Axe this time. They gotta just use it. There we go. Prevent the BKB.
He's dead. Does have buyback though, but this is certainly going to be the opening now that Blacklist were waiting for.
This game has taken so long. They have boot travel level 2 on Kunkka before he buys his goddamn shard.
Yeah, well, you know. Oh, they have bots too as well on Sven.
Yeah, but he's dead.
Your admiral is on board.
One more time.
Tidal wave.
There. Oh, okay, there it is.
They have Ags on a clockwork. He bought it himself at this point.
Very good. Lots of vision. This makes the initiations, just that easy.
Yeah. And now they feel comfortable enough to go to the high ground. Blacklist, they feel like this game has gone their way the whole time. They're not going to use this. They're going to miss this chance. Oh, Satanic to dispel the Searing Chains. Interesting. Does he get one more target?
Oh, all right. And they're gone. See you later.
Okay. Yeah, I guess when I said they're not going to waste this one chance, I was more literal than I expected. No, they're just rehashing. Yeah, they're congregating for the second game. No, Ravens. Ah, he saw Ancients. he saw farm.
He saw them.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Didn't the ancient spawn right now, guys? I think I need a little more gold. Raven, you are literally 6 slotted.
Huh.
You're out of slots, Raven. You bought a moon shard. Oh, I didn't buy my eggs yet.
You know what time it is, Sava?
Egg shard for Kunkka time.
Radiant's
Oh, it's butterfly time. There it is.
Not anymore.
There's an item for Jackie.
Not anymore.
Oh, they've killed the squirrel.
They've killed it on the courier.
That's a little. It's definitely a little bit painful. I mean, he's not even able to leave the base.
No, exactly. I mean, he even went to the other secret shop thinking, oh, surely, there's nothing lurking in the shadows here.
Right.
But Carl, he has a shadow blade, a silver eye gem.
Carl kills it and says,
he's the king of lurking.
says, I've killed it, and don't call me Shirley. Right, so his ice gets
What
a
is
PKP
that
off.
a reference to?
Huh?
What is that a reference to? They're like, guys, maybe one of us has Basher?
Airplane.
No Basher.
1986, I believe. It's the movie with, what's his name? Not Guy, Leslie something. It's from the files of Police Squad. He did Smoking Gun as well. 1, 2.5, and 3 1/3.
I swear, if you could be speaking to me in code right now.
It's very good movies, actually. I think once you watch those movies, you're going to understand why my humor is the way it is.
I don't think that's a good thing, then.
Well, you know. I didn't know you were against knowledge.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, now I'm committed to watch this movie.
Yeah, they're good. They're funny.
I'm going to have to spike watch a whole series of movies. How does that feel?
Pretty good.
Yeah, you think this is the power you have over me? Are they faster or slower than the pace of this game?
They're pretty fast, actually. You know, they're pretty fast.
So faster than this game, then?
Yeah.
It's 50 minutes in. I don't know if Blacklist are trying to win the 1K.
No, they're just being chilling, man. Maybe
they're really. I swear this Kunkka bought Axe before he bought the shard.
All right, trivia time, Alvaro.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
What is the Ogre Seal Totem's active called?
Wallop?
No, but a very good guess, and perhaps it should be. It's called Ogre Seal Flop.
That's worse.
Yeah, I would agree.
Ogre Seal Flop?
Mm-hmm.
Rock it on.
Yeah.
Trivia time, Richie.
Yeah, I'm ready.
What has Carl not bought in his inventory yet?
Is it Shard, Captain?
No, it's actually the refresher.
Oh, yeah.
Playing at double PKB.
Or
he buys them
double
for the
torn
shard.
storm. Oh, he like just straight up ate the Ags as well.
Yes, he did. That's what I'm telling you. It's crazy. 1,400. I've never seen a 1,400 gold that's more expensive. You know how things have different value? You ever seen that show or that ad? It's like everything has different values. And they show you like a bunch of things with different price tags.
Right.
And they go, talk from your father, priceless.
Oh.
And then it shows you it's like, it's talk with your father as much as you want. In the new Vodafone, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Very good.
So this is what Kunkka's doing, the cost of the shard.
You know the values that Blacklist has? It's patience.
Sure. How much do you value patience?
About 51K.
It took... Jesus, they got to 1K a minute.
They really
never
did.
as a team reached this level of
Really. Well, maybe they're going for tier 5s. I mean, Bleed, at this stage, they're getting a little bit, like, they're going to just get cabin fever. This is like, eventually they're going to start playing Among Us in the base, and that's going to be a real problem.
Okay, here goes another joke. Why did Blacklist Rivalry not cross the road?
to get to the other side?
No, because the other side was in the high ground.
I see.
There we go.
Okay.
That's it. That's the level of sanity I'm reaching with Blacklist Rivalry. Imagine this against literally any other team.
I mean, is this going to be the Aegis they push with? Because last time it wasn't.
Is this the mental equivalent of Dota torture towards Lead as well? Is this game against the Geneva Convention?
Is this what the Kiev Major was like?
Which one?
The Kiev Major.
The Kiev
no. The Kiev Major, not anime.
No, it wasn't that boring.
No?
Sorry, I mean, it wasn't that slow and patient and methodical.
Right.
Blacklist Rivalry has learned a lot from the Kiev Major days. Kiev Major.
Kiev, yes. Yeah, very good.
Okay, this is the Roche has everything. I think they've given Ags to someone random. Oh, it's the Dawnbreaker. Oh, because they ran out of Ags because the Sven doesn't want his, obviously. So now she sold her Ags.
That's true. You should be able to on Sven toggle this thing.
Yeah, but it's not.
Because you can get like baited.
You toggle it by not using it. That's the toggle.
Yeah, I guess so.
Carl has Refresher Shard before he has the Aghanim Shard.
I mean, look, at this stage, he's against moving. He heard how much you wanted to move him, like that arrow, and he said, no, I refuse.
Is the observer pointing where they have to go? Yes. Who's drawing these arrows? Is the observer?
was the observer. Oh, and they go, Abo. We're doing it. Holy moly. He
Oh, look
forced
at
out
that.
those
Vena's damage is only 53 minutes in. They're winning by 60k. They have damage vision.
All right, Abo, they only need to do that 8 more times, and then they have Mega.
Please, please, I beg you, go in. Yes! They found the X marks the spot trick. No, Sprout does not help against this. They only work against creeps. But good try.
Good try.
Okay, now that they found this trick, they're like, guys, Carl has the 25 X marks the spot movement speed down. We can finally push high ground. Now they just have to wait for the next God Strength. 40 seconds on your clocks, guys.
On our clocks. 61.
Synchronize everyone, bleed.
And sync
They're
on my Mark.
synchronized.
And Mark.
This is the heist. In goes Corden. Not caught yet by the police. He actually kills AU quickly.
Oh, but Jackie.
And
Tim's just soloing him.
Yeah, Tims though is gonna die this race. Eats the cheese. No, Jackie died to the Sven without God's strength. Didn't even need it anymore. He has way too much gold. Look at Corden. He's falling the Torrent Storm. And of course, Raven does have a double damage, which will work better. He refreshes. He now has the God Strike plus the double damage.
Holy moly,
the
the
Cleaver will
cleave.
kill Ice. It will kill Dubu. Ice is still alive, but stuck in the cogs. He's not going anywhere.
Oh.
They've tore through the poor Tusk. Corden is an afterthought. Jackie activates BKB, but where you run into? There's no more base, Jackie, and soon there's not going to be a game either, Jackie. Go back and wander around. It's time for Blacklist Rivalry to win this game.
Raven wants the rampage.
Please
Give him the
win the
rampage.
little game. GG is called. Blacklist with a 70k lead will break all rules, commit war crimes in this game, and finally set Bleed to rest.
Yeah, Bleed. You know, they don't look too pleased after that game. And
I mean, that's the kind of game that destroys your sight.
Yeah, that one's
Look
really
at
a bit
Tims.
tough.
Look at Tims.
I mean, they're a bit happy. Once again, fastest disconnect in the West, these guys. I mean, they don't want to be here a second longer. I mean, if you listen, you could have disconnected your camera sooner if you went high ground. I mean, just saying. But yeah, I mean, that's honestly just a really tough series for Bleed. You know,
Yeah.
I think now they put themselves in a very dangerous position here for relegation. I think it's kind of one as well that has to be draining. And again.
Look, they can still make it. Points-wise, they can still make it.
Yes,
the question is that Geek Slate game going to be a showing of what they can actually do, and they're just going to go back on that and understand their strengths? Or is this the Bleed that we're seeing now? Are they still in this lost position we saw in the beginning of the season? I think they still have time to recover, at least to avoid Division 2 relegation. Bleed has shown they can do it. Blacklist Rivalry, though, is looking better and better as the season goes on. We'll see who ends up making it through. For now, we bid adieu. We do have an interesting interview with Blacklist Rivalry soon. Before that, a panel full of lovely people and so.
Lovely people and so, but the Apple slander, but Blacklist finally did it. They did. Did you guys expect them to do it?
After the first game, I think I did. Bleed looked a little bit shakier than I expected to, especially after their Geek Slate series, where they looked really improved. It looks like it's just a little bit lost again here.
Yeah, honestly, I did not expect anything so deep. But
I love your honesty.
yeah, I thought these guys were just pretty much like a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah.
But I think they still need to find like their like play style. Because for example, right, this Bleed lineup, if Talon played it, there's no way they lose this game. Or like even if like they're playing against like the best teams in the world, like they know how to play the MP, right? So Bleed really need to figure out like what they want to play. And if they want to play MP, they're gonna need to like brush it up a bit, but I'm not gonna blame like Ice, of course. It's obviously always a team effort. In this game, we saw Ember could not play Dota until he got BKB. So having said that, if your team has a MP and a Drow, you actually don't need to play greedy. You just need to think of how you can be as aggressive and give as much info to your team as possible. And in this case, instead of the Maelstrom, if you went on the Eels, for example, he would give so much info, he would play so much more aggressive. All of that combined, I think the game would have been smoother. Like, for example, SMG, Moon, if he played it, he would go Eels this game.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because Bleed versus Geek Slate, they look really crisp. Like, as a team, they look like they were actually, figuring things out together. But this game, they look like they're on completely different pages.
Yeah, they look disconnected, and it's Blacklist that looks really tied in. The coordination coming out from AU and Tims to work together, and those cogs push back into Static Storm again has been really good. We've seen a lot of activity coming out from Carl, And they're just willing to really get space out for Raven. Like, Raven's the big farmy core. Cuckoo and Carl are finally joining into these engagements early on and taking that activity for the team. And that's what they've been lacking. Like, first week, all of them were just kind of farming. Winter and Adam kind of love to point that out, where it was just super greed from Blacklist, their playstyle. Now it's just, we've got activity, and that's all they needed. They just needed some people to buy space for their one condition and just keep running down. They've got the skill to do that.
Yeah, and props to Tims and AU, because both these games, I think they really found a lot of kills, and they really worked together as a team. Which they didn't like previously, so happy for them.
Yeah. Just an amazing showing from Blacklist Rivalry. Like, they really played as five. Like, finally, they played together. I feel like I haven't seen them do that all season.
Yeah. I mean, it took, like, the midpoint of the tour to finally get that, but it does increase their chances to, if certain things happen, maybe a shot at Berlin. Again, a very small chance, but still a small chance of getting into that third slot. And definitely having a shot at staying in Div 1. Like, they are looking a lot sharper than some of our bottom teams. In comparison, when they look good, they look really good.
Yeah. Here's our match MVP, AU, who hit a lot of amazing hook shots that game. I know there were so many times in the green room. I'm just like, oh, wow, what a nice hook shot.
He set up so many kills.
Yeah, he really did. He played so well. I mean, but I think really all of them did. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think the decision making from AU as well in choosing when to go for the pushback and when to go for the entrapment, and then his team collapsing on either play was like really big.
There were a lot of moments where actually like Tims, he would kinetic field like predicting that he's going to cog back. So they really have that synergy, right? Usually like if you're like in the pub, you don't really communicate.
Yeah.
You would just kinetic like on the clock if you're close to him and you just static storm. But he's like expecting him to cog back. So he's like preparing the kinetic field for it. So just nice seeing a lot of like synergy between those two.
There were also a lot of really good static storms that I do remember too. That there was a lot of super crispy ones.
But yeah. But it goes back to my point, like I think the Ember really should have went Eels that game. He could play Dota. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've got such exciting news for everyone. We have an interview with the Mike Ninja Boogie from Blacklist Rivalry, an alumni of our very own panel. How are you feeling after your first win, Mike?
Finally, we got one in the bag.
Well, I have to ask, what's it like coaching the team?
It started out a bit chaotic, but I think we're starting to get our groove, So hopefully it's consistent, to the remaining weeks.
What do you think was the big thing that changed from week 1 into this matchup here in week 2, Mike? Like, what changed for the team? What changed for you here to improve?
Well, I think this series, we didn't really give a lot of freebies to the opponents, and I feel that was like a major issue. Why, like they just started adding up, and then we just lose control of the game. They played very clean this series, and hopefully we continue not to give a lot of freebies.
Cuckoo just looks so scary standing behind him. What's he doing? Okay, for you got any questions?
I'm curious about one thing though, Mike. What's the team environment like? It's been a rough first week. How do you guys take it when so much expectations are on the stack, and it was a rough intro to the DPC?
Yeah, we've spent a lot of time like just having discussions and trying to get aligned in our mindset. Yesterday was a really long discussion review, a lot of replay reviews, and just trying to link everyone to the same mindset, because I think you could tell the week prior everyone was just playing for themselves. So moving forward, I'm trying to let the team play as a unit, and I think it showed this series that we have that capability.
Oh, hi Mike.
Hi KP.
Been a while. How are you?
It's been a while. I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but who do you think is your best player?
Ooh.
Best player. I'd probably give it to Tims, just because he's he's the showstopper.
Okay. I respect
and
that.
Also behind the scenes, he's kind of like Cuckoo's kind of like the morale, but Tims is like the glue. and he kind of leads a lot of the replay watchings, and everyone respects him a lot in the team. So, yeah.
Okay, it's cool.
Do you miss being on panel with us?
No, not really.
I knew that answer was coming. I just had to ask. Well, we miss you.
And you dodged me. You literally dodged me. I was. We could have been together, Mike. Again.
I know, but it's too many Pinoys already. Like.
Yeah,
that's true. We could have had a full Pinoy panel. That's all from me. If you guys have any more questions?
No, I'm good.
I think I'm good.
Any words for Blacklist fans?
No. I mean, just shout out to Rivalry. Sorry for the poor performance, Geek one.
Wow, we love that. Just gotta give some love to your sponsors. All right, thanks so much, Mike, and congrats again on your win. Take care.
Thank you.
How delightful. The cheery man, just laughing and giggling.
That's the Mike I remember. It's good to see that they're still in high spirits. They've taken a win. You've got to be happy. And again, you just hope that maintains. You just maintain it somehow.
Yeah. He definitely looks happier there than he was here.
Whose fault was that, Tito? Whose fault?
Mine. I try to make it an enjoyable experience for everyone, right, KP?
Yeah, I'm totally enjoying my time here. Totally.
Totally. Blink twice if you're okay. But I mean that's basically all it for today. We had such exciting games of Dota. We had Execration versus Geek, Slate, Talon, SMG, and to finish off our day, Blacklist Rivalry versus Bleed. Who, not gonna lie, I feel like it was kind of unexpected that Blacklist took the series.
Yeah, I think, again, considering what we saw from the Bleed Geek Slate series, that we expected them to maintain their improvement. Like, Blacklist looked better in their last series as well, but that was still a 2-0 loss, right? Whereas Bleed did manage to take that win. They looked like a solid team. We heard Ice say his stomach aches disappeared, and that led to the improvement that game. Maybe it came back. Maybe he went to a hawker, ate something shady. Who knows? But they've got to find that fix.
But our games today were Execration versus Geek Slate, where Execration won 2-0, followed by Talon SMG, where Talon won 2-1. That game was supposed to be quite the showstopper, the two titans from Southeast Asia. But moreover, Geek Slate are in a very rough spot.
Yeah, that does put them at the bottom along with Polaris, if I recall right.
Yep.
So it's a rough road. Like, Blacklist boost themselves above with that win. So they're not in the bottom two. There's still a chance to be lined up for relegation, but it's growing a little bit slimmer, and it's looking clearer that perhaps Geek, Slate, and Polaris, I mean, maybe their series against each other is where that kind of determines, but might not be enough at this point.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but maybe Raji was right.
That's big. But here's our standings. We've got Talon first, followed by SMG, Execration, Army Geniuses. And on the second page, we have Bleed, Blacklist Rivalry, Geek Slate, and Polaris. Talon with a whopping 4-0.
What a rally in comparison to Tour 1, right?
Yeah,
where
exactly.
it looked shaky in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I was, honestly, when I was watching from Romania, I was like, all right, we're not going to any major. I was pretty, all right, that's fine. First tour, we're gone. I accept it. Then it's like, we rallied at the end. I was like, all right, cool. I still don't have it. It's best. As a Southeast Asian fan, I have learned over the years, just have no expectations. You're happier that.
That is true.
You're
I have
way
no
happy.
expectations. I mean, I feel like we're all giga-based tonight. I feel like we're all kind of losing it, but let's take a look at Friday's schedule, what we have for our last day of games for week 2. We have Army Geniuses versus Polaris as our first series, followed by Execration versus Talon. And to finish off the day, we have SMG versus Geek Slate. So, all pretty good games.
That second game is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Conversely, the other two games are looking a little bit more straightforward. I think Polaris has to really surprise us up against ENG. And yeah, Geek Slate again looks.
I feel like Geek Slate do stand a chance though against SMG. That's what I think. Yeah.
They have a shot, but I think SMG's just been more consistent. The Talon match, maybe not as much. It felt a little bit more cookie cutter from SMG. But every other series we've seen them play has just been really different, I think, from what a lot of other teams are doing.
It's like second game is going to be the revenge of Talon for season 1.
Oh yeah.
Well, all those teams actually have, they really need to win those games because Army Geniuses, Execration, and SMG are all sitting at 3-1. So I mean, it's kind of scary because there's only 3 people going to Berlin, and we kind of already can see that, I mean, if Talon are able to secure the rest of their games, that it'll be them. And then you have 3 teams tied.
I think the real deciding game is probably Talon Execration, because I think that determines who's going to be playing if Execration can play tiebreakers. Because they're currently like 2-1, 3-1.
That's 3-1.
Right? So if Execration wins, then you're kind of 4-way on the top. Whereas if the other 2, it feels a little bit more straightforward. Like, you know, it's just based on what we've seen. ENG just looks better. SMG looks a little bit more consistent. So it feels like the wild card is really just Talon versus Execration, whether or not Revenge comes out.
Yeah.
Damn, Revenge. I feel like that's a big, you know, common theme this, you know, this season. And in general in Dota, Revenge, everyone loves it. The Revenge arcs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What has been your favorite Revenge arc?
Mine?
Yeah.
Mine goes back in the day, like when, so for me personally, like back in the day when I was a newbie, we always lost to Liquid every game, every series.
Sad.
And then there was this one time we met each other in the finals of a minor. It was like ESL Genting, and we finally beat them.
Whoa.
That was the best Revenge arc ever.
Crazy. Back in my day. Like you're an old man.
Excuse me, sir?
Did you call me sir? Well, did you have fun today, KP? Was this an enjoyable experience?
Yeah.
Guest paneling? You do it again in a heartbeat?
How much you paying me?
Okay, well, thank you guys so much for watching the Southeast Asian DPC. That is all we have for today. This is week 2, day 2 of week 2, and we will go back for day 3 on Friday. So we'll see you guys very, very soon.